Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The inhabitants of heaven do not need to think about the underworld. The guy sat in pitch darkness and looked at the screen, trying to force himself to watch until the very end. He tore his hands with his fingers, thinking that this quote fits perfectly, and thought that he would have to watch everything and what would happen if he went to hell. The exhausted teenager, looking at the notification, said that he needed to watch until the end and thought that a person living in hell would dream of heaven every second. Looking at the notification, he thought that he needed to watch until the very end. But then his eyes came to life and the dark-haired man wondered why. Looking up, he wondered why he had to do this. The imprisoned fell dead on the stone and heard the voices of his parents and wondered what kind of person was calling him, and then suddenly remembered his name and the words of his parents that he should not wake his sister because she would disturb his brother. A memory of riding with Yunseol in the car came into his mind, and he thought that he was seeing that dream again about the night when he and his family were driving home. Then a bright light from an oncoming car flashed before his eyes. He stood up and there was a book next to him, and he thought that he didn't know how much time had passed, and he woke up alone and years had passed since waking up here. Taking the book in his hands, he thought that he had been given the origins of the divine martial art of cultivation. Opening it and reading it, he thought exhaustedly about the message that said to watch it to the end if he wanted to go home, and thought that if he succeeded in everything, he would be able to return to the embrace of his family, and thought that he could no longer complete the training. Suddenly, a notification popped up congratulating him on completing the training. This greatly excited him and shocked him. The stones began to move apart, raising dust. The boy looked at the light with tears in his eyes and thought about what he had done. A tear rolled down his cheek, and he thought about how it would soon end and his family would soon be there, and he thought about how he had realized it as soon as that door opened. The hero fell to his knees and thought about how the place he had reached was not the end of the world, and said that it was a lie. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking at the palace, he thought about where he was and that it was only the beginning. The teenager fell to his knees and hit the ground with his hands and asked if the torment that had been before was not enough and why. He clenched his fist and said that he had been doing this for 10 years and thought about what he had to do to see the end of the world. But then he was surprised by someone calling out to him from behind. There was a man in a red headdress behind him, and he asked what he was wearing, and he heard his voice. Then the newcomer with a strange smile said that if he let him go, his family would die of hunger, and so the peasant took out a dagger and asked if he could cut off a piece of his flesh. The hero looked at him in horror and fell silent. The blade fell to the ground with a ringing sound. The teenager slowly crawled away from the corpse and was afraid. He looked at it with horror and said that it was not his fault. There were hundreds of thoughts in his head about whether he was guilty, but then a notification came out about the increase in external art. The protagonist stood up and said that the man died, but the level was increased. A crazy smile appeared on his face. He brought his hands to his face and continued to laugh heartily. Seeing the message, Shinyon instinctively realized what he had to do and opened the cultivation book and raised the level to return to his world. Many swords fell in blood and he had to reach the maximum level. Now he had grown long hair and was standing and smiling, flirting with the victim. A man in red was running towards him, with horror in his eyes, calling him the leader of the demonic cult. The hero had already become the Emperor's supreme sword at that time, and with a smile, holding the sword to the neck of the defeated man, he asked him if he was the leader of the cult in this generation. The patron, kneeling, called his title with horror, but then the protagonist began to bend his fingers and said that this was the 8th generation, and said that since those he killed were the 6th or 7th generation. But then he threw his head back and said with a smile that he was proud of them and that they returned to look for him every second for decades. But then a blue flash flew under the leader's head. Shinyon cut off his head and said that it was fun, and everyone immediately exclaimed in horror. The young man deflected the blade and screamed that he was the devil's spawn. But the reincarnated one dodged without much trouble and asked if a follower of a demonic cult should say such a thing. But then the young talent was grabbed by the face. The killer began to release energy from his hand and said with a smile that he admired his bravery. The veins and body of the boy swelled. When the energy flowed through his hands, he realized with horror that his body did not obey. An even pattern flew through the air from them. Columns of blood began to rise behind the hero. He removed his hand and said that it would take years or decades, it did not matter. The Emperor's sword slowly retreated, leaving him in horror, and told him to return, learn new demonic arts, and then entertain him. He left him surrounded by corpses all alone and said that he was now the leader of the cult. The hero threw his blade at the stone and said that even the new leader was not good enough. He leaned his back against the trunk of a tree and wondered how he could entertain himself now. The long-haired man put his hands behind his head and with an arrogant look, closed his eyes and wondered if he should create a sect with dark supreme martial artists, and wondered why everything was so boring. But then something strange appeared in front of his eyes. Looking at the moon, the guy thought that he had been living this dull life for 140 years. Remembering the past, all the faces were crossed out and he thought that such a long time made everything boring to him and striving to see the death of the world. Now he cannot even remember the faces of his family members. Heaven is a place that never existed for him, and every day, he lived life as if he was in hell. There was melancholy in Shinhyun's eyes and he thought that this is enough and it's time to end. But suddenly a notification flew out in front of him that surprised him. On it were written the characteristics and congratulations on reaching the maximum level, the requirements were met, and the restrictions were lifted and now you can return to Earth. The long-haired man showed no emotion and asked why this happened after so many years. He grabbed his head and began to laugh and thought about how he was pitied after he gave up. But then a fire appeared in his eyes and the guy immediately asked with a menacing look and a smile about whether he was despised. The divine ascension began and energy began to surround the hero, and he asked if this meant that he had reached the divine level and said that it was really strange. At first, there was no emotion on his face and he said that he should be freed from earthly desires since he became a deity, and wondered if he had ever been so overwhelmed with emotions in his entire life. His family without faces appeared in his memories and he thought that his family might already be dead. Because so many years have passed and he had long lost the desire to return to his world, his heart was overflowing with retribution and this is all that he had left. Immediately after, a notification came out with an offer to return to his world. The protagonist released waves of enormous energy and said that he would kill the one who did this to him. Earth fragments flew to the side and he immediately said that he would kill him. The guy kept repeating this while standing in the stream. The sphere blocking his view surrounded him. The eyes of the reincarnated began to glow and he continued to repeat this phrase. The sphere began to scatter earth and stones to the sides and Shinhyun said that whoever he was, he personally. In a state of astral transition, he stretched out his hand and said that he would personally kill him. A pillar appeared above the landscape. A sudden flash illuminated the entire surroundings. A huge pillar of energy appeared in the middle of the forest. The long-haired man began to dissolve and thought about his title and that he had been here for 140 years. The flow of energy stretched from him far into the sky, and the time had come to return to Earth. It was 2011 on Earth, even before the accident. The goddess addressed everyone and said that the day when nightmares will become reality is already near. A green portal from the warp opened. A beautiful woman folded her hands and said that humanity must evolve. Many eyes looked out of the gap and she continued, saying that this is in order to fight this nightmare. A huge demon screamed standing over his own army and the goddess continued telling them not to miss the blessings bestowed upon them. From somewhere in a parallel world they said that it had finally begun. A man in chains said with a smile that he must have been waiting for this. In 2025 in Korea, in the dungeon of the Red Wolf, someone was pulling an arrow and loading it with mana. The dark-haired girl was pulling the bowstring with her teeth clenched. A pack of wolves were chasing the man. One of them opened its mouth, releasing and releasing a foul breath, but she managed to shoot using the archer's ability. The fleeing man turned around and saw many defeated monsters. Yoonseol held the bow with her teeth clenched, and everyone immediately called out to her. She came down from above and said that she was glad that she was not too late and asked to get out faster, and the rescued man greeted her with a smile. But then the remaining monster bit him from behind and tore his shoulder. The commander turned around and asked him to run in horror. He fell dead on the floor, his hands shaking. The entire squad was almost completely exterminated by the monsters, and many lay in agony while the monsters finished them off. The dark-haired girl covered herself with her hand and thought that things were bad and there was no end to these wolves, and her bow was about to break and she would go to the creators. And at that moment the monsters were running towards her. But then the rustling of grass was heard from afar. One of the team began to run away into the forest, leaving everyone to their fate. The commander tried to call him, but she immediately noticed how the enemy was approaching her and, gritting her teeth, called them annoying scoundrels. Loading an arrow, the girl looked at them with disgust and thought about what if this continues. The runner frowned and swore, thinking that he was too careless. Looking at his comrades who were being eaten alive, he thought that getting into a team of weaklings was not his goal, and if he lingered here, he could die like them. But suddenly a surge of energy occurred in front of him and the man thought that he had done it and needed to get there quickly. The arrow flew at a great speed, its tip sparkling. The projectile hit the fugitive right at his feet. He turned around and cursed, not understanding who did it, and saw his commander there. She was holding her shoulder and swore at him with wild aggression and asked where he was going. The guy put his hands in front of him and started saying that he was glad that she was alive and was trying to deceive her. But she grabbed him by the collar and lifted him up. The black-haired girl lowered him and menacingly said that she had warned him that the battlefield was dangerous. Tears were streaming down her eyes and she said that it was because of his incompetence and the whole team died because of him. But the guy just gritted his teeth and clicked his tongue. He slapped her hand away and insulted her with an impudent look and said that he should at least get out alive. The long-haired girl looked at him with the same impudent face and said that he was right. She turned around and started to leave, saying that it was stupid to talk to such trash and asked him to come back even if his father was covering for him. Yoonseol's face was full of disgust and she said that she would see if they would turn a blind eye to this incident when they returned to the guild. The fugitive's eyes were filled with rage. The girl turned around as he called out to her from behind. He came closer from behind and used the fighter's ability of a stone crusher. The impudent man raised his fist, filling it with mana, and clenched his teeth. The beauty was punched in the chest. She flew back a few meters and lost her strength. The hero's sister hit her back on a tree behind her and exhaled sharply. The fighter began to approach her and laughed. He grabbed her by the hair and asked who she was talking to, since she did not even learn the basics. Pulling her towards him, the vile guy started talking with a smile about how since everyone admired her, she shouldn't think that she had achieved anything. The guy frowned and asked with disgust if she wanted everyone to know about her. Junghyun started smiling even more and said that by focusing on her achievements, the leader became a hindrance, and because of this, the raid in the dungeon ended in failure and the entire team was destroyed. The bastard brought his hand filled with mana to her and asked if the whole situation was similar to what he said. The girl lost all strength and could not open her eyes. The red-eyed man raised his fist and said with a smile that he was grateful to her for her efforts. But then a pillar of lightning appeared from the sky. The charge made a loud cracking sound. Clusters of energy gathered together, emitting particles. The blow fell right behind the villain and broke the ground. A man in traditional clothes stood among the dust. The hero finally found himself on the ground and was completely calm. A notification popped up in front of him that the internal and external arts were at the maximum level and that a return to Earth had occurred. He curled the corners of his mouth a little and laughed. And then the guy with a wild laugh said that the reward for the maximum level was a return to Earth and said that he had a disgusting hobby. The protagonist lowered his head and said that he would kill him. The dark-haired man looked away with glowing eyes and said that he would not let him escape. But then he was distracted from the joyful event by being told that he was muttering nonsense. The fighter anxiously prepared for the blow and said that he came out of nowhere and also said that he would kill someone and then asked what kind of teleportation it was. Junghyun pointed his finger at him and asked him to tell who sent him. But the Muram master simply ignored him and walked past. The bastard clenched his fist and wondered why this scoundrel was ignoring him. Seeing Yoonseol unconscious on the ground, he said that there was a fight to the death and that she seemed to be dying. But then something really confused him. At that time, the coward looked at him from behind and gritting his teeth cursed in his head. He fell into despair thinking that he had miscalculated and was seen, and if he left everything like this, then something irreparable could happen. The guy clenched his fist, filling it with mana, and thought that he did not know who this was and the only way out was to get rid of him. But then the hero, without raising his eyes, began to get up and asked the attacker with the 8th grader syndrome if this pendant could. He ran his hand over his sister's face. Seeing the pendant on her chest, he returned. The pendant flashed, and the bastard continued and said that they were just having fun and if they quietly returned, then everything would be fine. But then he jumped up and said that there was a condition. Raising his fist in the shape of a hammer, the villain shouted that he also apparently wanted to be beaten. But then a blue aura suddenly burst out. The energy interrupted the skill and neutralized it. The old Taoist released a sea of Kai and glowed, and the enemy did not understand what was wrong with this man. But then something really surprised him. A whirlwind of compressed energy rose above Shinhyun and the ground broke under him. The fugitive clenched his teeth in horror, and he said that this could not be. He looked at him and, illuminating his eyes, said that in other circumstances he would not have noticed him. The hero folded his fingers and said that he was asked for his name. Letting his hair down and menacingly knitting his eyebrows, he said that he was the supreme sword of the emperor. His eyes glowed brighter and the guy said his name. He poked his finger into the attacker's forehead, emitting a spark, and said that even if he explained it, he would not understand anything. The red-eyed man was incredibly scared. The next moment, a huge stream of energy burst out of his hand and blew away the tree trunks behind him. The powerful beam blew away everything in its path. A sphere with a shockwave formed at the point of the shot. Standing in the crater in front of the headless corpse, the hero said that this was right. He turned away and left again said his name. The old Taoist went to his sister. He adjusted his hair, and there was blood on his cheek, and said that he was her older brother. The little captain cried with a teddy bear, and her parents scolded her for this and said that if she continued, she would be left. They began to leave and said that it was starting to get dark. And then the hero approached her and asked if she liked amusement parks. The older one said with a smile that if they continued to stand there, they would cause inconvenience to their parents. The girl squeezed the teddy bear tighter and doubted. Tears were welling up in her eyes again, and she asked if they would see each other again if they went home, since he was leaving and would not be able to come home often because of his studies. But he only reached out to her hair and addressed her by name. Stroking her head, he said that she knew how much he cared about her and that even after entering university, he would visit her often. She looked at him with an inspired look and he said that when he arrived, they would go to an amusement park with her. She looked at him with an inspired look. Afterwards, the little girl smiled and happily said that she agreed. Yoon-seol climbed onto his back, and when he asked if they were going home, she told him to carry her to the car on his back, but he warned him that he could only ride her while she was light. But then a loud bang was heard. The car had been in a serious accident and was smoking, and the girl sitting inside was thinking that it was her fault, and if she hadn't been so stubborn and if she hadn't bothered him with going to the amusement park. The little girl began to crawl out from under the seat and thought that her parents could have survived. He tried to open his eyes and looked for his brother, but then the black-haired girl, looking at the smoke and the seat belt that had flown off, realized that he had disappeared. But now her hand is being treated with energy. Yoon-seol opened her eyes abruptly and took a deep breath. Starting to rise, she gritted her teeth, and the hero told her that she had woken up. Although he had helped her with his kai, and because of the serious injuries, it would be difficult to move for now. The brown-eyed girl looked at him in surprise and asked who he was, to which the old Taoist said that he thought she would not recognize him. The guy extended his hand to her and said that she had grown up a lot and now he would not be able to carry her on his back because she had become too heavy. Shinhyun took her hand and looked at her tenderly and said that she had grown a lot. The girl looked at him with anxiety and thought that this could not be. She immediately remembered her brother who gave her this pendant. It contained a photo of the whole family and he asked her to be brave, even if he was far away. The girl gritted her teeth, shedding a tear, and turned to him. She clutched her gift tightly in her hand and, shedding tears, asked him where he had been all this time. Her brother took her in his arms and said that he knew it was very hard for her, but he was immediately pushed away, and the archer asked what happened to Jonghyun. Then the hero turned his head to the side, pointing to the charred corpse, and said that if she was talking about the attacker. The captain immediately became alarmed and scared. The protagonist was as calm as possible until he was asked with a scream whether he was the killer, to which he said that it was so and asked what the problem was. Then Yoon-seol grabbed his hand and pulled. She looked at him in horror and said that they needed to run right now. The action moved to the city. She sat in silence and anxiety while her brother wandered around the house and looked around, saying that he had not been home for many years, and everything here remained the same. The dark-haired one looked down and said with anxiety that they had big problems and the director would come for them. She imagined a man against the background of a two-handed sword and said that he was the director of their guild and the father of the murdered scoundrel, and then said that he used to be a member of a criminal group and his cruelty and ruthlessness were notorious. The archer imagined the face of that scary man that was smiling and said that, in addition, he was one of the 11 high-ranking hunters of Korea. Her phone showed 9 o'clock and she said that a lot of time had passed due to fainting and asked how she was supposed to report the situation, and then assumed that the scoundrel's father already knew about his son's death. Yoon-seol looked down and said with wild anxiety that he would suspect her since she was the only survivor. But then the hero approached her and asked if she was worried about it. He put his hand in his hair and asked with a smile if it was difficult and suggested just killing Kangjin. But then, they started pulling his cheeks while the Emperor's Supreme Sword was talking about his title and achievements. She said that they needed to offer something more realistic. The beauty clapped her hands and said that firstly, that person was level 50 and he didn't just hold the position of leader for nothing, but the protagonist was confused by the word level. The younger one said aggressively that this nickname was terrible and then asked what kind of normal person uses such a name and asked what was with his manner of speaking and said that he returned 14 years after disappearing and asked why he had a pronounced 8th grader syndrome, after which he thought that it seemed to bother her a lot. He looked away while she was hysterical and said that she no longer knew, and her parents died, and her brother disappeared, and then asked if he even understood how hard it was for her until now. But then she took her hands away from her head and asked where he had been all this time. The old Taoist at that moment was looking at the picture on the wall with his hands behind his back. He looked up and seeing all the family members in the portrait said that he understood, and it turned out that their parents died. The girl was surprised after these words, and he, without changing his face, asked if she was interested in his manner of speech. The guy turned around and said that all this time he was in a place called Nurum and the reason was quite confusing and he just needed to understand what was happening and learn a lot. The long-haired man calmly asked about who the hunters were and what kind of guild they were, and asked if there was a concept of levels in this world too. But she just stood there with her mouth open and couldn't say a single word. But then she suddenly grabbed her head and put her hand out asking him to wait because her head was about to explode. The beauty started to run away and suggested discussing it later, and first she urgently needed to sort out the matter, and he asked her where she was going. The sister grabbed the car keys and said that she was heading to the Dawn Guild and asked him to wait. When the protagonist was left alone, he grabbed the door handle. There was a room behind it and he said that nothing had changed, as if he had been here yesterday. He put his hand to his chin and remembered the aggressive words about how terrible this nickname was and thought about how she had become so strong on her own during this time. The guy headed for the exit and exhaled and said that he needed to become a good older brother, which he had not been able to be all these years. He scratched his chin and thought about where Kangjin was and whether he should look for him first. but then a loud bang was heard at the door, which knocked it down. Several men with an aggressive look were standing behind it. One of them put his hand in front of him, creating a magic circle and a projectile. A wild smile appeared on his face. In the passage stood the director and his 2 sons. The one who entered asked the hero where she was, but he only looked at him with disgust and said what a scoundrel he was. In front of him was a gray-haired old man with an enraged look and asked him where his sister was. At that moment, a car drove up to the guild headquarters. Yoon-seol was standing outside her organization's main office and thought about how she came here right away, but something was wrong. She had a confused expression and asked if the director had made a move and wondered what would happen if she was caught when she entered the building. Another girl was walking behind her and called out to her while she was thinking about who she could ask for help. The pink-haired girl walked up to her with a smile and asked her what brought her here at this time. She said with some suspicion that she thought she had gone on a raid with Team Jonghyun and asked if something had happened. The black-haired girl stood there in great confusion. She tensed up and thought that it was the vice director. Looking at the newcomer with distrust, the hero's sister thought that she was one of the 4 strongest hunters in South Korea and that she was known for her steadfastness and sense of justice. So it was difficult to understand what she was thinking and wondered if she could be trusted. She folded her hand and thought that this was her only chance and decided to say what she really was. At that time, the villain's father and his sons were standing at her house. The hero threateningly lowered his head and asked how they dared. He raised his head and pointed his finger at them with disgust and asked if his parents had taught him that he shouldn't break down a door when entering someone's house. But he immediately asked what they should have done and suggested that it would be polite to knock. The young swordsman began to struggle while he was being held and cursed at the protagonist while his father asked him to be quiet. The old man looked at him with aggression and said that he did not care who he was and repeated the question about his sister. But he only looked at them menacingly and asked if the reason for her search was that his son was killed. And then the old Taoist angered the director by smirking and saying that it was him. The adult swordsman immediately roared, releasing energy. At that moment, Yoon-seol was talking to the deputy and she was asking her if her brother really returned from the Murim. The hero gathered mana into his body and with glowing eyes said that everything should be like that and asked to show him how good he was. The berserker immediately pounced on him with a blade, filled with rage. The protagonist went to meet him without hesitation and with a smile. At that moment, the pink-haired girl with a slight smile said that she should meet him right now. There was a sharp surge of red energy, but Shin-hyun easily dodged it by jumping. Looking at him, he frowned and thought that his sword was imbued with some mysterious power and the aura and energy of the sword were not similar. The brown-eyed man calmly looked at them and thought that they had different origins and wondered if this was the method of the so-called hunters that his sister had spoken of. Remembering the red-eyed man who had beaten his relative, he thought that that guy also used a strange power. The old Taoist smiled slyly and said that it was worthy of study. The old man began to swing the blade as if he had lost his mind and clenched his teeth. He struck one after another, taking different stances and using the warrior skill of consecutive strike. But the protagonist was not so simple and simply dodged the attacks with his body. Then the director struck again and his sword stopped with a ringing sound. Shin-hyun lowered his hand and said that he understood. The uninvited guest was confused while he said that his level corresponded to the peak of martial arts and said that he was honestly impressed. And he, gritting his teeth, thought that this was madness and how it was possible to do such a thing with a bare hand. The hero held the blade by the edge and while he thought about the fact that right now he was being pushed back, he said that there were people like him. The protagonist pushed the weapon away and with glowing eyes and a smile asked if there were 10,000 like him in Korea. His sons rushed to attack, preparing their weapons. But then they were instantly pushed back by energy, and the reincarnated one shook off the remains, asking not to interfere. Behind his back they were preparing a spell. But then he noticed a strange flash of fire and was surprised. He was hit by the magician's ability Fireball. The director and his son stood waiting and thought that everything was over. But then the young swordsman said that this was the end, while the protagonist was on fire. He raised his blade to attack and rushed forward. And when the blade was at the hero's throat, he grabbed it with his hands and said that it was better. He became even more sinister and breaking the blade said that it was better than he expected. This horrified the attacker. Shin-hyun released his overwhelming aura and threw him away. Scarred pulled his hand back and wondered what was wrong with this scoundrel. Looking at the calm long-haired one, he wondered who he was. The reincarnated man looked at the floor and thought about how his sister had said that he had been gone for 14 years. Looking at his opponents, the old Taoist thought that the level of all 3 of them in martial arts had reached the peak, a level that required not only technique and thousands of years of experience, but also innate exceptional talent, and then wondered if humanity had reached the level of the Murima people in just 14 years. Looking at the director, he thought that there were enough people in this world whose martial arts skills were at their peak, and he was simply stunned by this. But then the hero frowned and thought about how none of them had reached a level equal to the top 10 martial artists. He imagined many people on a piece of paper. The boy remembered himself in another world when he asked with a smile about whether there were rumors that Jinhao's ranking was higher than his in that case. That time he stood up to everyone at once and said that he would reach the top and strengthen his own rating. In the background there was a skull with a blade stuck in the ground next to it, and on top of the cliff stood the protagonist, and a thunderstorm gathered around him. Evening came and the car rushed along the highway. Yoon-seol, sitting in it, looked at the road and thought that a lot had happened and it was just driving her crazy, and the deputy director suddenly wanted to meet her brother. Looking at the pink-haired girl who was sleeping next to her, she thought that she usually did not hide anything from her, but she was not sure whether she was her friend or foe, although there was one but. The black-haired girl remembered their conversation in the parking lot, where Jihai said that she needed to arrange a meeting with her brother and in exchange, she would help hush up the matter related to the leader. The brown-eyed girl was incredibly surprised when she said that she had also solved the problem with the director, and thought that she could not refuse such an offer. The short-haired girl sat with a sad look on her face while writing, and she remembered the words about how she had no desire to become enemies with the reincarnated one and wondered what she wanted. But then the passenger decided to speak up, which surprised her, and asked if she said that he disappeared a few years ago, to which she said that it was in 2011, which means 14 years ago. The pink-haired girl looked at her with great surprise and froze. She grabbed her hand and thought with wild anxiety that 14 years meant that it was 140 years in that world, and thought that she had no idea how strong he was back then. Looking out the window, she asked about what kind of person Shin-hyun was, to which she said that he was kind and gentle. The long-haired girl looked down and said with a smile that he was also very good at studying. And when she asked again, Yoon-seol raised her head up and said that he was able to enter the 20 university without a tutor, to which she assumed that he was a real genius, but the archer said that he was smart, but something else was more important. She said with a smile on her face that her brother was incredibly persistent and stubborn, and he brings any of his undertakings to the end. At this time, the hero pointed his finger at the magician and turned to him. He stood calmly while the swordsman was behind him, who was about to strike, and said that he had a power that he had never heard of or seen in the Muraim, and asked to use that strange energy again. The next moment, the protagonist put out his fist, smashing the warrior's face into smithereens, and ordered him not to interfere, because he was not interested in him. The sorcerer began to collect ice from the mana circles in horror and clenched his teeth trying to catch his breath. After Shin-hyun easily repelled the projectile and said that he had seen a million such tricks in the ice palace of the northern sea. He raised his hand, filling his hand with cold, and again remembered the ice palace. Many dragon heads made of ice with open mouths appeared, which were supposed to attack. The magician was turned into a piece of ice, and he said that it was something like this. The shieldman began to run away like a coward and asked to let him live. But he could not get out of the apartment and assumed that this was a barrier and the exit was blocked. But then his head was pierced by a compressed beam. The director looked at his dead son in horror, while the hero said that he was a shield that was supposed to cover them from the front, and asked how he dared to turn his back and run away. But then the protagonist blew on his finger and terrified the old man. He looked at him with a smile and said that bandits do not really care about loyalty. The swordsman looked at him in horror and thought that he used ice magic and a barrier, and guessed that he might belong to the mage system, but then thought that a mage wouldn't be able to block his strike. He lowered his sword and thought that he was confused that the apartment was not damaged despite such a battle, and thought that it was all because of the barrier. The old Taoist exhaled and looked arrogantly when he cursed at him and asked if he had set up some kind of trap, and asked if he knew that they were coming and prepared for it. But he crossed his arms and said that he had enveloped this area with the sword of the mind, and many years had passed since the last time he was here, and said that he could not dirty the floor here, and then said that it would be difficult for him to understand the level of his actions. He began to remember how he stood on the top of the cliff. The reincarnated man looked at him with a hunting smile and said that by coming to his house, they had entered his territory. The old man began to gather energy and insulted him, saying that he would take him with him. His eyes turned red and the berserker skill was used. The father, who was deprived of his children, screamed at the top of his lungs and slightly increased in size, using a berserker explosion. Shin-hyun immediately calmly asked who the monster was then, and said that, apparently, his strength had increased significantly, and asked if he was going to die to get rid of him. The distraught director raised his blade to attack and screamed at the top of his lungs. The hero stepped back a little with a slightly worried look. The berserker began to swing the blade in all possible directions and try to hit the protagonist, but he easily dodged the attacks. Looking at the opponent's face, the black-haired man thought that he had gone mad, and his hot temper was just like that of a martial artist. The broken sword began to rise from the ground from the energy. The old Taoist took the blade in his hands and with a smile, collecting energy, said that he would show respect to him. The reincarnated one struck a chopping blow and cut the body in one lunge. Blood spurted out like a stream. The old man came to his senses and tried to breathe. The head fell to the floor, and the departing hero said that he had been honored with such an honor. He began to fix his hair, and while he was covered in blood, he said with a smile that it was a blow from the Emperor's supreme sword. His sister was just returning home and said that this was her house. Yoon-seol looked at what was happening in horror and asked why the door was open and was dumbfounded. She looked at her brother, who was cleaning up the corpses, with aggression and asked what happened here and why the door was in such a state, to which he said that he was late. Then the hero began to wring out the rag and with a calm face said not to panic, because it was just a housewarming party, but she immediately asked why everything was covered in blood. The archer approached him with aggression and asked him why he kept getting into trouble after returning, to which he said that she had good expression, and if she hit the Murim, she would become much stronger than him. But then the pink-haired girl intervened in the conversation and said with a smile that it looked like there was a battle here, and seeing her, he thought that this woman was somehow different. Feeling the golden streams of energy, he thought that her inner art resonated with the origins of the divine martial art of cultivation. Looking at him, the deputy thought that he was even able to use the limitation of sound propagation and wondered who he was. She looked at him with a smile and emitting energy, thinking about whether he really thought he was the only person who had been to that place. And he looked at her with anxiety. It was a sunny day outside. Yoon-seol was lying in bed and the sun was partially shining on her. She woke up abruptly, frightened and sweating. The girl ran out of her room in alarm, and suddenly the black-haired girl sadly called her brother. It seemed to her that he said from her memories that she woke up early. She turned around abruptly in alarm. Shinyeon was standing in normal clothes and with his hair cut, asking if she thought that he had disappeared. The beauty thought with some alarm that it was not a dream after all and asked why he got up so early. The guy looked at his phone and asked to wait a second. He concentrated on what he saw and was silent, and then he turned around and said as he left that he would be back soon. The protagonist left the house and there was a car waiting for him, while she thought that a week had passed since his return, but it still seemed unreal. The girl remembered the meeting of the deputy with her brother and thought about what she said, that he left absolutely nothing behind, and before leaving she only said that she was going to meet again. She also remembered how the men in black came to their house and took the remains of the director and his subordinates. The beauty also remembered that the next day, the report about Jonghyun was shown on the news, along with Kangjin's disappearance after suddenly retiring. She also imagined the pink-haired girl standing with her arms crossed and thought that she kept her promise. Looking out the window, the black-haired girl thought that being the only survivor and taking responsibility for the raid of the Red Wolf dungeon, the guild gave her a suspended sentence, and today Jihai called her brother. The archer became wary and wondered what she was planning, and while the hero was sitting in the car, she said that she hoped that he would return soon. At this time, the deputy was sitting in some restaurant. Raising a cup of tea and starting to drink, she heard the words that she apparently had nothing to do at all. The protagonist came closer and said that it was because she had put someone under 24-hour surveillance. He sat down at the table, and when she said with a smile that he was catching on quickly, but this was not surveillance, but security, he said that he thought so. Taking the cup in his hands, Master Murim opened one eye and recognized the taste. The girl closed her eyes with a smile and was surprised that he knew about Jongshin Yinjin and said that she often stopped at Hongnam to drink a cup of tea. But then she became more menacing and said that it was just like in Murim. The dark-haired man looked at her with a smile and said that she got straight to the point and he liked it. Putting down the cup, Jihai said that it was confirmed that 3 people, including the 2 of them. Then she imagined the head of the Twilight Guild and named him, saying that this organization together with Dawn manages the Korean Hunters Association, and at the moment there is discord and hostility between them. But a long time ago, after studying the history of Tihun, some data came to light. Then the hero immediately remembered his disappearance. She continued by imagining him on the same cliff and said that one day in 2011, he opened his eyes in a strange cave and next to him lay the book of the origins of the divine arts of the cultivator. The book appeared in all its glory and began to quickly turn the pages, emitting energy. She imagined how he came out of the cave like them and found himself in another world. The protagonist remembered himself getting out of captivity, and she said that everything was the same as everyone else and decided to clarify whether this was true. Immediately remembered the notifications with the question about the desire to return to his world and the task to witness the death of this world, to which Shinyeon then said that everything was so. The deputy calmly looked at him and said that he returned to his world after many years, and this world was already in the era of hunters and dungeons. And dead or an evil joke of higher powers, they do not know, but the fact that this world was turned upside down and their journey to Murim are definitely connected. The hero still calmly looked at her and meaningfully remained silent when she asked him about how much he knew about hunters and dungeons, to which he said that these things began to appear. He imagined a goddess and said that when her revelation descended at the age of 14, the system of classes and abilities not much different from the RPG games they played in childhood began to exist. He imagined many monsters and warriors with supernatural powers, but then said that there are more important questions. The guy surprised her by asking how they returned to Earth, and in response he was told that they died and returned after death. The pink-haired girl was scared when he began to emit an ominous aura and asked what happened after she assumed that he returned as well. The cup in his hand burst and the black-haired man thought about how he was told to witness the death of that world and that was the condition. He clenched his teeth and thought about how surprised that goddess was too. The returned one imagined a man chained up and wondered if she knew who and for what reason sent him to the Murim. The chained one smiled, and he continued his thought and thought that just like the reward for reaching the maximum level in the world of martial arts is returning to Earth, there should be a reward for reaching the maximum level of a hunter here. The hero began to smile like a villain and said that this reward should be the answer to his question, if, of course, she did not want to lose her dignity as a goddess. Yellow-Eyed looked at him in horror and could not say a word. But then he looked arrogantly at his interlocutor and asked Tom if she would finally tell him the reason why she called, because there was something she wanted. Jihai looked away with anxiety and exhaled, at first remaining silent, and then suggested that he take a walk and said that the Dawn Guild opposed Tihun, namely his group. Leaves gently fell from the trees above them and she continued, saying that they were careful in conflict with them in situations where they did not know what could go wrong, that is, before the death of the board of directors. She turned around with a smile and said that he should take responsibility for his murder and the destruction of the main force of the guild. The girl took her hand away from her chest and said that she was asking him to join Dawn and offering him the position of CEO and also promising incredible fame and wealth, and asked if the terms of the contract were good. But he only scratched his head and said that since his sister's boss was offering it, it would be difficult to ignore this offer. But then the guy turned around and opened his eyes and said that he had to refuse. Jihai asked him with great surprise why he had such a choice, but he said that he worked alone. After walking a few steps, he said that there was something else. Shinyon turned around with a smile and said that it could be because he did not want to serve someone weaker than him. She calmly looked at him and meaningfully remained silent. Without moving from her place, she suggested checking who was stronger, and the black-haired man scratched his chin while she was talking about how he knew that 1 year in this world was equal to 10 years in Murim and asked if it was right, to which he said that it was. The deputy, hiding in the shadows, said that age and abilities are not always proportionate. To which the hero, smiling, looked at her and said that he completely agreed, and if someone spent 300 years there, he would still be weaker than him. The girl was filled with energy, her eyes lit up and she put out her hand with the sphere, asking if it was true and used the opening spell. A shot of purple energy swept over the ground at great speed. The grass parted from the outgoing wind. The sphere flew to the protagonist. The ball lingered in space and froze, as suddenly it exploded, emitting energy around itself, and it was a shadow dance. The protagonist, watching the sky become cloudy, thought that his senses were being blocked and the surroundings were becoming gloomy, and the radius of action was about 50 meters, and to create such a huge dome, using only the laws of physics, a huge amount of energy and time was needed. Jihai, dissolving the boundaries, said even more that this was her original ability. When the entire space was closed, she said that it turned out that they were in an alternate dimension, reflecting the real place where they actually were. In reality, everything was exactly the same, and the girl said that from the outside it would look like they had simply disappeared. The deputy took a few steps towards her and said that in Murim she was called the Bloody Cherry Blossom and she had never failed assassination missions. The hero, looking at her, smiled and said that she was a killer and he was right, that she fought to the death even with her hands tied. The pink-haired girl took one dagger out of the portal and said that it was quite easy to leave this place and that you could either defeat her. After that, the beauty took out the second dagger. Lowering both blades and leaving a mark, she said that the second option was death. The protagonist still looked at her with a smile and asked if it was a threat, and sarcastically said that he was scared, and then said that this ability did not look like the one whose only purpose would be to trap the enemy. A moment later, the deputy found himself with a blade at his neck. She smiled and said that this was certainly not so. The guy only looked at her with a calm gaze. He dodged her attacks time and again. Then the girl intercepted the blade and made a direct grab. She struck him with blows to no avail, and he parried them with his palms. After the black-haired man parried the double attack, she dropped sharply. She lunged forward. Jihai tried to make another attack, but he dodged again. Jumping back, the hero said that she had a dagger in each hand, and one of them was parallel to the hand and used a specific style. Looking at her murderous appearance, the reincarnated one said that this was the martial art of the greatest killer of the Dark King's Murima. She was very surprised when he also added that it was the moonlight of the bloody path, and mentioned that the guy understood this with one glance. The protagonist said with a smile that he had already fought once with someone who used this style and was then a little inexperienced. He became more formidable and, pressing with an aura, said that he accidentally killed him in a split second. The yellow-eyed girl looked at him in horror and was shocked. The black-haired man stood proudly in front of her and said that since she was his hoob from Murim, he would allow her to use 3 styles, and if she could defeat him, she would join the Dawn. The girl became more cautious after he suggested that this style be considered the first of the 3 acceptable ones. He grabbed the dagger tighter. The pink-haired woman spread her arms and released an aura, getting lost in space, said to do as she pleased. The hero looked around and thought that it was amazing, and being in her space he absolutely did not feel her, as if she had disappeared, and wondered if this was the ability of the dome. When suddenly the protagonist noticed many flashes above him and became more wary. He looked to the side with a smile, thinking. Suddenly the guy jumped high up, turning over in flight. Many fragments of shrapnel flew past, but then they stopped in place. All the shells again flew to the target, which was already high in the air. But the old Taoist charged his hand with energy and raised it with a displeased look. He parried each attack with his blue volleys right in the air. The guy began to lower it down, leaving traces. The reincarnated one raised his hand with a smile and said that it was amazing. Suddenly, he waved his hand to parry another attack from the shadows. Shinhyun looked at her with a smile and said that this was already the second style. The pink-haired girl was in despair. Jumping back, she said that everything was as she thought. The girl straightened up to her full height and said that this was the strongest Shaolin master, who left the world at the age of 150. The hero stood at a distance, and she, calling his name, said that he could be considered his equal. Then the protagonist scratched his cheek when he was called the strongest and said that it was so, and said that they treated it as something ordinary. Many kappas appeared from the ground. Jihai, smiling, standing between the pillars, said that she would kill him then, and while he was standing surrounded, she asked if she would then become the strongest in Muraim. But Shinhyun, smiling, said that it was not serious. Many pillars burst out of the ground, and the guy, without taking his hands out of his pockets, said that he had lost the power of speech. The deputy spread her hands and stood behind the wall of the ability of shadow daggers. Her eyes began to glow with renewed vigor. The girl abruptly brought her hands together in front of her, sending a huge stream of sharp energy towards the opponent. The spikes almost reached the hero, but he stood motionless. Suddenly a spark passed and the sword of the mind was used. A very bright light illuminated the surroundings. All the projectiles flying at him were cut by a blade from the aura. The killer covered herself with her hand and could not breathe normally from the abundance of energy. A huge pentagonal stone was flying at her. The pink-haired girl realized with horror that her body was not obeying. She closed her eyes and thought that someone was holding her. But then the cobblestone was hit with the back of a fist. From Shinhyun's blow, the stone shattered into pieces and flew back. Without lowering his fist, he said that this was the third style and the end. The black-haired man looked at her with a slight smile and asked if she wanted to continue. The assassin's hand began to tremble and she said that she had lost. The dome began to slowly fall. The hero stood with a satisfied look when he heard the words that she would no longer ask him for a fight, and asked him to answer her question in return. Holding his hand, Jihai asked what he did, and for a second it seemed to her that she was fighting against a creature that was impossible to resist. He sat on the floor with his legs crossed and said that she was right in her self-confidence fighting in this space, and her strength was growing so much that it was enough to kill an opponent stronger than her. The deputy looked at him with some anxiety and asked him to speak. She tightly gripped the blade and asked what kind of reality he had reached. The black-haired man looked at her with a slight smile and said that the effect of the combination of martial arts and abilities was amazing and that he enjoyed the battle because of that. While she was putting away the daggers, he raised his finger and said that he accepted one proposal, which stated that Dawn would provide material support and information, and he would support the guild with his strength. Shinhyun put his finger straight in front of himself and said that, however, he would do it as a freelancer, not a partner. The pink-haired woman thought about it, and he continued by saying that it could be considered an alliance, and it was not that he did not want to help, he just did not want to be under someone else's leadership. She immediately raised her head and said that it was great and asked him to promise her something. The girl looked straight ahead menacingly and said that no matter what happened, he would not join the enemy guild. He bowed and said that he promised. He extended his hand and said that he swears by the name of the Emperor's supreme sword. The beauty shook his hand and thought that this was a very catchy nickname, but he continued demanding that he be removed from surveillance, because he put up with it because his sister worked for them, but he does not know what he can know, what will happen now, and asked if she understands him. The hero lowered his eyes after she said that they would not do anything that could ruin their relationship, and said that he was grateful for understanding, and there was one nuance. The guy tore off the sleeve of his shirt after he handed it to her, which greatly surprised her, and asked for forgiveness for what happened. The girl was stunned, and Shinhyun continued and said that he teased her, talking about 3 styles and such, because he just wanted to compare the abilities of a master of dimensions and a high-ranking hunter. The black-haired man scratched his cheek with a guilty look, and she turned to him. The beauty turned away sweetly with a smile and said that she appreciated his words, but everything was fine and she was ready to fight him until the first death, to which he said with slight anxiety that it was not surprising that she aimed at vital points. But suddenly he became a little more serious and asked why she chose to learn the art of an assassin out of all possible options, to which she said that she was interested in it herself. The yellow-eyed woman looked into the distance with a menacing look and asked if he ever felt a desperate desire to kill someone. The hero first looked at her and meaningfully remained silent. He immediately remembered the system message with the offer to return after the death of this world. He said with a menacing look that he understood these feelings because he himself always thinks about it. The black car was parked on a forest path. The driver carefully looked at his watch. The man looked in the rearview mirror and became a little worried. Noticing the boss, he anxiously turned to her and asked if everything was okay, and it looked like she used shadow dance, to which she said that she could not even scratch him with it. The formally dressed gentleman turned around and said that it was incredible, and the girl said that, as she thought, he exceeded her expectations and she had critically low stamina and all her MP was spent. Then she looked away. She remembered their fight, where many spikes were flying at the hero, and she thought that he did not even attack her. Afterwards, Jihai remembered holding the dagger and thought that she didn't even know how it had blocked her blades when she attacked. She said with a trembling body that it was a crushing defeat. The driver looked at her anxiously through the mirror and asked if she had thought about sending him to the Sun Festival that they would hold at dusk. She looked out the window and said that they needed him to stop Tihun and his guild and remembered her meeting with him. Then that monster stood above her and said that they should follow his will. Another Mirama master stretched out his hands to her and said with a smile that that man was the god of heavenly war. Now she looked out the window with a serious face and said that they were doomed if they lost Shinhyun. It was still sunny outside. The hero came home and was about to tell her that he had come, but his sister immediately rushed to hug him. He looked at her with surprise and said that it was unexpected. She squeezed his shoulders with her hands aggressively, and when her brother said that she was going to break him, she told him to shut up. She looked down and asked him not to leave again and not to do anything dangerous and to be sure to be home. The protagonist looked at her with a slightly sad look when she said that she was afraid that Appa would disappear again. He stroked her head and said that he understood her, but there was one but. The elder looked at her with a smile and said that he decided to become a hunter. Yunseol looked at him with disgust and asked if he wanted to die. The hero put a cube on the table and said that Jihai gave it to him. Beaten Shinhyun, smiling, sprawled on the couch and said that she said that with its help you can get a window of hunter status, to which the girl said that he is really stubborn. The black-haired man grabbed the cube and said that it was time to start. Suddenly, the object began to shine in different colors. The reincarnated one was shining right in the face and he was happy, but then sadness overtook him when the cube broke. Looking at this, he immediately fell into a stupor. The guy released a handful of rainbow sand from his hand and asked if Jihai was a scammer, to which she told him that this was normal and now he could try to call up a status window. The old Taoist called up status windows and there were two of them in front of him. He looked at his window from the Murama and thought that on this side the status was from that world, and no one else could see it, and this is true for this world too. Then the dark-haired man looked to the side. There was a blue window and he thought that this was the status of a hunter. His sister came up to him from behind and told him to look at what class would appear. But suddenly a bright inscription caught her eye. The sister immediately raised her fist happily and said that as expected from the opponent, he is not like other hunters, and it is necessary to start all over again, to which he looked at her in surprise and asked again. She imagined a stained glass window with classes and said that, as she said earlier, hunters are divided into 6 classes, namely warriors, defenders, magicians, priests, archers, and assassins, and of course, if you count with high-ranking classes there will be more. But these 6 are the main classes of the hunter. For example, she has an archer class, but her high-ranking class is called a sniper and everyone starts with the main class and cannot change it or remove it. But then the long-haired one pointed her finger at her brother and said that he is without a class and this means that he did not receive a class and he is just an ordinary person. Yunseol turned away from him and said that people without a class can also become hunters, but the problem is the features, and thought that she should say this so that he would give up on the idea and give up. She imagined a person fighting with abilities and leveling up, and said that a hunter needs to gain experience points to level up, and can only fight monsters with abilities, gaining experience points for it. Then the cunning girl imagined a feeble person looking at a cube and said that, unlike hunters of the 6 classes, a hunter without a class must gain abilities using a skill cube. She immediately decided to scare her brother by saying that the cheapest ability, a melee technique, costs 20 million won and a sword technique costs 25 million won. The archer crossed her arms and said that hunters with classes can automatically gain abilities by leveling up, but hunters without a class can only constantly spend a fortune on it. The black-haired girl turned around and addressed her brother. Then Yunseol came behind him and asked him with a terrifying look if he had money, to which he only tisked. But then a brilliant idea came to him. Shinhyun remembered Jihai and said that he had a sponsor who would give him money, after which the girl turned away and said that he could not be fooled. The hero left with a little anxiety and thought that if he had not made an alliance, he would have been in big trouble. But then he realized that the problem was not that. The protagonist imagined himself from the world of the Murim and wondered how it was possible to be without a class. Then he imagined himself now and asked if they wanted to tell him that a genius like him, who would never appear in the history of the Muram again, is a talentless hunter, and thought that this was annoying. The action is transferred to Mount Chayak in the training dungeon where the rabbit was jumping. The animal was wagging its ears and, in other words, the animal immediately turned into a monster, and it turned out that this was the rabbit's dungeon. Yunseol shot it with a bow and lit it. She turned to her brother and asked with a smile if he saw it, to which he said that apparently she should try her best to catch at least one hair. The monster's body began to dissolve, and she said that he does not understand anything, and such beginners quickly merge. A red stone remained in place of the body, and the girl said that it cannot be that this happened to him, and anyway. The hero picked up the loot from the ground and asked if it was a moonstone and asked if it could be used to make money, to which she immediately told him that it was a natural resource that was not polluted and stored a huge amount of energy, which is why nuclear power plants gradually disappeared with the advent of monsters. The girl raised her hand behind her head to take the arrow and said that in any case, you need to be careful, and even if the opponent says that he is a stronger master or something like that, and anything can happen in the dungeon, but she was immediately interrupted. The protagonist, releasing energy from his finger, killed 3 rabbits. He blew on his finger while his companion was thinking about what was going in one ear and out the other, and said that, as he thought, he would not receive hunter experience points using martial arts, and called up the status window. There was one available point in the characteristics column. The boy leaned close to him and thought. It was a D-rank sword technique, and he wondered if he should ask Jai for another ability. But then his sister patted him on the shoulder and called him shameless and said that of course he would want a free ability at the top of the training dungeon, but he did not listen and read about the rarity and effectiveness. The hero immediately became menacing, realizing what rank the ability was given to him. And then Yunseol with a dissatisfied face said that she did not know what kind of contract he made with the pink-haired girl, but she, the deputy leader, is not an ordinary person, and she will definitely try to take everything from him. But her brother did not listen to her at all and meaningfully remained silent. She was surprised to see him with a menacing face and called out. The black-haired girl with great anxiety reached out to him and wanted to ask why he changed so abruptly, but her hand was grabbed. Shinyon led her with a smile and told her that there was a better place. When the archer saw what he wanted to show her, she gritted her teeth and asked how that was possible. She saw many rabbits below her and asked how many there were, to which the reincarnated one said that the exact number was 337 and he had calculated it before coming using his senses. The black-haired one reached for the arrows and said that even so there were too many and that it was too much for a beginner, but he asked her not to worry about trifles. He really scared his sister by pushing off with his foot while standing on the edge of the cliff and waving his hand at her. As he fell, the hero thought that such shame did not exist. He immediately remembered the words about the cost and the skill card, and he thought that there was no need to give the ability to wield a D-level sword to someone who had reached the maximum level in martial arts fencing and turn him into an unimportant person with no class. The reincarnated one began to bear the blade with the blades covered. He spun around using energy and releasing a wave. The old Taoist dived to the ground, breaking it and saying that even jokes have their limits. A huge herd of monsters gathered around him, looking straight at him. His sister stood on the edge and insulting him, saying that she almost fell herself, but he calmly asked her to stop being angry and said that he was thinking about how to cook these beasts. The rabbits bared their teeth and looked at him menacingly, but then a lot of notifications popped up in front of him. The guy saw the notification about abilities and grinned, but the many alerts angered him and he cut them off, asking if they were going to teach him. Shinyon looked through the cut with a smile and said that it was too noisy. The monsters had already rushed towards him to attack. One of them, drooling, screamed menacingly, but the Murama master swung his blade. Half of the attackers were cut off by the wave. The protagonist's eyes were shining and he was asking about who they thought they were. Cutting down another enemy, he asked with a smile who was teaching whom. The hero swung his bloody blade, moving away from the scene of the massacre. He turned around with a smile and asked if the hunters started appearing 14 years ago. Leaving behind a lot of crystals on the ground, the guy said with a smile that it would take about 100 more years to teach him. Shinyon waved away the many windows and called them annoying with displeasure. Looking at the window, he wondered why there were so many of them. But suddenly, a realization came to him. He received a notification that his swordsmanship had reached a plus, and the hero asked what that meant. He kept poking at them while his sister ran to him and asked why the status was so small and how to change the settings. The girl looked at him with concern and asked what he had just done. The black-haired man continued to point his finger at the notifications and said that he had no idea because he didn't know English and his mastery in all types of swordsmanship should be described in the system, or there would be a failure. Yunseol watched him with anxious surprise and wondered if there was any point in this and wondered if it was possible to get a high-level mastery rank, and at one time. But suddenly the protagonist noticed something strange and opened his eyes wide, turning to her. He lowered his hand with the most serious expression and asked if it was possible to get experience points from monsters using only a passive ability that does not consume mana, to which she said that it was possible and asked what was wrong. The hero looked at the window with a smile and said that there was nothing like that. In front of him was an energy skill with high rarity and mastery. He flexed his fist, tilted his head to the side and said that he wanted to make everything much easier in the future. The reincarnated one slid across the grass. Afterwards, he raised his fist to strike, pulling it back as far as possible. The protagonist lunged and created a shockwave that blew everything in front of him away. Without lowering his hand, he said that from now on, using martial arts, it seems, it will be possible to earn hunter experience points. The guy stood in a wide stance, putting his leg out and said that nothing could be done since the strongest hunters in Korea were Jihai and Tihun, and because they, like all hunters, must have original abilities. Yoon-seol only watched with a dumbfounded look. He grabbed the bow and thought about martial arts. The black-haired man turned around when she called out to him. She became a little more serious and shyly asked him to teach her martial arts. The beauty tightly squeezed the bow and said that she had great doubts when he easily defeated the director, but today, seeing it with her own eyes, she realized how powerful he was. She recalled that fateful raid and the death of her comrade and said that what happened in the Red Wolf's dungeon would repeat itself over and over again if nothing was changed. The girl also recalled how she was struck by a blow and said that there was no guarantee that history would never repeat itself. She also remembered how the bastard held her by the hair, and she said that for her, the leader of the team, it was impossible to remain at the same level. Shedding tears, the black-haired girl said that she no longer wanted to have regrets. She leaned her body forward and said that she knew that she could not become as strong as him, and if she could learn martial arts, then everything would be different. But he put his hand on her shoulder and said that he would teach her and that there was nothing to worry about. He pulled her towards him and with a soft smile said that he had not taken students before, but he would be strict even with her. The sister nodded, and Shin-yeon looked at her and thought that it was for the best, because he would not be able to always be with her and she had to protect herself, and no one knew what might await them in the future. But he immediately walked away with a satisfied look and suggested going to the next point, to which she anxiously asked if they were on a golf course. They ran through the area together using jumps. The girl looked at her brother and asked what he would do now that he knew how to fence. Monsters were looking at them from the mountain, and she continued asking if Appa would continue to study the abilities of a warrior. 2 rabbits jumped from the mountain onto the black-haired man. He raised his fist, filling it with energy, and said that he was now able to level up using martial arts. His blow caused a large explosion. Yoon-seol covered herself with her hand from the blow, but he continued and said that he was not sure, but he knew something, and in his current state, his future as a hunter is still unclear. He blocked her way with his hand and said that it is possible to increase the level of a hunter with the help of martial arts, but there is one thing. The guy looked at the herd and said that he wants to master the ability of a special class. The hero looked menacingly forward and thought that Jihai was able to increase the level by combining her martial arts and the abilities of an assassin. Immediately, the pink-haired girl in a stance surfaced in his memories, and the protagonist thought that he also needed to find an ability that could be linked to his martial arts. And then an epiphany descended on him. He jumped at great speed behind enemy lines, surprising his companion. Finding himself in the air, all the monsters turned their attention to him. The old Taoist raised his hand, creating a sphere of aura. He imagined the villain who almost killed his sister and thought that any ability that could merge with martial arts would be useless. The guy imagined the mage throwing a fireball at him and thought that there were abilities that were quite hard to connect with martial arts, and that was magic. The black-haired man launched a projectile towards the enemy, leaving a trail and detonating them. His sister began to worry and told him that if he acts recklessly alone, he could get hurt. Shin-yeon stopped her with a sly smile, turning to her and thought that a new area of ability that he could not connect with martial arts. He proudly crouched down while the carcasses fell down and said with a smile that he would become a mage. Yoon-seol looked at him with a stony face and her whole head was full of thoughts. Then she turned away while he was dancing while sitting and thought that she no longer cared about it. The hero sat in front of his status windows and thought that after testing the hunter system, he was now sure that there was a big difference between the 2 status windows and the Muram and hunter systems. While his sister was worried standing with a bag and saying that now there was no need to worry about savings, he stood and thought that the Muram system windows only display stats, and there are no special functions in it. And you can only check the level and state of internal and external martial arts, and knowledge of stats is very helpful for those who use martial arts. But on the other hand, the hunter status window displays everything from abilities to stamina and even mana points. The guy carefully studied the information and thought that the interface is convenient for users, and there are a lot of functions and details, and the essence with the presentation of both systems are completely different, and as if these 2 systems were created by completely different entities with the same capabilities. He imagined a knight leveling up and thought about the systems where you need to fight monsters to earn points and rewards are given out immediately, which awakens the growth of hunters, and of course, the obvious risk cannot be denied, but there is one but: by deciding on this, everyone can become stronger. After, the protagonist imagined a Taoist under a waterfall and a battle, after which he said that on the other hand, the way to become stronger in Muram was much slower and more dangerous than here, and an endless amount of training with the risk of life was a way to find enlightenment, and if you could not cope, you had to experience a fateful event. But then his train of thought stopped and the words about the event looped in his head. He imagined a cultivation book and thought that a heavenly deity was a legendary figure who became a deity after divine ascension in the distant future, and he created his own origins of divine martial arts of cultivation. He immediately remembered the days in the dungeon, and the protagonist thought that the secret treasure of the legend, for which they fought for many years in the Muram, and this was when he woke up in the cave. Continuing on with his sister, he thought that the fateful event seemed too obvious to him, so he ignored it. Shinyon looked in front of him and thought that if the goddess was the one who gave the hunter system to humanity, then the being who sent him to the Muram must be. He was immediately shocked. He imagined a man in chains hanging in front of many notifications and smiling, and he thought that this was the god of heavenly war. The hero clenched his teeth tightly and became angry. With the support of Jehai, he was in the dungeons. Afterwards, the guy attacked the menagerie with his power and spent a month in the dungeons to level up. Suddenly, a huge rooster appeared in front of him, and the protagonist said that now he understood why he returned to Korea. He smiled using the strength in his fists, and having reached level 22 of the hunter, he said that there is no more traditional Korean food than chicken. After home, Appa showed his sister 365 blood flows in the human body and she could not stand it. They sat in the shower and meditated, and he thought that she also learned to transmit her internal arts, and to be honest, she was already late in learning martial arts due to her age, but there is a way. The hero stood over her and she anxiously asked what it was. He took her by the shoulder and called her by name. The black-haired man with a sweet smile told her not to worry and not to hold back even if she vomited blood. The girl was scared and asked why he was saying something so ominous. Frantic screams were heard from their apartment, and to forcibly pull out internal forces from the Kai channels and remove impurities, Yunseol's arrows began to pierce the stone, and thanks to this, she was able to rise one level. The all-smeared old Taoist watched as she pointed at the stone and said that it was incredible and asked to look at it, which is exactly why his hair almost burned. Jehai took the cup and said that now it was clear that he was doing well. She asked with a sweet smile if it was time for them to start the agreement. The protagonist looked at her seriously and said that she had not changed at all and would immediately get to work, to which she said that she had already said that she did not want to be in an awkward position for her. The hero brought the cup to his mouth and said that enough time had passed since she called him and asked if she had a plan, to which the deputy said that so be it. The killer came closer and addressed him by name. With a satisfied smile, the beauty offered him to go on a date with her, holding out her hand. Shinyon was very surprised by such statements. He folded his hands with a serious look and said that this was the first invitation to a date in his entire life, but he did not feel it, but she said not to be like that and offered to go. The pink-haired girl took her hand away with a smile and said that a new dungeon appeared, and it has a 10th level of danger. The supposed level for entry is from 45 to 50, and this means that she needs a team of hunters close to a high rank, and this dungeon is not a place where you can go with hunters of the 20th level. And then the yellow-eyed girl looked at him with a confident look and said that everything would be different if it were him, and asked if this was true. The guy tilted his head to the side and asked about the reason that she wanted to go there only together. She said with a menacing look that her goal is to control the number of especially dangerous dungeons. While the sun was shining brightly on the hero, she continued, saying that she also wanted him to grow up as quickly as possible, namely as a hunter. The old Taoist leaned forward with a smile and asked if this meant that she was actually going to support him. But she did not appreciate such words and asked with an upset look about how he learned such a word and acted like an old master of Murama, to which he said that he himself knew this very well, and was offended by the fact that he was called old. The black-haired leaned over, shaking the cup, and said that it was not surprising that she supported him for the sake of their alliance, and then asked about what benefit she would get if he became the strongest hunter. The girl watched as the hero shook the cup. She imagined an emblem with an eye and asked him if he knew about the Festival of the Sun, which is an annual event held by the guilds of Dawn and Dusk. Then the beauty imagined flags with warriors and said that it is something like a friendly battle where they determine the best guild in South Korea, and on the surface it looks like a match held to strengthen the relationship between the two guilds. But in truth, it is an opportunity to identify the strengths and weaknesses of their opponents and determines the chances when they can slit their throats, and he can consider it a mini war. The beauty imagined killing her brothers and said that Dusk and Dawn are constantly in conflict when distributing ownership of dungeons, which leads to bloodshed, and this is not publicly available information since everything happens inside the dungeons. But now they are at a boiling point when a full-scale war can start at any moment, and they are like on a powder keg that is about to explode. The hero looked at her in surprise and asked why two guilds were fighting for first place, and it was quite harsh to consider it a simple fight for rights. The deputy began to pour tea and said that it was all because of Tihun and everything was different before, but suddenly he began to strive for power like a man possessed. The protagonist was surprised when she said that, saying something like they need to follow the will of the heavenly god of war or something like that. He immediately jumped up from his seat and scared her by calling his name and asking if he was here and what kind of relationship he had with the leader of the enemy guild. But she only asked him to relax, and she herself knows little about this god of war and heard that he once received a message through the Murim status window. The black-haired man thought about it, fixated on the message, and she continued, and no one knows if this is true since they cannot see the Murim status window of others. She again imagined the villain reaching out to her and said that even if he had received a specific order from the heavenly god, she did not understand how he could treat the Dawn Guild and her in this way since they had once had a good relationship. The yellow-eyed girl looked down and said that they were comrades in Murim, that they understood each other and shared a common destiny. The protagonist only looked at her and was silently meaningful. But suddenly the interlocutor looked at him seriously and said that she was asking him to take part in the solar festival in cooperation with the Dawn Guild. The driver sat leaning against the window and listened to his boss say that the balance of power, which should not have been shaken, had recently shifted towards the Sevens since they were aggressively capturing dungeons and roads. The hero walked to the car with his deputy. They got into the car and she said that if the imbalance became known at the festival, it would be the end of their guild. Shinyon poked at him with words about how they lost the director, their strongest fighter, at such an inopportune time. But suddenly the hero broke off the jab at himself and said that he more or less understood the situation, but still had not heard the reason why she wanted to raise him to be the strongest hunter. The pink-haired girl with a serious look said that the Sun Festival, to which external media groups are invited and it is broadcast live. She pointed her finger at him and worried him by telling him not to say that he plans to show the whole world his martial arts, and it is difficult to prove that he was in Murim, and this will only provoke hunters all over the world. But then the hero was poked again with words about her assuming that he was confident enough to deal with the International Hunter Association, to which he could not say that it was not so. She looked away from him and tried to poke him with words about how that was why he needed to attend the Sun Festival using only hunter skills, and asked if he understood what he had agreed to and thought that since he was in her debt it would be difficult to say. The driver began to pull the case towards them, and while she said with a smile that she knew that he would give his voluntary consent, the protagonist anxiously asked if this counted as consent. In the case were skill cubes, and she said that there were 6 wizard skills that he had requested, as well as high-ranking mage and sorcerer skills, 1 each. The reincarnated one put his hand to his chin and thought that this was a victory of sorts and he would have had to fight Tihun anyway. But then a piece of paper flew at him. A lot of papers fell on the old Taoist and he aggressively asked what it was, to which the pink-haired girl said that unlike the Murim, in their time there are things called legal steps, and these are documents confirming their official relationship with the Dawn Guild as its ally. The deputy happily climbed into the bag and said that these are supporting documents with all the things that they have supplied so far and a contract for guaranteed payment, and these are official documents on the registration of hunters and the creation of a guild. The protagonist looked at the papers and asked why he was creating a guild, to which she said that for a free hunter there are complex rules for participating in the Sun Festival, and there are problems associated with checking receipts for the things they provided. And then the satisfied beauty picked up the suitcase and offered to guess how much these skill cubes cost in total, and then said that she was betting that it would cost much more than the house, and if he understood this, then let him just sign, to which he said that she wanted this from the very beginning. Shinyon lowered his head signing the papers and wondered how he got involved in this. He ran his pen along the sheet and thought that the name of the guild was just a formality, so you can fill this line with anything. And it was decided to call it Unlimited. The hero spun the mana under his feet and said that he felt it. They were in the dungeon of the monstrous bird, and above them there were many monsters with wings, and he said that all he does is go from home to the dungeons and back, to which the pink-haired girl with a smile said that it was nice to see that he was an exemplary student. And then the killer looking up told him to be careful, and although they are weak alone, looking at the dragons flying towards them said that they have information that there are countless of them. The reincarnated one collected the sphere in his hand and said that it looks like when he was conducting reconnaissance with his Kai, there were at least 3,000 of them. He looked menacingly straight ahead, emitting lightning, and said that the better for him. In the hands of the black-haired man was a huge arrow of lightning, and he said with a smile that the more targets, the better. The guy took his leg away, sliding on the ground. Then he took his hand back, getting ready to throw. The thrown projectile destroyed a lot of lizards on its own. The killer was very surprised when she saw this and said that only a few hours had passed since he learned the skill. But then the hero, trying to cool his hand, said that mana and Kai are functionally similar, to which she said that it is not for her. Shards fell to the ground, and she continued, saying that if he overexerts himself from the very beginning, he will quickly run out of mana points, to which he said that this will never happen, and he is a limitless wizard. Many stones fell into his hand, but she said that he is simply classless, but the guy said that this is not the only type of monsters in the dungeon, to which she agreed. The black-haired man knitted his eyebrows and asked again, saying that it was strange. The man simply scooped up grain from a bucket into a plate. After this grain was used to feed the fish. Somewhere in Seoul, at the villa of the leader of the guild Twilight, a man in a hat sat and fished until he was called out. Cholho stood with a folder and said that they had heard news that the vice leader of the guild Dawn was acting suspiciously. He lowered his head to the document and continued to talk about how she supported the newcomer in everything, who was not registered through the association, and they were also told that they went on dungeon raids together. The leader fed the fish and asked if it was true and asked what was wrong with it. The subordinate came closer and said that based on the results of their investigation, this new warden Jihai, the older brother of the team leader who was in the enemy guild, and after calling his name, said that there was something else interesting, that he was considered missing for the past 14 years, but recently reappeared. And then the boss put his hand out when he said that what was especially suspicious was that when he appeared, the director of Dawn tried to cover his tracks, asked him to stop, and asked where he had disappeared for so many years. Cholho began frantically leafing through the papers and said that their intelligence was unable to find out. Taehoon took off his hat when he continued speaking and said that their strongest warrior immediately disappeared after learning the truth without retiring, and apparently went to Shinyeon to avenge his son. And then the leader put his hat on the bucket and said that he was dead. The employee was fastening the sheets of paper with anxiety while he was talking about how Kangjin most likely died. The green-eyed man said with a smile that the old Taoist killed him. Imagining how the hero was fighting now, he thought that the villain was most likely from Murim. And then in his imagination the protagonist was smiling and his eyes were glowing. At this time, the black-haired man constantly used magic and destroyed most of the monsters. He sharply clenched his fist with a smile and said that the sensations were different from using the palm of the wind. But then he was surprised by the words that she understood his satisfaction with himself after receiving the skill. Afterwards, the pink-haired girl looked at the number of corpses with an anxious smile and said that an hour had already passed and asked if his mana was being spent, except for sensations, to which he calmly said that his mana was already in such a state. He put his hand to his chin and, closing his eyes, wondered how to explain this. The guy asked her to remember that among the cubes she gave him one with the exchange of life force, to which she said that it was something like an emergency skill when he needs to exchange life force for magic, and asked what was wrong with him. The hero smugly began to tell that in Murim, when you reach level 35 in internal and external arts, you get an astral body, and since your body is in this state, you can use your powers infinitely. And when you reach level 40 in external arts, you will receive the rebirth of youth. And due to this upgrade, you can constantly use your abilities to maintain life force, and if it has infinite power, then it also has infinite mana. And if you use the exchange of life force, then you can use magical power infinitely. And this is such a wonderful formula. But Jihai is too simple to understand such complex sayings and fell into a stupor. Then the hero brought his hand to his face and apologized for forgetting himself. He imagined two spheres flowing into one and said that in short, this is an endless flow of power, and even if the type of martial arts is different, at high levels everything becomes similar. The protagonist smiled and hit his fist into his palm and said that he was trying to convey that nothing is impossible if you have a high level of martial arts, to which she anxiously asked if it was really possible to achieve such a thing. But then the reincarnated one sat down and jumped, saying that he would go and deal with the flies before the boss battle, and she thought that this man was not just explaining, but actively shoving his thoughts into sentences. She began to take out her dagger and thought that he thought that she would worry about the boss. If it was just a monster, then she was stupid, and if all this, then the Solar Emperor had nothing to worry about. And then suddenly a winged one flew at her, to which she wondered if she should. Jihai cut off the monster's head without even looking at it. The beauty smiled and asked if she needed to do anything to make a living. Hordes of monsters were flying straight towards her, but the killer used her skill, cutting through the entire crowd that was flying towards her. At the last moment, the deputy managed to stick the dagger into the stone. There she hung and exhaled, saying that it was high enough. Suddenly, the young lady jumped off the wall and jumped far forward. There she began to kill the lizards as she descended, jumping from one to another. Eventually, the pink-haired girl found herself on the ground. There she looked down and said that she wanted them to finish clearing this dungeon as soon as possible. The yellow-eyed girl put the dagger away into the subspace and thought that upon her return she would increase the danger level. And there were more of these creatures than in the report, and it was even more difficult to fight them because they were flying. Looking down, the beauty thought about what level the hunters should be to raid the dungeon. Continuing to look down, Jihai noticed something strange, thinking that the team should consist of 5 people, namely a shield, a mage, a shooter, a priest, and someone in close combat. A huge dragon flew over her. 2 huge monsters flew, roaring and collecting small change around themselves, to which she asked what it was. Looking at the horned one, she wondered why it was so huge and how there could be 2 bosses in the dungeon at the same time. She almost got hit, but she managed to jump high up. The dragon tried to eat her on the fly and already opened its mouth. The killer anxiously took out a dagger from space and said that it was annoying. But then another lizard flew up from behind her. The boss brought his wings together, sending many blades in her direction. The deputy looked at this in horror, while another one flew from behind and thought that it used demonic power, and this was not just a strange phenomenon. While another monster was flying towards her, she thought that the entire dungeon system was broken, when suddenly someone gently took her in his arms, breaking through the dragon. The hero hugged her with a smile and said that he finally appeared. While the pieces were falling on the floor, the pink-haired girl asked him not to say that he knew about it. But the black-haired man looked at her with a smile and said that he warned her about the boss, and while scanning the dungeon with his senses, he discovered an unusual monster. Looking at the approaching dragons, she asked him if he wanted to say that despite knowing about them, he did nothing, to which he said that he was waiting for them, and in general it was normal to leave the boss for last. Looking at her, the protagonist with a gentle look said that he understood that she was worried and therefore froze, but having calmed down, she could easily cope, and asked her to remain calm. The girl looked at him with little anxiety and meaningfully remained silent. They landed on a rock and the black-haired man said that it was time to have a snack and asked her to choose a menu and asked whether she preferred fried or grilled food. But the beauty closed her eyes and said with a slight misunderstanding that in this situation you can't be frivolous. But then fire appeared in one of his hands. In the other was a ball of lightning. The hero crossed his hands with spells with a smile. Looking from under his brows, he said that he was waiting for him. In front of him was a huge lizard, and Shinyon said that there would be chicken for dinner today. The girl looked closely at the sky and wondered what was happening. While the protagonist was actively using fire magic, she asked him telepathically if he could hear her. When the guy struck lightning, the pink-haired girl asked him if he was the one who said he would use magic. The reincarnated one struck, releasing a volley of fire at the crowd, and she continued and told him that he was actually just using his fists. The old Taoist, clenching his fist with lightning, slowed down and asked what she was talking about, because it was definitely magic, to which the yellow-eyed one, with doubts and sarcasm, said that it was. But suddenly something terrible appeared above her. Suddenly, a huge paw crawled out of the green portal. The girl saw 2 huge monsters and tried to understand what it was and asked her companion to be careful. She began to jump at great speed on the rocks and thought that the monsters appeared here from the portal and thought that this was impossible. The deputy jumped on him from above and with wild anxiety thought that this was dangerous and asked him to run. She fired 2 volleys from the aura and tried to shout to him, demanding that he leave, and conveyed that she would create space and they would get out together and asked him to hurry. But suddenly one of the lizards looked at her menacingly. Immediately after, several smaller ones closed it. As the bodies fell to the ground, Jihai wondered if the boss cared that the smaller ones were dying. Suddenly, she became very worried and called out loudly to her companion. She was standing right in front of a huge whirlwind of monsters. The yellow-eyed girl looked at it with a worried expression and thought that after observing them, she now knew for sure that the small monsters were not acting of their own free will. Looking at the huge monster, she thought that the big ones were commanding them. Remembering what happened to the small ones, the pink-haired girl thought that it was because each of them blocked the attacks aimed at the bosses with their own bodies, willingly sacrificing themselves. She raised her dagger and thought that the fight would not end until they dealt with the large monsters, and wondered how she could get them. Looking at the huge whirlwind, she paused for a moment and wondered if the hero was coping. He stood in the middle of the encirclement, and she continued, saying that their gazes crossed. Seeing a clear look at herself, she thought that he did not look away on purpose. The killer exhaled and said that she could not understand what he was thinking about and wondered if it was difficult to answer through voice communication. She opened her eyes and anxiously said that such an anomaly appeared for the first time, and no matter how strong he was, it was still dangerous and she still needed to help him, but she could not reach him while he was hovering in the air. But suddenly she saw a cub. She climbed on it and flew into the sky thinking that this was a cluster of monsters around the protagonist, and the monster did not even notice that she was on his back, and in this case, reaching him would not be a problem. The deputy thought with an anxious and serious look that he needed to hold on a little longer, and if she dealt with the mutated monster that emitted a strange aura. But suddenly another winged one crashed and threw her down. Jihai began to fall down and cursed. With difficulty, she managed to catch on, piercing the nearest target. Turning around, a huge dragon was already shouting at her, and the deputy asked with a smile if he finally paid attention to her. Suddenly, she jumped right on him and thought that it was too late because this was a one-on-one fight. Raising her daggers, the girl looked at him menacingly and thought that there was not a single monster in her game and used shadow dance and ordered him to open up. But then many small individuals appeared from under the wing. The beauty began to fall back and with a hopeless smile asked how quickly she could deal with this, when suddenly a shot flew right next to her. It was the energy that the hero emitted and chopped up all living things around him. The pink-haired girl was shocked that he was using a power blade without resources and thought that he was controlling several blades at once with the help of the sword of exploding air. Looking at the protagonist with a fan of swords, she understood what an astral body was, and he said that this was a role-playing game as a hunter. He extended his hand forward and said with a serious look that it ended here. A lightning hail of swords began, which did not stop for a second. Small lizard carcasses pierced the swords one after another. After that, the stream only intensified, blocking the sunlight. And then the attacks became more powerful. The picture was stunning and mesmerizing, like a comet falling. The deputy at that moment looked at all this from a cliff and saw many falling stones. Remembering the appearance of the rift, she thought that thanks to the protagonist, they managed to deal with it. But there was a more important problem, namely, what if something like this happened in other dungeons? She tensed up seriously and put her finger to her chin, thinking about how the system now determines the level of hunters who can clear the dungeon based on the danger level, and wondered if it was enough to deal with the mutated monsters in that portal. A little despair appeared on the yellow-eyed girl's face, and she thought that it would definitely be destroyed. The hero picked up the blue crystal, and she continued her thought and thought that the festival was not the most important thing right now and they should conduct a full investigation. Jihai immediately imagined Taehoon reaching out his hands to her and thought that he would definitely not miss his chance as soon as she let her guard down, and if she scattered her attention, they would be destroyed in the same second by his guild. She looked down sadly and wondered what she should do, but suddenly a stone was waved in front of her face and she asked what it did. The protagonist stood close to her and asked why she was in the clouds and said that he asked about how this stone was different from the others. Looking at the find, the beauty said that it was a monster skill stone since he defeated a large specimen. He became the owner of a stone with a rare skill. The hero crushed it at the same moment and meaningfully remained silent while she thought about the boss. But suddenly Jihai surprised him by turning abruptly. The yellow-eyed one looked at him seriously and said that she had to tell him something. A month later, young guys on one of the sunny days were discussing the schedule of the Sun Festival and were looking forward to it. They passed by Cholo, who was sitting with his head down, listening to the protagonist who became popular. He raised his head with great anxiety and listened to the rumors that Shinhyeon was the secret weapon of the Dawn Guild. The guy raised his head, looked at the skyscraper and thought that he was finished. A glass was smashed on the bespectacled man's head and they asked if he was kidding. There was an emergency meeting of the top of the Twilight Guild and a man with short hair pointed his finger and said that he was chosen as the savior of the Dawn Guild. But the employee could not even find out where he had been for the past 14 years, not to mention his level and class, to which he said that he was sorry. But suddenly the screaming one was frightened by the leader's address. He slowly sipped whiskey with ice, crossed his legs and smiled. The green-eyed man narrowed his eyes and ordered him to sit down. Park immediately obeyed the order, and the guildmaster said that Dawn seemed to be worried about something. Standing up from his seat, he said that for the guild's trump card, they made their choice too quickly and they would be able to find out whether it was a bluff or a jackpot only when all the cards were on the table. In front of them on the screen was the hero's face. Taehoon menacingly lowered his head and said with a smile that they must destroy the seed of discord. The bespectacled man sat in the middle of the coffee shop. He looked anxiously at his watch and tapped his foot. Looking at the time again, the guy said that he would be here any minute. Suddenly, the protagonist appeared on the horizon and he immediately greeted him. Shinhyeon stood with his head slightly lowered, and the employee continued to thank him for responding to his sudden invitation. And then the old Taoist, who was dressed like a corporate man, raised his head. Suddenly, something caught his eye. He noticed a man sitting behind him at a laptop, while a hand was extended to him in greeting. The secretary took his hand away and turned to the guest. They finally shook hands. The hero, looking ahead, decided to simply greet him at first, but suddenly remembered his sister's words about watching your manner of speech and greeted him formally. Cholho looked at him with great anxiety and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him, and then thought about what kind of rude scoundrel he was, but on the other hand, you can find out his true nature. The bespectacled man immediately became even more anxious when he thought about his role today, to collect as much information as possible about this guy, and said that the reason why he invited him to a meeting today. After that, he reached into his bag and frantically began to look for something in the briefcase, and the protagonist, looking at this, began to think about whether there was any point in keeping them under control if they only had such fools in their team. Some device was placed on the table, and Shinhyeon asked what it was, to which he was told that it was a magical soundproofing device, and if you press the button, a curtain appeared around them, and he continued the story about how this field would block all external noise and their voices would not leak out either, and this was the perfect device for private conversations. The reincarnated man looked at him with an arrogant smile after the words about the conversation, and he asked if this was what he expected when he came here. The bespectacled man became more serious and said that regarding the Unlimited Guild, the Twilight Guild would like to become partners with him. Suddenly, the hero leaned on the chair and thought with a displeased look that he had expected this in principle and asked if they had seen his performance at the Sun Festival and said that he was cooperating with the Dawn Guild. The employee immediately put his hand down and said that they were aware of it and they knew for sure that he had received the full support of the guild. He folded his hands under his head and said that they were also aware of the hidden circumstances of the problems with the team, but they also looked at the success of his raids into the dungeons with the leader. The hero calmly watched, and he continued and said that at the same time, he did not join the guild. Cholo adjusted his glasses and said that instead his interlocutor formed his own guild of one person and cooperates with Dawn. Without showing his eyes, the kid said that knowing this they were convinced that there is a distance in the relationship between him and Dawn. And then the protagonist smiled and thought that he needed to look at him, and he was better than he thought, and was going to take back the words that he thought about him at the beginning. When he heard the offer to work with them and they promised something that his guild would never provide, and also thought that his information is impressive, and it is difficult to deny what he said. The bespectacled man continued to leaf through the papers and asked to allow him to explain the final terms of the contract, but he slapped his hand on the table and said that he does not need it. He waved his hand as he left and said that he came here because he was interested in what they would say. But it was just a waste of his time and he would reject any of their offers, and Cholo could not comprehend this and asked if he was refusing an offer that he had not even heard. He looked after him with anxiety and said that if he abandoned the solar ritual, then whatever he asked they would do, but suddenly the protagonist confidently said that he was indebted to Jihai. The old Taoist turned around with a smile and told him that he despised losing. Then the employee tried to stop him again and asked him to wait a minute, and said that if he left like this, then. The kid called him with tears in his eyes and thought that he was a rare scoundrel because he still had a lot to say. But suddenly the leader took off his mask and asked him how long he would stand like this and peer into the distance. He got up from his place and began to approach. The green-eyed man put his hand on him and scared him by saying that he knew what he had told him. He had an earphone in his ears and said that they should drag out this dialogue as long as possible. The guildmaster grabbed him by the tie, scaring him even more, and said that all the eavesdropping was in vain. And then Tihun started to leave with his arms outstretched, and hearing the words that he was very sorry, and that the guy had been rude to him, he said that he didn't care and that there were more important things. The head of the Twilight looked ahead with a menacing look and said that it was strange. He narrowed his eyes and wondered who he was. Jihai held the phone in her hand with a smile, listening to what had happened, and that the enemy must be very upset now. The hero walked down the street with a smile and said that he most likely thought that he was from Murim, but the name of the Supreme Emperor of the Sword did not spread far. Afterwards, he remembered the guy behind the counter and said that as soon as he entered the cafe, he felt him open his outer kai and his assumptions were correct. To which the pink-haired girl said that the guy was very cautious and the type to get very nervous when the situation went beyond his expectations. The yellow-eyed girl leaned against the wall with a smile when she was told that he would not bother her for a while and asked about how the investigation in the dungeon was going. To which she said that thanks to him, there were no new complaints since that dungeon. She looked at the screen with a smile and said that at least for now it was like that. Remembering their raid, the girl said that she would have worked herself to death if he had not taken the investigation in the dungeon of ominous birds upon himself and thanked him for the service. To which he asked about what else he needed to do and asked if there was anything specific. She looked at the phone in surprise and asked again. The hero was tense and she asked why he was so gloomy and asked what was wrong with him, to which he meaningfully remained silent. His sister came up to him and asked if he had finished speaking. He folded her hands in front of her with some sadness and called him to go. The black-haired man immediately put the phone away and agreed and thought that nothing could be done. They headed to the cemetery. Yunseol touched the glass and turned to her parents. Shedding tears, she said that her brother had returned. The old Taoist stood behind her with a devastated look and meaningfully remained silent, thinking that he knew it. He turned his head to the side, closing his eyes and thinking that coming here was a bad idea. Looking at the painting, the boy thought that he was very different from how he used to be, and he couldn't shed a tear even though he was standing next to the remains of his parents. He turned away and started to walk away, thinking that even if he showed her such an inhuman side of himself. His sister was crying and silent, and he was thinking that it would not do her any good. She turned away from him and asked if he really did not feel anything. The hero became very gloomy and fell silent when she told him that he did not look sad or even hurt. The girl turned to him. She followed him with anxiety and asked him with a smile why he was silent. She felt uneasy, and the long-haired girl said jokingly that what she said was true, but he interrupted her and said that he was sorry. He began to leave and thought that it was impossible to hide it completely, and said that he had become someone who could not show what she wanted to see. And then Yoon-seol gritted her teeth in resentment. She immediately kicked the ground and screamed a question about whether he even knew how strange he was and asked what he was apologizing for and asked what he thought she wanted to see. The black-haired girl stood with a menacing look and began to think about what she wanted. She immediately remembered how she rode on his back as a child. Covering her face with her hand, the archer asked him about why he had changed so much and was acting cold even now. The hero only looked at her without showing his eyes, and she said that she was not even sure that he was still her brother, to which the protagonist said that a lot of time had passed and it was impossible for her to remain the same. But suddenly his sister decided to leave him with a menacing look and said that it did not matter and she had lived normally alone until today. The guy just silently looked after her. There was some sadness in his eyes and he thought that he should not have come here at all. He remembered many deaths and in his head there was only a question about why he had changed so much, and whether she wanted to know, and then he thought that he himself would like to know the answer and wondered why this happened to him. Suddenly, a glitchy notification appeared behind him. It asked why, and he wondered where the Muram dialogue box came from. The god of war smiled among the chains and asked why he still took the form of a human. The hero was incredibly scared after being addressed by name. He looked at the notification in front of him and wondered why the question of humanity arose and what kind of nonsense this was. His hands were shaking. Notifications came out with an offer to stop senseless resistance and said that he could help with motivation. The black-haired man, without showing his eyes, menacingly said that he was still the same and did things unilaterally, and then asked who he even was. Shin-hyun became playful and asked who the heavenly god of war was. The protagonist began to pull at his tie with a smile, and he kept promising to take everything from him and asked him to wait, to which he was told that this was madness. The sun was shining very brightly and the hero said with a smile that he did not know who he was and why he was doing this to him. Everything around him began to tremble after the words of the reincarnated about the ban. He smiled with his head down and said that he would find him and tear him to pieces. But then a notification came out again asking him to just wait. And then the remnants of the light dissolved, as if they had never been there. The black-haired man looked ahead with special seriousness. He frowned and said that all he had. Yoon-seol stopped in a moment. She turned around with tears in her eyes. The girl did not see anyone behind her and looked forward. Tears rolled down her eyes and the beauty said that he did not even follow her and called him a vile scoundrel. For several days, the speaker at the festival jumped up from her seat and greeted everyone very loudly. Shaking her head from side to side, she scared her colleague and said that this is especially for those heroes who went to conquer dungeons and hunt monsters, and they all waited for this for a long time with passion, interest, and expectations towards hunters, and her partner said that this is for sure and thought that he chose the wrong partner. She slammed her hands on the table and said that they will continue without further delay. The brown-eyed girl jumped up from her seat with wild enthusiasm and said that this is the most grandiose event in Korea. Confetti and airships flew around the arena to the cries of the opening of the festival. The fans in the stands screamed, and she continued and said that at the time, the festival unites the hunter community and gives a truce. The little girl walked with her mother by the hand and from the side, words were also heard that they can watch the hunters in action with their own eyes because this is part of the solar festival. The hero in the jacket stood and listened to this chatter, saying that it felt like something like the Olympics or the World Cup. And then the deputy said with a satisfied smile that it was actually very similar, and in the eyes of the public, hunters are the most interesting. The girl took the handle of the mug and said that they are like superheroes who can use superpowers like in movies, but this information is strictly limited at the international level. The beauty opened her eye and said that another reason for holding the festival is to create a friendlier image of hunters. The protagonist looked with utmost seriousness and remained silent, and she called out to him. She found it all a little strange. She put the cup on the table. Shin-hyun became even more worried when he was asked if he had quarreled with Yoon-seol. And then the deputy remembered how they walked separately and said that it was not surprising, because they looked tense when they arrived at the arena. And then the pink-haired girl poked him with her words about how she needed to know what happened, and she thought that the hero did something wrong again, to which he thought that she hit the nail on the head again. And then the yellow-eyed girl was very surprised when she was asked to help find housing in a quiet and secluded place. The assassin was even more scared when he said that he received a message from the Muram status window. Imagining many chains and notifications, he thought that he did not know his target, but he thought that the heavenly god of war was coming for him. While his sister reached for the bow, he continued and said that since he did not know how he would hold out against him. The black-haired girl took the bow in her hands, looking at it sadly, and her brother said that if she stayed nearby, she would be in danger. The deputy immediately tried to sit up anxiously and asked to wait a minute, and said that she couldn't digest it all at once. She tried to defuse the situation by saying that even if all this was true, he needed to stay close to her and live separately for the sake of his sister's safety. It was strange. but then he turned his head. Looking at the family on TV, Shinhyun said that Yoon-seol did not need an older brother like him. Continuing to look at the happy child, the protagonist continued the story and said that she had previously said that he, whom the girl knew and hoped to see again, had long since disappeared. And then a blow flew at him while he was talking about how it would be better to return to how everything was before. The killer's fist stopped on his chest. She lowered her head sadly and said that she did not like to interfere in family squabbles, but if her brother had said such a thing to her, she would have definitely hit him. And then the old Taoist was shocked by the words that she knew more about his sister than he did. At that time, an employee entered the room and asked if the vice leader was here. But then he found a very strange picture and said with anxiety that the event was about to begin. The pink-haired girl began to be very shy and said that in general you need to knock and that this is the basics, and she told the hero that they would continue the conversation later and asked him not to go anywhere until she returned. The black-haired man calmly looked after her and said nothing. He scratched his cheek and thought about the fact that he was punished. And at that time, in the arena, they were marching in full force and the speaker addressed the residents, saying that before the festival began, they should watch the opening ceremony, and the heads of Dawn, who organized the solar festival, appeared before them and would come out to greet each other. On one side, the leader of Dawn came out. On the other, the vice leader of Twilight came forward. The hyperactive speaker pestered her colleague, saying that some might not know this, that Jae and Taehoon used to be in the same guild, to which the latter anxiously said that it was true. While the scoundrel was reaching his hand towards the yellow-eyed girl, they continued and said that they started out together as ordinary hunters, and now they stand opposite each other at the top, and the sly one said that a lot of water had flowed under the bridge. There was a fake smile on his face, but the pink-haired girl clenched her teeth in anger. She was able to smile, tilting her head and said that it was true and asked if everything was okay with him. Then she turned her attention to his deputy and said that the assassin boy who served as her replacement had grown up well. After his mention, he reached for a weapon but was stopped. Taehoon said with a sarcastic smile that he had heard that they themselves were very busy taking care of the newcomers. Then he raised his hand and said that they always took care of the weak. He imagined many corpses of her comrades in his shadow and told her that this time he would get rid of everything with his own hands, which prevented her from moving forward. She moved her head to the side and exhaled. Mixed aggression appeared on her face and she said that she would consider it a compliment and told him that he should just try. The green-eyed man received great pleasure from these words and the solar festival began at the same moment. A strong handshake with an aura occurred. One of the hunters knitted his eyebrows and shouted loudly. He struck the girl's shield with a spear quickly. She clenched her teeth and tried to defend herself and cursed, as suddenly her opponent raised his weapon up and sharply split her shield, wounding her. Blood spurted from the blonde's mouth and she started coughing. The leaders were sitting on thrones on the observation deck above and the speaker was shouting that the individual duel of the warrior tournament number 5 was won by Sanmo from the Twilight Guild and that this was incredible power. And although this was a blunted weapon specially created for the competition, he seriously injured his opponent. Taehoon, still sipping cognac, said with a smile that is expected from Dawn, it had been a long time since their warrior had fought with an opponent for so long and in any case, she was not a threat to him. The pink-haired girl looked at him with hatred and thought about how arrogant it was. When suddenly the green-eyed man stood up and said that he would step away. As he left, he said that he hoped that they would be able to entertain him in the next match. The deputy watched, looking at his back and was silent. The guildmaster stepped out of the archway and an assassin stood behind him and addressed him. He pulled out a dagger and asked when he could. The guy flashed the blade and asked about the date of Jaehae's murder, and suddenly a finger abruptly closed the weapon. And then the man in the green vest told him to relax and said that it would be soon. Looking away with a smile, he said that everything has its time and wondered what the hero's sister's name was and said that he wanted to greet her. We were transported to an abandoned city, and the speaker shouted that she was greeting the audience, and this was the Archer Survival Arena. Showing the ruins, she said that this was an opportunity to see expert archer representatives from each guild. There was incredible joy in her eyes and the girl shouted that the qualifying competition would soon begin, and asked the commentator if he was rooting for anyone in particular. He just put his hand to his chin and said that there were quite a lot of good participants, but he personally was rooting for Yoon-seol because she was young and promising as she was showing excellent results. MC's sister was getting ready to go out and they continued and said that she had recently had an unpleasant incident and it was called the incident in the Red Wolf dungeon. While the girl stood in the room with her head turned away, the two sat behind her and wondered if she would really participate and wondered why she was allowed to compete, although she killed her subordinate, and also wondered what if the same thing happened to them. But suddenly the black-haired girl turned around and loudly asked why they didn't say all this to her face since they had already started. The guys immediately covered their mouths and were scared. She followed them with a menacing look, crossed her arms and remained silent. The girl abruptly began to move back. The beauty leaned against the wall and exhaled. She remembered the day at the cemetery and thought about how she hadn't said a word to her brother. The archer got angry and said that now when she thinks about it, she gets angry again and she feels sad. Why is he avoiding her? But then she was called. The girl with the short haircut anxiously asked to come to the waiting room for a while because someone was waiting for her there. She was very surprised to hear this and remained silent. A fire lit up in her eyes and she guessed who it could be. And then it turned out that everything was completely wrong. There she met the deputy, who asked about how she was feeling, to which the huntress reluctantly answered. She looked at the boss and asked about what was wrong with her before the competition, to which Jae asked what she meant, because she just came to support a promising hunter of their guild. Yoonseol got angry when she said that she wanted to go in with her brother, but had no idea where he had disappeared to. The yellow-eyed girl noticed this and began to worry, keeping silent meaningfully. The archer froze after she was offered to resolve all the misunderstandings between them. She immediately frowned after the girl persistently approached the deputy, forcing her to raise her hands, asking since when she had been meddling in other people's business, to which she asked why they were telling her that, because she was just worried as a sponsor and boss. But the black-haired girl only laughed at this. She put her hands on her hips and said that honestly she didn't like her, and it felt like they were keeping her brother close and pushing him wherever they wanted, and asked if she was wrong. Remembering her relative's eyes, Yoonseol said that now that she thought about it, he decided to become a hunter after meeting her, and yet it hadn't been that long since he returned to normal. The girl gritted her teeth in resentment and said that Shinyeon shouldn't have become a hunter. She put her hand on her shoulder and asked what he was trying to achieve by becoming a hunter and gaining strength, and said that he was even chasing something without telling her. The pink-haired girl became worried, and she continued and said that she had a feeling. The archer burst into tears and said that he was no longer the brother she knew and that he had changed and become distant. The speaker on the wall announced that the archery competition would begin in a minute and asked the participants to come to the arena. The girl began to wipe away her tears and apologized, saying that she didn't want to show her that side of herself. But when she started to leave, they told her that he most likely didn't want to change himself. Jae said with a dejected look that she knew, because she herself had experienced similar suffering as her brother. She remembered the times when she was a killer. In her memory, she stood at night over a corpse and said that he went to hell, where he could die at any second, and spent a lot of time there alone, and he simply could not stay sane. Yellow-eyed was completely emotionless then and said that he did not want to show this side to his sister. Archer, leaving, said that it was strange that she needed to hear something about her brother from her. A smile appeared on her face and Yoonseol said that he probably considered her unreliable. Moving even further, she said that this is unlike the one with whom he is on short terms. The killer looked at her back and was silent. But suddenly she abruptly looked back and kept silent meaningfully. Seeing part of his back behind the wall, she said that she was wondering where he had disappeared to, but he was here. The protagonist was standing behind the wall and she continued, saying that he had promised to leave her, but apparently to worry about her, to which he said that he had just happened to be passing by. The pink-haired girl was about to say something at first, but suddenly she gathered her thoughts and surprised him by saying that he was no different. Jae grabbed him by the collar and pulled him. She menacingly pressed him against the wall and asked why he couldn't just be honest, and why his sister was no longer the child from his memory. The protagonist gradually began to realize the situation when she asked him if he really thought that hiding his true intentions from his sister was the best solution. Yellow Eyes became even more assertive and said not to make her laugh, and if there was something to say, then it should be said without concealment. Suddenly, she exhaled and walked away asking him to follow her, and a shot from a flare gun occurred when she said that she would show him a side of his little sister that he did not know about. The projectile flew high into the air, brightly illuminating the area. Suddenly, something rushed along the ground at great speed. The people of Dawn rushed after each other and the speaker began to talk about the qualifying competition within the Archer survival, and at 1.6 teams from Dusk and Dawn would face each other in a duel. Taehoon sat at the podium and wondered what would happen. He said with a smile that he hoped Jae would like what he had prepared. Looking at the saddened Archer, he said that this was just the beginning. At that moment, her earpiece activated and the words about Code C, enemy encounter, were heard from there, but the other team called Code E for help. When she was on the roof, the words about Code B were heard, with the enemy detected 200 meters away. She recalled the words of the pink-haired girl about how he didn't want to show his pathetic side to his sister. A fragment of her brother standing with his back to her also appeared in front of her. The girl immediately hit the wall, breaking it, and cursed. She gritted her teeth and wondered if he thought that she wouldn't understand anything if he remained silent, and offered to just tell him what was happening. But no, he shared everything with Jae. When suddenly data about an enemy scout in the alley of the 3rd district was heard from the earpiece, and the target was out of sniper range, L codes, and it was necessary to wait for the arrival of support. Suddenly, the black-haired girl moved the bow to the side and wondered if he still thought that she was a child, and that he was the only one who had changed. On the other roof, there was a young guy and she said that there was no problem with aiming, but the coordinator said that the enemy was out of the 300-meter range. Yoonseol saw him, and they continued and said that even if she was in the sniper class, it was impossible to shoot a bow for the competition. She stepped on the edge when they wanted to stop her and said that there was no problem and she would get rid of them herself. The beauty pulled the bow, loading the skill into it. After her shot, an appeal was immediately heard, but the shot was fired and the martial arts of the loaded sight were also added to it. The projectile was already approaching the enemy. He was hit right in the chest. Cheon was out. The black-haired girl stood on the roof with a calm look and said that the shot was successful, and she was immediately praised. She was arrogant and told her brother not to look down on her. She remembered how she sat alone under the wall and the authorities discussed how she could suddenly be left without a family, and there was no one who could take care of her. The girl clenched her fists after the words that she could not even find the body of her older brother and thought that he did not die. Remembering the accident and her dead parents, she was sure that Appa was still alive. Remembering the clean seat, she thought that he would soon appear in front of her and prayed and believed in it. Something strange appeared in front of her in a moment of despair. On the TV there was a message from a deity which said that the nightmarish days would come very soon. The blonde folded her hands and addressed humanity, asked them to develop. The girl raised her empty eyes, while everyone wondered what the hell this was, and thought that it was a revelation from a goddess about monsters, dungeons, hunters, and all because this ridiculous world was becoming reality and she believed that her brother would definitely return, and she really believed it. After passing her test for hunting abilities, she received the archer class and after accepting the state, she got into the hunting academy. There, milk was poured on her head. The bastard threw a bag at her and asked if the orphan was tasty. Their hands were on her devices and a question was heard about whether she was jealous. The purple-haired guy laughed louder than anyone else and said that they pay a lot of money to attend the academy, and she got in for free. But then he was hit in the face with a tray with all his might. Yoonseol stood up from the table and said that if they were jealous, they could become orphans, and when she was insulted, she looked at them menacingly, cursed and offered to follow her if they were so brave. They only looked at her with horror and remained silent. The girl remembered how the blue wolf attacked her and thought about how she graduated from the academy that way, and after she was found by the top guild Dawn, which everyone wanted to join. The dog bit her bow and the girl tried to defend herself. She reached for the arrow fragment and asked if they thought that she had suffered for so long. Having pierced the monster's head, the black-haired girl with a menacing look asked if it was so that she would come across this scoundrel. There was hatred in her eyes. The monster died in a pool of blood. Jehai found her there and said with slight surprise that she came to help. Seeing Yoonseol covered in blood, she said that there was probably no need. The yellow-eyed girl looked at her with a smile and asked if she was new and what her name was. The hero's sister looked at her with distrust and gave her name. The killer extended her hand to her and said that she gave the impression of a person with burning eyes, and that she would become strong and asked her to remember her name, after which she thought about how she caught the deputy's eye and became the youngest guild leader. Behind her stood a dissatisfied guy with his arms crossed and she thought that not only Junghyun was dissatisfied with this. She remembered how she worked and thought that whether it was the leader of the team or the Dawn, it was fun and because she wanted to become stronger. The girl pulled the arrows over and over again, rubbing her hands until they bled in order to survive without her opponent. The black-haired girl honed her skills as an archer, thinking that she couldn't allow bad thoughts to appear even now, and she snapped at herself. All her arrows hit the bull's eye. Now the hero's sister picked up the pendant with a sad look. There was a photo of them together, and she kept silent meaningfully. The girl began to put it back in her bosom and said with displeasure that this was not praise for her, and her brother was bad because he was with Jehai. She looked menacingly forward and said that if compared to her opponent, who was good at martial arts, she was missing something. And suddenly the beauty raised her bow up and said very loudly that she would not forgive him for treating her like a child, because she was not that weak. Suddenly, there was a deathly silence that was embarrassing. Looking around, the blue-eyed girl realized that it was too quiet. She used the earpiece and said anxiously that the code was L and that she was leaving here and would settle in a new place, and then repeated the question. Suddenly, a red aura appeared in front of her. Many arrows flew like a hail behind her trying to hit. Suddenly, one of them hit her hand and pierced it and an order was heard to cease fire. There were 4 people standing on another roof and a report was heard that the target had been found. The enemy had a devilish expression on his face and she thought that fortunately the muscles were not affected, but her skin was pierced by arrows and the arrowhead should be blunt, so this was impossible. Blood was dripping from her hand and she thought that they were using real arrows. One of them jumped down to her and told her not to hope that someone would come to her aid, because they had interfered a little and were sure that the broadcast camera could not reach here. The black-haired girl said with concern and a smile that there was no information about help. She pulled the arrow out of her hand with a smile and said that she had never relied on something like this in life. Throwing away the arrow, the beauty said that she had no idea why they created these problems for the sake of catching one person. The black-haired girl pulled 3 arrows into the bow at once. Looking from behind the bow, she said that they were all already dead and suggested to begin. Immediately, people ordered to kill her, and the girl looked up, seeing arrows flying at her. They were flying at an incredible speed, something had to be done urgently, so she immediately jumped up and was able to dodge the blow, and then she pulled out the bow and used the archer skill. Thanks to this, scattered flying arrows were activated and flew in different directions. One after another, they killed and wounded her opponents. Then the girl jumped back and thought that she missed one person due to the injury, and he looked at her and thought that the brunette could defeat 3 people in such an unstable position. Then he frowned and thought that if they also use competition arrows, he cannot believe that a sniper can do so much damage with close combat. Then he imagined different archers and thought that snipers specialized in long-range attacks, shooters focused on attacking certain areas, and rangers, who have advantages in close combat due to their agility. This is the third type of shooting classes like rock, paper, and scissors. They all have certain advantages over each other. He also thought that in this case, a team consisting of only rangers, for the sake of eliminating this girl, who is a sniper, is simply useless. And the brunette herself at that moment was flying and thought that fortunately, it did not hurt, she should deal with the rest. And then a new enemy appeared nearby, so she flew to the side and landed on the ground. Then she dodged the attack and activated the sniper skill again. Her arrow flew straight at the enemy. He miraculously managed to dodge, but the same boomerang strike was used, and despite the fact that the arrow flew back, it turned around almost immediately. When the guy landed on the ground, it was too late to do anything. He raised his head and began to condemn her, and even then he did not notice that an arrow was flying at his back, which almost instantly pierced his back and killed him. His body almost immediately fell lifeless to the ground, and the brunette frowned and realized what she was doing. Also opposite her stood another rival. The guys looked each other straight in the eyes and were very determined. But suddenly another member of the group appeared to her left. The young man shot at her, almost immediately launching a projectile. The arrow flew at an incredible speed, and it was almost close to the brunette. At some point, the girl turned around and noticed her, and then she immediately played in her head her brother's words about using martial arts and understood everything. Some second power activated in her and the brunette was immediately able to catch the arrow with one hand. The opponent did not understand how this was possible and what the hell was happening now. But nevertheless, the girl immediately flew towards him and swung well, and then she was able to take his life with one blow. Because of this, the young man fell and she switched to the next one. She smiled and said what they should do because there was only one survivor left. The brunette opposite, in response to the fact that he could say his last words because they were going to knock everything alive out of him, said that he surrendered. And then the dispatcher announced that he would help her and activated Code 1. Then the back of the brunette's head was already flying arrow. 3 people appeared on the roof of the building, and the dispatcher immediately said that this was a good job. She raised her head and said that she understood his message, but it seemed that the help came too late. In response, she heard that he was sorry. The battle commentator watched her through the camera and said that the archer survived the 6th round, the Dawn team won, and it was unclear what had just happened. Then her assistants landed there, and on the news they said that you are abnormally dead in the transmission zone. The hunter defeated 4 Twilight players. It was clear from the girl's face that she was incredibly happy, and the observers from the side said that it was incredible and the brunette was really very strong. Bullet was like this from the very beginning. The girl herself then closed her eyes and said that she did not need help, if possible, and activated the sniper skill. Then she raised her head and thanks to clairvoyance said that she survived and thanked her brother. At that moment, a helicopter was flying over her, and the older brother was sitting inside and was happy with what was happening. His girlfriend looked at him and asked if she saw him. He coughed and said that he saw everything. Then he opened his eyes and added that his sister had managed to get out of the critical situation thanks to him teaching her martial arts. But that was not what they were talking about. Then the guy turned around and said with a smile that he was joking. His girlfriend was right, and he really didn't know the girl at all. He remembered her as a little girl and said that when she grew up and became so strong, he didn't understand. Then she remembered her childish laughter and added that he would no longer treat her like a little girl. After which he literally fell silent and added that as expected from his sister, he was interrupted and told that it was so, and also asked how he could so openly tell her about using martial arts. After which the girl looked down and added that they were lucky that there were problems with the transmission. At the same time, a drone was flying there, as they had agreed that if they had met that person, then things would have ended badly. But in fact, the man had been watching what was happening all this time. After which he got very angry and said that most likely that movement was martial arts. After some time, everyone moved to the amusement park. There sat a girl and said that she would like to know how her brother felt about his sister's strength. He thought about it and immediately heard that everything was so clear, at least he should have opened the lid since he was pretending to drink. Then the brunette turned away and said that in the eyes of the strongest immortal in the universe, someone there, she probably lacked a lot. After all, if not for martial arts, she would not have made it to the finals. Her internal energy was also running out. In the end, she would have simply lost. But then the girl was surprised when she heard that this was not so. Her brother put the bottle down and said that she was strong, all thanks to her hard work, both martial arts and hunter skills. The brunette lowered his head and apologized for hiding a lot from her. He wanted to be her brother like before, but there were some things. He immediately imagined her as a baby and said that he considered her the same small and innocent sister as in the past, but in fact, this is how she grew up. She became much more mature. The girl listened to all this and was silent, and then she looked around and said that for all the time, she wanted to find a person, that she made it their family. That's why she became a hunter. She also introduced the archer and said that she thought that if she reached the highest level, she would be able to get at least some kind of hint, but she didn't even notice how she plunged headlong into all of this. After which the girl lowered her head and said that it seemed to her that everything was not particularly difficult. That's how she got to this point. After which she pulled out her little finger and added that however, everything was in the past. She just wanted her brother to promise her one thing, to never leave her again. In response, she heard that it was obvious. But then she looked at him from under her brows and said that it was not obvious. Then she raised her eyes and said that lately she felt like her brother was hiding something from her, and because of this, she felt lonely. There was no point in hiding anything from her. He listened attentively. Then he smiled and said that he understood everything. Then he squeezed her little finger with his little finger and said that he promised that he would never leave her alone. And he also added that there was something else that his sister needed to know. The girl immediately asked in surprise what it was. The brother smiled and said that her brother's nickname was not Immortal Someone or Other, but Immortal Emperor of the Sword. This news shocked her, after which the girl completely fell into a stupor. Finally, a loudspeaker nearby announced to the audience that in an hour the great battle would begin, so they had to hurry to the beginning, and repeated that there was an hour left before the beginning. Her brother got up from the table and said that he had to go. In response, he heard that he had to try hard, and received a question whether he was serious about going in these clothes. After all, it was an official event. The guy turned around and said in surprise that it was comfortable, and by the way, he asked if Alice's sister thought these guys were strange. It turned out as if they were deliberately aiming at her. The girl immediately remembered them and said that when dawn and dusk intersect in the dungeon, sometimes skirmishes occur, but this time they openly attacked her, and it was really strange. After which the girl smugly added that they often meet such people. They probably wanted to quickly get rid of the Dawn Pro, and the brother thought that she would definitely kick the Pro in the ears. Then he thought and heard that if everything is so, then this is good. And in her head there was the same notification that everything will be taken away from him again. After some time, the guy arrived at the stadium. There he was met by a man who said that he had heard a lot about him from the deputy head. Then he shook his hand and said that he will have to take on the Vanguard in the great battle. He is looking forward to it, and by the way, he is very pleased to meet him. After which he turned around and asked how things are with the others. While the man was talking to the guys, the main character was standing there and discussing with his girlfriend whether this was the same leader they were talking to. In response, he heard that he shouldn't look down on him because he was a top level 60 hunter. Then the young man said no matter what, the man was still weaker than her, and the girl agreed with this. After which the brown-haired man approached her and said that he would go, and also wished her successful preparation for the competition, and the guy thought that he understood this way. He would not use martial arts during the battle. Then he smiled and also thought that he would not forget that highly developed martial arts are indistinguishable from magic. And there is one more thing, he wanted to thank his girlfriend. She listened to his thoughts in surprise when he said that she managed to make peace with her sister. Then she smiled and replied that Rada, and also wished them good luck. And here is the answer to this. The brunette also smiled. Finally, fans approached him and asked if it was really that person. He had heard a lot about him from the deputy leader. He said that this person was incredibly talented and asked him to take care of the Vanguard. The guys were literally shocked by him, although the brunette did not listen to anything and thought that no matter how much he thought it was suspicious, the guys who attacked his sister were definitely following someone's instructions, and only one person who can give such orders. Suddenly, that same person appeared there. It was the leader of the Twilight Guild, who smiled and said that he really interfered with their break. The brunette looked at him through the other fans and was clearly crawling, thinking that if the one who sent him a message was a heavenly warrior, then it cannot be ruled out the possibility that this person, subordinate to the heavenly warrior, was also involved in this. After which the man came closer and asked if this is not a friendly fight, came to say hello, what's wrong? The guys answered them that everything was clear, and said that the thing is that their guilds are not in such relations. And the head of the guild smiled. Then he spread his hands and said that apparently he was pretending so lousy. The guys were right. In fact, having heard that a great man would be with them, he came to spy on him. Then he came closer to the main character and added that he had heard a lot about him. It was nice to meet him. And he smiled, adding that they were meeting for the first time. At first, the guy looked at him. Then he shook his hand and said that this was true, this was their first meeting. After which he looked at this man for some time and thought that the heavenly harmony of pure art still did not find a response, did not understand. If this was not his doing, then where would his sister have learned martial arts? He remembered her and thought, can a person who has not been to Miram master martial arts? The main character also looked at his assistant and said that he knew one of the workers, who said that they had not seen each other for a long time. And then he tensed up a little when the young man told him that before this he had somehow tried to get a little closer to him through his secretary, but unfortunately, the conversation did not work out. After which the young man looked at the man again and said that, by the way, in the Battle of Archers his sister caused a lot of trouble for the Twilight Hunters. In response he heard that he was just about to say this. As expected, here are his sister's excellent skills. Also the main character frowned and said that the leader should remember that he would not forget about it, and he would have to pay for it, and the man replied that he was scared. Would he be looking forward to it? The boy turned around and said that he should really wait. He also thought whether the summer was connected with the heavenly warrior or not. That was the second thing, and first of all he touched his sister. And leaving, he added that he would arrange an interesting performance for him. It would never disappoint him, while he thought that it would erase his guild from this world, for sure. All the stands rejoiced. The commentator said that the audience had been waiting for you for a long time. Everyone listened attentively to the fact that today the main event of the Sun Festival would take place, which did not require words. The girl stood up and added that the great battle of dawn and dusk should take place today, and is finally beginning. Everyone around was looking forward to this fight. When the main character entered the battlefield, she said that the hunter who would represent the Dawn side was a super newbie who had attracted a lot of attention thanks to his personal offer of partnership to the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The guy was also standing there, and they added that this was the head of the martial arts guild, the hunter Shinhyun. The girl also grabbed her partner and said that the appearance of a hunter not from the guild in the great battle was their first time. Who is this? Why was he invited to Dawn? It is not clear. The guy who worked with her added that the level, class, achievements, all information about this person is hidden. Since nothing is known about him, this can affect the enemy psychologically. And he also said that his opponent is the head of the Twilight Vanguard. A guy appeared there who said that the rumors are true. He really has an impudent face. And the commentators said that this was a genius mage of the Twilight Guild, fiery charisma. The flame of a fire dragon. The guy came closer and said that he would incinerate him to a crisp. And the brunette grinned and replied that he did not understand if this was serious, the flame of a fire dragon, and what kind of fiery charisma. Wasn't he ashamed? In Miram it would have sounded normal, but here it definitely wasn't. And while the guys looked into each other's eyes, the commentators said that the first match of the great battle was beginning. The same bell rang. Meanwhile, the head of the Twilight Guild smiled and thought that this man knew exactly what to do. He looked ahead and thought that there was no way he could be left alive, at least try to reveal all his abilities. And his subordinates meanwhile stepped back and remembered that this was the head of the guild. But when he raised his head, he was surprised and asked what kind of show was going on. His opponent was flying right above his head. Even the commentator was asking what was going on. Apparently the main character immediately revealed his class and flew up quite high. Levitation is a skill of the sorcerer class. While the guy was hovering in the air, the girl added that he openly revealed his high class. Besides, the hunter demonstrates his high control over magic. Because he maintains such a height, is this really his strategy? Meanwhile, the man turned and asked the girl if he had any plan. She thought about it and answered that no, it seems the young man just wanted to do it. The brunette at that moment was still hanging in the air and thought that his opponent was a level 50 hunter, a wizard. He looked at him and thought that his level was approximately the same as his previous opponent. I immediately remembered that fight and thought that if they use martial arts, the enemy will not come out of it. But if he fights, I use only the skills of a hunter, then he is probably on something buttock. Now he is at 53. Then he lowered his head and thought that although he quickly increased his levels with his power, he did not have any experience as a hunter. He also looked at the guild leader and thought that there was something else. The man was watching him at that moment. So the guy smiled and said that he was watching him. Did he really want to know more about him? Then he raised his hand higher and while activating his power, he said that he could watch for 100 years until his eyes dried up. He would definitely not show him what he was waiting for. And immediately the projectile was aimed at his opponent. While he was defending himself, the commentator said that a huge number of energy spheres created by the heroes were literally pouring down on the enemy like rain. This man was trying to protect himself from them with a fire barrier, but it did not help much. And the guy then stood below and thought that mana spheres without attributes were a basic class skill. Was he really testing the waters? After which he returned fire, and the commentators said that the hunter finally brandished the burning flame like a whip and tried to counterattack his opponent. Then the wizard frowned and thought that his opponent was a sorcerer, but he was definitely up to something. There are only 3 classes of magicians engaged in non-combat activities, making skill cubes and items. These are artisans. He immediately imagined these magicians and thought that they specialize in combat, endowing mana with special attributes. These are wizards. And the sorcerer, who is the embodiment of the phenomenon and concentration of magic, are already separate individuals, closer to people with supernatural abilities than to mages, and use teleportation or flight. He literally had the image of such a sorcerer before his eyes, and the thought that in battle they usually take a position in the rear, and not on the front lines, and are responsible for supporting roles, sometimes exhausting, using their amazing secret weapon. Then he took a step forward and thought that standing and watching is not about him, thus approached the enemy to strike him again. Then the guy activated his fire energy and shouted that if he had a trump card, it was time to get it. And when he struck the first blow, he said that otherwise he would have to experience his heat. The main character immediately hid his face behind his hands, and even frowned a little, and then he completely stuck into the ground. The commentator was surprised, shouted that this was incredible. The flame of this man literally explodes the brunette, which was expected from the flame of the fire dragon, a magnificent connection between the magic of the fire flame and his physical strength. Everyone around was shocked, and the commentators added that the hunter, known for his fighting style, which is clearly manifested in close combat, which is rare for the magician class, this is interesting. Nevertheless, the brunette lowered his head and said that he thought that the only magician from Muram, after which he stood up and added that his thinking was somewhat similar to his, and this spoiled his mood a little. Pronik stood opposite all this time and listened attentively to him. Then he formed another fire sphere and answered that he was warning again if he didn't want to just crawl on the floor. Then it was time to fight, and activated his own special skill. A huge column of fire then flew towards the main character, and his opponent stood and shouted that it was time to show everything he had, using the march of the fire dragon. This huge fire dragon was already approaching the guy. Then he smiled and said that his opponent had surprised him, that he had asked for a trump card, so let him get it. He immediately put his finger down and surprised everyone very much. The blue energy of the main character appeared in front of the fire dragon. His opponent looked at this and asked who this crazy bastard was. After all, his incredible strength stopped such a serious attack. The commentators were also shocked and asked what just happened. They looked at the literally broken arena, said that it was simply incredible. He avoided the fire dragon while using fast movement, but it was amazing how he managed to survive. The people in the stands didn't understand what was going on either, and listened to the commentators say that it looked like he was being eaten, that it was completely incomprehensible. A huge monster of blue flames appeared above the guy's head. He used magic perfectly just by snapping his fingers. At that moment, the man turned to Jihai and asked what the hell just happened, and the girl left. She was thinking about how no one could really tell the difference between his power and magic, and how he had fooled so many people, and that he had said he didn't really understand what was going on either, but in fact she understood everything. And the guild leader was sitting next to him at that moment, watching everything. He was just furious, because he saw his protege standing in the arena while they were saying that even the special move Fire Dragon March was useless against the main character, and he was thinking why it didn't work. It was his special move. The guy got really angry about that. Then he created a new projectile and shouted that this bastard should die. But the brunette raised his hand and literally created a shield in one motion, and asked why his opponent was so worked up. Maybe he wanted to be shown something, as a consolation. The opponent immediately jumped away from him and flew up, and then he landed and ordered him to shut up, smashing the floor with his feet. And while he tried to attack him in hand-to-hand combat, the commentators said that this man begins a series of furious kata. However, the main character holds on well and easily restrains him. At that moment, one was angry, and the other was having fun, and the commentators said that this was a very exciting battle. Who would have thought that there would be a hand-to-hand fight between two magicians? Finally, the guy's opponent stopped and did not understand anything when he heard that he held on very well, but made one mistake and spoiled his mood with this. The brunette pressed on some point on his leg and said that this man was too green since he opened up like that. The center of gravity should be his legs, but he took and so stupidly tore them off the ground. After which the opponent flew out and fell with a roar behind his back, and the guy added that he should also correct his bad habit of raising his shoulders too high when striking, and focus on the opponent carefully. The red-haired young man raised his head and asked how his opponent did it. He even asked again. Then he came closer and leaned towards him, saying that he had been studying martial arts for quite a long time. Then he leaned even lower and added that he simply had little experience. And pressing himself almost to his face, he asked if he really understood everything. Did he really think that his abilities were enough? After which he said a phrase that angered his opponent even more, Or rather, that seemed to hurt his pride, showing that his pathetic techniques alone were so insufficient and he was so weak. Immediately, the main character was surprised and heard that he was now being threatened with the fact that his ashes. The young man still got up and activated the flames around himself. The brunette miraculously managed to jump away from there, and his opponent screamed that even having exhausted all his strength, she would devour him to ashes. And then many fire dragons appeared around. Again, there was the use of true power. The march of fury of the fire dragons headed straight towards his opponent. The brunette stood there and did not understand what he should do now, and then he smiled and said that it looked like he would have to put in a little of his strength, because there was a really strong opponent opposite. The fire then enveloped the entire arena. The commentators said that this man would now devour the entire stadium to the ground. His fire dragons were flying everywhere. It looked like now the brunette would have to sweat to defend himself. And then the girl took a step back and said that all the flames covered the stadium, just like an explosion, and it became very hot. The young man's girlfriend also stood there and watched carefully when she heard that her comrade had driven him into a corner. What would he be able to counter such a ruthless attack? But no, something happened. And then the girl was seriously surprised. After all, before her eyes, the brunette was able to protect himself from the attack with one movement. It was simply incredible. Even such a powerful attack could not break his strong barrier. It was true. The guy stood there and smiled, saying that it was so annoying, but such attacks are not so difficult to fight off. Then he spread his hands and added that while his body was immortal, did not feel either cold or heat, it would not be so easy to deal with him. Nevertheless, the fire dragons kept advancing and advancing. Everything around was ablaze, although the attack was blocked. And a second later there was an explosion. The fire began to die out sharply. The brunette lowered his finger down again and added that his pathetic attack would not even be able to touch him. He really survived and was unharmed. The commentators said that he easily dealt with such a terrifying force in an instant. He just took and so easily defeated all these fire dragons. These guys were shocked and shouted, "What kind of power is this? Unbelievable. Is his power really in controlling gravity?" Then his opponent just fell to the ground and said that this is nonsense. Then he raised his eyes and looked at his opponent, and the commentators were discussing whether this magic had been so powerful before. What, for them, experienced in such competitions, this is new. His power is beyond imagination. How can a person use gravity so skillfully? Is he really a beginner? The guy meanwhile came closer and said that their battle was more fun than he expected. Then he directed his energy at his opponent and added that it was time to end the fight. And he dealt a strong blow. From this, the young man with red hair flew back and hit hard. And his opponent smiled and said that now it was definitely all over. At that moment, the head of the guild asked his assistant who was next. In response, he heard that the knight would go next and said that it was wonderful. Then he smiled sarcastically and added that the assistant should go to him and tell him to use it. If you imagine this person, Shio Jae-young, the Spear of Twilight, which protects them, his spear erases everyone from dawn, killing literally at the very beginning of the battle. Finally, the knight entered the ring, and the commentators said that this is the Spear of Twilight and the killer of magicians, the knight. Also, the girl turned and enthusiastically added that judging by the nickname, this person has never lost. Another added that in general, the war class has a higher percentage of victory compared to magicians, but dare to suggest that magicians may have more techniques unknown to anyone. And the main character then also stood opposite and looked at his opponent, after which he stretched his arms and said, "Is this really a killer of magicians?" Looking forward to their battle, and he also has a nice suit. And the head of the guild then sat there with a smile and thought that this guy is too relaxed. This time everything will be different until he defeats this person. The knight immediately activated his power, and the commentator said that this was the great battle of the Sun Festival, announced the beginning of the second duel. The knight's skills were strengthening. The man immediately swung and ran towards him, and then he struck the first blow, and the girl said that at the beginning of the duel, the knight activated all possible buffs of physical strength, immediately went on the attack on his opponent. He smiled and asked if he was really going to suddenly break through the front. It was pretty fast. Then he gathered energy and said that he did not care. And then he launched a projectile at him and said that it was obvious that he was just a dummy that was easy to defeat. Then his magic spheres began to explode on the battlefield. But nevertheless, the knight ran out of them, and he got as close as possible to the guy, surprising him. He had to immediately jump back to dodge the blow, after which the young man raised his head and thought that he was not only fast, but also strong, and his willpower was great. Against such opponents, an air fight was the best. At the same moment, the opponent thrust his spear into the floor and activated the knight's skill. Then he swung and jumped towards the main character. The brunette certainly did not expect this, and then he struck again. It was a jumping attack. The young man managed to create a protective barrier, but even it was pierced. And immediately there was an explosion. The commentators called this attack simply incredible. This man does not give the opportunity to fly. He attacks him successfully without hesitation. What a pity for those responsible for the rink, they will have to fix everything, because there is complete devastation. Meanwhile, the main character was lying on the ground and did not understand what was happening, asking how much time had passed since the last time, how he was printed into the ground like this. The knight at this moment was not going to give up and stop, he ran towards him. Finally, the young man got up and said that if he could use martial arts, he would finish him off in a second. He also added that this bastard is pretty stubborn, because the opponent was running at him again. After which he raised his hand, and with glowing eyes said that most likely the opponent wanted to see this, then lowered his finger down. But then something strange happened. The head of the Twilight Guild calmly drank his drink, while the commentators said that the hunter used the unknown skill again, while his opponent, who had not stopped since the beginning of the round, was now unable to move. Then the man stopped drinking when he heard their sincere surprise, because the knight began to move. He was able to resist this magic and began to rise, and then he looked at his opponent with glowing eyes. There was a magic pillar around him, but it seemed like it wasn't an obstacle for him. It couldn't be. The hunter was able to get up, and despite such pressure he went forward. It was amazing. Then the main character heard from him. Did he really think that his gravity could stop him? Now it was his turn, and the knight ran at him shouting that he needed to get ready. The brunette looked there in surprise and asked what this man was talking about, and then he waved his hand and asked when he used gravity. At first, he didn't understand right away, after which he flew back at incredible speed and hit the wall. The man practically lost all his strength. It seems that this was the final blow. Everyone was in shock. Also the head of the guild, who clearly did not expect this. The commentators also did not understand what happened. They looked at the rank and said that this was the hunter's gravity again. No, this is an unknown force. It is enough to crush even this knight. And while the guy was standing there, they said what kind of skill was just used. The brunette approached his opponent and said that the boy was really strong. It was surprising that he had lasted until this point. Then he put his hands in his pockets and added that his strength was not gravity, but attraction and repulsion. This was his main skill, which he had received with sweat and blood. It was called yin and yang conductivity. Information about this skill immediately appeared. This was the highest treasure, which even made one doubt its existence. It could be used without being exposed to external factors associated with magical properties. It added the attribute of attraction or repulsion of magical power. Then the guy raised a pebble and said that if his opponent knew the basics of physics, he should have known that in it the force of attraction is the force that attracts objects to something. The force of repulsion is a repulsive force. It is difficult to explain in detail, but he probably understood the essence. And then he threw this pebble at his head, after which he closed his eye and added that he applied force in the direction he wanted, and the opponent, but he was interrupted and said that he was wrong. The knight stood up and said that the opponent should not have explained his weakness, and then he stretched out his hand, looked at him with mocking eyes, and used his true skill. Here, all the observers were shocked, because now it seemed to be becoming clear why the knight was called a killer of magicians. The girl looked at this with fear and thought that this knight had a special skill. If her comrade had nothing but magic, he was finished. And indeed, the brunette could not do anything now. This hand was like a sign of death for him. The head of the guild was finally happy and said that this guy would die right here. But Jihai was very scared and shouted, "Is this really so?" A status window immediately appeared in front of the brunette's eyes. It said that a counter spell was used, and the use of magic was prohibited for 10 seconds. While the opponent raised his axe over him, he did not understand what was happening and what was this. Before the fight, this knight was approached and told to use counter spells by order of the leader. The guy turned around and said that this is not a skill that he would like to use in public. Why go so far? And the leader's assistant looked at him and said that the leader thinks that this man is hiding something. He does not know what exactly, but a sorcerer with the power of attraction is too dangerous, so he must be killed. And he said this with a smile on his face. And now the main character looked at his opponent and thought that it was all over. He was scared and asked what it was. Meanwhile, the opponent flew towards him with his spear, and then he hit right next to him, but he miraculously dodged. Nevertheless, the knight smiled and said that he saw that the brunette was surprised. This is his true skill, counter spells. It temporarily disables the use of magic, so he is finished. The young man flew to the side when he heard that without magic, he has no chance to win. And the people in the stands were also shocked, and the commentators said that how unexpected it was precisely the moment of the end of the fight. But turned out the opposite. The mysterious skill used by the knight suppresses the hunter. I wonder what kind of skill is this? The head of the guild smiled and said that the knight is simply a stupid and honest guy by nature. He will not be able to hold back his anger in front of someone who secretly attacks with magic. And he added that he himself did not dream of such a skill, and the girl turned and shouted that this does not happen. She was very scared and thought that he urgently needed to run away. The competition no longer mattered. He had to give up and not use martial arts. But the young man asked if he really should run away or give up. Meanwhile, the knight approached him and said that this was not so. Then he swung and said that he would not be able to avoid, not give up, and began to accumulate attack power. Then he looked at the enemy with burning eyes and said that now the tip of his spear, a huge accumulation of power, is concentrated. It can destroy an entire house. I wonder if he can hold out without magical protection. Then he bounced off the ground. He swung and wished him death. And the guy raised his head and asked if he would really die, would he? Immediately the knight struck. But the brunette looked at him with burning eyes and asked what kind of nonsense this was. And then he activated a very strong energy impulse. Everyone around felt it and did not understand what it was. The men then turned to the deputy head and asked if everything was okay. Why did they suddenly grab their heads? The head of the guild at that moment was still holding his head and thought that this was the heavenly harmony of pure art, began to resonate. But what kind of energy was this? He had never felt it before. At that moment, the enemy was still trying to get to the main character, and the head thought that he had never encountered such large and frightening streams of energy. And the knight could not cope with them either. Suddenly the guy began to scream. Then he stopped and thought how it was possible. Was it magic? No, it was definitely not. The counterspell was still working. But nevertheless he was buried in some kind of magical shackles. The young man was hanging right in the air and shouting what kind of skill was this. Then his opponent appeared in front of him and answered that it was not a skill, but martial arts. If he was interested in what it was, he could ask his leader later. He asked again in surprise. And the guy was still looking at him with burning eyes and said that a couple of minutes ago he almost became the same because he was offered to run away, and he simply hates this one. And while he was looking at the knight, he noted that he seemed very surprised, only he sees and feels this power. And he also added that the energy binding his body was a type of swordsmanship called the spiritual sword. It was a power that could be used when you reach the 40th inner level. Call him the phenomenon of the spiritual sword. Although it was a type of swordsmanship, the word sword here symbolizes human will, and the brunette then flew closer to him. Then he pulled out an imaginary sword and added that if he reached this level, then just by thinking, he would be able to kill people or separate heaven from earth. He also smiled and added that such an end was too boring, wasn't it? And then the chains around the knight began to move. He landed on the ground and heard from his opponent that he had to teach the younger ones a lesson. Therefore, the brunette hit his opponent's chest with all his might. He even began to spit blood, and this pleased his opponent. When the young man threw him away, he thought only about the fact that the leader should now take a close look and watch as much as he wanted. Then he smiled and thought that these were the true martial arts that he wanted to see so much. Then he jumped up and activated a whirlwind strike. The knight's body flew into the air at an incredible speed. His bones literally cracked from the pressure right there. The leader was shocked by everything he saw, and the commentators asked what was going on. They thought that he managed to stop this strange skill, but now the situation has changed again. Now the knight cannot resist. And when the brunette landed on the ground, a bloody opponent fell behind. They also discussed whether this has anything to do with the energy emanating from the main character's body. The young man was clearly pleased with himself, and the commentators said that this was the end of the duel, and the medical team should hurry to the field, and he said that it refreshed him. He had not used martial arts for so long. Quite funny. In this duel, the main character won, but the guild leader lost, and the commentators said that in the second duel of the Great Battle of the Sun Festival, this guy wins. After this duel, the young man refused to continue participating, saying that his mana was exhausted. In the subsequent battles of the Great Battle, Twilight lost with a score of 3-2. And the Festival of the Sun came to an end. All the news wrote that this time neither Twilight nor Dawn could capture the Festival of the Sun, but martial arts unexpectedly took first place. The main character quickly became a star among hunters. The prestige of Twilight at this festival fell significantly. People actively discussed it in the comments. And the head of the guild locked himself in his room. The assistant came to him and asked if everything was okay, but he stood by the door for a long time and did not hear an answer. Meanwhile, the man sat downstairs and just laughed. He found this situation very funny. He recalled all the emotions he had experienced and said that he had enough of that fear, and now he was swept away. After which he took the jacket and said that it was a fleeting moment. But the strength that the guy showed then was not at the level with which he could cope, so he must have wanted to say that he was not his equal. Then he put it on himself and said that he acknowledged this, and perhaps he would not be able to defeat him now, but since everything was like this, he had to act. He smiled and added that he had no need to hide his means and methods. And when he left, he told the assistant that they had to go. He asked where he was going, and the brunette said with a smile that of course they had to see the heavenly warrior. A week passed after the Sun Festival. The operators on the phone said that everything was wrong and repeated themselves over and over again. This took place in the headquarters of the Dawn. Their people said that this is the Guild of Dawn, and they want to hear the voice of the hunter and at the same time ask for the contacts of the Guild of Martial Arts from them. And one of the operators asked how many times it is necessary to repeat that the main characters are not in their guild, he is in the Guild of Martial Arts. Then he could not stand it and began to shout into the phone that the deputy head of the guild and the hunter are dating, and these are terrible rumors, asking who is this idiot calling him. All these screams were heard even in the conference room, where at that moment the deputy head of the guild and the main character were sitting. The secretary stood next to him with a downcast face and said that as far as they probably already know, they received a total of 328 calls, 800 emails addressed to the Guild of Martial Arts, or to be more precise, to the head of the guild Shinhyun. These were mainly reporters, and those who want to join the guild. The girl was just drinking tea and listening to that. Excluding this, there were 8 requests for cooperation, 42 requests for advertising, and 29 offers for filming. The guy was also listening attentively. That is requested, all the offers were rejected except one. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door and said that he apologized for the interruption, but the chief secretary urgently needed to go out and take a look at this. Then the man raised his head and said that he would finish his report here. And then, upset, he went to the door and thought about what had happened this time. Then the girl put down a mug of tea and said that this is how things are, and asked what it was like to become a superstar. The brunette exhaled and replied that he might not say he was not against fame, but he was uncomfortable with this hype. And he added a question about the secretary's name. He should thank him. The deputy head listened attentively, after which she raised her head and said that she was a little late, but apologized. He immediately asked what it was about. The girl explained that she did not want to reveal his identity then, so she asked him to surrender. It was rude of her, but at the same time she did not take into account his opinion, so she apologizes. She was too worried. She also lowered her head and with a sad face said that this was a situation in which they could have been in danger if they did something wrong. The young man stood up and said that the deputy head was really winding himself up. Did he really think that he would suffer because of such a trifle? And he lowered his head and added that it was a shame, of course, well, and he himself did not want to use martial arts, and what would the head of the guild do with this information to her? He introduced them that day and added that his limit was to realize all the superiority over him. In the near future he would most likely be inactive. Then he looked around and added that as soon as he thought that he was aiming at his sister, he wanted to strangle him. The deputy definitely liked these words. Then the girl bowed and said that it was true that the external activity of Twilight had decreased after the holiday. She assumed that he could easily put pressure on Dom, but it seemed that he was very shocked. As far as he knew, this man had locked himself in his house and was not going anywhere, and the veteran hunters who had remained neutral were now knocking on their doors. After which she extended her hand and said that this had given Dawn an advantage, all thanks to him. She also smiled and said that she wanted to say officially on behalf of the deputy head of the Dawn Guild, thank him, the head of the Martial Arts Guild. The young man first smiled, then said that finally she had become ordinary, and he shook her hand, saying that he would rely on her in the future. And he also took the phone in his hands and said that so much time had passed, it was time for him to go. His sister was waiting for him. The woman immediately looked at the stack of papers and said that the guy had only accepted an invitation from the Union of the Jeju Island Guild. Why did he need it, and why did they reject the other offers? The young man was already leaving when he said that he was tired of the capital's dungeons. The level was not rising much either, and there was something else. He smiled and said that this was Jeju, an ideal place for family travel, right? And when leaving, he said that he would return in about a month, then they could see each other. The guy believed in this girl, or rather, he believed in himself too much, and if he had known in advance what would happen, he would never have gone to that island. The last thing he saw was her smile. After some time, the guys arrived at the Jeju International Airport. The main character's sister was walking there and was very happy. She turned around and said that they really came here. Then she looked around and said that she was here for the first time, asked what was the first thing to eat, black pig meat or perch. And the young man just walked behind, happy, and asked if she really liked it that much, but it wasn't for fun. Suddenly, someone caught the guy's attention and screamed loudly. There was a representative of the Island Guild Union and the Tamra Guild itself. They chose a rather strange way to greet them. It looked a little ridiculous, and the guys were hanging around because of this and couldn't even answer anything. Then the brunette turned around and said that it would be a good idea to rest, too, just to get away from them. But the head of the guild caught up with them and stood in front of them. Then he shook the guy's hand, and he began to shake it with all his might, saying that he was the leader of the guild, thanked them for accepting the invitation. The girl behind did not understand why he was the leader, because he looked younger than her. But the guy came closer and said that he really liked the main character's battle on the holidays of the sun. It's a little embarrassing, but from that moment, he became his fan. Asked if he could get his autograph later. This time he bought a t-shirt with him and would like to get a signature on them, and the young man thought maybe he should go back. But then the guild leader switched to his sister and asked if it was true that this was the leader of the group and Dawn, and probably here as an escort, and also the sister of the head of the martial arts guild. Nice to meet you. At that moment, an assistant came up to him and said that time was running out. The young man turned around and said that he completely forgot. Then he began to push the guys forward and said that he was insane that he was doing it so quickly, but first he needed to go somewhere. He would tell him in detail along the way. The brunette looked at him and said that he understood, maybe he should let him go, and in response he heard that their schedule was very tight. The leader kept saying that they said it was their first time here and would later give him a tour of all the establishments here. At that moment, someone was watching them from the side and said on the radio in Chinese that the main character had arrived. And on the other side there was a man in glasses who said that if he came to Korea, he should speak Korean. Did he really want to reveal himself? And immediately heard an apology. Then he got up from his lounger. He stood on the white sand and said that the sweet rest had come to an end. He was surrounded by a dozen guards. The man walked there and said that it was time to work. Then he took off his glasses and said welcome to the trap to the main character. Meanwhile, the group arrived on Jeju Island at the headquarters. There they were met by the leader of India and greeted. The man shook the guy's hand and said that he was the leader of the Cha Guild. His name was Kim Heejun, and he was very glad to meet him. He also added that these two had come a long way, so he hoped they would not refuse to try their special treat, and asked his nephew to bring it here quickly, and he agreed. While they were saying that they had brought the island's special treat, the girl stood there with glowing eyes and thought that she was very interested in what kind of delicacy it was, maybe black pork or perch. The boy smiled and said that once he had tasted this delicacy, he would never forget its taste for the rest of his life. After which he opened the tray and added that he was proud to present to their attention a first-class, fresh and carefully selected one. Everyone was just waiting to see what was there, and it was some kind of tangerine. At first, the girl was a little surprised and went into a stupor, and then she took out her bow, but her brother told her that it was not worth it. She just had to be patient a little. When she opened the tangerine, they said that they would like to apologize for having to discuss work immediately after arriving. Given the current situation, there was no other way. The man looked at the guy and said that, as he probably already knows, on the island are the only owners, but there are also two large organizations of hunters, Dawn and Dusk, but decided to create their own independent organization. Introduced these two guilds and said that it seems that soon it may happen that they will be able to capture the island of Jeju. After all, they have long put the class on. Now he will tell you in more detail why. He has already introduced his own coat of arms and said that up to this point their guild Tamra played a key role in managing the island. After which he introduced the dungeon and said that this was until the moment when dungeons with a high risk of danger began to appear too often and in large quantities. Dungeons with a danger level above level 11, which had never appeared on the island before, now appeared at once in 5 different places this year, and as you can guess, dungeons of such a high level can only be cleared by guilds that have veteran hunters above level 40. Then he lowered his head and said in a sad voice that unfortunately their guild is currently unable to participate in clearing dungeons, because they do not have veteran hunters, which is why they really need a hunter with a high level so that they can start participating in clearing these dungeons, but they all belong to either Dawn or Dusk. At that moment, the guy looked at him and said that he could not understand what the problem was. Well, dungeons appear, let them appear. Can't they just ignore them? It is unlikely that monsters will be able to get out of the dungeons on their own, but he immediately heard that there is no way. The man came as close to him as possible and shouted that if they cannot protect these dungeons as before, they will lose the right to manage dungeons in the future at all. Because of this, the right will completely pass into the hands of Dawn and Dusk, and if the right passes into their hands, they will never be able to return it in their life. In response, he heard that now he understood everything. And then the men grabbed their heads and screamed with tears in their eyes that they had to go through a lot so that those two guilds could not gain a foothold here. If they continue to do nothing, others can completely capture Jeju Island. And then he opened his eyes and said that they thought that they could not be saved, after which they fell into the abyss of despair. But then he pointed his finger at the main character and said that like a ray of light, he appeared, their last hope, a hunter. Then he literally praised him and said that they were lucky that he was not associated with any guild, a high-class hunter who officially takes a neutral position. Their savior, a ray of light, because thanks to him, they will be able to save their guild and preserve their territory on the island. And they also shouted that he was simply perfect because he was the third wave, a new generation, the one who could outshine other hunters around the world with his radiance. Here the brunette was a little confused and thought that these guys were probably crazy. The guild leader also looked at him with glowing eyes and added that he thanked him with all his heart for accepting their invitation and coming here. He would never forget his kindness for the rest of his life. But in response he heard that there was no need to thank him because he had not come with the best of intentions, but simply to raise his level and earn some money. After which the guy stood up and said that since the conversation was over, they needed to quickly head to the dungeon, but then his sister stopped him and told him to wait. The girl looked at him with serious eyes and said that there was a problem that needed to be solved. He even tensed up a little and asked what the problem was, and the brunette looked into his eyes and said that a black pig and a perch were waiting for them. After some time, there was already a battle in one of the dungeons. There was a sudden explosion. The guys below were fighting and defending themselves from the monsters. One of them grabbed a spear and said that no matter how hard they attacked, they wouldn't give a damn, they were too fast. Because their opponents were fire poisonous monkeys, and these monkeys could easily create a huge sphere of fireball and then launch it like a projectile at the guild members. The guys miraculously escaped their projectiles and realized that they urgently needed to retreat. Then they felt that one of them had been hit by something. When the young man turned around, he asked if it was poison. Then he introduced the enemy and said that of course he had heard that they were poisonous, but he did not expect that they would also be so strong. Then he created a protective barrier again and thought that their power was much more dangerous. He did not know how long the shield would last, their flame was also too powerful, and he was generally silent about it. The other one began to retreat and thought that the situation was getting worse and worse. The guys fought with their last strength. At this rate they would definitely be killed by poison or flame. But suddenly there was an explosion and someone said when he heard that they were called bulldogs, they thought that they would see dogs like these monsters. It was the main character who was able to drive away the enemy with one blow. He smiled and said that it turns out that they were given such a nickname for using poison and fire, and they turned out to be ordinary. How boring. One of the guild members turned around and thanked him, and from behind, his sister appeared with the leader, who said that what was expected from the leader of the martial arts guild. In one mix he could deal with those monsters, thanked and said that thanks to him their guys were saved, and the girl asked why she should drag him at all. When the boy stood on the ground, raised his hands and said that he apologized, he also thanked. He was able to save his magical power thanks to the girl. He just would not dare to ask such a leader, but if he used magic, he could spend all his strength. Then he activated his magic and said that in any case, thanks to the two of them, he did not waste a drop of his magical power, so he could easily complete his job without a hitch. Then he smiled and said that both should be ready. The guys immediately waved to him. And when the monkeys were sealed, the guys pounced on them and destroyed them. After which the leader approached the guy and asked if there really was a lightning attack before. Maybe he also learned magic skills, as expected from an amazing leader, and in response he heard that it was true something like this, and asked what was his level of magic power. The young man scratched his head and replied that he had a little more and would be level 40. The brunette behind was shocked and thought that his level was higher than hers, although this person was younger. And the main character then looked at the other guys and said that the other hunters seemed to be almost level 42, watched them fight for a while, and they were pretty smart. In response he heard they thought it was quite natural to have such a level, because they are responsible for the island's dungeon. It would be a shame if their level was much lower. At that moment, these two were just actively fighting the monkeys. The brunette also imagined the moment of teleportation and asked about the teleportation magic that he used. It was very interesting. The boy answered that of course. He had to kill a lot of time during training, because it is a rather complex and difficult to use force, although it seems to him that it is not worth his attention. But then it dawned on him that something happened. The boy ran up to the brunette and asked if this man really understood what kind of magic was used just by looking, and he thought that there were such clingy people here, they would find any reason to stick. Then he looked away and thought that he was finally able to get an answer to his question. He had to invest in intuition. And also studying the status window, he thought that intuition, as one could already understand from the name, is the ability to see things as they are. Thanks to his skills in martial arts, he does not need to look at other characteristics besides it. I immediately imagined these characteristics and thought that no matter how talented I was in martial arts, I could not do without it, because it is very important to see the essence of things. And after I was able to just look and understand all the intricacies of using this magic, I can confidently say that I could master it. Therefore, he smiled and said that it seemed to him to shake them even more and said to look at him now, he will show teleportation magic. The sister was shocked and the boy was just happy. The main character raised his hand and said that just do not be too surprised. True, a second later nothing happened. The young man just stood in place, so the people asked if he still had not used teleportation magic, and the girl replied that it was necessary to pretend that he succeeded. There is no need to embarrass him, just a person who does not understand how the world works. But the same brunette came to his senses and asked how this man activated teleportation magic. Other monkeys were sitting nearby at that moment. The guild leader came up to them from behind and asked what these guys were doing here. Then he waved his hand and said hello. And after that the monkeys didn't have time to do anything, because they immediately found themselves somewhere in the air and the boy said goodbye to them. And then he deactivated the teleport and so the monkeys flew straight down. At that moment, a brunette was standing below and said that it was just awesome, and in response he heard that this is how magic is used. The boy landed nearby and said that he simply directs a stream of magic at the monsters one by one, and then makes them fly up. In the same way they can be dropped from a height, the main thing is to use it on an object, then it will work. Then he threw up his hands and said that it is true that he has a limitation in the village. He can lift objects to a height of about 150 meters, but then, monsters that do not have wings, falling from such a height will definitely die. It even sounded a little creepy. The young man presented a diagram and said that the teleportation range can be adjusted in empty space and within sight. Within this range, they will be able to move together with the desired object in any direction. Then he grabbed his head and asked why the guy asked him to show and tell about his skills. Could he really need it? But then everyone was surprised when the main character teleported. He appeared on the tree when they asked if he could really use this teleport. The leader is simply incredible, and replied that after examining the use of magic in detail twice, after listening to the explanation, he understood how to activate it and thanked the boy for his help. True, he got stuck in the tree and said that it looks like it will take some time to learn how to use this magic correctly. Everyone immediately tensed up from what they saw. Some time passed. They set the table. The guys raised their heads and said that they were grateful that they helped them. Now they can take a break and eat, and the guild members sat nearby and said that it was very hard for them. Then the girl got a little upset and said that there were dangerous monkeys around here, and these decided to eat carelessly, even knowing that they could attack, and in response she heard that nothing could be done about it. The boy also presented the killed monsters and said that thanks to the two of them, he was able to find some time for this. When the leader approached her with food and said that it was even more important to eat, because without food he would not be able to replenish his energy. The girl replied that this was some kind of nonsense. She came to the island, and here they were shoving ordinary kimbap. After which the boy turned around and said that, by the way, the brunette's skills in using teleportation were getting better and better with each attempt. After all, he was different in level from other people. And he smiled and replied that, as they say, and having mastered at least one to the limit, it is much easier to learn another. And if the guild leader continues to train hard, he thinks that someday he will be able to reach his level, although this may happen in 200 or 300 years. Of course, the boy immediately grabbed his notebook and said that he would definitely keep this in mind. And his sister stood aside and thought that even though this person was her own older brother, he behaved disgustingly and she really wanted to beat him up. Then she took a mug and said that if they suddenly decided to blindly follow her brother everywhere in the hope that they could achieve something, then they should give up this idea. The brother mastered his skills in a special way, which only he can use, so they are unlikely to be able to learn anything from him. But she was surprised when she heard that this guy is a leader, after which the boy picked up the notebook and added that this is exactly why it would not be wrong to stop there, and they will continue to further develop their skills, especially since he recently felt like he reached his limit. He looked at the list on the telepath and said that he understood everything perfectly, but sincerely wanted to learn something from the new guild leader. Then he turned around and said that of course it is impossible not to note that the team members believe in him and are researching him, but he understands perfectly well that he needs to become even stronger and not let them down because these people trusted him. He also added that they think that if he could become stronger, he could protect his comrades himself, and the brunette remembered how she lost her friend in one of the battles. After which the boy grabbed the back of his head and said that he wanted to apologize for raising such a sad topic. The girl immediately snatched the roll from his hands and said that she took them. After all, it was a train. She thought it wouldn't hurt, and the dad from the island was surprisingly also very tasty. This news simply lifted the leader to 7th heaven in part. He began waving his arms and shouting that he was very glad to hear that she liked it, and if he wanted, he could bring her a whole truck. And she replied that it was not necessary, this was already unnecessary, while the brunette next to him said that he wanted to know how much time they had to catch these animals. The boy immediately introduced the monsters and said that they were quite fast, and their number was quite large, so it was difficult to guess. Besides, there was a limit to how many times teleport could be used. If he had known in advance that this could happen, he would have tried to properly develop the prolonged use of magic. The girl immediately grabbed him and said that she wanted to hear what she had just said again, and if he was suddenly crushed by a monster while others were distracted, who would then take responsibility in his opinion? He asked her to slow down. The main character was thinking about his own at that moment. He opened the status window. His sister immediately asked what he was doing, and the young man replied that he was trying to find a way out of this situation. And then he found it. I would never have thought that this skill would really be needed, but he had the sovereignty skill. This is a skill from the monster skill stone obtained in the dungeon. Then he did not attach any importance to this and decided to use it, thinking that he could learn monster skills. But in the end he tamed the squirrels, and it turns out that it acts completely differently and is quite powerful skills. That time the guy managed to achieve a lot. What was interesting was that you can control the mind of the target using the will of the user. These squirrels literally became his puppets. They did everything the young man wanted, after which he decided to modify this skill by merging it with the control sword, which later helped him make the target perform certain actions. All this time, the guy stood there and said that although he used it several times for fun, but he did not know yet whether this skill would be effective against monsters. It would still be more difficult to master their minds. Therefore, he closed his eyes and said that he would check it out and practice. Immediately his eyes shone with a bright light, and the young man also added that he hoped it would still work. Activated telepathic submission. A scanner appeared around him, and energy spread everywhere. The impulse reached several kilometers around. Finally, he managed to find the monkeys. It was interesting to feel the skill at a great distance. This impulse was able to take possession of them, and so it was possible to select a target, now use mind capture and give them an order. When the main character captured one of the monkeys, he ordered all the monsters to immediately appear before him. And then he came to his senses. When he grabbed his head, everyone began to ask where it hurt and what happened. And the young man turned and told the leader that he wanted to know if he had any mana left for teleportation. He said that mom should have enough for about 5 more minutes, and that was great. When the brunette began to look up, he said that there was a huge crowd of monsters not from the sun. And then, against the backdrop of an explosion and an earthquake, he looked at the guys with wild eyes. Immediately, the guild members jumped up and started asking what it was. Was it really an earthquake? It couldn't be. They had never heard of natural disasters in dungeons. The guy turned and said that then it couldn't be, and the other one said that these were probably monsters and realized that the enemy was approaching. Suddenly, one monkey fell nearby. It was strange why only one. And the girl raised her head and said that the earthquake was quite strong. The other one exhaled and said that he thought there were a whole horde of them. But then he looked up and saw something above. And indeed, a huge flock of monsters was looking at them from the trees. The guys immediately started clutching their heads and shouting where the hell they came from, why so suddenly. But the brunette immediately told the leader to take everyone away, raised his hand and added that the rest should be left to him, take his comrades with him and leave right now. The boy thought that his gesture meant that he definitely wanted to use this ability and said that he understood everything. Then the sister ran up to her brother and asked what he was talking about. Leave everything to him, want to fight everyone himself. And there was a bunch of monsters looking at them at that moment. And the girl screamed that she would not leave him because she also wanted to fight, but the leader came up to her and said that it was time for them to leave. Then he stretched out his hand and activated teleport. A second later, there was no one around, and the young man lowered his eyes and said that this was great. Then he stood in a stance and added that now he could calmly fight. Immediately his eyes lit up and the magic activated. A huge column of energy immediately rose up. It looked like an explosion, and the power was so strong that even everything around shook, and it was visible even from the perfect mountain, where the boy stood and said that it was incredible. He smiled and said that the leader was simply amazing. Meanwhile, his subordinates asked if this was really a person. Even for a high-level adventurer, this is too much. It seems that rumors about a level above 60 are true. Then the young man turned around and said that most likely the guild leader was the one who summoned the monsters, but then he noticed the girl. She stood and was clearly not herself. Therefore, the leader thought that no matter how strong the master was, he also had a family, and he was left alone to fight with so many monsters. Therefore, he thought that of course, his sister was worried about him and immediately took her by the shoulder. Then he came closer and said that he understood that the girl was worried, but the guild leader was a very strong person, there was no need to worry. Then he smiled and with shining eyes said that he knew his brother better than anyone, so maybe she should trust her brother's strength a little more. At first the girl was a little confused, and then her face changed and a question came, what nonsense. She was offended that right now her brother was collecting a colossal amount of experience alone, and would like to stay there, and the young man was a little taken aback and realized that there were no worries. Then the brunette turned around and asked why she should worry about her brother. He is probably the only person you shouldn't worry about, said the little girl and introduced him. Meanwhile, her brother laughed and said that the new one turned out to be very good, it was worth just ordering, but it worked on everyone in this dungeon. Then she introduced the monkeys and said that in combination with his strength and sovereignty skills, he can easily gather all the monsters in one place. He began to laugh and added that his forays into the dungeon would become much faster, and activated the sovereignty skill. Then he stretched out his hand and said that that was all, after which he raised his head and ordered them all to appear immediately, and immediately energy explosions began to appear there. Suddenly, at that moment, the deputy head of the Jihai Guild felt something. Then she grabbed her head and the secretary asked if everything was okay. Maybe she was uncomfortable here too, but in response he heard that everything was fine. The girl turned around and said that she imagined someone's abnormal laughter. Therefore, the secretary said that he would continue the report and began to read on. He introduced the house of the head of the Twilight Guild and said that, as is known, this person is still inactive, and the activity of the guild members has also noticeably decreased. He changed the paper and added that as a result of this right, we are a controversial dungeon without difficulty for what they received. After which he raised his head and said that at the moment, he thinks that Twilight can be disregarded. And the girl listened to him and thought that this was strange, this was too much even for him. She did not expect such a reaction after what had happened. She imagined this person and thought that she was worried about his activity behind the scenes. Suddenly, a report was put in front of her eyes. They said that now this is the most urgent task. The woman was very surprised when she saw what was written there. There was information about some dangerous dungeon discovered in the mountains. The climate there was a desert, risk level 13, recommended level 60, a rather deserted place. Indeed, there were very strange monsters there. Such a complex dungeon appeared, with huge underground worms where people died. Rocky terrain was visible from a great height. Someone said that the risk level was 13, but the recommended level was 60 and higher. The guy turned around, noticing some movement. In a dungeon with a desert climate, in which the sun mercilessly exhausts people and monsters that broke out from under the ground. The guy frowned. Several giant worms rose from the sand. The size of the monsters is close to a 10-story building. These giant insects are hiding somewhere underground. Jihai was looking at the documents when the other person said that although their numbers were not that great, their strength was enough to deal with high-level adventurers. The leader had conducted an investigation himself, so the information was reliable. Closing her eyes and sighing, the girl replied that this was not enough and that she would have to raid again to get a clearer picture. She looked away, thinking about such moments. She remembered Shinhyun carrying her in his arms, thinking that it would be good if he were here. Jihai looked at the other person in confusion when he distracted her from her thoughts. She started to sort through the documents again when she was asked what she was thinking about. It seemed like she was in a bad mood today, and if she was feeling bad, she could rest. But the girl replied that everything was fine. Jihai pushed the cup. It fell and broke. Frightened by this, the man said that he would clean everything up now. The girl just sighed. She thought that she would soon go crazy. Looking at the broken cup, Jihai wondered when Shinhyun would return. Meanwhile, the hero watched the battle. A month had passed since the beginning of the dungeon expeditions. A hoof appeared near the guy's face. The horse's muzzle appeared from a cloud of smoke. A bright flash hit its muzzle. By combining the sovereignty skill and 2 swords, he was able to get used to the telepathic subordination skill. The girl with a bow in her hands was happy that she hit the horse with 1 shot. Kai Yul congratulated her. Now Shinhyun can calmly summon monsters from the Jeju dungeon. He can be considered something like the Lord of Monsters. But Yoonseol grabbed her comrade, asking why he was talking to her like a child. Looking at this, her brother decided that she was excited. He imagined 3 people of different classes, thinking that everything depended on the damage inflicted by the enemy. The system distributed experience points to everyone who attacked. He looked ahead in surprise when he realized that he might not interfere in the fight. Several horses were chasing his comrade. A bright glow appeared around the hero, and he said that he would have to intervene after all. Shinhyun caught his comrade. The monster running after him was surprised by their disappearance. Both guys ended up on a tree branch. The comrade thanked the hero. The same one told him to calm down and thought, is it possible to increase the level of intelligence with stats? Even if he pumps them, it does not mean that they receive benefits. Kai Yul looked at Shinhyun with delight, saying that he is very strong. Yoonseol was outraged that she was being ignored. Our hero thought about the fact that during these campaigns he completely mastered the magic of teleportation. Kai Yul at the same time overtook him in mastery of the skill. He scratched his cheek and decided that he would still need a little more time to fully master the skill, since he had not yet reached the heights of teleportation that he desired. The girl said that she had finally tried it. The sun was shining on the walls of the restaurant. Yoonseol was talking about the signature dish of Jeju Island, black pork and macaw. There was a lot of food on the plate. Holding a glass in her hand, she said that she should level up. Yoonseol managed to level up 3 times and was now a level 38 hunter. Kai Yul, who was sitting next to her at the table, said that the leader would increase his level a lot after raiding underground. Thanks to him, they were able to learn something too. Shinhyun didn't understand what was wrong with them. Putting the glass on the table, his sister said that the saju on this island was simply delicious. The hero thought that the reason for this trip was family. He was afraid that his sister would overwork herself with training, and it seemed that it really helped her. Looking at the papers, Kai Yul said that this is the schedule of the next raids. A new request came from the Semdado Guild. Shinhyun looked down, hearing that they say that the dungeon risk is 11 and creatures called werebats will appear. They have a wolf's face and a body like a bat. Shinhyun looked up at his interlocutor, said that if this is a dungeon with bats, then this is some kind of location. He frowned, hearing that the next dungeon is a cave. Then he slammed his fist on the table. Kai Yul put his hand to his face, saying that they write there that they can send reinforcements. In addition, they are ready to send the leader of one of the groups, but why? Imagining a green portal, he said that in general, it's all because of the caves. They will be dark and narrow. Therefore, arrows and teleportation will be useless in it. Wiping her mouth, Yoonseol asked, does that mean they can't do anything? Doesn't the others feel like they're being mocked? Shinhyun folded his arms and said that he was determined to win. Noticing that his comrades were tired, he suggested that they go take a rest. Kai Yul wanted to object. The hero interrupted him, saying not to worry. He would handle it and finish it as soon as possible. Shinhyun remembered the book, thinking that the bad memories had come by themselves. The wind carried the leaves along the river. Someone greeted Shinhyun. Jongak extended his hand with a smile, saying that he was in charge of the raid today. The hero extended his hand in return when the man said that as far as he knew, the boy should already be aware of the dungeon, and he suggested that they begin the raid. His feet sank into the grass. The trees surrounded the green portal. Shinhyun stopped in front of it. Gritting his teeth, he thought that he had hoped the dungeon wouldn't be a cave. He may be wrong, but he has some kind of anxiety, although it may be his imagination. Several people were standing behind him. He decided that he should quickly end this and go back. A dark entrance to the cave was visible. The winged creature was surrounded by lightning, and one of the participants in the expedition turned to Jongak, asking what they should do, because the progress of the passage was going faster than planned. Shinhyun looked at them, saying that he was finished, and asked what to do next. The man noted the high speed. Looking at the radar, he said that a little more, and they would reach unexplored territory. The companions were surprised at how quickly the hero passed between them, saying that they needed to hurry. The hero lowered his head, hearing the question if everything was okay and if his face was pale, and answered that everything was fine. He remembered himself in the cave. Shinhyun was now standing surrounded by an aura, thinking that even after so many years, he was still troubled by the memories. Jongak placed his hand on his shoulder, suggesting that he take a break. But he was taken aback when the boy replied that he had already said that everything was fine. Shinhyun turned around and glared at the man, asking what he didn't understand. Jongak quickly looked into his comrade's bag, apologizing for bothering him since he was just worried. He asked if the hero wanted one and demanded that he take out a recovery potion. Shinhyun thought that he needed to quickly leave here, otherwise he would kill them. Pointing to the radar, Jongak said that the road was a bit confusing, so he would have to be patient, but they were already finishing exploring, so there was no need to worry. Folding his arms across his chest, his comrades would now protect the road. He told the others to line up and move out. The hero thought that they were acting too suspicious. Taking a step forward, he thought that he might be exaggerating. Everyone continued moving through the cave. Jongak said that it was dark and that they should watch where they were going. He asked Shinhyun if he had ever been to Sakuram Grotto and said that it was much better than this gloomy cave. Looking at him, the man also advised him to visit all the local attractions later. Shinhyun agreed, but Jongak was scared by his expression. Frowning, he asked how much longer it was to go. Something made him look up, and on the ceiling, he saw a magic circle. Shinhyun widened his eyes in surprise, realizing that it was a formation. In the center of the circle was a square seal of a person. The circle was burning brightly in golden color. Although it does not cause damage, it can confuse all of a person's senses. Shinhyun saw the lost figures of people, thinking that the formation made the person walk in circles. The figures asked why the road kept repeating itself and were they really going the right way. A golden trail in the cave, noting that judging by the ceiling, the energy of the jets leads to a certain place. He grabbed his hand, thinking about what the formation of Muram is doing in a normal dungeon. Could this be another path to that world? Or was this formation originally here? Clenching his fist, he decided that whatever it was definitely somehow connected to Muram. He did not want to see that world anymore. Closing his eyes, he tried to calm down. His grip weakened at the thought that those days were already in the past. Loudly stamping his foot, he said that he would not be fooled and accepted the invitation. Walking forward with a smile, he decided to see who or what wanted to see him. The bright sun illuminated the rocks. At the same time, in the dungeon of sand, a huge monster burst out from under the ground. With wide eyes, the guy said to get ready. He held his sword in front of him, surrounding himself and the others with a bright glow, saying that there was still a little left. Another monster burst out from the ground. Looking at it, the brunette said that the situation was getting heated and he had almost used up all his strength. He opened his eyes in shock. A bright red light appeared from the monster's mouth. Jinho pulled out his sword, saying that this was his strongest skill and they must win. The swing of the blade left a bright mark, saying that without victory, they will not go anywhere. A bright wave headed towards the monster. Opening his mouth wide, he ordered to act now. Then Jihai rushed forward. She carefully looked at the target. The swings of her blades left bright marks. Wiping away the sweat, the girl noted that it was very hot here. The others were glad that it was finally. Jinho patted her on the back, saying that she was good and worthy of being his deputy, asking if she could kill them herself. Closing her eyes, Jihai smiled, saying that it was not worth it and it would not be difficult for the leader either. They only killed 3 people, the team is not in the best condition. Turning to her comrade, the girl told him to find shelter under the shade and rest for half an hour. Jinho spread his hands, saying that Jihai was probably embarrassed to go on a raid with him. The girl elbowed him in the chest when he pointed out that he and Shinhyun weren't in a close relationship since he thought they were serious. Wasn't that right? For them, it would be like a date. But the girl replied that he was funny. Putting his hand on his chest, exhaling, Jinho said that he was glad that he could amuse her. Jihai demanded that he keep his mouth shut next time and asked why the other directors were absent. Living with them, the raid would be much easier. She raised an eyebrow in surprise when he heard that they had urgent matters. Meanwhile, a guy was looking at the entrance to the sand dungeons. He pulled the bowstring when his comrade told him to do what he had to do, and then they would be accepted. Two guys were standing at the entrance to the portal. One of them asked the other if it seemed to him that it would be easier to study martial arts with a guild, since Shinhyeon was incredibly serious. The second asked again if he had seen the hero's strength. A man in a gray suit approached them, asking if they really came here to chat. Then the guy smiled, noting that nothing would happen at the gate, and offered to join them. The second noted that it was still important. There was nothing to do. Picking up a stack of documents, the man replied that they should not relax too much, although the twilight was not so active now. Understanding what was being said, he added that they should not forget about them. Bright lights appeared in the sky above them. One of the lights was getting brighter. It was surrounded by purple flames. The man was wiping blood from his face. Kneeling down, he wondered if this was the archer's skill, the meteor shower. But who could it be, since no one knew about this raid except the top? He saw a silhouette in the cloud. The stranger came closer, and the man was surprised that it was Twilight who did this. Sungmin smiled when he saw the chief secretary and asked if he was okay. They were standing opposite each other. The man in the suit was glad that Sungmin was already here and asked what was going on. He replied that it was Twilight who had resumed their work. Gritting his teeth, the chief secretary cursed, noting that Twilight had been sitting silently until now, and now they had done this. He frowned, thinking that the chief and deputy would need a few more hours to get through. Should he stay or bring reinforcements? He realized something, and his eyes widened. Turning to Sungmin, the man asked how he knew about this place. He heard that he had not been informed about him. In response, he was stabbed with a blade. Blood spurted out of his mouth. Holding the bloody blade in his hand, Sungmin said that if the other person was busy, he was finishing it. Then he took out his phone. Putting it to his ear, Sungmin told the other person that he had finished cleaning up and the others should be arriving soon. The other person smiled and said that it was not bad. Helicopters were flying overhead. He replied that they were also approaching and how good it was that everything was going smoothly. Smiling, he told Sungmin that he had done a good job. Later, Taehoon arrived at the scene and waved to the archer who had bowed. Seeing the bodies of the dead, he noted that they had done a good job. Sungmin and the archer bowed to Taehoon, who said that he liked it and wished them further progress. Frowning, he thought that Jihai was too naive and soft as usual. Then he remembered how he entered the room with a smile, thinking that the girl did not even think about the traitors among them. The two guys who helped him just now smiled awkwardly when they saw him. These guys had been on his side since the Sun Festival. Now, his foot stepped on someone's hand. Looking at the green portal, he remembered how he protected it with Jihai 7 years ago. It was after he returned from Murim when he had just become a hunter. Taehoon remembered his comrades smiling at him, saying that it was here. He followed Jihai, hearing that the comrades had discovered a new dungeon that no one had entered yet. The girl turned around when he called her. Confusion was visible on his face when he asked how long they would go with them. Because of them, she had to stop training, and she didn't want to babysit them. Jihai silently looked at the guy who asked why she needed them. Had she already forgotten about Murim? They had to become stronger as soon as possible. Recognizing himself in the necklace, he asked if she thought about what he said last time. Let her look at this jade. He received it from a heavenly warrior. Taehoon handed over the necklace, saying that with it, the power of martial arts increases several times. With a crazy smile, he suggested following the heavenly warrior. With him, they would become much stronger. But Jihai asked him to stop. He looked at the girl in surprise. Raising her hand to her chest, the girl said that she understood his fears and worries, but they were not in Murim now. No one would take their lives, so why become even stronger? She smiled and looked at her comrades, saying that she just liked looking after this and the children, and suggested that they forget the weight of Murim for a while. Taehoon watched in confusion as Jihai walked towards them. He thought that the only person who understood him was her. After all, they had gone through the same thing. Standing apart from the rest of the team, he realized that he was left behind for Jihai, and all because of those bugs. It irritated him greatly. A bright light remained from the swing of the blade. Taehoon was covered in blood. The wounded Jihai called out to him. Frowning, he looked in her direction. Tears appeared in her eyes. The girl in the yellow shirt was unconscious. He was surprised that they were injured by such weak monsters and thought about finishing them off. The guy with the bow frowned and asked for help to pull the injured girl out of here. Taehoon then held the hilt of the sword tightly, hearing that they can't stay here any longer because the monsters are too strong. The guy asked if Taehoon could hear him. The guy covered in blood turned again, asking for help, saying that they should hurry. Taehoon opened his eyes wide. He asked himself, isn't it the same as usual? He always helps Jae and follows her, but she rejected him because he had a sword and shield in his hands. She simply forgot about the despair she felt there. The necklace on his neck began to glow brightly. The jade turned red, and the thought appeared in Taehoon's head that he needed to get rid of this trash. His gaze became crazy. The voice said to destroy everything that makes Jae weaker, leaving nothing. The archer was lying on the ground. The others were also killed. Then Jae will understand him. Taehoon held a bloody sword in his hand. He smiled, said that he will free Jae. Now he looked mad, saying that he will free her from all the weakness around her. Taehoon stood at the portal. With his mouth open, he looked at it in confusion. The one standing behind wondered what to do now. Sunghyuk approached them, telling them to guard this place. Walking a little further, he turned around and ordered that if anyone tried to escape, kill them. The two guys, a little confused, nevertheless said that they understood. Sunghyuk approached Taehoon, asking what happened to Shinhyun. He only smiled, asking if everything was fine in Jeju. The interlocutor answered that there was no need to worry. He introduced Gao Lin, saying that he had taken action and that no one could escape from his trap. Taehoon lowered his head, hearing that Sunghyuk had said that they were advancing faster than expected and that everything was going according to plan. He wanted to say where they were now, but the other person interrupted him, saying that he believed him. The guy looked at him. Seungjun and another person appeared behind him. He said that they were moving into the dungeon with him. Taking a dagger from the void, he said that he would kill Shinhyun himself, as he had promised. Shinhyun just stood there with his mouth open. Then he exhaled. Spreading his arms, he told the guy that since he had promised, he could do whatever he wanted with him. Sunghyuk smiled, thinking that he wanted to make amends. Taehoon also smiled, telling them to begin. Seeing a green portal in front of him, he added that they should start hunting for prey. Leading his comrades, Taehoon said that today's hunt would be at dawn. Meanwhile, Shinhyun looked around, wondering why. He looked ahead carefully, thinking that he accepted their invitation, but nothing happened. And behind him stood Jongak and his partner. The guy asked if everything was like this, and the man replied that in theory everything was fine, but he thought that someone would be waiting for them. Shinhyun turned around, hearing this. He came closer to them, demanding to tell the truth about what they were planning. Jongak did not understand what he wanted to say. Then our hero grabbed his face. Looking piercingly, he said that he turned a blind eye to this, but did he really think that he would remain silent until the end? Jongak frowned. Shinhyun was surrounded by a bright aura, and he told the man that if he wanted to leave alive, he should tell everything. The hero turned around, hearing the noise. For his sake, he saw a guy with long hair. The hero's eyes widened in surprise. Taking off his red glasses, someone said that he was quite fast. It's even better because I'll have to wait for him. It was Gao Lin. He smiled when his assistant said that the target was in place. The hero noticed a red light under the ceiling, surprised that they decided to show up after all. Looking closer, he saw explosives and said that he didn't think he'd see such a welcome gift here. Shinhyun called them crazy with a smile on his face. An explosion occurred in the cave. Jae opened her eyes wide at that moment. Looking around, she thought about how unpleasant she felt. Looking into the distance, she still decided that she was overheated and should relax a little. But she saw a couple of monsters below, telling the others that there were two more. One of them was 400 meters to the east, the other 700 meters to the west, and perhaps they would finish everything in one day. But she looked behind her in surprise. Seeing the pillar of fire, she was surprised because they had made a camp in that direction. The fire was spreading across the desert. She wondered what was happening there. At that moment, Jinho rushed to the attack. He and his comrades struck the enemy. Sunghyuk suddenly appeared behind him. The swings of his blade left bright marks. Gritting his teeth, Jinho held the hilt of his sword. He ran the tip along the ground. Now the swing of his blade left a bright mark. Having lost his strength, he leaned on his sword and cursed. Sunghyuk, Seungjun and the knight stood in front of him. He thought that it was difficult for him to cope with them. Someone opened their mouth and laughed. Taehoon sat on the sand and watched everything that was happening. Looking at him, Jinho decided that he would not talk about him at all. Clapping his hands, the guy said that he still deserved to be the leader. Taehoon looked at him with a smile, talking about being the guildmaster of Dawn. He apologized for not taking Jinho into account. Jinho, with an ominous smile, gritted his teeth, saying that he could not imagine such a meeting with Taehoon himself. Looking at the guy sitting on the rock, Jinho asked how he got here and what happened to the hunters at the entrance. The brunette looked away, remembering those guys. Looking at his interlocutor with a crazy look, he asked what he thought could have happened to them. Jinho looked at him furiously. Still, wearily lowering his head, he asked how he found this place, because no one knew about this raid. But the guy stood up again and grabbed his sword, saying that there must be traitors among them. Frowning, he shouted that even so, he will erase all the traitors from the twilight. Raising his hand, Seungjun noted that he had become even stronger, but didn't he think they should speed up? Jinho looked at him in confusion, angry. The next moment, a spear struck one of Jinho's comrades. He looked at the leader with tears in his eyes. The leader looked at him in shock, hearing that the blonde didn't want to die and was asking for help. Jinyoung, who was standing nearby, said that they needed to ease his suffering. Jinho's pupils narrowed in anger. Laughing, Taehoon covered his face with his hand, noting that it was an amazing sight and he couldn't help but cry. Raising his eyes, he told the other person that he could now see how burdensome the bugs were at such moments. Jihai was about to attack him from behind, saying that someone had made a mistake. The steel of the blade gleamed brightly. Sunghyuk was able to block her attack. The girl smiled and said that she was glad that they finally met. The guy gritted his teeth. Taehoon turned around and asked about the greeting. He said that he missed the girl. She glared at him. Then she raised her leg, telling him not to talk nonsense. She held her weapon out in front of her and told Taehoon that they had been enemies for a long time. Looking at her, he turned to Sunghyuk and said that he would deal with her. Bright flashes were visible. Jihai and Sunghyuk's blade swings left bright marks. They rushed to attack each other again. The swing of the blade left a paralysis on the girl's face. Then she rose above him and kicked him. Sunghyuk tried to block it with his hands, but he still slid back. At that moment, Jihai approached him, telling him that he had become a little stronger following Taehoon. But once upon a time, he hadn't even held a dagger in his hands. In response, the guy pointed his hand at her. Jihai managed to dodge his attack. She said that he was in too much of a hurry. The guy gritted his teeth. The girl looked at him with a slightly confused smile, thinking that the fight would be harder than it seemed, but she would still deal with him. The most important question was what to do next. Jihai noticed a group of people behind her. Holding a dead comrade in his arms, Jinho shouted at the enemies to attack him. Looking at him and dodging another attack, the girl thought that the leader would still hold out for some time. Sunghyuk watched as Jihai jumped high into the air. The girl looked at Taehoon at that moment, thinking that the biggest problem was him. Crossing his legs, the guy waved at her. Putting his blades in front of him, she wondered if he would just sit there. So what did he want? Meanwhile, he watched the fight with a smile, asking Jihai that she had also become much stronger. Taehoon looked away, saying that the operation on the island should already be over. Meanwhile, a collapse formed in the cave. Then Taehoon thought of Shinhyun. The moment the stones began to move, he decided that the hero should be dead. A bright light appeared from under these stones, and a bright flash blew them apart. Smiling, Shinhyun said that this was the second time. His eyes were shining brightly, and he asked, "Are they really eager to die?" Jongak was getting up from the ground. Putting his hand on his head, he noted that it hurt and asked, "What happened?" Without waiting, he noticed our hero in front of him. With his back to them, he said that this was not funny at all. Lowering his head, Shinhyun said that it seemed like his haste made them show up earlier than planned. And even so, they were thinking of killing him with explosives. Laughing in amazement, Jongak asked if he was okay. He had a smile on his face, but his eyes showed fear as he talked about who came up with the idea to plant explosives in such a place. At that moment, the man felt something. A glow surrounded him. After he fell to the ground, clutching his throat, Shinhyun asked if he had anything to say. Standing over him threateningly, he demanded to know what was going on here and not to lie. Jongak replied that the control of the entrance to the dungeon belongs to its owners, and this dungeon belongs to the Heroes Guild. Besides, planting explosives in such a deep place would take many days. Jongak was kneeling in fear when he was asked if he really didn't know about it. Shinhyun's eyes started to glow red and he asked if he would really believe it. Jongak's eyes narrowed at that moment. He put his hand on his chest and clenched it into a fist really hard. He burst into tears and said that he really didn't know anything. If it weren't for Shinhyun, that explosion would have killed everyone. Tears were streaming down his face as he talked about how they were almost killed because of the hero. Shinhyun looked at him silently. Dark hands and golden chains reached out to Jongak. The hero noted that he never said anything even though there was enough time. Those hands were drooling behind his back as he noted that this was the first time he used them on people. Shinhyun looked at him menacingly as he activated the absolute submission skill, saying that even if his consciousness was completely destroyed, he should only blame himself. A dark fog appeared near Jongak's face. It almost covered his face. The man's gaze changed. A guild ornament appeared and the words that their guild S1-2 had been supported by the Twilight since its foundation. Their main task was to maintain the authority of the Twilight on the island. Jongak was sitting at his workplace, hearing someone ask who they were and where they were going. Gao Lin stood in front of him, saying that this office was quite poor but cozy, and asked if this was the S1-2 guild. Lowering his hand, he asked Jongak if anyone had contacted him. He was Gao Lin's death sentence. Looking at him confusedly, the man thought that he had no idea how he was related to the Twilight, but he introduced himself as Gao Lin. When the guy in the red shirt took off his glasses, he felt this incredible aura emanating from him. Then the interlocutor turned to Jongak, saying that he needed help and first of all, he needed a car. Meanwhile, Jongak's comrades looked on in confusion as he continued to speak while kneeling about how they had received orders from Twilight to follow Gao Lin's requests without question. Shinhyun silently watched him, hearing that their task was to bring him to the dungeon within the specified time. They were supposed to do all the work themselves. The hero watched as his comrades tried to wake Jongak up, thinking that no waves should pass through the dungeon. They must have detonated explosives somewhere. Shinhyun closed his eyes, imagining the entrance to the cave, thinking that he needed to concentrate and wondering why they had already escaped. Opening his mouth, he said that he couldn't wait to meet them. The guy with long hair looked at him in confusion when he told him to move away. The hero created a bright ball in his hand, saying that the guy was blocking. Then the boy frowned angrily, answering that he would protect the leader until the end. A bright beam burst out from Shinhyun's hand. Rushing into a pile of stones, it reached it and a powerful explosion was heard. Thus, a new passage was formed. Watching the hero go into it, one of Jongak's comrades asked what kind of skill it was, but the other answered, "What does it matter?" Trying to wake up their leader, they were glad that they would now live and be able to return, but the hero told them that they would stay here. The boys froze in shock. Turning around, Shinhyun smiled, saying that they had to pay for their sins, and they didn't think that they would be forgiven, did they? Waves went out from him throughout the cave. The boys were still trying to wake up their leader, saying that otherwise they would all die. With tears in their eyes, they watched as stones fell from the ceiling, asking for forgiveness because they did nothing wrong. The hero put his hands behind his head, hearing the two people demanding to be saved, and told them that he had lived in a cave for 10 years, now let them try too. Then he smiled, noting that it was a good reason, and thanked them for giving him the chance to destroy them. But first, he should say hello to that guy named Gao Lin. The sun was shining brightly in the sky. Wiping away the blood, Jihai said that she didn't expect this. Seeing several copies of Sunghyuk in front of her, who had used the assassin skill, she said that the training had done him good and he was not bad. The guy and his copies smiled. He said that she still underestimated him and suggested that they clean up the blood first. Frowning, the girl heard him say that it was time to use shadow play. Smiling, Jihai asked what he meant. Lowering her hands, she asked again, should she use it now? Sunghyuk stared at her as she said that this skill was too valuable and she didn't want to waste it on someone like him. She smiled and said that even without it, he wouldn't win. The boy gritted his teeth in anger. All three Kappas rushed to attack her. Her hands began to double from using the Dark King's poisonous kiss, and she told the boy to watch carefully how a real killer fights. Frowning, she added that she would show him the moonlight of the bloody path. The bright sun illuminated the red rocks. Someone quickly rushed between them. Sunghyuk and his Kappas tried to catch up with Jihai. She jumped off the ground with a jerk. The girl did a somersault in the air. The boy looked at her carefully. His Kappas began to glow brightly. Then, an explosion was heard. Jihai was able to avoid the fireball. 3 clones rushed towards her. The girl said that Sunghyuk was indeed a Tihun fanatic, swinging her blade. A bright wave spread to the boy and his clones as the girl noted that he was as persistent as his comrade. Suddenly, a bright beam appeared in the sky. Jihai hit all the clones with lightning-fast movements and turned around, seeing something. Sunghyuk was behind her. A bright light appeared from the touch of his hand. An origin skill was used. The boy struck Jihai using a poisonous spear. Dark spots appeared on the girl's blade. She did not understand what it was. Jihai jumped back. Looking at her weapon, she noted that it was corroding the dagger, so she landed on the ground. Looking around, she saw several clones in front of her, realizing that one mistake would cost her life. But still, it was fun. Throwing the daggers to the ground, she asked Sunghyuk about his style changing so much. Smiling, she said that she would need to change her weapon. The guy looked at her silently. Then he thanked her. Jihai raised an eyebrow in question. Lowering her head, Sunghyuk said that she once taught him how to become stronger. Taking a new weapon from the portals, the girl replied that she did not remember it, and thought that with this poison she should be more careful, she should not hesitate. But where is his real body? Standing among his copies, Sunghyuk noted that the girl could not remember. Frowning, he added that he would help her. Jihai held the blades in front of her, hearing that this was her last chance to use shadow play, and in response only asked if he was tired of talking about it, because she would not use it. She smiled, saying that this skill was not for him. She herself was thinking that she should never use shadow play, because she still needed strength to fight Tihun. Gritting her teeth, the guy asked if she was sure. He appeared behind her. The girl looked at him in confusion. Sunghyuk hit her with his blade. At that moment, he remembered her smile and her words about him trying to use her dual dagger technique. Then Sunghyuk cried, hearing the question, is he really the one Tihun wants to replace her with? He looked away when the girl decided to talk about Tihun. Standing in front of him, she called the man a bastard. At that moment, Sunghyuk raised his hand in fear, hearing that even though he was pathetic, his existence was a nuisance to her and his whole appearance irritated her. Jihai knelt down, holding a knife to his throat, and talked about becoming a killer, becoming stronger. She looked at Sunghyuk with a smile, saying that you need to sincerely try to kill someone. Do you really want to be stronger? Then you need to hate someone to want to kill, just like her. But she gritted her teeth, hearing someone's voice, deciding that Taehoon had already found her. Standing up, she said that the guy understood her. She wanted to kill the person who came here the most. Therefore, she would postpone his death for later. Standing up to her full height, she finally said that he had absolutely no talent, and it was better for him to quit this business and start life from scratch. The guy looked at her in confusion. He furrowed his brows when he heard that he was not made for this. Now Sung-hyuk was looking at his palm, saying that at that moment she had trampled his pride, as if she had completely cut off the fact of his existence. After all this insult, he had started learning from the beginning and completely changed his fighting style. Jae was bleeding from the mouth when she heard that Sung-hyuk did this just to kill her. Watching the injured girl, the guy also said that even though she was from an enemy guild, he respected her, but he was disgraced by the person he admired so much. Intercepting the dagger in his hand, he said that she was right. He raised the blade above his head, saying that thanks to the desire to kill her, he became much stronger. But Jae said that she remembered something. At that moment, everything around him turned pink. He looked at it in confusion, hearing that he wanted to surpass her so much. Jae smiled ominously and asked if he had learned his lesson. She folded her arms and noted that he had missed one important point, as she had told him to give up, and asked if it was really that dark in here. Sung-hyuk turned around when he saw her behind him and realized that they were shadow clones. He gritted his teeth, thinking that all of this had happened at that moment, and the girl said that she would give him one more piece of advice. Jae held her hand out in front of her and said that a killer only showed his true colors once he had already killed his opponent. Shadows surrounded his face. He opened his mouth wide and shouted Jae's name. She looked at him and said that he was enjoying his victory too much. She then lowered her hand, tearing him apart, noting that it was just an illusion. She looked back at where he was and called him an idiot. But then she noticed something. At that moment, someone told her that Sung-hyuk had become quite strong. The girl smiled at him, saying that he had finally come down. Taehoon smiled silently, hearing that he was the one she wanted to kill. Coming closer to her, he asked if she liked the performance he had played out. Holding the weapon in front of her, Jae replied that she had some plans and warned him not to expect an easy death. She would torture him for a long time and bloodily. Taehoon smiled widely. Reaching his hand into the portal, the guy said that this was exactly it. Then a sword appeared in his hand. He noted that this was what he wanted to hear from Jae. Bright auras surrounded the two. Frowning, the girl used shadow play. Taehoon still looked at her with a smile. They began the battle. On the phone screen, Jae's call was visible. Looking at it, I saw a message saying that the subscriber was temporarily unavailable. Two people were watching him. The hero thought that maybe she was busy, but he urgently needed to tell her about S1-2. Shinyeon looked to the side, hearing someone ask if he was trying to contact Jae. A guy appeared behind him, and a voice said that, unfortunately, she was unlikely to answer. And two more appeared from behind him, noting that her dungeon should be under attack now. Shinyeon looked at the man in front of him, who said that he knew that mobile signals did not reach there. It was Gao Lin with a smile on his face. He said that the interlocutor was wondering how he knew all this, but for them, who came from Murim, this is a common thing. Our hero was reflected in his glasses, and he asked if his curiosity was satisfied. A portal appeared in front of Shinyeon, and he said that he did not even know, because the interlocutor did not really seem like an expert and he still had a few questions. Was he really from Murim? But that is not the most important thing right now. How did he know about the attack on the dungeon? Gao Lin waved his hand aside, noting his interest, and said that he could tell him, but the hero was rude to him. Taking off his glasses, he asked if he would ask him more politely. Closing his eyes, the hero replied that he understood that he did not really want to talk about it, although it was not important. Looking piercingly at Gao Lin, he also said that he would force him to tell everything he needed to by force. The guy with the scythe was delighted, noting that Shinyeon was amazing. Looking at the hero surrounded by a blue vortex, he thought that the rumors were true. He really can control magic at such a high level that it gave him goosebumps. And, most likely, he can combine martial arts with it. Then he folded his hands, forming a magic circle. Such a circle appeared under their feet. Looking at it, Shinyeon wondered, a trap. Gao Lin raised his hands and said with a smile that it was something like that. However, as it worked, he realized that it was completely different from the one he had seen before. This was his greatest creation. He combined the gravity trap from Murim with his magic. Clenching his hand into a fist, he activated the heavenly golden seal. The others rushed at our hero. Turning around, he noted with a smile that these were some cheap tricks, but his eyes widened in surprise. Gritting his teeth, he did not understand what was happening. At that moment, a guy with red hair was approaching him. Pulling his hand back and clenching his fist, Shinyeon realized that his body had become much heavier. The next moment, he struck the enemy's, but the enemy was smiling, and our hero could not believe that he could not use internal energy. Shinyeon looked at him in confusion and surprise. The other two were about to attack him. Shinyeon hid behind the barrier. he frowned and cursed. The three assistants stood behind Gao Lin. Looking at how they were smiling, he wondered if they were all from Muram. Pleased with what was happening, Gao Lin said that he was pleased to see the hero's despairing face and asked how he was without internal energy. Shinhyun covered himself with his hands from the enemy's attacks, hearing that his heavenly golden seal was absorbing all the energy. Looking up, he also heard that this energy was being transmitted to his subordinates. Spreading his arms, the guy also said that no matter how strong Shinhyun was, he would not be able to defeat them. With a satisfied smile, he noted that the stronger he was, the stronger they were, so there was no chance of victory. The three assistants with bright eyes rushed towards the hero, noting that the accumulated power would kill him. But with a wide smile, our hero only replied that he was talking too much. Stamping his foot on the ground, he also said that he was tired of listening to him. A bright light appeared around Shinhyun, and he said that he was not called the Immortal Sword Emperor for nothing. He would show how pathetic Gao Lin was in front of true power, true law. On the tree trunk, there was a red circle. It is created by natural objects or amulets distributed in the right order. On the stone, there was a blue circle, and this is something space. Liang was wearing a red robe. He was a legendary strategist and formation master. He could summon wind and lightning with his octagonal method, which could destroy an entire army without leaving anyone. Truly a powerful man, comparable to a god. Gao Lin sat in the lotus position, conducting a ritual. He admired him. Even after returning from Muram, he honed his art. The guy with the side sat with his eyes closed. Then he opened them wide, deciding that he too could be compared to a deity. Obviously, it was. The blade of the sword rushed forward. The red-haired boy swung it. But Shinhyun suddenly moved behind him, saying that he understood everything now. Then those who attacked him turned around in confusion, hearing that the golden one was energy. It was a play on words, which he called the heavenly golden seal. At this moment, Acorn and his comrade pounced on him. Bright flashes appeared in front of their faces. They did not understand what was happening to their bodies. Quickly moving to the other side and smiling, Shinhyun said that he was almost done, and they should wait for a while. Gao Lin opened his mouth in shock, thinking that he created a new law. He had never heard of such a thing. Where did the hero find the weakness of the formation? Looking at him, surrounded by a blue aura, he only thought that it was impossible, and how did he even change it, because the adjustments were not even noticeable. The red-haired boy was confused when he heard the question, "Are they magic?" Shinhyun put his hand on the back of his head and said that he didn't know much about them either, but their energy was very similar. The hamster and the others looked surprised when they heard that even though they had martial arts, they definitely didn't come back from Muram. The hero remembered how the three of them attacked, saying that their skills were mediocre, too crude for a person who had been to Muram. Looking at them, he noted that the harmony of pure art did not resonate with them, and this was the most important confirmation. Gao Lin smiled damnably, saying that the hero had noted everything accurately. Then he spread his hands, also saying that he was right, calling them both people. The three frowned when the guy said that they were artificial people. Folding his arms over his chest, the hero replied that when he taught martial arts, he broke through someone else's flesh and transferred his energy, but at his level, it would be unreasonable. Looking at his interlocutor, Shinhyun asked about what he did differently. Seeing the three of them and Gao Lin in front of him, he said that it could not be any other way. Shinhyun lowered his head slightly and said that if they were created in a normal way, he would not feel the difference. Is this the magic of a demon cult or the magic of earthly mages? Gao Lin smiled, noting that the hero understood it, and he imagined the bones floating in the blood, saying that these were slackers that he had processed into useful ones. It cost worthless lives. The dark silhouette raised his hand. The research speed was high, with several thousand test subjects. As a result, he obtained subordinates comparable to high-level adventurers. Gao Lin said how strange the hero was to them. He would take everything from him with his formation. Scratching his ear, Shinhyun replied that it turned out that the interlocutor used people as sacrifices. Then he smiled. A bright flash appeared above Gao Lin's head. The hero said that he liked his tricks. The guy covered his eyes with his hand, not understanding what was happening. Shinhyun decided that it was time to finish. A glow appeared in his hands. He said that when fighting the followers' demons, even if they were broken or torn, there was blue fire in his hands, and he said that with all this, he did not feel any pity, but on the contrary, it refreshed him. Smiling ominously, he proposed to start hunting the demon. Lowering his head, Gao Lin called him a bastard. Joining his hands, a magic circle appeared near them, and he asked how dare he say such a thing. The guy with red hair looked at his hands with a smile. Acorn and his comrade were happy. Now they can move again, and they are filled with energy. But the hero raised his leg and said that they are already in his trap. Then he hit the ground with it. The blue color spread, replacing the gold. Gao Lin looked around in confusion, not understanding what it was. The three were covered in blue flames, and they asked for help. Pain and despair were visible on their faces as they asked for something to be done. The hero walked past him with his hands in his pocket. Walking up to Gao Lin, he said about the fiery gold and that fire melts metal. Smiling, he said that understanding the 5 elements is the foundation. He removed his energy essence and replaced the gold, adjusting it. Shocked, Gao Lin looked at him, asking how he did it. Shinhyun was clearly amused, and he replied that he also studied formations a little in Murim, and Gao Lin's skills were insignificant to him. Gao Lin lowered his eyebrows, hearing that our hero was having a little fun. He fell to his knees, saying that he spent his entire life in research and experimentation. Looking at the ground, the guy said that the hero simply destroyed all his pride and asked how he even achieved this. Folding his arms across his chest, Shinhyun replied that he didn't need to be upset, because if he knew his level, it would be an honor for him, so he shouldn't worry. Smiling broadly, he also added that talent was needed in such a field. Without it, much could not be achieved no matter how hard one tried. Kneeling, Gao Lin lowered his head, hearing that the hero was about to kill him. His formation absorbed all his energy. Gao Lin did not even move. Then Shinhyun sat down next to him, noting that since he himself had diverted the energy of many people, he would not mind if it was taken away from him. Putting his hand in front of him, he used an absolute order and told him to tell everything about Jihai. Gao Lin's eyes began to glow. He imagined the girl in blood, saying that she was dead. Jihai was lying in her own blood. She had been alone all her life, in the original world in Murim. Then Taehoon extended his hands to her with a smile when she met him. He did not know that there were others who had returned besides him. The man introduced himself and was glad to meet him. After some time, he held back the monster, telling the girl to run away and that he would definitely be fine. At one point, he covered his ears with his hands, saying that the cave still reminded him of the time when he was in Murim. Taking Jihai's hand, he asked her not to leave him under any circumstances. It was hard for him to rely on her, but at the same time, she was grateful. This was the first time someone needed her so much. Now, the girl finally opened her eyes. Looking ahead, she thought that they should not have met. Standing at the bottom, Taehoon told the girl that it was time to get up. He smiled, asking if she would be satisfied with such a death. Gathering her strength, she stood up. Her eye glowed brightly. She again returned to attack him, but Taehoon put a shield in front of him. Jihai's fist touched the sphere on the shield. An explosion occurred. She covered her face with her hand. Hitting her head, she saw Taehoon do a somersault. Jihai gritted her teeth, thinking that she must be tired. Standing in front of her, the man said that she even used shadow play and told her to give up. Frowning, Jihai thought about when he became so strong. Seeing Taehoon with a red aura, she thought that she hadn't wasted all this time either. Jihai swallowed her saliva. She wanted to know one last thing. Smiling, Taehoon asked what she wanted to know. A shadow appeared on her face as she remembered her old comrades. The guy living in a shirt was lying with his mouth open. There were 2 other guys lying next to him, and she asked why they died. Turning his head away, he was surprised that she was talking about this again, since he was already bored, and asked about a more interesting question. Jihai's hand began to shake out of anger. She was upset that he didn't want to answer this and asked why the words she had to say were coming out of his mouth. They were standing opposite each other. The girl noted that he always avoided answering about this matter. This time, she definitely had to hear it. Taehoon silently lowered his head. Opening his mouth, he said that they were weak. Then he smiled madly again, asking that it was not human nature to want to trample someone. A whirlwind appeared around Jihai. She said that she went crazy for a moment because she thought that talking to him would give her any answers. A tear ran down her cheek as she said that she was tired and decided to finish already. A moment later, she rushed to attack, thinking that she would definitely kill him. Approaching him, she put her blade forward. Taehoon parried the attack with his sword. At that moment, a bright flash began to appear, and then an explosion was heard. Clouds floated across the blue sky. Shinhyun sat on one of the rocks. The hero looked at the phone screen. Gao Lin was kneeling with his mouth open. The hero said that their guild served the Heavenly Warrior. It seemed like there were only scum like Taehoon here. Gao Lin's body fell to the ground, and the hero wanted to know more information, but he had already died. Looking down, he noted that he found out his location, but it was 450 kilometers as the crow flies. The sea waves were visible below. He imagined Kai-Yul with a magic circle above her head. Looking down, he knew there was only one way. Standing at the edge of the cliff, he said that at his current level, he could get there in 20 minutes. Should he worry about it? Turning around to leave, he thought about how he and Jihai were just business partners. Even if she was in danger, he had no obligation to go to her aid. Continuing forward, he reasoned that in Murim, it was common to kill and die. Did he have any reason to save her? There was no special reason. His foot stopped as he remembered her words. Shinhyun imagined a smiling Jihai asking him to go on a date. His eyes widened at the memory. Jihai had held the mug back then, saying that he knew about the Kinchin silver needle. She often went there to taste this tea. His fingers grabbed his collar. The girl demanded to tell the truth. Angrily and holding him, she said that Yoon-seol was no longer the child he remembered her as. He remembered how she extended her hand, saying that she was officially the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The guy had greeted her, saying that she thanked him. Now he covered his mouth in surprise. Lowering his hand, he began to laugh. The laughter could be heard throughout the area. He put his hand on his head, thinking that he really had gone crazy. While he was stretching his hand, he thought that there were few things that were important to him. Then he put his hands behind his back, deciding that it was himself and Yoonseol. Shinhyun smiled widely. Turning around, he realized that another person had been added to the list without him noticing. A moment later, he rushed forward. The hero ran quickly through the forest. Smiling, he asked Jae to wait a little longer. From a great height, the mountains were visible. Sungmin happily put his hands behind his head. He sat on a small folding chair, saying that he felt good. His comrade supported him, saying that it was not that hard. Raising the drink to his mouth, Junghyun said that it was the right decision to join Twilight and now his salary is 3 times higher than before. Looking into the distance, the comrade replied that however, he still wondered what was going on in that crazy guy's mind. They remembered Shinhyun and Junghyun asked if he was talking about him. Sungmin noted that they were lucky that Mr. X knew that such a monster would join Dawn. Throwing the kin into the air, Junghyun guessed that he was most likely already dead. Smiling, the archer also said that if he had left, how would he have gotten here from Jeju Island? Both of them opened their eyes in shock. Birds flew out of the forest. Nervously, Sungmin looked in that direction, asking what it was. The comrade himself did not know. Looking at the trees, Junghyun noted that it should be quiet here and what could it even be? He frowned, saying that he felt something creepy. Suddenly, he noticed something. Shinhyun looked at him with burning eyes. Then he extended his hand. Both eyes widened. They realized that it was him. All that was visible was flashes and screams were heard. The blade cut through the air. Smiling, Taehoon asked what Jae was doing. The swings left bright marks. He asked if she was going to kill him, so let her show her strength. The girl looked at him, hearing the question, where did her passion go? She gritted her teeth, also hearing that she might be mocking. Taehoon's sword moved behind his back. Jae's dagger began to crumble. The girl looked at it in surprise. Then the man extended his hand to her. He grabbed her face. His eyes were shining brightly, saying that she should not be distracted from the battle. Taehoon threw the girl into the rock. Then he approached her, saying that he was bored. Stopping next to her, he asked if she really wanted to win with such strength. Jae looked up, hearing that apparently this was all she had. The man leaned over, asking how she was and if it was clear now who of them was right. He grabbed her by the throat. Smiling madly, he noted that in the end, following the Heavenly Warrior was beneficial. Saying that it was not too late, he gave her another chance. Jae looked at him in shock, hearing that they would become so strong that no one would dare to threaten them. But Taehoon opened his mouth in surprise, hearing gratitude for the offer. Frowning, she replied that she would rather die than follow him, and demanded that he leave her life. He shook with indignation. The girl repeated the thesis, really? Whoever is stronger is right, and noted that he is still like a child. She smiled and said that she wanted him to know that he would die because he followed the Heavenly Warrior like a dog. Taehoon frowned. She imagined Shinhyun's face. He was chained and looked at the deities of the screens, saying that he was looking for the Heavenly Warrior. At that moment, the hero was dragging Sungmin along the ground, and Jae was saying that his thoughts were occupied with revenge. He wanted to take revenge on the one who ruined his life. Would he really leave the servant of the Heavenly Warrior alive? Taehoon smiled and repeated the hero's name. The girl looked at him, hearing that Shinhyun should already be dead. But she opened her eyes wide in surprise. She saw someone's silhouette behind Taehoon, saying that killing him would allow the Tenjo Guild to prosper. They are very strong. Like him, they follow the Heavenly Warrior. Shinhyun sighed as he heard that their group, led by those who returned from Muram, had gone to Jeju Island. Each of them was much stronger than high-level adventurers. Taehoon spread his arms, saying that no matter how long Shinhyun stayed in Muram, he would not survive against the guild. But his face froze into a smile when he heard a greeting from behind him and a request to continue. Smiling, Shinhyun asked if he was burying him. In shock, Taehoon opened his mouth, saying that the hero should be dead. Holding Junghyun on his shoulder and Sungmin's hand, he replied that he was still alive and that he was bringing those guys back. Shaking his hands, he said that they were in the way, so he killed them. A female voice called out his name. Shinhyun looked up, seeing that she was still alive. The girl behind Taehoon was smiling. The hero noticed that there were many wounds on her body. He looked forward silently. The space around him started to turn blue. Looking at the hero, Taehoon thought that Gaolin had lost to him, and most importantly, how did this guy get out? He should be on Jeju Island. The man gritted his teeth. Seeing Taehoon take cover behind the shield, Shinhyun said that it had been a while, and the last time they saw each other was at the Sun Festival. A bright sphere appeared on the shield when he used Reflect. Shinhyun hit it, demanding an answer. Blue energy was released. Taehoon opened his mouth in shock. With a smile, the hero asked if he had a religion. pointing his fist at him, he advised him to accept one now. About his life, raising his fist, he said that he did not think Taehoon would survive today. The guy raised his hand, swung it and said that he didn't think the opponent would survive today. The green-eyed guy opened his mouth wide and shouted Shinhyun's name. Then he swung his sword. There was an explosion between the guys. It spread to the sides, and the fight continued in the center. The protagonist moved his hand to the side when the brunette was about to strike, after which the guy released the whip in his direction. The protagonist flew up in a cloud of magic and said that from the very beginning of his entry into Murim, he almost died. And then, holding a magic ball in his hands, he continued that as a sign of politeness he would use martial arts. The plot focused on the ball and noted the 100 dragons that descended. Taehoon frowned and shouted out what it was. The protagonist raised his hand with the ball above his head and smiled maliciously. Then he struck the soaring dragons of the sky with it. A blue wave rushed forward. The guy looked at them, then grinned and thought, isn't this a normal martial art where they use the energy of the body, as he did? Then he smiled, put out his hand and asked where he was able to steal such techniques. It's a pity to even have them in his hands. The guy opened his mouth wide, raised his hands and shouted that if so, then he won't hit. Power rushed across the ground. Then there was an explosion. Jihyoo covered one eye, exhaled and thought about what happened. Looking into the distance, she continued her thought. Neither Shinhyun nor Taehoon can be seen. They were swept away by the attack. A voice was heard from behind and asked if the deputy leader was okay. The girl reacted to this voice with fear. Jinho was kneeling in front of her, who said that he was glad that she was safe. The girl rushed to him with a question about how he got here and what happened to the rest of the team, to which he replied that they're comrades. Lowering his gaze, he continued, Deb. The images from the battle came up in his memory. He said that during it, he was the only one left alive. The guy was coughing up blood. The green-eyed man held the sword in his hands and thought that he barely survived. This destructive force exceeded all his expectations. The brunette turned around to see people running towards him shouting if he was okay. The red-haired man turned around and asked what was going on here, why such a huge piece of land was destroyed. He was told that it was Jihyoo who did it. Standing on the rubble, someone continued to say that everything looked much worse than expected. He heard someone's familiar voice. The protagonist looked ahead in surprise and asked if Seungjin and Jaeyoung were here too. The red-haired man looked angrily at the protagonist and asked how he got here, then thought that this monster was not even tired. The green-eyed man, frowning, thought that everything was bad and he had not recovered yet. While his comrades looked at the guy, he continued to think that he needed a little more time. Then he smiled slyly. Turning to his colleagues, he gave them the command to kill this guy. Watching them, the brunette thought that he most likely weakened because of that skill. This is an ideal chance, and then said out loud, 2 more corpses then. The two looked forward in fear when the main one asked them if they were deaf. If they did not want to die, they need to attack. Reluctantly, they agreed. Then they gathered their forces. One of them thought that he would avenge the Sun Festival. Moving towards the main character, the red-haired one shouted to get ready. A fire dragon scream was heard. The brunette raised his sword and thought that he still had a little time. He needed to recover faster. The guy was scared. The two rushed off. At that moment, Jinho asked if the head of Cha was also here. Wasn't he on Jeju Island? To which the girl offered to talk about it later. The explosion was somewhere here. She looked ahead in surprise. Lying on the ground, the man thought that he was now feeling a little relieved. A black silhouette stood against the backdrop of explosions, and someone continued his thought that he was stuck in a cave. Then the guy smiled and said out loud that he had teleported in a hurry over the sea and mountains. Then he crossed his arms and, looking at his opponent, said that he knew that he wanted to recover. The people were shocked. They stared ahead and thought that this could not be two in such a period of time. They continued to look at the guy with the thought that nothing had passed at all, when he, smiling, said that the snack was not bad. Then he took a step forward and added that now it was time for dessert. The opponent got angry and did not understand why he had not recovered yet. He gave up the sword in his hand. He had doubts, but having overcome them, he should have recovered. Looking at the main character, he thought whether he would be able to defeat this monster. In his head, someone told him not to worry because it was time for him to wake up. He had suffered enough. A pendant on the guy's chest lit up. With a lost look, he asked if he would become stronger, and someone continued to assure him that he was the only one who could make him stronger, then told him to show himself to the fullest and fight for his life. The guy's eyes turned bloodshot. Suddenly, a magical transformation occurred. Taehoon was animated and, opening his eyes wide, said that it was amazing because his body was overflowing with energy. He froze and said that with such strength he would overcome himself. Then he opened his mouth wide and began to scream. The main character looked at him and said that it turned out that the opponent still had trump cards. The guy smiled and asked if he was still going to cling to his life, then said not to doubt because he would definitely die today. The man smiled when someone in his head said that Taehoon was his devoted tool and they were almost there. The black-haired man stood smiling among the chains, and the voice said that he missed Shinhyun. a magical transformation occurred. A black mask appeared on the guy's face. The protagonist looked at him laughingly and said, "Quite well," and he hid it from him. The protagonist continued to look at the opponent and said that looking at his original power, this power of the necklace that hung on the chest of the man in the mask. Then he made a dash. The brunette responded that it was quite fast. He reached for the sword and said that he was even a little excited, and since this power was not his, he would use the weapon. Raising his hand up, he continued to say that it was an honor for him because this swordsman would take his sword out of its sheath. The opponent swung and grinned. The plot noted that this was an origin skill. The guy smiled, held the sword in front of him, and said that the sword was just right for him, so he should be ready. The opponent frowned and made a strike. The guy looked at the flying sword and was completely calm. Then he smiled and said that he hoped he could hold out. After these words, he attacked the enemy in response, who was surprised. Looking at the tip, the guy thought, "What a shame, it looks like someone does not value their sword." The blue-haired man turned around and said that losing a weapon in battle is certain death. The necklace glowed green. The protagonist noted that this toy was apparently also discharging. Then he extended his hand and asked if there was anything else to show. A blue beam slipped between the rivals. Taehoon coughed up blood when the protagonist said that he had many questions for him, but first. After these words, he grabbed the guy by the throat. Looking into his eyes, he asked who was hiding under the identity of the heavenly warrior. The protagonist looked down on his opponent. He said that only because of this question he was still alive, otherwise he would have died when he touched Yunseol. Then, with eyes burning with absolute control, the hero looked at the guy and said to speak now. Squeezing his throat harder, he continued, "Who is the heavenly warrior he follows? Who is he?" Taehoon opened his mouth, from which blood flowed, and quietly said, "The heavenly warrior is the one who sent them to Murim." The protagonist froze and asked again. A notification with a question mark came. Taehoon opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist asked, "What the hell?" Chains began to appear from the notifications. They went to the heroes, and the brunette noticed that this was the one who lived in his body. The protagonist began to be shackled by chains, and he asked again. The guy sighed, after which he realized that he was chained to the wall. He tried to break free, not understanding what was happening. Shinhyun screamed, "What the hell happened?" He lowered his head, realizing that this was the cave from Murim. He screamed in shock that this was a lie and he did not believe that he was there again. The guy turned his head when he heard the question, did he recognize this place? He saw Taehoon sitting on a rock, who said that this was his world created with the soul sword, and then asked if memories came flooding back. He smiled and continued that he was the first one to come there and it was nice to meet him. He then remarked that this was their first time meeting face to face. The protagonist continued to struggle, asking if he was going to keep him here, to which he received the answer that the entire space was made of the sword's soul, so these chains would not be easy to break. He looked irritated when he heard the question of whether he wanted to calm down. Then he opened his mouth and asked that he was not Taehoon. He looked at his interlocutor and remarked that, looking at his sword skills, he could assume that he was the heavenly warrior. Taehoon pulled his hand towards him, noting that he had many questions about this. After that, he extended his hand, saying that this was a rare meeting, so he could ask whatever he wanted and he would answer everything sincerely. The protagonist simply remained silent. Taehoon widened his eyes when he heard the question of whether he had fun. Shinhyun sat on the floor in confusion, asking if he would see the end, getting into a terrible world where he was always alone and death was lurking around the corner, not knowing whether his family was alive or not, and so he lived for 140 years. The protagonist closed his eyes and asked if he had seen all of this. The guy stood with a sword in his hands. The protagonist looked at him with fear in his eyes. He screamed furiously, all his 140 years of pain, he had fun. Taehoon stood silently, and then answered that to be honest, he was a bit bored. Shinhyun looked at him in horror, asking again. The guy took a step forward, saying that he was tired. He continued to move towards the protagonist, saying that he almost died. He came close, continuing that he waited patiently only to see how his level increased, and even so, but at that moment he was interrupted by a question why. Taehoon stared at him and asked why he remained human. He suffered so much in that world, experienced all the hardships, but even so he remained like that. Shinhyun asked in surprise what he was talking about, after which he laughed loudly. The blue-haired man looked at him in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at his interlocutor, saying that he really wanted to know something from him. He moved his hands in the chains, continuing to say that he did not even want to think about his words and it was good since he was so bored. He grabbed the chain, saying that he had one regret for which he wanted to avenge, and he only wanted one. He opened his mouth and shouted that this bastard ruined his life, and then added, "Heavenly warrior." He raised his hand to strike. As he struck, he shouted that he would kill him. The protagonist hit Taehoon in the solar plexus. Blood poured out of his mouth. The stones on the bracelet broke. The beaten guy fell to his knees. Shinhyun gritted his teeth and thought, listen to his words. Blood flowed down his hand, and he continued to think, open the door to ascension and go beyond the human limits, otherwise he will lose everything. He breathed heavily, looking at the bloody man. A guy and a girl approached from behind. Jihai's eyes widened from strangulation. Shinhyun turned around after asking what happened to Taehoon. He gritted his teeth hard, saying damn. The next day, the guy answered the phone while standing in the office. Cholho replied that he would follow the advice given to him. He hung up and put the phone down. Dusk heard from Dawn's lips about Taehoon's death, declared a complete capitulation. He stood in the middle of the office. The guy was lying on the ground. Most of the high-level Dusk hunters were dead. He was clutching a dagger in his hands. The remaining survivors tucked their tails. This accelerated the process of Dusk joining Dawn. The guy screamed hysterically. He began to throw papers, screaming that in any case, the guild would have a hard time without him. It was Dawn's chief secretary Dong H1. He was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead during the attack, healed himself. His hands were bloody, thus the problem of integrating two large guilds was successful. Someone shouted loudly, asking where his tie was. The man shouted that Dawn's speech was today, asking why the speech was so long. They were adjusting his tie, but at that moment a man burst in and warned that the press conference would start in 10 minutes. Jihai and Shinhyun sat silently opposite each other. The guy thought he had some kind of deja vu. He looked at his cup and noticed that it was Kinchin's silver needle again. They asked him if he liked it, to which he objected that drinking such tea is only for pleasure, and then asked what she was going to do. Jihai picked up the cup and began to reason. She smiled and began. Firstly, the picture is such that due to the peaceful agreement, the twilight merges into dawn, but there are still parts that are difficult to agree on. Shinhyun answered her that they try not to notice, but the whole world already knows about it, so they have nowhere to go. The girl answered him that there is nothing to worry about. After that, she lowered her eyes and said that she was disappointed. The protagonist stood by Taehoon's corpse, and the girl said that he had a hard life. Jihai sighed and said that she did not think that he would leave like this. The protagonist said, Taehoon, and the heavenly warrior continued in his thoughts. He looked sternly and thought, open the door to ascension, meaning his state between ascension. Taehoon stood with his mouth open, and the protagonist continued to think that if he did not throw away humanity, he would lose everything, like a rat living in the dark and dare to threaten him. He took an aggressive sip from the cup, thinking that he would not let it go next time. The girl asked him if something happened. He looked at her, asking for forgiveness, saying that he was thinking about his own. Jihai said that he was giving off a frightening aura. Since he finished his thoughts, could he take a look at it? He looked at the iron box, asking what it was, receiving the answer that it was a secret safe in the head of Twilight's room. It does not open or break, it seems to be protected by some kind of magic. Shinhyun rubbed his face, saying that it was interesting. After that, he smiled and said that he did not have a habit of touching other people's things. He directed his power to the safe, but he would feel sorry for it, because there were valuable things of the deceased. The forces were directed to the safe. The steering wheel on the safe began to spin. The safe door opened. Jihai jumped in surprise, asking how he did it, to which the guy replied that, to be honest, it was not such a heavy formation. The guy picked up the folder, saying that they kept it carefully. He opened it and asked what was in this paper. The girl snatched the folder from her hands, saying that she had seen it somewhere before. Shinhyun looked surprised and said that he had not finished reading it yet. Jihai looked at the document, saying that this was a secret agreement between the Junghyun Guild and Taehoon. It involves the transfer of all North Korean dungeons in favor of Junghyun, in the event of their cooperation with the Twilight. The protagonist was surprised. What does it mean to transmit the dungeons? He picked up the phone and heard a question about how he was doing. By the voice he understood that it was Kim Kai-yeol. The red-haired guy looked at the guys leading the man by the arms and began to tell that they, as the main character asked, are in front of the entrance to the dungeon. All the members of Simdato who attacked them are captured and will be arrested. The guy directed his power. The main character asked if they looked around there. Kim Kai-yeol said that there was chaos inside the dungeon and asked if they had used explosives on him. It was impossible not to notice, but there was definitely something going on there beyond imagination. He then turned to the swearing man and said that he hoped he would come back soon. Shinhyun hung up, saying that she was being very annoying. He perked up when he heard that the document said something about the Tenjo Guild. Jihai handed him the folder, saying that it wasn't that detailed. It seemed like there were 4 more who had returned from Murim. The guy smiled while flipping through the document, and the girl continued that this was their personal information. It was known that they were masters who had reached level 50, but that he replied that now he understood why their guild was called Qingzhou. He then looked at the girl intently and asked, so all these guys were damn fanatics? The girl assumed that they were. The protagonist stood up and said, okay. He smiled and said that he had the next goal. He must find all the members of the Heavenly Warrior Guild and use poison against them. The room was illuminated by the moonlight. In the world of Murim, it is common to be absorbed by someone stronger, and of course he will win. Dong Hwan stood near the throne in which the blonde sat. He turned to the bespectacled man, saying, "The merging of dusk and dawn takes place, and it is not dawn that joins, but dusk." Her interlocutor confirmed this information. After that, she asked if he contacted Gao Lin, but it turned out that he has not responded for 36 hours. She tilted her head to the side, suggesting that both had failed. Ti-hoon confidently looked straight ahead, and Yang Chen continued to reason that he was too confident in himself, but surprisingly, Gao Lin lost. Dong Hwan said that all the 10 commandments that approached the cultivation masters also lost contact. It seemed that Ti-hoon was right and he should not be underestimated. To this the girl replied, "As for Shin-hyun's martial arts level, he must have been there for at least 75 years, that is, he is 68 levels stronger than her." She chuckled, saying that it was funny. The guy looked to the side. Yang Chen gave the order to find out more about Shin-hyun, avoiding direct contact, doing everything smoothly and slowly. She put her hand on his knee and continued that his external and internal level mattered. After all, victory can be achieved without just the level of strength. The sea sparkled in the sun. Jeju Island, the headquarters of the Tamra Guild, Yoon-seol called out to her brother. She opened her mouth and said that from now on, if he ran away somewhere without her, he would definitely die. She restrained herself from hitting her brother, asked if he understood her, but Shin-hyun replied that he was sorry and did not mean it. After that, she asked where he went. Kim Ka-yeol asked her to calm down. The protagonist closed his eyes, thinking that this was not the best greeting. It seems that the topic of Twilight integration is very popular now. Jinho took the initiative into his own hands. Jinho announced the dissolution of Twilight at the press configuration. Jihai stood with a folder in her hands. She decided to dig up more information about the Chinzhou Guild because there is a risk that they will hide all traces. She stared at the documents. The protagonist scratched his head, thinking that it would be much easier, but still take revenge on him. Yoon-seol stood up from her seat. The man bowed to her and said that he was to blame for the whole situation and did not expect that there could be traitors in the Jeju guilds. The brother and sister looked at him silently, and he continued that he offered his sincere apologies, and then asked if he could somehow make amends. The protagonist closed her eyes and said that she still doubted the Jeju guilds. There could still be traitors among them. The man opened his mouth in surprise, and the guy continued that he tried to believe, but all his faith was gone after what happened. The red-haired man looked at him in surprise, and he continued to say that as long as they were not against him, he was not their enemy. The man grabbed his heart and sighed with relief, because they were not turned away from them and justice prevailed. The guys responded to the appeal. The protagonist asked if they were planning to go under the leadership of Dawn. He grinned and continued that their unification of the Jeju guilds could join Dawn. The spirit of Dawn threw his leg over the spirit of Twilight, and the guy continued that they said that they would not take either side because of the feud and since their battle was over. He took a folder out of the portal, telling them to go under the wing of Dawn, because in the end, Jeju's forces alone would not be enough to maintain the local dungeons. The man was surprised and took the folder in his hands, saying that the entire alliance had to decide, so he could not say anything. His hands were shaking, but he continued that, frankly speaking, this was the best deal for them. He bowed and thanked the protagonist, to which he objected that it was easier to trust each other in the same boat. He looked straight ahead and thought that if he spread his influence to this island, it would be easier to track down all the traitors. The man stood with papers in his hands, and the protagonist turned to the red-haired man, asking if he was the leader of the group, to which he received a positive answer. After which he asked if there were any dungeons left that they had agreed on. Kim Ka-yeol replied that there was one left near Hallison, and then received an order to go there as quickly as possible. Shin-hyun grinned, saying that he would have a lot of things to do in the future. The sun was shining all around. The protagonist asked if everyone was gathered, noting that the group only consisted of warriors, tanks, and priests, which was an unusual combination. He asked about the reason for excluding the mage and archer. The man looked at him intently and said that in this dungeon, all long-range attacks based on vision were useless. The protagonist stood there in bewilderment. The brunette noted that the Hallison dungeon was one of the worst on the island. All this difficulty was due to the fog. The fog swallowed everything. It spread between the trees. The man continued that there was fog over the entire dungeon and it was difficult to determine who was who. Vowel eyes appeared in the fog. These were fog monsters. The guys looked at each other. One of them noted that they merge with the fog from their bodies and that normal physical attacks cannot be used against them, and that only a wide-range attack can cause damage. But he stopped mid-sentence. Shin-hyun put his hands in his pockets and asked what else he wanted to add. Impressive scratches appeared on the shield, and the Ben said that the monsters had excessive strength. Everyone looked at him, and he continued, they suddenly attack at any moment like killers, and he was almost killed more than once. He was taken aback when, in response to his story, he heard that his story was too long. The protagonist scratched his head and said that he understood everything in general and that he just needed to hit them hard with some skill. He walked forward and said that everything was clear to him and suggested that he finish explaining. The protagonist turned around, smiled, and said that he would use a little more strength. The two looked at him silently. One of them said irritably that he should have listened to the end, and the second replied that that was his charm. A portal opened. The guy said that it was some kind of familiar feeling. He stood in place and continued to reason that although there was a light breeze, you couldn't see an inch. He turned around at the call. A man ran to him, saying that he was glad to find him so quickly. Everyone else appeared next to them, and someone suggested that they stick together at first, otherwise they would get lost. The girl began to form a ball of light between her hands. It flew forward, lighting the way. The man noted that it was safer to move with lighting. He opened his mouth when he heard the question of whether he was the leader of the group. The main character said that it was elementary, but still, is there an absolutely safe zone near the entrance to the dungeon? Everyone followed the light. The guy received a positive answer to his question and that there had never been a case of monsters appearing at the entrance to the dungeon. The fog began to thicken. The guy turned his head and did not understand what happened. He looked back and did not understand where everyone had disappeared to. He turned to the other side and asked not to joke like that because he couldn't see anything because of the fog. Then he asked why they were all attacking so suddenly. A monster appeared behind him and was preparing to strike. He raised his paw and looked fiercely. Shinyon flew towards them, forming a force in his hand. He was ready to strike. He put his hand on the monster. He gave it a good slap. Fingers were squeezing the face. The hero slammed the enemy's head down with a good slap. The teammates turned around in surprise, asking what was that noise. Shinyon clenched his fist, saying that it meant that those monsters would materialize during an attack. The white beast opened its mouth. The guy turned around when he heard the sound. The teammates were fighting the beasts. A question was heard: why were the fog monsters at the entrance of the dungeon? Hajun ordered everyone to form a line and be on guard. The guy was surprised to see a trace of a jump. Shinyon looked down. A question was heard: where is the healer? A blue glow appeared near the palm. It pierced the monster's body. Blue sparks fell down. The beasts opened their mouths, pierced by the beam. A bright explosion was revealed. A shadow hid the hero's eyes. Shinyon stood in a confident pose and asked, "Are they all right?" The boy's eyes began to water as he heard that he had checked the area with search magic. There should be no more enemies. They could rest now. The man looked at him, thinking that in such a short time. Shinyon stood among his comrades and asked if any of them had escaped. He felt his energy anyway. If they needed help, they could ask. Hajun thought that he had only managed to understand the situation and form a plan. The brunette looked ahead with a slight smile. The man looked down, thinking that if it weren't for him, their group would not have been able to withstand this onslaught at the very beginning. His eyes widened when he heard his name being called. Shinyon came closer and asked if he would mind talking for a bit. Standing at a distance from the others, the boy asked if there had been any attacks at the beginning of the dungeon. Hajun replied that there had never been any. The hero touched his chin, hearing that they hadn't cleared this dungeon for a long time. That was probably the reason. There were too many of them, so much so that they reached the very entrance. Imagining the haze, the brunette said that it would be worthwhile to find out more during the cleanup. The entire space was filled with fog. The beasts ran with their mouths wide open. Blue beams flew from Shinhyun. The blue-haired girl frowned as he fought the monsters. Raising her hand, she said that the man had been standing in the vanguard for 3 hours. Was he okay? Maybe he should rest from time to time. A bright beam flew at the beasts. Shinyon turned around and asked if there were any changes from last time. The frequency of attacks, the level of the monsters, or something like that. The girl exclaimed that there were. Looking at her fingers, she said that there were definitely more monsters compared to previous raids. The rest was as usual. Hajun turned around and asked if it was because of the number of people that it was too early to judge. Shinyon put his hands in his pockets and said that he was scanning the area 4.5 kilometers away, something suspicious. The man exclaimed, asking, does his search magic have such a large range? Turning away, the hero said that they will see it for themselves soon. After all, this is a dungeon, so the increase in the risk level should be normal. An hour later, the man's eyes widened in shock. The heroes were standing in a white haze. He asked why the fog was so thick. Shinyon chuckled and said that it was more like a white wall. The brunette replied that there was something else curious in it. The man reached into his pocket when he heard a request to throw a dagger into this fog. Pointing his finger, Shinyon clarified, there was a clot of energy right in front of him. Let him throw it there. Hajun said that he understood and would try to hit it. He threw the knife. The shining blade flew forward and pierced right into someone's big eye. The heroes were amazed to see this. Shinyon said that it was a bull's eye, to be ready. The man looked at him in fear and said that something was approaching. The hero looked ahead confidently. Something jumped out of the fog. It was a giant fog monster with a wounded eye. The boy shook his head in fear. In tears, he covered himself with a shield, exclaiming, "Why him?" The man swung his sword. With sharp movements, Hajun chopped down the monster. Turning around, he told the boy not to whine. The squad members nodded, hearing that they could handle everything as a team. Shinyon chuckled as he watched them fight and thought, not bad, the leader of the group is good. Turning away, he thought that he saw no point in helping, it was better to go deeper. A scream was heard, another one. Why are they walking one after another? Feet in white sneakers walked forward. Shinyon walked into the fog, thinking that he was waiting for one big prey to appear. This was the second time, including the monster in Butchin. Looking ahead, the hero thought, I wonder if it appears from some big gate or what. A red glow appeared in the fog. It was the red eyes of the monster. Without turning around, Shinyon punched it in the nose and thought that there shouldn't be more than 2 types of monsters in the dungeon. The beast fell to the ground. The hero continued walking, thinking that if Jihai found out about this, her hair would stand on end. Noticing this, the hero chuckled. There was blue lightning in the fog. He thought, a gate. The guy's eyes widened in shock. No, something else. Standing at the blue crack, he said what it was. His fingers touched like water. The hero thought that like the status window, it can't be touched, as if there was nothing to cling to. He stuck his fingertips into the crack and thought that he could only see. It meant that he couldn't act. A shadow fell on the hero's eyes. He called for a status window. Windows appeared in front of him. Shinyon held out his hand and said that an unknown phenomenon was penetrating matter. The words began to spin. The guy clenched his fist. Hajun ran up from behind and exclaimed that he was here. It seemed that there were no large monsters nearby. He heard a question. Did he see anything like a crack? The man said anxiously that he didn't. Did something happen to him? Shinyon smiled and said, what do you mean he's the only one who can see it? Resolutely looking forward, he turned to the heavenly warrior. With a confident look, the brunette asked, maybe this was his trick again. The girl was sitting at the table. Hearing a knock on the door, she told him not to come in. The man said that he was coming in. Dong Hwan appeared at the threshold with a smile. Jihai exhaled and said that he must have misheard her. She told him not to come in. The secretary handed her a stack of papers with a smile and said that he heard everything clearly. In fact, she had been waiting for these documents more than anyone else. Jihai leaned on her hand tiredly and said that she was of course sorry to say this, but lately when she saw him, something inside her began to boil. Did he know why? She looked at her phone, hearing that it was probably because he always brought new work, and replied that he knew everything. The man said excitedly that this time it was about the scene of the incident. Unfortunately, he handed the girl a piece of paper. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened in surprise. She clarified, were there any fatalities while exploring the new dungeon? Imagining the bodies lying around, she heard that although they had organized an exploration team of only mid-level hunters, it was confirmed that they had died without even being able to use their skills. Standing at the table, Dong Hwan said that no matter how you look at it, it seems like the matter requires her intervention. The dungeon that appeared this time seemed incomprehensible. The airport building. A man was walking with a suitcase. Shinyon looked ahead with displeasure, while behind him, the guild members were seeing him off, begging him not to leave. He thought that they had finally completed their entire program stipulated by the contract. The cars were driving on the road to Seoul. Shinyon sat in the car and looked at the green crystal. Yoonseol called out to him, asking why he was floating in the clouds. Was it the skill stone he picked up in the dungeon? The brunette grinned and replied that yes, it fell from a large type fog monster as a reward and he received it. He remembered how Hajun handed over the stone and Kyle a bag of tangerines. His sister said that if you sell it, it will be at least 1 billion won. While driving, the girl said that it was understandable. What about the appearance of a large-sized monster? He said that something similar happened in the Butchin dungeon. Shinyon leaned on his hand, hearing her say that at least 2 monsters had appeared twice already. Were they going to destroy the world? The hero frowned, thinking that the real problem was not the large monsters. It was that crack. What was that? He stood next to the shining crack and asked his comrade, did they not see anything? The hero thought that it let through skills in martial arts, and it was impossible to detect it with energy sensing. The people looked ahead in surprise, saying no, is there something there? The brunette thought that he was the only one who could see that crack. Hajun waved his hand, suggesting that it might be due to his unusually high perception. But he could not draw any precise conclusions. Is it related to the heavenly warrior? Shinyon opened one eye, looking at his sister, hearing her ask if he was listening to her, and asked what she said. The girl indignantly exclaimed, where was he all the time? She asked if it was true that he was dating the deputy head. The guy spat out of shock. Wiping his mouth, he asked what kind of nonsense she was talking about. Who told her that? The sister replied that everyone was talking about them like that, and it was high time to start dating. The car drove along the road. A dialogue was heard in it. Yoonseol said that after all, she was perfect for the role of a daughter-in-law, beautiful and talented. Shinyon replied that he had never thought of days like that. The girl remarked that if that was the case, then she should try to do it now, to which her brother said that she should watch the road. There was a large stack of documents on the table. Jihai opened her eyes, hearing that it seemed like she finally woke up. The guy was sitting opposite her with a cup, and the thought came to her that the man with excellent manners was watching her while drinking tea. Jihai jumped up in shock when the hero said that it was just in time. He was thinking about whether to boil the tea again. She exclaimed when he came and heard that it was about an hour ago. Embarrassed, the pink-haired girl rubbed her neck and said that he should have at least given some sign. He penetrated like a killer. She heard that it seemed like she was very tired, so he did not wake her up. The heroine stood up, leaning on the table, and said that because of the mid-level Twilight Hunters opposing the unification, her head was splitting. Holding the documents, Jihai continued that she was also trying to find out about the name. There was no news yet, but they sent a Chinese informant, so it will be soon. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The jacket fell to the floor. Shinhyun grabbed her by the waist, and he was surprised by this himself. The embarrassed heroine thanked him. The guy removed his hand. He coughed into his fist and said that it was strange. Such a trained warrior like her could not be so tired just because of some office work. The girl was embarrassedly thinking she did not gain weight, did she? She looked away when she heard the question, "Is everything okay?" A question was heard. Has he heard about the incomprehensible dungeon? Touching his elbow, Jihai said that after the difficulty level of the dungeon stabilized, she did not use this name. The guy's eyes widened in shock. There was a wound on the girl's arm. He asked what it was. Jihai closed her eyes, saying that a dungeon whose difficulty cannot be measured appeared. She went there alone, and the result. Opening her mouth, she continued, "He can see for himself." Shinhyun looked at her, hearing that she even used shadow play, but she only managed to suppress one monster. Biting her finger in frustration, the pink-haired girl said that she had never seen or heard of such a strong dungeon. In addition, large monsters have appeared again. The rules of the dungeon are changing quickly. If this continues, nothing will happen, right? The hero turned away and said that he wanted to report something to her separately, but he would have to postpone the details for later. Taking a step, he asked, "Where is this place?" Shinhyun smiled confidently and said that he would personally verify it. In the incomprehensible dungeon, red lights were burning. Shinhyun stood next to the lava, covering his nose. He said that first there was fog, now a volcano. It was hot and smelled bad. Looking at the hot lava, he said that he felt that there was something inside with his energy perception. Did he really need to go in there? Waves went along the surface like water. They became stronger. The lava shot up. A hand appeared, and someone's burning eyes. A huge monster opened its mouth. The hero jumped back, saying that fortunately, he himself came out to greet him and saved him from unnecessary trouble. Was it he who left the burn on Jihai's body? The guy smiled and said that he should apologize for disturbing him while swimming in a warm bath. The monster opened its mouth wide, hearing that however he dared to look down on him, and it was terribly annoying. The lava trembled. A sharp downward movement. The monster extended its hand forward. Chunks of lava fell. Shinhyun said with a smile that this was quite hot magma. Seungjin's flames stood aside. The monster looked surprised. The hero thought that from what he heard, he should be a troublesome opponent. It must be hard for ordinary hunters to fight in such an environment. He imagined the monster and the figures of dead people, thinking that melee warriors would not be able to attack because of the heat, and the power of long-range attacks would simply not work because of his physique. Indeed, for the people of this world, this is an impassable dungeon. Shinhyun clenched his shining fist, saying that he was the worst. He swung his arm to strike. A round hole appeared. Lava splashed out. The hero crossed his arms, continuing that his power of regeneration. He scratched his head in displeasure and said that 15 minutes had passed. He had cut, beaten, torn, frozen him, and he was still intact. So annoying. How did Jihai kill one? He ran away from the pawn, ran in a hurry as soon as he asked her about the method of killing. The guy's eyes widened in realization. Thick lava flowed forward. Pointing his finger, Shinhyun said that something was holding this giant's body. He released a fiery explosion forward. The magma was moving. The hero said bingo. Looking more closely, he found its core. A red stone was shining among the lava. The hero pointed his fingers, saying that it took a little effort to kill one. A bright blue lightning appeared. The hero was surprised to see an information window. It said that experience was gained and the level was increased from 53 to 56. Yoonseol read this in surprise and said, "Increase the level by 3 at once." The lips stretched into a smile. He said that he should just take a look. It would be quite useful if he tried a little. A blue glow appeared near the mountains. The guy walked forward. The man watched Shinhyun talking on the phone, hearing, asking, "Did he come out of the dungeon? Is he okay?" The hero closed his eyes, answering, "Okay, it was fun," and heard the question, "Did he succeed?" The guy looked back, answering, "To lend him this dungeon for a while." A good idea came to his mind. The stranger was hiding behind a tree. Jihai held the phone and said that she understood what he meant. She stood by the window and said that she would do whatever he said, let him take care of himself. The girl put the phone away and said, "What does China mean?" Fire shot up. Yoonseol turned around and called out to her brother. Looking forward, she asked, "What is this?" The surprised girl heard that she should try to break this thing in front of her. clutching the bow, she shouted in displeasure that he had forcibly brought her here to fight the lava monster. The guy told her to calm down and break it. He ruffled his sister's hair, asking sweetly, does she not believe him? She knows that he will not do bad to her. Yoon-seol sighed tiredly and said that she was repeating the same thing again. She pulled the bowstring, hearing the advice to try to do it in one attack, and answered that she would do as he said. An explosion occurred from the attack. The girl looked at the information window in admiration, and then her mouth opened wide, exclaiming, as many as 5 levels. She turned to her brother, saying that she had received level 43. He thoughtfully said that it was more than expected, but still, he was not the only one hunting. Experience was shared between them. He smiled, saying that it was still amazing, now they would start leveling them up. The heroes attacked together. Shinyeon thought that he was extracting their cores, and Yoon-seol was destroying them. They did this all day, having defeated all 13 lava monsters in the dungeon. The girl pointed at the screen with a trembling finger and asked if she was sleeping now. The screen showed information about her characteristics. She clarified, was she level 50? With a smile, the girl rushed to hug her brother and thanked him, saying that she was now a high-level hunter. She would get a raise, she would buy an apartment. Looking at the hero with sweet eyes, she said that from now on she would always consider him a brother and would stay with him all her life. Shinyeon noticed that he was already her brother. Who was he before? The shining girl turned away and screamed that her brother was the best in the world. He embarrassedly said that he should stop. The brunette smiled contentedly, thinking that she had begun to idolize him. Now Yoon-seol will have a decent salary. If he is not mistaken, only 10 people in Korea get such. His sister turned around in surprise and asked if he did not lose experience points because of her. After all, he did the hardest work. He answered that no, he liked it too. Burying his fingers in his hair, he said that he leveled up with her. Now his level is over 60. With a smile, he said that she does not need to worry too much. Shinyeon's hunter level increased from 56 to 65. He is a super high level hunter. Shinyeon handed his sister a green cube and said that she deserves a reward for her hard work. Let her take it. This is her gift in honor of the new high-level hunter. The guy introduced the monster and said that this cube is a skill stone that he recently received on the island. Let her take it. The girl exclaimed that it is expensive. One could buy one of the most expensive houses for it. It would be better to sell it. She took the stone and heard her brother say that she shouldn't talk too much, but rather try harder. She should be strong enough to hold on to her title as a high-level hunter. Shinyeon turned away, saying that he would be going away for a while, and her sister asked, where was he going? He chuckled and said that they had a rat, they should catch it. The man watched through binoculars and asked, displeased, where did he go? He winced and said that there were no more monsters left, and that he had conquered the entire dungeon on his own. The man bit his finger sullenly, asking, was Shinyeon really that strong? At this rate, they were in great danger. The hero appeared from behind, meowing intimidatingly. The frightened man ran away. A blue seal was shining above the hero. He said that he was quite fast. A blue glow appeared in front of the spy's face. A bright flash occurred. Shinyeon held the man by the collar, saying that the heavenly harmony of pure art does not resonate. He remembered the people flying at him and asked where he learned this. The man closed one eye, hearing the question, did he swallow his tongue? With a wild smile, Shinyeon ordered him to answer. Shinyeon held the spy above the volcano, saying that he had been watching him since the previous day. He was sure that if he had not acted, he would have continued to watch him. It was easy enough to smell him. Lightning flew from the hero's eyes. He said that he hoped he came here prepared to die. Foam came out of the man's mouth. With tears in his eyes, he heard the order to say everything he knew. The sun illuminated a multi-story building. Jihai sat across the table from the boys and said that it seemed like it was more serious than they thought. Shinyeon and Yoon-seol sat next to each other, hearing that the dungeon safe zones were collapsing and large monster species were appearing. She remembered the hero standing next to the blue crack and said that only he could see them and that it was impossible to contact them. Jihai touched her forehead, saying that with twilight joining and the dungeon anomalies, it felt like something else besides that was going to fall on their heads. Yoon-seol clenched her fist and exclaimed that she shouldn't worry, they had cleared that incomprehensible dungeon. The pink-haired girl thanked her for her hard work. Shinyeon closed his eyes and said that they had left the misty dungeon under the supervision of the Tamna Guild. If there was any news, he would contact them. Introducing the monsters and men with smiles, he said that one thing is clear, all of these events happened at the same time. This is a clear specter of the destruction of the old foundations. Here in China as an enemy, no one knows what dangers await them ahead. His sister looked at him in surprise when she heard that this was why he raised her level. He recalled the explosion in the dungeon and said that for now he will continue her training so that she can overcome any danger on her own. Shinyeon finished with a determined look so that she can protect herself from those who will look for them in the future. Yoon-seol nodded, and Jihai asked why he said that. Did something happen? The guy answered that he was being followed in the dungeon. He turned away when he heard the exclamation that someone was so stupid or brave, and replied that as expected, he was from their group, he did not have any valuable information. The hero chuckled. He said that he did not get much after all. There was a tall hotel building in the city. A member of Heaven Creation Guild, Wupyeong, sat with his phone in his hands. Looking at the dark screen, he mentally asked Liu why he wasn't contacting, maybe something happened. The guy heard a request from behind the door for room service to open the door. He frowned when he heard the request repeated and mentally cursed these subordinates, and out loud told them to leave. The knocking continued, the guy frowned. Shinyeon opened the door with his foot and said that room service has arrived. Jumping up, Wupyeong grabbed a penknife and called him names. Frowning, he asked if he wanted to die. If he didn't want to see his insides, let him leave. The hero smiled. Blue waves of energy spread around. Shinyeon walked among the shards and asked if he was the one who came to see this. Wupyeong's mouth opened in surprise when he heard an apology for breaking the door. He put his hands on his hips with a smile and asked, "Is it him, Wupyeong?" The guy froze and asked how Shinyeon got here. He thought Liu was defeated, that his skills were too high. The brunette looked at him and asked where their boss is, where is he hanging out? Wupyeong looked at his phone and thought that it couldn't be. He pressed the bell symbol and thought that this was also good. Shinyeon turned around, hearing the sound. The guy threw away the knife, saying okay. He took out his sword, saying predatorily that he didn't know how he got here. The door was slightly open, but he definitely couldn't leave. People were walking into the room. Shinyeon turned around, seeing the men, and heard that he had stepped into his grave. The hero said to look at this. There was a crowd of men in the same clothes. He asked if they were warriors who learned martial arts with magic. Too many. He didn't listen to who the dark team members were and quickly jumped up. Leaving bright marks, he poked the enemy with his fingers. He froze, shocked, as if by electricity, and thought, how is his blood level? He can't see anything. What is this? The subordinates called out to their master. Without turning around, the hero said that he was too lazy to interrogate them, but since they studied martial arts, they should be able to see the Murim status window. He snapped his fist and said that recently he had only used hunter skills. His body would rust at this rate, he needed to stretch it a little. The guy with blue eyes grinned predatorily and told him to open his eyes wide and look for the status window. This will show them the experience of the end of the world. The men saw their comrades flying out of a cloud of dust. Shinyeon came out of the room and asked in surprise, what? He saw the men and asked, did they not see either? Smiling, Shinyeon said that if so. Bright rays flew from him. He continued that he would show it again. With rapid movements, he attacked the opponents one after another, asking, did he see it? Did this one definitely see it? And what about him? Shinyeon asked with a wild look. He didn't see it either. Did they see this status window? He knows it by heart because he was watching it carefully. The man trembled, looking down, and then he was surprised to hear how exciting. No one could see him before. A bloody hand fell to the floor. The hero asked, what does he want to see? Adjusting his hair stained with blood, Shinyeon asked where their boss Hai was. There were feet and boots on the floor. Hai with a scar on his face looked forward. In front of him was an empty corridor. He thought, no one. The man looked around, thinking what was going on here. He looked at his phone, deciding to contact Wupyeong when Shinyeon appeared from behind. Hai turned around in surprise when he was called. Quickly, a fist appeared in front of the frightened man, the words that he was very tired of waiting for him. A phone was lying next to the bloody palm. The man called the master. He was lying against the wall in blood and tried to tell him to run away from him. Shinyeon said that all his subordinates were asleep and it was all his fault. Hai clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth in anger, he asked how he got here. Shinyeon crossed his arms and asked why he was so surprised. The long-haired man took out his sword and the hero said how rude it was. Why were they all so gloomy? Hai frowned and asked what he had done to his people. The brunette smiled slyly. Bloody bodies lay in the corridor. Shinyeon extended his shining palm and asked if he could go through this himself. He could share their fate with him. The man with the sword froze in fear, and then he held his breath, finding himself in the water. Having emerged, he breathed sharply. Shinyeon sat by the edge of the pool and asked, is it customary to swim in suits in their country? Hai frowned, displeased to hear, doesn't he know about the saying through mortal politeness? The guy with the scar thought that he shouldn't give in to his provocations. He stood in the pool, thinking that teleportation with a group is advanced technology. Even in China, there are few people who have such skills. If that's the case, then Wupyeong and the others must be dead by now. He looked at the smiling brunette and thought how strong he is. Looking at his aura, he is comparable to Yangqing or even stronger. With his teleportation skill, it will be hard to escape. Even if he dies, he must report his skills. The guild leader laughed. Shinyeon asked why he was laughing. Did he drink too much water? The man held the sword and said that no, thanks to him, his mind was cleared. Let him not underestimate him. The water swirled. The enemy said that he was the third in the dark team for the heavenly sword. His eyes glowed red. He promised to drown him in his own blood. People were surprised to see the explosion on the roof of the building, discussing it. Wai jumped out of the water and rushed after the hero. He, running away, asked, "Is he so good at running?" The guy who followed him was also not bad. The long-haired man swung his sword, shouting for him to shut up. He knows that he is from Muram. The beams hit the blue barrier. A cry was heard not to run away and fight him as a warrior with a warrior. He quickly jumped forward. Wai with glowing red eyes offered to fight to the death. Shinhyeon looked at the red blade questioningly, and then jumped back. A shadow fell on his eyes. He grinned. And then, touching his forehead, the guy laughed. The enemy asked, "What's funny?" Wiping away tears of laughter, Shinhyeon said that he couldn't laugh anymore. His stomach hurt. The man with the sword winced at the suggestion to reason. He liked it. Blue rays of energy were spreading everywhere. Shinhyeon said that an ant that he could kill with one finger dared to threaten him. Isn't that funny? Wai gritted his teeth, hearing that the Heaven Creation Guild could be a zoo with only bugs. Perhaps their leader was a monkey. The hero's feet left the ground. He said that in front of such mistakes as them. A shining ball appeared in his palm. He continued that there was no need to brag. Balls of power were floating around. He ordered not to be stupid and stand still. They flew down with bright rays. Wai tried to dodge them, thinking that he was impudent, but nevertheless, this arrogance was to his advantage. He had a chance to win. With a swing of the blade, he cut the balls. His hand was clutching a sword. Surrounded by fire, Wai extended it using heavenly tribulation. Shinhyeon chuckled, watching him. The man extended his hand with the sword, and then he frowned and gritted his teeth. The hero hovered above him in the sky, and with a calm smile, he looked down. The enemy blushed with anger. The people below looked up. Bright flashes and rays blazed in the sky. Passers-by discussed, "Is this a battle of hunters and not in the dungeon yet? Let him zoom in and take a photo." Wai flew forward rapidly. With a red strike, he cut the blue beam, thinking that it was the same trick as before. He flew, leaving a trace, and thought that this time it would not work. The red glow rushed towards the brunette's chest. He chuckled. Fire blazed around the heroes. Wai frowned, wondering why the body. His sword was shaking. Shinhyeon looked at him and asked what he was doing. Let him attack. He stood calmly next to him, asking, "Is something wrong?" The opponent's eyes widened in shock, asking, "That can't be, it's a soul sword," and heard confirmation. Touching the man's face with his fingers, Shinhyeon ordered him to say what kind of heavenly sword. He'd better tell him, because he wasn't joking. The leader's eyes widened in shock. He heard that he had done a good job anyway. However, there was nothing else to see. It was time for him to rest too. A huge explosion appeared. The camera captured a falling man. The man looked at it in surprise. He was scared when Shinhyeon appeared from behind and asked, "Is he from the Prime?" Right. Was he filming everything from the beginning? The guy held the camera, saying that yes, he tried to film the fight as accurately as possible, as he ordered. Shinhyeon told him to edit the part where the guy was suffering at the end and send it to the deputy head. It should be made so that it was unclear who won and who lost. The guy looked at the hero leaving and said that he didn't know if he could ask such a thing, but where was he going to use this video? Wai-Hi's bloody body was lying on the ground. The answer was heard that he could think of it as a teaser for the movie. In other words, this was a declaration of war. Words were heard that they would move on to the latest news. On the screen was a photo of Shinhyeon. The announcer said that the leader of the TJE Limitless Guild was attacked by an unknown person in the city center. Footage of flashes appeared. People in the subway were reading the news. The host said that the scale of the battle was large. The family was watching TV. Nothing is known about the life of the hunter Shinhyeon now. The guy showed his friend his phone and asked, "Did you see the news? Isn't it great?" He asked who he thought won. The men were standing at the fence. Words were heard. Didn't he say that his friend works at the hospital? They say Shinhyeon is undergoing intensive treatment. The interlocutor exclaimed, "Who could have attacked him?" The hero stood with his hands in his pockets. The body was covered with a cloth. Jae turned around. Shinhyeon noticed how she handed him a can of drink, saying that the days were getting cooler. He turned to the girl and asked if she found out anything. The brunette took a sip and said that even after interrogating with an absolute order, he died immediately. The pink-haired girl held the can, saying that it seemed like some kind of order that overlapped with certain words. Saying them, they immediately died. The guy handed her a flash drive, saying that nevertheless, now they have evidence of their attack. Standing next to her, Jae noted that she thought so. They are quite annoying opponents. The brunette agreed. The girl smiled. Laughing, she said it was funny that she was saying such a thing. Doesn't he have ways to turn the entire continent upside down and find them? Shinhyeon looked at her and asked, would she try to stop him in that case? The deputy head confirmed, saying that there was no need to raise their issue on an international level. Holding the can, the guy said that he didn't want to do that either. It was funny, they stick their heads out and hide again. He introduced card players, saying that if you bet blindly, counting on a strong hand, the opponent will easily fold. However, he will pretend that you are on equal terms. Shinhyeon yawned, saying that they could play for a while and see his reaction. The girl asked, is he leaving already? The pink-haired girl looked at him and heard that he was tired. He will rest for a while at home. Let him prepare for the press conference, be careful. She replied that he should not worry, press conferences are their specialty. They will put everything for broke. A week later, people were sitting at the tables. A girl sat down at the table. A viewer said that it was true. Jihai, the second one, answered, really. The pink-haired girl adjusted her hair. The guy whispered that it seemed like the alliance between Dawn and the Limitless was strong. He had never seen her sit like that in public. It made him a little worried. Rumor has it that they already have a child. The door opened. The reporters opened their mouths in shock. Shinhyon entered the room. He had bandages on his face. His hands were bandaged. A question was heard, is it true that he was badly injured in that brutal battle? Who could have done such a thing to him? Jihai smiled, saying that since he dressed like that, he should have taken his injured hand out of his pockets. The guy adjusted the microphone. Shinhyon stood at the podium and greeted everyone. Standing amidst the flashes, he thanked all the journalists for taking the time to attend this press conference and also thanked the video for providing them with the space. The reporter looked at the camera and he said that they probably had a lot of questions about the incident that happened a week ago. Therefore, he would like to express his position right away. Showing his hand, the guy said that he would need some time to recover from his injuries and mental shock. Since he could not go out earlier with his injured body, he apologized for the delay. The pink-haired girl thought how well he lied. The reporter raised his hand, hearing that they could now ask their questions, and shouted that his name was Digi. The hero closed his eyes, hearing that there were rumors that the attacker was not alone. Was that true? He remembered the man in the hallway and said that there were about 20 assassins who attempted on his life. He recalled the scene of the fight. It is said that the person caught on camera at the scene of the incident was their leader. He was a high-level hunter whose level is equal to his. The man at the table exclaimed that please let him tell what their fight was like. The man with the notepad asked what his name was and what happened to him now. Shinhyon smiled. It is said that it was a fierce battle. Beaming, he asked what happened in the end. Jihai looked ahead, hearing that it was hard for him to talk about this as well as his personality. But one thing is clear, they were all Chinese. The press conference participants are shocked, heard that therefore they are going to officially request cooperation from China soon. The reporter clenched his fist, saying that this is clearly a national issue. The second said that the hunters from the other side also attacked them. The guy on the leg, they say that he does not know who is trying to catch him, if this bad guy can hear him now. Raising his finger, he continued that he wanted to say one thing, sending his dogs a little rudely. Showing the middle finger, Shinhyon said that if he had the courage, let him come and attack directly. Yang Cheng. He held a pipe in his mouth. He opened his mouth and exhaled smoke. The leader asked the man if they had contacted Wai. He replied that they had not. The man in the kimono heard that either he was late or everyone was dead. With a sharp movement, he attacked the assistant. The blood-stained blonde said that he said so. With a crazy look, he continued that the third seed of the dark team died along with the others. The man was lying on the floor. Turning around, the man continued, not only did the mission fail, but now his identity was exposed. He turned around and continued that he was going to act in stages. He would have to change the plan. With a wild smile, he said that he would come and tear him apart. The sun was shining on the high-rise building. Yunseol walked to the exit, hearing the bell, and asked who else was there. She peeked out from behind the door. Her gaze became surprised. Shinhyon was lying with a book covering his face, and he heard his sister calling him. He pushed the book aside when he heard someone coming. Two men with glasses entered the room. One asked that he was Shinhyon's hunter, right? The sister was scared to hear that he would have to come with them. Vip wants to talk. The guy chuckled, thinking that they would openly come to his house. He was very brave. In the restaurant, the waiters were carrying trays. Shinhyon put his hands in his pocket, thinking that it was quite brave to get close so quickly. He looked ahead slyly, saying that they would see how he looked. The guy at the table waved his hand, beckoning him here, and the hero was surprised to recognize Cholho. The man shook his hand and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and asked if everything was okay with him. The hero asked why the former guild leader and thought to himself that maybe he was now in league with the Heaven Creation Guild. The hero was surprised when the man said that he was pleased to meet such a wonderful person. The man introduced himself with a smile that he was the president of Yungsu. Yunseol looked at him in surprise, wondering why he was here. The man sat opposite him, saying that he was probably surprised by his sudden invitation. He apologizes, but it's urgent, let him understand. The guy asked Cholo how they knew each other. He replied that the best guilds in Korea always have connections with the government. Their friendship could be considered a state secret. The hero frowned, thinking that he must have been close. If that was the case, the president must have some connections with the Heaven Creation Guild. Crossing his arms, the hero boldly asked why he needed a hunter like him. The man exclaimed in amazement, asking him to be more polite. The president remained sullenly silent. Interlacing his fingers, he said that they would get to the point. A couple of days ago he heard a rumor about an attack by Chinese hunters. Shinhyun yawned, asking if he knew that it was all over the media. Youngsu, interlacing his fingers, replied that of course. The boys looked at him, hearing that contrary to what was said, they were the ones who attacked them. The hunter should know about it. The hero frowned, and the guildmaster chuckled awkwardly. The men shook hands, and words were heard that, ironically, after the appearance of the dungeons, all international relations went in a new direction. All because of their new enemy, the dungeon monsters. The president touched his face in disappointment, saying that everything was so smooth, the relationship between local hunters and foreign hunters was tense. This incident could become a spark of fire that would spread throughout the world. From his side, he wanted to avoid all of this. The brunette raised his palm and said that this was wrong. He was judging in the wrong direction. The men looked at him in surprise. They listened tensely as Shinhyun said that the guild that had been bothering him recently was connected to China, just like Dawn was connected to the Korean government. He knows about the war between Dawn and Twilight, right? Now it was clear that the Heaven Creation Guild was behind Taehoon. The men looked away in disappointment. The hero remembered the flash drive he had handed over and said that they had evidence of an open attack from their side. He remembered the box with red hieroglyphs and said that he must have been informed about the papers in Taehoon's safe. Shinhyun said with a serious look that he would add in conclusion. Crossing his arms, he asked what would happen if Dawn was broken by Twilight. The president looked at him in shock after hearing the question. Obviously, right. The resources and territories would be in the hands of the Chinese. The guy stood up, saying that he didn't care about the country. He only helped for personal reasons. If it was an international conflict, then it had already flared up a long time ago. Heading away, Shinhyun said that maybe he knew about it. If he wanted, he could pretend that he didn't hear anything. He didn't care. He will take care of himself, so don't bother him. The brunette turned around after hearing the order to stand still and wondered if he would show his true colors. The president leaned on the table, saying that he heard the hunter. Looking at him sternly, he said that from now on, the government will do everything in its power to support his guild. The man stood up and continued that he would hope that he would deal with them. Looking at him, the guy thought that he didn't expect that. He smiled and said that it would do. Shinhyun confidently said that whether it was a clay pot or a porcelain pot, it would break with just a little effort. People were walking along a busy street. Shinhyun walked on the sidewalk with his eyes closed and said that he had enough determination, although he had contacted him in a strange way. Something beeped in his pocket. The hero read the message, which said that he had a proposal. Since he didn't answer the call, he left a message. It's a business proposal. If you're interested, let him write and they'll contact him. The hero brought the phone to his ear. Hearing the answer to the call, he said that he was Shinhyun, the leader of the guild The Limitless. Did he want to contact him about some business? The man replied with a smile that he was glad to hear it. He was a Changsik hunter. Holding the papers, he continued that he found his contacts on the internet and was glad that it was the right number. The brunette looked at the phone, hearing the question if he could talk to him in person. It was a bit difficult to talk about such things over the phone, and thought that he didn't say which guild he was from. It was suspicious. Standing among the people, the guy agreed and said that he had some free time today. He could meet in about 2 hours. Holding the phone, he heard that they would send him the meeting place later and would be in touch. Shinhyun smiled, thinking maybe he should call her. The pink-haired girl was sitting at the table. The phone on her desk rang. Jihai answered it, holding it with her shoulder, and heard a question, busy. With a bright smile, she said yes, but not for him. Did he want to say something? He heard words that it must be hard for her there. Fingers on the keyboard, the hero asked, can she check the hunters in the association database? Let her find a hunter named Changsik for him. Shinhyun walked down the street, hearing that she found 4. All of them are neutral hunters, one is level 20, the rest are level 30 to 40. The girl said that this is not a person he could just be interested in. Is there some reason? Smiling, the guy answered, which means it could just be an alias. Jihai glanced at the phone and asked, is something wrong? She heard that no, he just feels something is wrong. 2 hours later in a coffee shop, the guy was drinking a drink from a straw. He exhaled, saying that he was tired today. It felt like he was seeing so many people for the first time. After stirring his drink with ice, he thought about torturing him or just frying his brains with an absolute order. Shinhyun smiled wickedly, thinking that time was passing. He would play with him and then throw him away, just releasing all the stress accumulated over this week. A figure appeared behind him. The hero glanced at him and thought that it was brave. A man with a red aura was approaching from behind. He, a brunette, wickedly thought that although he was weak, he was too open. Maybe the deal for this dead man was death. A man with red eyes stopped next to him. He looked down at the hero. The guy smiled. They say that they have met. Surrounded by a blue glow, Shinhyun ordered to talk about everything without missing the slightest detail. Otherwise, it will be bad for him. Let him start from the very beginning. There was a shadow on the man's face. Finally, he extended his hand and said that this was their first meeting. He was Changsik and came from North Korea. Shinhyun looked at him in surprise. Changsik looked at the guy with a slight smile. Sitting at the table opposite, Shinhyun asked, "North Korea?" Changsik answered that it was correct. Crossing his arms, the hero said that this was bad, should he be told about it. The man awkwardly scratched the back of his head and asked him to be patient for a little while. Looking ahead intently, the hero heard that their country did not have an organized system of hunters. Frowning, the man continued that it turned out that there were no hunters in North Korea, they simply did not exist. He introduced people crossed out with crosses and said that the Supreme People's Assembly banned the training of hunters, fearing a popular uprising. Looking at him, Shinhyun asked, didn't he call himself a hunter? The interlocutor replied that he had a Chinese license. Technically, he was a Chinese hunter. The guy with gray eyes repeated China. The man introduced the Chinese man who extended his hand and said that North Korea was currently leasing all of its dungeons to its ally China. It was the same as selling resources. At first, everything was fine, leasing the dungeons was a good idea. But in the end, it turned out that their country had effectively become a colony. There were bodies on the ground. Changsik approached the woman. Her head was down. He said that in addition, due to the current situation, the leadership could no longer get out. The people began to become poor, suffer from hunger and die. Tears streamed down the man's face. He left, clenching his fists. Having lost his family and friends due to the authorities, he made a decision. He moved to China, where he expanded his power and collected information to somehow change the current situation. The man walked past the bodies. The man sitting in the chair saw him and exclaimed, "What's all the fuss?" Changsik looked ahead grimly, saying that the damned Supreme Council did not listen to them and did not stop no matter what. There was a red aura around the hunter, he said, to give them a taste of the new revolution. Shinhyun looked at him and asked, did he break in there alone? The man replied that with his powers, it was quite easy to incapacitate ordinary people. He showed off the badge, saying that however, due to the current situation, he had every right to overthrow the government. After which, he tried to implement the hunter system, but it was too late, China was too attached to them. Shinhyun crossed his arms and asked, did he come to South Korea as an antagonist? The man sitting opposite him replied that he was right. They planned to open up some of South Korea's dungeons and territories for free entry, plus resume the exchange of industrial information. Changsik clenched his fist, saying that by strengthening South Korea's influence while pushing out China, he believed that in this case, it would rebuild the foundations of North Korea and return the country to stability. Shinhyun looked down, hearing that of course it all depended on his help, and thought that it was interesting. He looked at the excited man and thought that the idea was a little dubious. Could Taehoon have predicted such an outcome? After all, he didn't just hand over the dungeon to North Korea for nothing. Touching his chin, the hero thought that China was eating North Korea, but was the Heaven Creation Guild trying to absorb China. Changsik was surprised to hear that he understood everything, but he had one question and asked him to ask. The guy, who crossed his arms over his chest, asked if he was somehow related to the Heaven Creation Guild. Looking at him, the man repeated. Fire flashed in his eyes. The brunette noticed this, and grinning, he said that it was true. Getting up, Shinhyun said that he saw everything, so he wants him to deal with them, the man confirmed. Looking at him with a confident gaze, the hero said that since he was inviting him, it was worth going to the north of Korea. Jae was drinking tea. She put the cup on the saucer. Turning around, she asked Shinhyun how he knew she was here. He replied that his phone was dead and she was not in the office, so he wanted to go here. The girl closed her eyes, saying that so many years of training and she was found so easily. Maybe she should go back to her old way of life. Her eyes widened in amazement when she heard, maybe she should go on a date with him today. The heroes exchanged knowing glances. Getting up, the pink-haired girl said that several months had passed since she was last invited on a date. Where were they going? The guy asked if she had any idea. Touching his shirt, Jae said that passive men were not particularly attractive, but since it was Shinhyun, she could agree. The brunette grinned. The heroes were standing in the forest, inside a new dungeon near Anson. A snake was crawling on the ground. The monster's eyes were glowing. With a sharp movement, it threw itself between the heroes. Jae looked at it, saying that this was an unknown dungeon. She jumped up, saying that his risk had not yet been determined. He petrified the target with magic power. The brunette touched the tree and said that if he was hit, it would already be a problem. Jae raised her finger and offered to make a bet on who could kill more, but he was forbidden to use martial arts. The girl turned around, seeing several snakes. They moved with a green beam. Words were heard that it would be fun not to refuse. The huntress jumped, turning in the air. The beams of her attacks cut the monsters. Shinhyun scratched his temple, saying that he just wanted to talk peacefully. He looked down. Several snakes crawled up from behind. The eyes glowed red. The guy said that since they wanted it that way. He was surrounded by flames. He said predatorily that he would try to satisfy their desire to die. Dead snakes lay on the ground. Shinhyun shook his palms, saying that they were not even good for warming up. he noticed something ahead. Jihai was sitting on a huge pile of monsters. Words were heard that it seemed like someone let off all the steam. Jumping off, the girl said that although the difficulty was high, but compared to the incomprehensible, they were like babies. The brunette agreed. The pink-haired touched her chin, saying that nevertheless, she was still worried about the growth of such dungeons throughout the country. In addition, there were still not enough high-level hunters. Putting his hands in his pockets, Shinyon said that their country is not the only one where the number of dungeons is constantly increasing. For example, North Korea. Yesterday, he met with a North Korean hunter Changsik. He asked for help from North Korea in order to exchange experiences. The pink-haired girl was very surprised. The hero remembered the blazing fire in his eyes and replied that at the moment it was unknown whether he was on the side of the Heaven Creation Guild or not. Perhaps they were just playing out a new scene. He did not believe him. Looking pitifully, Jihai said that she hoped he did not accept his offer. Most likely, this was a trap. A snake appeared behind. Rays from its eyes flew forward. The heroes saw this in surprise. A blue glow appeared next to the girl. She called out to Shinyon, who was confidently standing in the fire, in surprise. The hero stood in the rays of the snake's attack. Jihai ran towards him in alarm. Shinhyun's body began to turn black. The snake's eyes burned predatorily. Jihai turned to him in anger and said that he was a nasty snake. In one move, she cut off the monster's head, asking how dare he. The carcass fell to the ground. The pink-haired girl looked at the guy in fear. Shinyon froze like a stone statue. She anxiously reached out with her hand and asked him to stop joking. She brought her hand to his shoulder and threatened to break it. The girl clenched her fist. The statue's appearance became indignant. Taking on a normal appearance, the guy said that he did not want to be saved like this. Jihai asked if he thought she would suffer from such an attack, and when did he learn to use teleport so quickly. The hero replied that he did not pump physical damage at all, he put everything into intuition. How did she like it? Was it impressive? Jihai tiredly touched her head and said that yes, but they needed to talk about what was said earlier. Pointing her finger at the brunette, she asked why he accepted the offer, which could potentially be a trap. Looking sternly at the guy, she said that this is North Korea, not some other country. In any case, there are some pitfalls. Shinyon said that he still couldn't refuse such a show. He tilted his head sweetly and asked if she was worried about him. The girl turned away, answering that of course she couldn't help but worry about a superhuman like him, but it was up to him to decide whether to go or not. Looking back, she said that she hoped he would listen to her words. After all, she would feel guilty. The guy took a step. Coming closer, he said that he always left the troublesome work to her. In the past, he only asked for help in critical situations. Taking hold of the girl's shoulders, Shinyon said that he would go there, but she would stay here. She was the closest person to Yoon-seol, who looked after her in his absence. Resolutely looking at the pink-haired girl, the brunette said that he promised that no matter how far away she was, let her call him anytime if anything happened. Looking at her, Shinyon promised that he would fly anywhere. Embarrassedly looking away, Jihai replied that she was glad to hear it. The brunette standing opposite said that if that was the case, then he would say goodbye. People walked through the evening city. Enough time had passed since then. The date of departure to North Korea was specified. The man stood at the manager's table. The hero thought that such agreements between North and South Korea were rare, so the neighboring countries were attentive. He had no reason to object. Changsik said something enthusiastically to the man. Thanks to his active work, everything was going well. It was snowing near the high-rise building. The hero and Yoon-seol practiced in different dungeons. As a result, he reached level 67 and she reached level 54. Moreover, water was flowing from the shower. The girl stood surrounded by drops. Her eyes glowed blue. The brother was sitting on the couch when an explosion was heard behind him. He lazily opened one eye, and then turned to the girl who called him. The shining Yoon-seol stood with her hand on her hip and asked how he was. Her overall martial arts level is 30. The guy thought that she had reached the basic level of swordsmanship, which was just the beginning of the martial arts path. With a slight smile, Shinyon thought that everything was fine now. This was enough, she could stand up for herself now. Cars drove along the road. Standing on the bus, the brunette said about checking the microphone. Shinyon said with a satisfied look that he was glad to be here. He was the general manager of this department. Yuan looked at him with his mouth open, thinking that it was indeed his pitch. The guy with narrow eyes, Young-seok, heard that all of them were promising high-level hunters. The girl with a bob, Hana, was sitting next to him. The hero said that he was sure that they all understood the scale of this operation. Minhyuk looked ahead, awkwardly starting. He raised his hand and apologized for interrupting, but could he lower the microphone a little? The hunters laughed when he heard that they were young, so they could hear him well. Shinhyun awkwardly scratched his cheek, thinking that in Murim, the louder the more effective. Yoon-seol looked at the guy with a smile, hearing that the Hunter Exchange Project in North and South Korea is also an important diplomatic event. and this operation will not be limited by the rules. Holding the microphone, the hero said that with this, he would make them into real high-level hunters Korea. The team members looked at him in surprise. Shinhyun asked what kind of reaction. They didn't believe him. Hana hesitantly answered that it wasn't that. She looked down, unsure if they could do it since they had been leveling up for so long. Yoonseol stood up when her brother asked her to start. The brunette smiled sweetly, saying that she was a sniper from down and wanted to thank everyone who had come right away. Shinhyun said that she would be the leader in the raid schedule, and they would clear the dungeons on her command. The hunters' mouths dropped open in surprise. Yeon waved his hand, saying that the leader was usually the most experienced player. He certainly didn't doubt Yoonseol's abilities. Shinhyun closed his eyes, interrupting that he trusted her with this. The guy looked at him in surprise. The girl scratched her cheek with a smile, hearing that in the field of leadership, Yoonseol has more experience in the past. She said that in the past, she was the leader of the group. However, recently she was able to clear many high-level dungeons. She was not able to visit the incomprehensible. The brunette remembered how she flew from a blue explosion. A blue information window appeared in front of the girl. Her brother said that even if so. The hunters looked at the same windows in surprise. He continued that Yoonseol's level is higher than them. The window said that she was level 54, Archer 25, Sniper 29. Minhak said in surprise that they recently wrote that she was only a leader, and Yiwon said sadly that this was some kind of nonsense. Shinhyun confidently said that she was able to raise 20 levels in just a couple of months, risked her life, but the risk paid off. The girl next to her was ready to die of shame. The hero looked at the others, saying that Yoonseol is the leader, he will look after them. When they return to their homeland, they will become real hunters, not just mercenaries. Are they ready to trust him? The hunters looked at him with confidence. A shout was heard in the bus that they will follow him. It was snowing in the mountains inside the Kumgang dungeon. A man stood behind the blonde leader. He smiled. Bowing his head, the boy smiled and told Shinhyun that he will prove him wrong. A monster appeared above him in a glow. The heroes were standing in the dungeon of the Port Toads, southwest of Pyongyang. A toad hovered above Shinhyun's head. He said that these are the monsters that live in the area. They attack within a radius of 2 meters, and it seems that there is poison on the claws. He snapped his fingers. The hunters looked at the toad in surprise. The paws fell to the ground. Shinhyun closed his eyes as she jumped and said that the jumping power was also not bad. If they got caught, it would be hard. The monster's eyes glowed red. A red beam flew forward, and then a green explosion was heard. Yoonseol was holding a bow. Looking at her, the guy said that it was a great shot. The hunter was surprised to think that they were definitely brother and sister, taking down such a dangerous monster with such ease. Crossing his arms over his chest, the brunette said that he would leave the regrouping to the leader of the group. The girl called Yoonseok. Standing in front of the hunters, Yoonseol said that the priest was in the center, the warriors were in the front row, the tank was protecting the team. The reaper was using the gaps in the defense to kill the enemies, and she, the sniper, would protect the perimeter of the group. And now everyone quickly gathered. Shinhyun looked at her with a smile. He remembered the man asking him in surprise what he had just said and repeating that the schedule should be as tight as possible at least once every 2 days. Changsik held the documents, saying in surprise that these were unexplored dungeons with unknown danger risks. Were they sure? The information about the monsters, terrain, and climate would be unknown. The guy put down the knife and said what he was saying. He said with a smile that if he wanted to clean up, he should work hard and not be stingy. The toad stuck out its long tongue. It touched the guy's shield. Yiwon jumped from behind. His eyes were glowing red. There were traces of multiple attacks. Jumping up, he shouted that he was coming towards them. Be careful. The guy swore, clenching his teeth. Yiwon grabbed the long tongue. A request to hold on was heard. The guy clenched his teeth with effort. His trembling fingers unclenched, and then they clenched around the hilt with force. A powerful attack hit the toad's head. He fell. Hana ran up screaming, "Is everything okay?" Opening one eye, Yiwon shouted, "Don't come closer, that's not all." The girl was surprised. Several toads jumped from behind. A blue glow appeared. A bright beam flew past the girl. The brunette was holding a bow. Words of gratitude were heard. Yoonseol lowered the bow and asked, "Is she okay?" Hana turned and said, "Everything is fine, but it looks like he's injured." Looking at the guys, the brunette asked to focus on healing him, and the reaper and tank changed positions. Golden flames emanated from her outstretched palms. Hana looked away and thought, wow. She looked at the brunette with a bow and thought that she runs around all day, scouts, intercepts, and even defends. At the same time, almost all of her shots hit the target, but no one hit her. The guys were sitting on the ground. The girl thought that the difference in their levels was not that big, but how could she be so strong? Yoonseol said that they had rested enough, let them pack up and move out slowly. The boy gritted his teeth. Yiwon jumped up and shouted for her to know when to stop. He hadn't rested enough yet. They had been on their feet all day, there were no fewer monsters, and their strength was running out. He walked up to Yoon with displeasure, shouting that she probably wanted them dead. After all, there was a line that couldn't be crossed. He approached, grimly shouting that they should stop the raid here without any objections. A blue glow appeared around Shin-hyun. He asked, "A line?" How many times had he heard this word before? The boy gritted his teeth, hearing that he was weak no matter what they called him, no matter what candidate he was. The hunters sitting on the ground heard that even when he had no strength, he should ask himself, is it enough? Does he think that he is the only one who makes mistakes so often? Yoon looked forward, hearing that their levels were not that different, but did he know why she was stronger than him? At least she never faced death compared to them. The boy trembled, hearing the hero say that it meant he had to make himself stronger, but he quickly gave up. The brunette remembered punching the ground and asked, does he think he was that strong from the start? The hero smirked. The trembling hunters looked at him in shock, hearing that even with patience alone, they wouldn't get stronger. They wouldn't get stronger like that. The toad's eyes were glowing. Many monsters were flying towards Shin-hyun. A blue fire appeared on his palm. He said that anyone who wanted to. The boy continued with his eyes sparkling, saying that he was looking for a way to become stronger. The bright blue rays turned into a dragon's head. The boys looked at this with their mouths open, hearing that whoever doesn't need it is looking for an excuse. His fingers dug into his hair. Shin-hyun pushed his bangs aside and asked what he was looking for. Yuan looked at him in surprise, saying that he was a god. Then he bowed. Words were heard from the trees that he would find a way, he would follow him. The hero thought that after that, they all trusted him, and the tour of North Korea was a success. A whole month passed like that. Yoon frowned at her brother. They were standing next to a glowing red portal on Mount Kumgang in front of an incomprehensible dungeon. The hero thought that just looking at it made him think that the Heaven Creation Guild was here. Shin-hyun turned around when he was called. Changsik looked at him and asked, this is an incomprehensible dungeon. Are they enough to clear it? Shin-hyun answered that it was. Then he smiled madly and answered syllable by syllable, of course. Even if he killed him, he would go alone. Stepping forward resolutely, he told them to just wait, he was already coming. 3 days ago, the protagonist was holding a glass of ice in his hands. He was sitting on the roof of the building and looking at the folder. Shin-hyun looked closely through his bangs and realized that Yuan was level 49, Young-seok was 48, Minhak was 47, Hana was 48. He also realized that his sister had managed to rise to level 2, and now she was 56. He imagined his battle team with a weapon and realized that each of them had successfully overcome 2-3 levels. Hunter stood next to his sister and imagined how the team admired them, although their strength was hard to explain, but due to the high trust in him and Yoon, the group did not have any special questions. He threw the folder on the table and wondered if he could train them at the same pace. So far he had achieved everything in less than a month. He frowned at his glass of drink and understood that no one had interfered with him, and even if everything was going smoothly now, it was not a fact that it would continue to be so. The hunter looked down intently and understood that he was specifically protecting a high-risk dungeon so that the money and experience would be with them. And even if China was currently inactive, there was no talk of the warrior god of the sky either, so he wondered if his assumptions would come true or not. Changsik held a bottle and a glass in his hands with a widening smile, because he wanted to talk to the hunter. A bucket of ice and wine stood on the table, and the protagonist praised the worker for doing a good job. Changsik noted that he really did not think that the hunters would be able to protect the dungeon once every 2 days. Shin-hyun was shocked when the manager said with a smile that thanks to this gentleman, the number of active dungeons had sharply decreased. Changsik introduced the continent and the check marks on it, because the hunter planned to clear the dungeon only to the south of Pyongyang. The man in the suit closed his eyes and said with a smile that the plans remained the same as before. Changsik smiled maliciously with red eyes and said that there was still a little left. The brunette also smiled maliciously through his bangs and understood that everything would soon be over. He rested his hands on the table and with a grin asked where they were moving next. Inside the Kumgang dungeon, a crowd of hunters was walking. Yoon began to scream frantically that it was much colder here than they said. The entire crowd of hunters also cried and was indignant at such a cold. The sister thought that everything would be fine, because the equipment was equipped with resistance to cold and it looked like she needed to take more clothes. The protagonist looked away calmly and realized that even Yoon had a fever, and it seemed like it wouldn't be that easy. The protagonist looked back at the agitated Changsik in bewilderment, who suggested going back, since it was too reckless to go further. The brunette in the cloak immediately became wary, frowning, since the hunter didn't understand what happened to him yesterday. He was eager to accompany them as a guide. Changsik continued to frown in the sweat of his brow, since he was too impulsive and didn't understand why he was saying that at all. He remembered how he showed the notebook with a smile and realized that this was a dangerous dungeon from which he had to escape, and he wondered how he could even talk about it. The protagonist put his hand on the guide's shoulder and thanked him for his concern, but asked him to lead them further. Changsik looked in surprise at the smiling guy, who explained that this was the last dungeon so they couldn't miss its reward. Yoon-seol walked ahead of the crowd, looking back at the guys and realized that it had become even colder, and it looked like they would freeze to death before the battle with the monsters. The brunette excitedly bulged her eyes when she heard a scream. Their black silhouettes watched a huge blue bird. This blue bloodthirsty bird screamed furiously. Changsik became bloodthirsty, showing his teeth because he hoped that this monster would not appear so early. But now it was in front of him because it was the main culprit, complicating the already difficult dungeon. Blue stencils and crystals began to appear on the wing of the monster. The bird bulged its glowing eye. It spread its wings and released a snowstorm across the entire space. The guy reached out with his palm with a blue aura. The main character raised his hand and held back the attack of the crystals for the team. Purple fire began to fill the space. Shinhyun held his hand coolly while his sister was tense. Changsik bared his teeth angrily when he saw the barrier crack, explaining that even one piece of ice was capable of killing a mid-level hunter, and when they were destroyed, ice flames burst out of them that could not be blocked because the monster itself was flying at a height and did not descend lower, making it difficult to attack. The hovering monster continued to emit ice rain like a bombardment on the boys. The brunette looked up furiously, trying to get a weapon because he understood that close combat classes like him were useless here. Shinhyun looked back at his excited sister and asked her to attack the monster with a bow. She immediately took out a huge bow and aimed an arrow. The arrow had pierced the ice crystal. This iron tip began to crack. The boys immediately covered their heads under the barrier. The protagonist only smirked in response. He stretched out his hand and was about to use fire because something impossible came to mind. A crowd of black silhouettes watched the magical flashes in the air. Yoon-seol looked back at her brother with a smile, who was puzzled by the fact that he had many ways to get rid of the monster, but these irregularities were a little in his way. Shinhyun the bailiff looked at his surprised comrade, who noticed that he had given the barrier the attribute of fire, but the outcome would probably be a huge nuance. The protagonist spread his legs apart and asked the guys not to worry, because this would not last long, and as soon as they went further, there would be a place where the fight against these monsters would be much easier. The whole team immediately smiled under the protective barrier. Hearing this, the entire team of hunters followed their leader under the purple snowfall. Minhyuk looked back at Hana with bulging eyes in surprise. They saw a black silhouette of a man on the hill. Then this silhouette was about to evaporate under the snowfall. The brunette looked up in amazement and asked who it was. Assassin, who was walking nearby, asked his friend not to say stupid things. Changsik looked up with a frown along with his excited comrades, hearing a strange sound. He immediately began to scream furiously. Powerful snow flashes began to fill the space in the form of an avalanche. It was a fair-haired guy in a black and red cape, who added with a smile that he had already said there was only victory or defeat. This villain stood with his team and emitted a red aura, saying that there was no other way out. Hana angrily widened her eyes and called out that they needed to run. His sister and Changsik were about to run away. The brunette stood with a cold-blooded look under his bangs. He put his hands in his pockets and with a grin realized that this man was laughing at him. Snow explosions and flashes enveloped the mountains. Lin Mei, fourth ranker, stared at her lord. Their leader, wearing a black cape, had his hands behind his back as he was the king of their dynasty and the true ruler of China. Snow explosions were happening in the mountains, and the girl wondered how anyone could have earned the wrath of such a great man. Mei stared through her bangs and knew that they had lost several leaders and a large number of people to him, so she had to catch Shinhyun. Another assistant tried to get closer to the lord, and Mei thought that their leader would tell her not to even think about it and go with them. It was the athletic Zhang Genuine, who was about to check if the enemy was dead. The lord raised his arrogant gaze to the assistant. They watched as Genuine walked away with a sullen look. The second fighter stood on the hill and looked at the entire army of warriors. These were fighters in red masks and bright capes, being the 40-man Golden Lion Legion. There was also another squad in red masks in the form of the 40-man Lightning Arrow Legion. The squad of fighters with black and red masks looked forward, because it was the 20-man Dragon Legion. Genuine's black silhouette stood on the hill and shouted for all the legions to obey the master's orders. Then this guy looked back excitedly. They saw a huge fiery explosion in front of them. The protagonist's silhouette hovered in the flames. The hunter looked at the enemies with a malicious smile. Genuine looked with tension at the malicious grin of the master. The master in a black cape immediately soared into space with a red aura and ordered the fighters to kill the enemy. The fair-haired guy looked through his bangs with irony and asked Shinhyun to show him true strength. The brunette with a grin looked at his enemy. Changsik carried the tired bodies of the boys in his arms and shouted excitedly. Genuine and Mei walked in front of the entire demonic legion. The enemy master with his demonic gaze and aura was nearby. The brunette looked at what was happening in amazement while his comrades were exhausted. He was curious about what could have happened in an instant. He imagined these huge snow explosions and tried to understand how everything turned out like this after the avalanche. Suddenly, a light shot flew past all the boys, attacking them. The protagonist in a blue cloak walked forward, and the boys did not understand what he was doing. The hunter lowered his gaze with an ironic grin. Suddenly, he put out his hand and raised powerful light barriers. Changsik spread his legs wide and thought in the darkness that the power that stopped the avalanche was indestructible, because he had no idea that such a power existed. He understood that the fact that Mr. Shinyon was from Murim was also no less shocking. However, he was curious about something else. The fighter pulled out his long blade and asked his opponents who they were to threaten them. The master looked at his fingers and snapped them, noting that there was too much noise here and there was nothing that the master could not order. Changsik immediately frowned and bulged his eyes. The brunette grabbed his head in rage. The fair-haired master looked down on the guy and said that this servant was too insolent, because he could no longer remember that he swore to give his life for him. Changsik in a black suit sat in the snow surrounded by his comrades. The protagonist clapped his hands and summed up that the master did manipulate his memories, and even erased some of them and admitted that it was pretty good. The master looked at Shinyon from the air, who replied that the opponent even spoke Korean well, and in response received the same answer that everything was for this meeting. The master looked at the enemy with disdain and explained that his name was Yang Cheng, and he was the head of the guild and the heir of the Heavenly Warrior. The hunter looked down with a spreading smile and noted that the enemy spoke pompously that he was the heir of the Heavenly Warrior. The protagonist began to warm up his fists with a malicious smile and realized that the heir now knew where the Heavenly Warrior himself was. Cheng in response smiled maliciously in a red aura and said that he also wanted to hear something from his lips, because he sincerely admired his abilities, which are not so easy to reach. Shinyon raised his hand in front of his sister with a smile and said that Cheng admired, and did not dare to do this at all, as he was not worthy of it. Yunseol stood behind with a displeased look, realized that the guys were arguing like little children and the conversations were not age appropriate. The heir of the Heavenly Warrior smiled maliciously, seeing the black silhouettes of the monsters, and explained that the guy had gone too far. A powerful smoke explosion occurred. Changsik and Yunseol covered themselves with their hand from this explosion, and the protagonist's arrogance should supposedly be his undoing. Blue birds hovered above Shinyon's silhouette, and the master was about to tell him why this dungeon was considered incomprehensible. The protagonist looked up angrily through his bangs, hearing that it was related to the strongest monster whose existence was considered a disaster. These blue-eyed phoenixes were trying to surround the hunter and teach him a lesson. Shinyon closed his eyes, extended his hand with magic, and realized that for this reason he lured him to North Korea, arranging snowballs and cockfights. He extended his hand with a blue glow, and realized that since the master was preparing this so sincerely, he wanted to respond in kind. He swung his hand with a glowing core and was about to take revenge with the same friendliness. One of the phoenixes received a light shot. Cheng immediately bared his teeth in glee. The protagonist looked at what was happening after the swing in bewilderment. He saw how the phoenix was missing its head. Then this feathered monster's head began to regenerate. The heir of the Heavenly Warrior smiled sarcastically and noted that the monster of the incomprehensible dungeon was not so easy to kill, because as long as this feathered one had energy, it would never die. The entire Legion army watched Shinyon, who surreptitiously noted that the guy was so excited, and this was definitely not incomprehensible. He immediately grabbed his blade with his hand and declared that nothing was impossible for him. He stretched the sword in front of him and hoped that the master would not disappoint him. Shinyon grabbed the sword with both hands and was about to open it, declaring that his stars were bright because it was a polar sword. He began to walk forward, swinging the light blade, because it was part of his essence. The feathered phoenixes hovered above Shinyon's silhouette and were to punish the master's enemies. The phoenixes immediately rushed to fly to attack. Mei's eyes bulged in excitement. Genuine watched with fury, his mouth open. Cheng frowned angrily through his bangs when he was told to know his place. The main character pulled out his blade with a smile and said that this was the moral of his words, a true sword emperor incarnate. The hunter took out his glowing blade, swinging it. A flock of bloodthirsty phoenixes flew towards his silhouette. He immediately stepped on the snow with his sneakers. He attacked with this blade with skillful technique, cutting through the air. Mei's mouth opened in amazement at this sword. The tip of the blade cut through the ice crystals. Changsik and Cheng looked at this sword technique in amazement, like floating clouds, like a leaf that swayed the surface of the water. They imagined how the tip of the blade almost touched the surface of the water. Genuine and Mei opened their mouths in amazement because the girl had just come to her senses, and the fighter was already in front of them. Shinyon swung his demonic blade with a red aura. The protagonist looked at the opponents with a demonic red gaze. He tried to attack the protective barrier with his light blade. The entire Legion army along with the leaders watched the attack in amazement. Mei and Genuine looked back anxiously, realizing that the tip of his sword was exposed and 2/3 of the army was already gone. The Legion army watched the blood from the side. A crowd of black silhouettes stood near the funnel of the crater. The Legion fighters looked to the side in bewilderment. Cheng immediately opened his mouth and ordered everyone to line up. The fighters immediately became excited and continued to look at him. The heir of the heavenly warrior put out his hands and raised the red balls. Cheng extended his hand, spreading his fingers. He opened his palm and lowered the red aura. Shinyon raised his head and watched the red spheres falling. He swung his blade and with a smile noted that this was a fusion of magic and magic skills, so he was interested in seeing all the abilities of the enemy. The fighters looked at their hovering master, who ordered the surviving archers to shower the sky with arrows, and the legion of golden lions prepared for a strong resistance. The legion with red masks emitted light from their eyes because they must fulfill the order of their lord. The hunter intently cut the red balls of energy with his blade. The legion of golden lions with blades flew at the silhouette of Shinyon, who was already impatient to take revenge on each fighter. Cheng looked at his best warriors and the legion with an angry look, asking Mei to provide support with magic. Genuine frowned in alarm when he heard his name. Cheng introduced the pawn with an ironic smile and said that they needed to catch it and bring it to him. Yunxiao watched with tension as the target fell on her. The protagonist smiled as he parried the legion fighter's attack, saying that he had already tried to slow down so that the fighter could aim better. The hunter smiled through his bangs and realized that he should save a few of them. Then he looked back with a demonic gaze and felt amusement. The protagonist fought fiercely with the legion fighter in light attacks. The masked fighter looked at this in bewilderment. Shinyon jumped off his feet in a quick attack, as this was the first martial arts style. The protagonist flew past the black silhouettes, attacking them. He lowered his blade with a malicious smile, killing the enemies and wishing to see the next ones. Then his eyes widened in alarm. He saw how the legion army took out their iron shields and were about to crush him. The legion fighters emitted the light of the cross with the help of their shields. Mei frowned furiously and ordered to open fire. Light beams began to shoot out from their light barrier. The brunette raised his hand above his forehead, peering into the distance, and noted that it was not that much and it was definitely not enough. A whole flurry of sharp arrows flew straight to the target. Changsik anxiously cried out the leader's name while his sister was calm. The protagonist stepped between the fallen arrows with his shoes. The hunter again stood in a fighting stance and was going to repel another attack, enjoying the moment. Mei angrily took out her magic blade and realized that so many attacks from high-level martial arts hunters had not even touched a hair. She immediately swung the blade and was about to run to attack, because she had to attack unexpectedly after another attack and this blow had to land. At the same moment, a black demon appeared from Shinyon's silhouette. Mei looked up in excitement. The hunter passed by her while she fell to her knees and realized that he was impossible to defeat. Cheng put out his hands and shouted furiously at his ward, asking her to throw everything away and attack with all her might. The heir of the martial warrior furiously looked through his bangs and realized that the enemy was breaking the internal formation. Genuine at this moment flew from the side to attack. He stretched out his hand to catch the enemy's sister. Blue light flashed in the black space, and Shinyon realized that his sister was about to be caught right in front of him. The blue light attack filled the entire space. The hunter walked forward on the snow and tried to understand where such a brave warrior came from. A crater appeared on the snowy space after the explosion, and the hunter continued to say that the warrior was able to reach such a high level and was the first one who dared to do so, praising him. Cheng bared his teeth in anger, looking to the side. Genuine frantically pulled his hand to the girl's chin. The brunette looked at the angry enemy with a cold face, stretching out his hand, telling him that it was useless to try to take his own hostage. And the enemy was thinking too narrowly, because it had been a long time since his last entertainment, but it was necessary to break everything off in this way. Genuine was chained and coughing up blood. The wounded fighter in chains stretched out his hand. Yunxiao and Changsik looked at Genuine's fallen body in amazement. Cheng frowned in bewilderment from the fact that his fighter was killed. The silhouette of the protagonist in demonic form stood with blades, because it was the soul of the sword. The heir of the heavenly warrior angrily bared his teeth and tried to understand where his opponent got the sword of the mind. He raised his hand above the red sphere and understood that he could not reach this level. Cheng hovered in space and held a huge red sphere, indignant at the enemy's strength. The hunter closed his eyes in displeasure and sighed, saying that from their first meeting he had wanted to teach him a lesson. Shinyon's eye bulged with a flash of rainbow light. The blonde master looked around in amazement, seeing blood everywhere. He bulged his eyes in horror, being covered in blood. Shinyon closed his eyes and picked at his ears, noting with irony that his opponent was no longer a child, and why was he crying? Shinyon with a malicious smile pointed his finger down and asked Cheng about how long he was going to look down from there. The blonde guy bulged his eyes through the blood. In a powerful energy flow, he pierced the ground. The hunter with a blade walked towards the wounded Cheng and told him to look at himself and understand who he was going against. He grabbed him by the white hair. The hunter looked at the wounded opponent with a smile and pointed to the gap between them. While covered in blood, Cheng said with a smile about the fable of the light lineage, and hinted that it was him that the heavenly god of war was talking about, but he was still immature. Shinyon looked at the fighter in amazement. The wounded lord said with a malicious smile that the hunter hated the heavenly god of war, but he liked him. The boy's surprised look was visible in the reflection of Cheng's pupils. The master wondered if he really thought that the heavenly god of war was his enemy. He imagined his muscular master in meditation, and he said that the world was about to collapse, and to prevent it, he would need the fable of the light lineage and those who returned from Murim. The blonde master continued to smile sarcastically and asked the hunter if he could cope with this devastation, since he had no idea how to cope with such a collapse. The brunette looked through his bangs with a cold-blooded expression and explained that Cheng had most likely misunderstood because they were worms that would die before they touched him. The master grabbed the hunter's outstretched hand and asked if he really thought that the master was just bait to finish him off from the start. Cheng was squeezing the protagonist's hand tightly. He immediately leaned against the astonished opponent with a malicious smile and said that this was not so. The protagonist learned the eyes in the distorted space with amazement. The master with the severed hand smiled maliciously, because this was demonic spirit control, an ability that he learned after long research and training. The bloody guy raised his index finger near his head and explained that the hunter should have killed him when he had time, and now he should get up. The brunette lowered his head with a sullen look. The protagonist held his blade with his head down, and the master noted that his spirit was now under his control and asked him how it felt to be controlled like a puppet. The wounded master swung his fist in glee and said that he could continue this until his death and would use him as a test subject. The brunette slapped Cheng's face with a light slap. The blonde master grimaced after the blow. Shinhyun stared at him and asked him what he was doing. Mei lay in the snow and tried to understand the different sounds. She saw the protagonist slapping her master. The battered lord spat out blood, while the hunter told him to raise his head and not to look down while he spoke. The heir of the heavenly warrior in blood bared his teeth in anger and asked the enemy how he managed to avoid his ability, because it was impossible. The wounded lord looked furiously through his bangs and said that he could not admit his defeat, because he had reached the very end, because he was the true heir of the heavenly god of war. He bloodthirstily swung a blow to attack the enemy and did not want to give up. The fighter slapped him in the face again. The lord spat out blood from another blow. Shinhyun reached for his face with his black hand. The hunter slapped him again and asked various questions. Through the blow, the brunette stared at the enemy. He continued to slap him from the side. The hunter with his blue aura reached for another blow. He did not care about the honorary regalia of Cheng. The lord flew back after hitting the snow. The master, covered in blood, looked angrily at the enemy who wanted to give him more. The protagonist emitted light from his eye because it was his turn. Cheng's eyes widened in amazement at the light. He stood in front of the fallen warrior with a blade and asked him to tell him everything he knew about the heavenly god of war. The wounded lord squinted through his bangs and replied that a crisis would soon come to this world. He imagined various bloodthirsty monsters and dragons, adding that in order to prevent the crisis, people would be sent to Murim and they must find the true fable of the light line. The shining silhouette of the god of war fell down. The hunter squinted angrily through his bangs. He recalled the evil smile of the god of war, bound in chains. Shinhyun coolly opened his mouth and asked Cheng what he meant by sending people to Murim. The wounded lord raised his head and said that there were many unknown people in China and North Korea and no one cared where and how they died, because at least they died at his hands. The brunette stretched out his blade in front of the enemy and said that he was talking about this damned human sacrifice and asked him about the number of victims. The lord, covered in bruises and blood, said that he killed 10,000. Shinhyun bulged his eyes through his bangs. He opened his mouth and wanted to hear the last words. With his hand cut off, Cheng smiled, letting go of his head. With a battered and ironic look, the lord said that he had to kill his sister. The hunter swung his blade without hesitation, finishing off the enemy. Shinhyun said that from that moment on, Cheng no longer exists, and he split his face in half. The wounded fighter continued to sit in the snow, covered in blood. Light cuts and blood enveloped Cheng's cloak. The lord looked angrily through his bangs at the light cuts, because the hunter wanted to cut him into as many pieces as the number of people he killed. Mei bulged her eyes in horror, looking at the fragments. She watched the death of her master with a scraped look and sweat on her brow. The brunette stood covered in blood with a sword. Mei knelt down in front of Shinhyun and said that from now on he was her master and wanted him to accept her. The girl with tears in her eyes lowered her head and asked for help. The protagonist stood with a blade in the bloody snow and said that it was very dirty here. A month later, the students were sitting at their desks. Jinho in a suit spoke at a conference and addressed the citizens, saying that the inter-Korean exchange of hunters was successfully completed, and this marked a new turning point in diplomatic relations between North and South Korea. Yoon-seol sat on a chair with her arms and legs crossed. Another piece of good news was about to be heard. Hana and Minhak sat at the table in suits, because this was the birth of new high-ranking hunters. Iwon and Youngseok also sat at this conference and reached level 50. The guild leader clenched his fist in admiration and said that they had achieved so much, and it was all due to one person. At this point, the protagonist stood next to his sister and covered his face with his hands as he was introduced. The assistant approached Jinho and told him some unpleasant news about Shinhyun's disappearance. The bright sun shone through the leaves of the trees. Jihai noted that it was an official event and asked if it was okay to skip it. She looked at Shinhyun, who was sitting by the tree, with a smile and said that she was also an accomplice, although she came here to catch him. The girl sat by the tree with a smile and said that she deserved a break since she had worked too long. She frowned at the hunter, who scratched his cheek and said that it was too late to leave in the winter and come back in the spring. The guy replied that he had a lot of work and it was very annoying to do everything. The hunters looked at Mei in the suit, because Shinhyun left the job to his new subordinate and made the right decision not to destroy the shelter of the Heavenly War Guild, because it is much better to manage with their infrastructure, information and money. Changsik stared at the side with his comrade. The main character said until a new hunter society appears in North Korea, they also need help from China and the Guild Island. Jihai looked at the nature with a smile, scratching the back of her head, and noted the good weather. Then she looked to the side and asked the warrior if he was okay. The brunette put his hand behind his head, closing his eyes when the girl said that in the end they did not learn anything about the heavenly god of war. The protagonist looked down with slight sadness. He remembered the gloating Chen and the god of war chained up because the master said that the world was about to collapse and he was not his enemy, and therefore he needed to turn off his inner man and become the true light line from the fable, otherwise he could lose everything. The protagonist was about to stand up, putting on his boots, and said that the destruction of the world and the true light line from the fable are somehow related, but there are some unanswered questions. He proudly looked up with a smile and said that he did not care about the unanswered questions, because if something blocked his path, then this was enough reason for him to destroy the enemy. He clenched his fists and looked at the flying leaves. The fire attack and arrows pierced the wolf. The group of archers looked at each other after killing the wolf, assuming that it was the last monster. The commander frowned and touched his chin, looking back at his comrade, and said that they needed to collect all the resources. They began to collect red crystals from the ground. While the commander was collecting crystals, two archers were resting, and one of them said that he was constantly running out of breath at this stage and asked the leader if he had a skill to collect all this drop at once. The guy was holding a red crystal in his hands, looking back, and said that he probably couldn't find such a useful skill even in the whole world. He immediately opened his mouth in horror and shouted to be careful. Another bloodthirsty wolf appeared, which he attacked. He swung his glove with flame magic. The guy stood with an excited look, seeing the wounded wolf, and realized that he was already dying. The archer's leg came out of the portal into the clearing. The archers with bags were coming out of the portal behind their leader, who understood that the monster had not dropped a magic stone and that they should report it upon arrival. The worried assistant ran up to the bone leader and said that he had received a call from the Chayak dungeon. The guy immediately became alarmed with a frown because the monster's body was found there. He recalled the murdered body that after the death of Park Tahoon, the leader of the Guild Twilight, the Guild Dawn quite quickly proposed a peace agreement. Kang imagined how the two guild leaders shook hands under their emblems. This laid the foundation for the unification of the two guilds. The protagonist walked with new hunters through the paparazzi because with the appearance of new high-level hunters, it became known who helped them in this because they were all members of the martial arts guild. Shinhyun raised his hand with a grin to the jubilant fans. This became the impetus for an active exchange of hunters with China and North Korea because Shinhyun became famous as a new star in the world of hunters. The protagonist stood in a suit at the location of the map. A bunch of different dishes were placed on the table. The hunter crossed his arms in resentment and grimaced. His sister was eating noodles with appetite at that moment. He looked at his sister with displeasure and asked what she liked about this swamp noodle soup. Yunseol's phrases hit her brother in all directions, who wheezed blood. Yunseol said that she did not have a loving family as a child, so she dreamed of eating with her whole family in such a restaurant because she was so envious of those people who ate at the same table with a smile on their faces. The brunette looked displeased at her brother's grin, who said that she could order whatever she wanted. He put his hands on the table and explained with a smile that they could sit like this more often. His sister immediately blushed with tears in her eyes when he said that they were a family. Suddenly, he pulled out his phone from his pocket. He opened his mouth in amazement while looking at the phone. He put his hands on the table and said that something urgent had happened and he would go first. Yunseol opened her mouth in horror when her brother teleported away. The customers of the cafe looked back at their table after the guest disappeared. Yunseol frantically held her fork in her hands after hearing that she could buy whatever she wanted, even though he himself had left it, and ran away. A scream was heard from this cafe throughout the street that after this, Shinhyun could hardly be called a brother. The elevator panel indicated the movement with an arrow pointing down. The protagonist looked back with Jihai, who realized that he had not yet seen the lab. The hunter replied that she herself did not really want to show it to strangers. The brunette followed the girl down the hallway as she added that magical research was usually highly classified. Her heels followed the guy's sneakers, as none of that mattered right now. They walked side by side and looked at the large box, as the reason she called him was because of it. She was about to open the lid of the box. There was a frozen body of an injured wolf inside. The hunter pointed at the body with disdain, and the girl explained that it was a wolf monster from the Jeongyaido dungeon. He was curious about how it got out of the dungeon. Shinyon watched as the girl closed her eyes and explained that this was not the question they were interested in, as the monster did not drop a magic stone. The protagonist stared at the frozen body of the monster. Jihai held the box with a slight sadness and said that it was obvious that the hunter did not know about it, and she showed it just in case. The protagonist opened his mouth with a grin and asked the girl why she was so worried. The frozen muzzle of a wolf was lying in a box, and the protagonist asked for the coordinates of the dungeon from which the monster's body was taken, and access to it should be temporarily restricted. The girl looked at the fighter's smile in amazement and realized that he personally wanted to see it. He showed a malicious smile and said that it would definitely become clear if he saw it in person. Well, for now it was not worth approaching that place. They were transported to the United States, New York. The assistant stood in front of the gentleman, examining the city, and informed him that with the increase in the number of monsters from which stones do not drop, their country may face a shortage of mana stones, and this will lead to serious economic problems. The blonde continued to look at the night city and asked about the situation in Northeast Asia. The assistant found out that they were also experiencing similar difficulties. The brunette looked sadly at the tablet and said that there was close cooperation between the guilds of the countries, and there was hope that they could find a way out. The lord looked back at his assistant and asked if he should visit in person. The gentleman with shining hair looked back at the assistant and explained that China was a huge territory, and perhaps the talent he needed could be found there. The wolf raised his muzzle and sniffed the air. A pack of wolves were resting in a forest clearing. The protagonist put his hands behind his back and watched the pack. He walked to the edge and was about to jump, wondering if he should kill them all at once. The monsters raised their heads and saw a flying silhouette. The protagonist swung his 2 fingers with light. He immediately cut all the monsters with light beams from his fingers. Shinyon stretched his hand down on the severed monsters, from which crystals fell. Then he looked back intently. He bent down to pick up the crystals and asked how many more he would need to break to find the right one, because his back hurt from just collecting the stones. He suddenly became excited when a portal appeared behind him, because he thought he could look for a skill to collect stones from monsters. Discharges of sparks and light appeared in space. He collected the crystals in his pocket and looked at the flash of light, because he realized that it was the same as in the foggy dungeon, but the color and aura were slightly different from last time. He remembered Chang'an, the heavenly god of war, in shackles, because then he said that the world was approaching a catastrophe and it was necessary to open the door to ascension and go beyond human limits. The main character carefully looked to the side and guessed that this was the catastrophe that his deceased opponent was talking about. He looked at the discharges and flashes of light in amazement, because something should appear from there. A wolf's paw appeared. A bloodthirsty monster appeared from this portal. The protagonist waved his hand, hitting the monster. The bloodthirsty head of the monster flew to the side. This severed head lay on the clearing. The main character looked away in amazement. He raised his hand above his chest near the dead body and realized that it was a monster that was not like the others. He smirked, looked through his bangs, and realized that the monster had been there all this time. He looked at the crack in the portal, and he was curious about what was behind it, and did the heavenly warrior know about it? This brunette smiled maliciously in the shackles of chains. His body was crucified in chains, and he realized that they would soon meet. The main character looked into the rift of space and guessed that there could be gods there. Shinyon put his hand in his pocket and was about to enter the portal, because in any case, he knew that these corpses appear from there. He put his hand into the portal. He stared at his hand entering the space. It was like a foggy dungeon and he had to make sure that it was not touched. He then looked back at the wolf corpse with disdain, guessing where these special monsters were coming from and could pass through the cracks, which were the same as the entrance to the dungeon. He grabbed his head in anger and did not understand what the point of ordinary monsters was. His eye widened in shock and realized that the current dungeons were some kind of training. He touched his chin with his hand indignantly and realized that he would have to fiddle around. It was still not enough to prove anything. He moved his hand away from his face, looking up, and assumed that he needed to observe a little more, and maybe someone else would find a crack, so he should go to the island where one corpse was found. He landed on the ground after teleporting. The fighters immediately rushed to run to their leader. Kim Hajun, being the head of the Tamna Guild in Jeju, closed his eyes with a smile and asked the master how he was doing, because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The protagonist squinted at the guildmaster and replied that everything was fine. This guy was sighing heavily in the sweat of his brow, and Shinyon noticed that he was not having an easy time right now and was even ashamed. He immediately fell to his knees in front of the master. Hajun grabbed the protagonist's leg and reminded him that there were 6 high-level dungeons on the island, and since then another one had appeared, so now there are 7. The hunter calmly held the face of the annoying guy, realizing that the anomalies had somehow been cleared from appearing. He recalled Mei sitting at the table as the current leader, reporting the situation that dungeon anomalies had been happening in China since the second half of last year. She held the phone to his ear and added that the public thought that these were all just the results of mutation, and they didn't seem to care much. Shinhyun stared at the phone, and the girl was about to report if she got more information. He looked away carefully and realized that he would have to figure this out really fast. He tried to pull his leg away from the annoying guildmaster, asking them if they had brought in reliable people this time. Hajun recalled greeting the player and bowing to the protagonist, bloodthirstily saying that this time he really did gather a team of only those he trusted the most. Shinhyun smirked and said that he believed him. He immediately stomped his foot into the clearing. The hunter pointed his finger at the magic portal and told the guys that he would go first. He looked at the black funnel of the portal with disdain and wanted to grab everything he could before the monster corpses appeared. He stared at this portal. Once in the portal, he saw bloodthirsty monsters. A moment later, he killed all these striped animals. He stretched out his hand and watched the red crystals appear. The protagonist looked worriedly at the excited Hajun, who was thinking about how, even if the leader was a high-level hunter, it was even possible to kill such monsters at once. A veil of fog enveloped the tree trunks. The protagonist crossed his arms and looked with a grin. He saw another crack in the portal in front of him and realized that he had grown too much. The brunette looked back at the screaming fighter. Hajun frantically pulled his finger towards the portal and did not understand what was happening. The guildmaster pointed at the portal in horror and asked what it was. The main character frowned in alarm, looking back at the fighter, and was surprised that he also saw this crack. The hunter immediately frowned when all the fighters looked at each other and said that they all saw this crack together, which was growing into faults. He raised his hand with vortex magic and realized that now he was not the only one who could see these cracks. The hunter stretched out his hand and directed the sharp crystals into the crack. He continued to stretch his hand towards the funnel when the crystals flew apart. Hajun screamed in alarm that the magic passed through. This portal turned out to be in a clearing in the training dungeon of Mount Chayak. The fighters sat on chairs and waited for something at the screen, until one of the comrades began to complain that he was hungry. The brunette stood by the wall, crossed his arms and offered dried meat to his comrade, who refused. The guy stood up from his chair and started to straighten his back, as they had to guard the dungeon and somehow hold out for another month, hoping that he wouldn't lose his skills like that. The fighter looked at the blonde with a malicious smile, who thought that his comrade would succeed, saying ironically that if he fooled around somewhere else. Suddenly, the TV screen started to act up and turn on. All the guys looked back at the TV with disdain and tried to figure out why it turned on. A blonde with an empty face appeared on the screen and said that they certainly didn't consider this blessing in vain. All the people of the city saw this girl on the screens, who realized that they were not taken seriously. Jihai looked at her laptop in amazement, and the girl continued to say that what had happened so far was also the fate of humanity. The townspeople looked up at the huge screen with this blonde, who could only put everything aside, hoping that it would be given to him and avoid this nightmare. The hunters stood in front of the switched-off screen with an excited look. The guys began to look at each other in alarm and assumed that it was the voice of the goddess, because this was the voice that one of the guys heard during classes at the Hunter Academy. The guys looked back at the door in alarm, where a knock was heard. The hunter stamped his heel on the floor. The guys ran out through the door to get to the sound. The guy frowned in horror, his eyes bulging. He looked at the fence from which small monsters were jumping and thought that he was hallucinating. The curly blondes, together with the brunette, watched this attack of monsters with horror. They came out of the container and saw bloodthirsty rabbits breaking through the dungeon. A bloodthirsty wolf appeared from the portal. Shinhyun stood in the company of tense fighters and saw this wolf. He looked tensely through his bangs and realized that this strange monster came out of the crack and the principle of the dungeon was collapsing. The bloodthirsty wolf reached out with its paw. The hero quickly grabbed it by the neck and realized that he must stay alive. The guys watched with sweat as the hunter held the monster, thinking that this might not be a foggy dungeon. The main character knocked out the wolf with a smile and said that this was a foggy dungeon, but something went wrong. The fighters tensely watched the sleeping body of the wolf, which they had to leave for research, as a valuable material. The brunette stared intently at this glowing crack. Right in front of him, soul lightsabers began to appear. A bright beam of light flashed past his head. All these blades began to stick into the magical crack. The main character looked at the flash of light in surprise. He saw a beam of light pierce the yellow window. It was a system notification that attack is prohibited. Shinhyun looked back at this notification intently. He looked cautiously at the pop-up messages that humanity is not ready yet. If he does not cross the final line, then he should not interfere with his power. The pop-up notification told him so. The brunette looked away at the evaporating yellow notifications and realized that these were targets against which the soul sword is useless. He tilted his head with a smirk and realized that there was still room to grow. With a mountainous look, he walked through the crack and realized that this was enough. The guild leader sat next to Jihai at the conference in front of the paparazzi. They sat next to each other and watched the events unfold with a cool head. The brunette looked tiredly through his bangs and greeted everyone, saying his name, and he was the leader of the guild Dom. He put his palm on the table and said, before moving on to the main topic, he would like to express his sincere apologies. Together with the girl, they bowed their heads, closing their eyes. Bloodthirsty pterodactyls attacked the city due to the recently discovered phenomenon of the dungeon breakthrough. The monsters got out, thereby causing colossal damage to the country. Some hunters still managed to kill the pterodactyl, because, in addition, mutants were discovered among the monsters that do not leave mana stones after death. The news anchor frantically imagined the fall of the economic era, since with the increase in the population of such creatures, a major economic crisis is expected, and the attention of the whole world is riveted to this issue. Jinho recalled shaking hands with another guild leader, and Korea was rapidly trying to establish connections with outside guilds, so they would be actively working to resolve these issues. Jinho glared at the paparazzi and said that he would like to end the press conference here and thanked everyone for their attention. The disgruntled crowd of journalists began to rage, trying to find out what he had agreed on with Twilight and whether he was planning to act alone. Jihai followed the departing leader when they tried to ask if they would hold the hunters accountable for refusing to protect citizens. They were about to turn the corner and saw the protagonist. The main character stood against the wall with his arms crossed and thanked the founders for their work. Jihai's eyes widened in admiration and informed them that he himself said that he would not be able to come today. Jinho looked puzzled at the warrior's grin, who had received an interesting offer, so he decided to tell him about it. Shinhyun closed his eyes with a smile, turned his head away and explained that he was invited to a meeting in China. The protagonist opened the door slightly and was about to enter. He entered the cafe and saw that Mei was already sitting at the table. The girl looked at the leader with embarrassment, shaking at the same time. The brunette pushed back his chair and sat at the table. He looked at the girl carefully and asked why she invited him, because he heard that it was something urgent. Mei sweated and clasped her hands and timidly came to ask him for a favor. The girl with maroon hair proudly declared that she wanted him to represent China in the negotiations with the United States, but he did not understand why he needed it. Mei sadly lowered her gaze and explained that it so happened that they currently did not have a hunter who could represent China. The main character got up from the table when Mei explained that it was even worse that the hunter who was coming at the moment was the strongest hunter in the world, Alex Winchester. The hunter turned his back dismissively, waved his hand and said that if she was going to continue to carry this nonsense, then he would leave. The girl sweated and bared her teeth. She jumped up to the table and furiously announced that they would give Korea the right to an advantage. The main character closed his lips. With a smile, he looked back at the girl and asked about the advantages. He looked at the worried girl with a lively expression, who explained that whether it was an exchange of information and negotiations or a benefit from cooperation, and whatever it was, they would share the benefit that China would receive with South Korea. Shinhyun touched his chin with his hand and felt that this was a good offer, so he could take full advantage of this opportunity. He touched his chest with his fingers and said with a malicious look that he would do it. Jinho and Jihai looked worriedly at the smirking hunter, who explained that this was why he would have to go to China for a while. The painting of the embankment hung on the wall. Mei was sitting on the sofa next to the gentleman. Mei looked at the brunette with concern and said that Alex asked for a private meeting. She introduced the blonde with her assistant and said that Alex wanted to meet a famous hunter like himself, accompanied only by a secretary or deputy. The protagonist looked at the dumbfounded girl, assuming that he was her secretary, although it was the other way around. The protagonist's eyes widened. Mei craned her head in confusion, looking at Shinhyun's grin, who explained that it would be fun. He looked at the sofa and stated that the girl would understand everything when she saw him in person. The hunter's foot stepped into the room. Alex entered the room with his secretary and introduced himself. The hunter then pointed his finger at his secretary, Barbara Allen. Shinhyun crossed his arms, sitting on the sofa, and pointed at Mei, saying that she was his temporary secretary. Alex looked at the protagonist's grin in confusion and thought that he was a Korean hunter, and asked why he was here, to which he received the answer that the guy had some business. The blonde man stood by the sofa with his secretary and said that he wanted to talk to the Chinese representative and asked them if they would mind if someone from another country spoke for them. Mei and the protagonist looked away and said that it didn't matter because if Shinhyun didn't want to, he wouldn't have come here at all. Alex sat down on the sofa and leaned on it, resigned to it. He crossed his legs and extended his hand, noting that they must be worried about the dungeon breakthroughs right now. He imagined red crystals falling down, saying that it might be different depending on the country, but in the future, when the environmentally friendly fuel in the form of monsters runs out, serious economic problems will follow. The current head sadly lowered her head and agreed with this. Alex extended his hand and wanted to say directly that they have already found a way to solve the problem. May looked up from under her brows in excitement after such a statement. The girl watched as Alex raised his hands on the couch and added, to be more precise, he was simply putting forward a hypothesis. But the probability of this was quite high, and the results of recent studies would make it clearer. May said that it was impossible to say that this was the way out. She looked at the guests through her bangs with caution and asked them about the real reason for their arrival. The blonde extended his index finger and grinned and said that he had decided that China's strength was precisely in turning theory into reality, and there were very few such hunters. The blonde casually sat down on the chair and pointed his finger at the girl, saying that there were such, especially like them. He put his hand on his knee and was about to get up, recalling his request that he wanted to meet a hunter of the same strength as him, because he thought that there would be such people in China. Alex closed his eyes and a fiery light sounded from himself, explaining that there was no need to pretend that they allegedly did not know, because they were also graduates of that place. The girl with burgundy hair looked at the guy in shock and realized that he was talking about Muram. The brunette added that if the conversation turned to this, then he realized that he should join in. Alex looked in bewilderment at the hunter who crossed his arms, who realized that, judging by his words, he was looking for those who returned from there. The main character, crossing his arms, looked at Alex with a grin and said that it would be sad to leave him aside. Shinhyun, closing his eyes, stretched out his hand to the puzzled blonde, and knew that the guest was surprised, but such a reaction had already tired him, because hiding power is quite easy, but asked him not to ask stupid questions. Alex, puzzled, touched his chin with his hand and added that he had not met many people with resonating power. Then he looked away suspiciously and said that the difference in strength levels sounded a little unpleasant. He put his hand on his waist, standing by the sofa, and asked about where they could look at his skills, because if he was a good enough hunter, then it didn't matter if he was from China or not. Shinhyun crossed his arms with a smile, giving the order to the girl to prepare the nearest dungeon for them. The ears of wheat on the field were shrouded in clouds, and the guys should start checking. The two hunters stood opposite each other on the field, and Shinhyun said that they could check him, because he didn't think Alex had the right to evaluate him. The blonde leaned his body forward with a respectful look and wanted to introduce himself again. He put his hand to his chest with a demonic red aura and said that in Muram, he was called a heavenly demon. The brunette looked at the dim red light with a smirk and decided to joke that the Americans did not get to such worlds, and asked a question about why he left Muram at all. Alex with a demonic aura walked towards Shinhyun and said that it happened that way, because it was the only place where people of color were not discriminated against. Alex maliciously raised his black hand and explained that this is how he rose from the bottom, killing everyone below him, because this is how a demonic cult manifests itself. The main character indifferently shrugged and said that usually the villain himself attacks to kill him, so hitting them is doubly pleasant. With an ironic grin, he beckoned the enemy with his finger and asked him to join the fight, because he gave him only 3 attempts. The heavenly demon bared his teeth bloodthirstily, because he did not want to hear such polite irony. The hunter immediately darted from his place. The blonde hit with his fist, but Shinhyun caught him. He held his fist with his hand. Then the brunette deflected the blonde's blow with his hand. The heavenly demon lifted his heel off the ground. Alex was about to kick the enemy. Before he could make a swing, he received a blow to himself. Shinhyun swung his fist through his bangs. He managed to put his elbow out to block the blow. Then he swung his hand with outstretched fingers. The brunette managed to dodge the outstretched hand. The protagonist extended his glowing hand with a smile. He immediately delivered a crushing blow, and Alex flew back. The sky demon grinned angrily in flight. In the air, he managed to somersault and land on his feet. The sky demon grabbed his head with a smile and now understood the basis of the fighter's self-confidence. After all, he did not even think that he would meet someone so strong. Alex extended his hand to the side with a smile and said that from the point of view of negotiations, he was satisfied with the results of the check. The sky demon with a demonic aura frowned and said like a gentleman that he would be sorry to end the fight now, asked if he had ever heard of a heart index. A black beam of energy flashed over the brunette's shoulder. The protagonist looked away in surprise. The blonde immediately closed his eyes and said with a smile that he did it on purpose because it was just a show to show that he was really serious. The main character sadly grabbed his head and realized that the demon did not understand the essence. The protagonist raised his hand in the blue glow of the aura and said that Alex should not brag about his sword skills in front of him. He put his hand on his belt in the blue aura and said that this is what real sword mastery looks like. Shinhyun stared intently through his bangs. Alex was kneeling in front of the protagonist. He smiled with a shabby look. Alex looked at the laughing guy with a painful look and asked to execute him right there. The heavenly demon shook the hunter's hand with displeasure and ironically said that the demon had come to his senses, so the executioner should show mercy. Shinhyun looked closely at Alex and asked him to speak his ideas on solving the problem with monsters. Alex stood with a shabby and sad look. He opened his mouth and said that these were mana stones. He imagined red crystals and assumed that there was an inner sanctuary of monsters. The protagonist was dumbfounded, imagining a turtle with a red crystal. The blonde reached into his pocket, while Shinyon crossed his arms and asked about the fact that the inner circle should be a crystallization of energy accumulated by the spirit over hundreds of years. The blonde took out a red crystal and said that by Muram's standards, Shinyon was right, but the formation process and nature of them were different, but the essence was the same because they contain the energy of monsters. The brunette indifferently scratched his ear and wanted to hear the conclusion. The heavenly demon with his dark aura extended a finger and said that the inner circle could be created from the corpses of mutants. Shinyon, with a puzzled look, said that it sounded like Alex was suggesting to extract the soul from a corpse. The protagonist crossed his arms, looking at the extended crystal, because the blonde said that there was nothing wrong with that. He recalled how the fighter killed all the people with blades and stated that some martial arts similar to the green-blooded martial arts that absorbed the spirit. Then he imagined how the bald fighter bloodthirstily held two people by the neck and guessed that it could be a suction technique or something similar. Both hunters looked away with displeasure and puzzled expressions when Shinyon wondered who would have come up with such an idea if not for their demon. The blonde stood up for himself and said that not all demons are evil. Shinyon smiled and hugged his comrade and said that it was time to go back and make a deal. The dim light illuminated the space of the room and they wanted to get to the point. The main character sat on the chair next to Mei and said that he personally agreed to cooperate with the United States in this matter. The girl looked at the gentleman's smile with bewilderment, telling her not to worry because everything will be fine. Alex looked at the piece of paper and wanted to sum up what was said earlier. The protagonist and the blushing girl looked at Alex, who would split the profits in half between the two parties. Mei opened her mouth in excitement when she heard that they could guarantee exclusive development rights to China and Japan. Shinyon began to laugh while the girl was scared because she realized that the master could stop supplying the product whenever he wanted. Mei indignantly lowered her head while the protagonist laughed because now he could keep her on a leash. Alex sadly closed his eyes and promised to fulfill all the demands on his behalf to the best of his ability. Then the heavenly demon extended his hand and asked to keep in mind that this condition depended on the success of their deal. Shinyon shook his hand with a malicious smile and agreed to these conditions. They were transported to San Francisco, USA, to a secret base. The two hunters walked along the vast corridor of the platform. Alex looked back with a smile at the curious Shinyon, who noted that this did not look like a normal lab, as it was the largest lab in the western United States. A door opened in front of the hunters, revealing a box as Alex stated that he did not like the word fragile in the manufacturing process, so he built it to be sturdy. It was a black box that looked like a printer and was a monostone extractor. Alex placed his hand on the machine, saying that he had to place his hand on the machine and then take in the energy. The blue glow of the machine emitted mana into his hand. A small glowing ball fell out of the machine, like an artificial insert made by his own efforts. Shinyon looked at the glowing ball with slight caution as Alex stated that so far so good. The protagonist pointed at the ball with disdain, stating that a dead monster could not feed on energy like a human, and he would not do so if he were alive. The heavenly demon smiled maliciously while Shinyon was indignant, because this was the problem he wanted to ask him about. The protagonist indignantly hugged his comrade and asked if he had ever been to Shaolin, but heavenly demons do not go there. The protagonist looked at the blonde man with concern, clenching his fist, because it was the same as creating a Shaolin Taoist group. Suddenly, his eyes widened. He adjusted his collar with a malicious smile and realized that he was starting to guess. The protagonist grabbed the guy by the shoulder, asking if he had ever been to Shaolin. The blonde man said that heavenly demons do not go there. The protagonist looked at the hunter in shock, saying that he was like a bird in a cage, and it was the same as creating a Shaolin Taoist group. After which it dawned on him and his eyes widened. Shinyon looked at the demon with a mischievous grin, stating that he must have figured it out. The protagonist presented a golden bead. He looked at the worried boy with a serious look, asking what he thought about the artificial essence, noting that this technique already existed in the Murime. Shinyon presented an image of a monk, noting that the most famous of them was the Great Shaolin Temple. The demon grinned in confusion, looking at the protagonist. He asked that this is how the great energy pill is made, adding that he did not know about it, since he was almost not interested in political factions. The protagonist grinned slightly, asking that this was not a bad idea. Alex asked how he came up with such a thing. After which, he smiled widely, asking if he would mind if he called someone over for just a few minutes. Shinyon inquired who this person was. The demon said that this was the creator of the prototype, a level 70 craftsman, also a returnee, the only one in America. A man with a wide smile appeared in front of the guys. He greeted the guys, saying that his name was Tyrone Wilson. Craftsman Tyrone Wilson. The craftsman placed the carrier on the table, noting that he brought what he asked for. The protagonist leaned over to the carrier, stating that it was time to get down to business. He took out a small monster, directing a blue aura at it. The protagonist surrounded the monster with energy, causing it to float in the air, noting that this was magic. After which the magical energy began to dissolve the monster. Shinhyun said that he slightly modified the suction. A small core appeared from the monster. The hunter closed his eyes, continuing to conjure over the core, after which he clenched it into a fist, noting that maybe because he was a monster, but his energy was not pleasant. The main character poured the broken core into a special machine, saying that it was still a little uncomfortable. A blue glow appeared in the hole. The guys frantically watched what was happening. A blue core rolled out of the machine. The main character said that everything was ready. He handed the shining core to the guys, telling them to look at it themselves. The guys were extremely surprised. Tyron brought the ball closer to his eyes, noting that he needed to take a closer look. The glasses began to scan the resulting core. Tyron looked at the hunter in bewilderment, asking how this could be. The protagonist asked if it was so bad and what did he not like. The craftsman smiled in confusion, saying that he liked it, and he was just surprised, because it was very similar to the Mana Stone, to such an extent that he even doubted whether it was real. Shinhyun began to stretch his neck, asking if it wasn't obvious that this was a success, noting that he had made it himself. The man looked at the machine with a serious look, stating that the question now was whether he could use the technique. The craftsman placed his hand on the scanning surface, noting that it was obvious that a master with magic was needed to use the device. He then looked at the hunter with confusion, saying that he would have to teach him a modified absorption technique to do so. The main character crossed his arms, saying that he didn't care, but there was a problem. The boys asked what it was. The main character smiled maliciously, looking at the frightened men. He stated that in order to learn it from him, they would have to endure many unpleasant difficulties, asking if they were willing to grit their teeth for the sake of learning. The injured craftsman stared straight ahead. A week later, he said that now it was possible to do it. The man lifted the monster over his head with magic. He squeezed the created core in his hand. Then he poured it into a special machine. A new stone rolled out of their machine. The guys looked at the sphere in surprise. Then they smiled happily. The demon shouted that they did it and it was a success. Alex looked happily at the main character, saying that this was a crazy technique and he could not believe that he learned it in a week. The protagonist looked at the craftsman with a sly grin, noting that violence is the best way to quickly learn something. The main character walked to the exit, waving his hand to the guys. He said that this was it and it was time for him to return to Korea. The guys asked that he was already flying away, after which the men looked in surprise at the hunter, who said that he was going home. The main character looked at the men with a bloodthirsty smile, noting that if they took his share, he would kill them both. The men smiled fearfully. There was a beautiful chandelier hanging on the ceiling. Jihai looked at the guy with a happy smile, asking why he came back so early. Yoonseol looked at her brother with a cold gaze, clarifying that they had not seen each other since he abandoned them. The protagonist smiled confusedly, saying that it was because of work and he was very busy. Jihai leaned towards the angry girl, telling the leader that they still had to report everything to Mr. Shinhyun. The protagonist looked at the girl with confusion, asking what exactly to report. The master showed the drawing, saying that it was the new symbol of their martial arts guild, asking that it turned out well. The protagonist looked at the master with a serious look, saying that it was not bad. The pink-haired girl asked that was all he would say, noting that she had been racking her brains over him for several days. She looked at the smiling hunter with displeasure. Yoonseol smiled sarcastically, watching the guys. The guys looked at the brunette with embarrassment, who asked what was wrong with them, and why they were being so familiar. The brunette approached the embarrassed master, asking that she would not even call him by his name, noting that they were not friends at all. The master looked at the guy with a slight smile, asking if she could call him Shinhyun. The main character looked at the girl with a smile, saying that as she wanted, but he was even more accustomed to it. After which the guys turned their attention to the door. The guy said that he had urgent business. The master said that he could come in. A worried guy entered the office, saying that more than 3 types of monsters were discovered in the Teakbeak dungeon. The pink-haired girl looked at the assistant in shock, asking if something else happened besides the dungeon breakthrough. The protagonist looked away in surprise, asking if there were new monsters coming out of the rift. The assistant held a tablet, stating that he wasn't sure about it yet, but if there was anything unusual, it was that there was a strong vibration in the dungeon. Jihai asked what the vibrations were. The guy imagined the people lying on the ground, noting that she had gone through all the parts, and all the hunters who had gone there had complained of a strong headache. The pink-haired girl looked up in alarm, saying that this had never happened before and that she would go there too. The protagonist grabbed the girl's hand, telling her to stop. The master looked at Shinhyun in surprise, who said that he would go. The girl asked if he would go there. The protagonist furrowed his brows, wondering if there was a goddess involved. The master furrowed her brows, looking at the guy. Shinhyun thought that maybe it was a heavenly warrior. The protagonist extended his hand, attacking the monsters with magic. The chopped monsters lay around the protagonist. The hunter wiped the blood from his cheek, asking what was wrong with the dungeons, noting that these beasts were constantly trying to get out. The mage stood near the crack in space, asking what could be what the goddess meant when she spoke of her second revelation. The mage moved his feet on the ground. He said that after plundering the dungeon, monsters would appear randomly. He looked away nervously, saying that this was a sign of the goddess's favor or a harbinger of misfortune. Then he narrowed his eyes, looking straight ahead. Black silhouettes of people appeared behind the crack. A group of hunters appeared from the fog. Hana looked at the leader in surprise, asking when he managed to arrive on Jeju Island. The guys stood opposite each other. The priest asked that he, too, because of the foggy dungeon. The leader looked at the girl in confusion, asking what was this Jeju Island. He imagined images of monsters and beasts, asking that these were not just monsters mixed together, but also dungeons. The protagonist looked ahead with a frown. There was a thick fog in the forest. Jeju Island, a foggy dungeon. The protagonist stood in front of the guys. He said that he went to investigate the anomaly in the dungeon, but it turned out that he entered the Tibik dungeon. Hana asked if this was in the S1-2 province. Minhyuk asked if he really met them so far away and what was going on. The guys looked at each other in confusion. The assassin said that this was some kind of nonsense. The protagonist asked what was happening to them and what happened to the dungeon. The assassin remembered the flags from the gate. He said that the dungeon seemed bigger than before and they moved forward, setting up a flag at the gate. The red flag was at the blue gate. Minhyuk looked behind him worriedly, saying that however, neither the gate nor the flag were visible anymore and there was a crack there. The protagonist looked at the guy in surprise, asking if the gate was gone. Assassin replied that it was, which was why they couldn't get back in. The protagonist looked ahead thoughtfully, thinking that there was only one gate in the dungeon. He looked at the guys with a serious look, saying that he thought that the dungeon and the gate he entered through were still intact, so they just needed to get out of there, because safety came first. The guys looked at the head happily. Hana looked behind him, asking what about him. The head smiled widely, saying that he would try to dig through that crack. After which he looked ahead with a serious look, thinking that there must be something else besides the merging of the dungeon. The protagonist was standing near the crack. He raised his head, noting that mutants were coming out of there, and it looked like a passage or something like that, asking where it led. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. A monster's hand with a spear appeared from the crack. Flying monsters with spears climbed out of the crack. The magician grinned maliciously, asking what it was, a giant dressed lizard. The monster looked at the protagonist angrily, telling him to get out of the way if he wanted to prolong his life for at least a few seconds. The hunter looked at the monster in bewilderment, wondering what it was talking about, and that he had never seen a lizard talk before. Blood was dripping from the guy's fingers. Alex stood with his back to the dead body of the monster, after which he sat in his chair at the laptop, saying that similar dungeons merged together. He frowned in displeasure, saying that he hurriedly arrived in Hawaii after receiving the report. The sky demon raised his head, saying that it was a surprise. Lizards were flying in the sky. The demon asked what a new kind of monsters. The lizard looked at the guy with a serious look, saying that he did not know that there were higher beings here. The blonde looked at the monster in surprise, wondering what he had just talked to him. The monsters stared at the hunter. The guy asked that despite this, they were still animals. The monster said that they were, asking that he understood what he was talking about. The demon smiled slightly, saying that it was something like that, and he also did not expect them to talk. The guys stood opposite each other. The monster asked what was going on and that he understood them. Alex asked who they were, noting that they were different from monsters. The fighter looked at the guy in bewilderment, asking what that meant. Alex turned his head to the side, pointing at the giant scorpion. He said that they were monsters, like the ones that crawled out of the crack they themselves came out of. The lizard looked at the guy with displeasure, asking how he dared compare them to these monsters. The hunter looked at the monster with a malicious grin, saying that, in addition, he had some things on him, and this is an amazing ability to talk. The monster took his sword in his hand, saying that he was a man and seemed smart to him, and he tried to talk to him, but in vain. He swung his blade, saying that he should not have listened to lower beings at all. The hunter opened the spatial storage, saying that everything was correct and that this is exactly what a monster should be. He took out his weapon from the storage, thinking that he should attack. The lizards took out their weapons, pointing them at the hunter. The monster asked what he was going to attack him with that toothpick. The blonde noted that he had once pierced someone's forehead with chopsticks, and those were chopsticks, not a sharp toothpick. A red aura emanated from the demon. The lizard looked at the guy in confusion. He extended his hand to the side, telling his comrades to step back. Then he rushed towards the hunter, saying that he would kill him. Alex swung his weapon at the fighter. He frowned, thinking that he was strong. The attack caused an explosion. Alex jumped to the side. The fighter swung his weapon at the hunter. The demon blocked the attack with his blade. The fighter struck the guy again. The attack sent the hunter flying to the side. The lizard flew into the air, heading towards the guy. Alex blocked his opponent's sword. The demon bared his teeth, thinking that he would never be able to defeat him with physical force. Then he blocked his enemy's blade. Alex landed on the ground. The lizard said that if this was his maximum level, then his end was near. The demon glared at his opponent. He held the blade out in front of him when an energy sword appeared above his head. The monster looked at the hunter with confusion, asking what he was doing, adding that there was no point in fighting. The hunter directed a slash at the enemy's neck, after which the lizard fell to the ground without a head. The monsters watched what was happening in fear. Then they rushed to attack the hunter. The blonde attacked his enemies with slashes. He plunged his sword into the ground. The lizards fell to the ground, raising dust. The blonde leaned on his blade, sighing heavily. He closed his eyes, saying that he should have left at least one of them alive. The lizard's head lay on the ground. The hunter thought that it was impossible to subdue him without his sword. He slightly opened his mouth, saying that even for him it was too much, but if they were met by other hunters. He imagined mountains of dead guys, saying that it would be a disaster. Alex swung the blood from his sword. He looked ahead with a frown, stating that he should inform the executioner first. The lizard was kneeling, while his dead comrades were visible behind him. The foggy dungeon, at the same time. The monster raised its head, looking at the hunter, asking why they didn't solve everything by just talking peacefully. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, asking that wasn't that what the bastard who ran ahead would say. The lizard began to nod his head sharply, saying that it was their fault. The protagonist said that it should have been like that from the beginning, asking who they were. And the guys stood opposite each other. The monster said that they were creatures that inherited the blood of the very first and great dragon, and they called themselves dragon wings. Shinhyun said that it was not remarkable. The monster looked at the guy with a serious look, saying that they were banished from their home and were looking for a new refuge. He closed his eyes and turned his head away, stating that they did not expect to meet such a powerful man like him, and hostility towards them would only cause them more harm. The Dragonwing approached the protagonist, saying that instead of needlessly causing conflict, why not talk to my lord directly? The protagonist crossed his arms, looking at the Dragonwing with a serious look. The lizardman looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that a man like him deserves to meet in person. The protagonist smirked, asking that he had intruded there to cause trouble and then begged for mercy. The Dragonwing closed his eyes and turned his head to the side, noting that he had nothing to say. Shinhyun narrowed his gaze, thinking that it would be too easy to kill him now. The lizardman stared at the protagonist intently. Shinhyun thought that if he left him alive, there would be a chance to beat information out of him. He closed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest, noting that he needed to check something first. The monster asked what he meant. The hunter's eye began to shine. He asked that everything he told him was true. The protagonist used a lie detector. Alex closed his eyes and smirked contentedly. He told the executioner that he certainly understood everything, but he shouldn't meet a girl at such a time and in such a place. The executioner looked at the demon with displeasure, saying that this was the deputy head of the Dawn Guild. The blonde stated that he knew, and he was also aware that they had a rather close relationship. He spread his arms out to the sides, saying that they would let this pass, and he only wanted to see him for another reason. He looked at the laptop camera with a serious look, saying that last night in the Hawaiian dungeon he met a monster that was quite strong and there were a lot of them. The guys were sitting in the conference room, discussing the dungeon. The protagonist looked down. He stated that he sent him back alive, so they could only wait and see, adding that this winged bastard might come for him. The boys looked at the leader in shock. Jihai looked down in alarm, noting that this did not sound too good. The protagonist frowned, saying that there was worse news. He presented a black silhouette of a man with horns, saying that there was the lord he was talking about. May looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, saying that if the lord was right, then these dragon wings had some kind of sect. The leader said that everything was correct and the dragon wings were quite strong, perhaps stronger than humans, asking what if these creatures tried to move to the ground. Alex sighed heavily, saying that it would be a disaster. The mage looked at the boys with a serious expression, saying that this is why he left them alive and there is a possibility to negotiate with them. The executioner smiled slightly, suggesting to use this opportunity against them. The guys nodded in unison. The deputy said that it was a good idea. The demon looked at the monitor with a smile, telling the executioner that it was not bad, and for now he would stay in Hawaii, where the dragon wings had already appeared, asking that if they encountered high-ranking creatures who wanted revenge, he would help them. The leader waved his hand, telling him to just be careful. The demon told him to rely on him. They agreed with the executioner. A bright light was shining on the ceiling. The protagonist was sitting opposite the deputy leader, calling out to her. The girl looked at the protagonist in surprise. Shinhyun asked what she thought about temporarily changing the rules for hunters. The pink-haired girl asked what exactly. The mage smiled slightly, asking how there were fewer monsters appearing now, adding that instead of sending high-level hunters to kill monsters, she should send them to a high-level dungeon to improve their skills. Jihai looked at the leader excitedly. She said that it would be good if the hunters became stronger, asking what to do about the island and what if something happened to them after he took all the high-level hunters. The deputy looked at the leader in surprise. The executioner said not to worry about it and they would be with them. The deputy asked that they would go too. The main character looked at the girl with a wide smile, noting that, to put it bluntly, they should try hard to stay close at all times. Jae looked away with an embarrassed look, asking what he was doing so suddenly and that he was suggesting living together. Shinhyun noted that he did not say that they should live together, although it was something to think about. The pink-haired girl looked at the guy in shock, asking that they would live together after all. The hunter told her to calm down, since he was not interested. Jae furrowed her brows, asking what the plan was. The protagonist smiled widely and extended his hand in front of him. He suggested that they help each other until they finished off the dragon wings, and they did not know what to expect, so it was better to stick together. The deputy smiled relieved, saying that if so, then she was all for it. The mage smiled maliciously, turning away from the girl. He whispered that he was sure soon, and she would understand him. The girl hugged herself in fear. Shinhyun noted that he did not say anything like that. The guys were walking along a path a few days later in a foggy dungeon. The girls looked around. Jae said that this was her first time in this dungeon, and she could not really see anything. The sniper said that he had been here before, asked what happened. The executioner stopped abruptly, saying that he had led them there. The girls looked away in surprise. Shinhyun said that it was so that they could see everything for themselves. The protagonist, with a serious expression, introduced the image of Cheng, Alex, and the lizard. He said that Cheng was from China, Alex was from America, and recently these dragon wings, noting that the strongest continue to advance, so they must become stronger so as not to yield to them. The girls smiled confidently. The sniper asked what they should do. The protagonist raised his index finger, saying that they should both attack him at the same time. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that if their attack hit him at least once, he would acknowledge their strength. The sister flushed with the offer, while Jae was slightly alarmed. The pink-haired girl said that even with their combined strength, it would be difficult. The executioner looked at the girls with a relaxed expression and said that even so, he didn't care. An ominous aura began to emanate from the protagonist and a spirit appeared behind him. He told them to attack him properly, after which the girls looked at each other. Jae and Yoonseol jumped in different directions. The pink-haired girl approached the protagonist. Shinhyun blocked the blade with his fingers, saying that it was slow. The deputy bared her teeth in displeasure, thinking that she had attacked him with all her strength. Arrows flew from the protagonist's back. The protagonist blocked the attack with his spiritual sword. Yoonseol stamped her feet in displeasure, saying that it was unfair and he didn't even use his hands. The executioner smiled maliciously, saying that he had heard that injustice makes people stronger. The sister bared her teeth in anger and clenched her hand into a fist. She said that she still remembers how he dumped her the other day and she hasn't even received an apology yet. She glared at the male lead, saying that she simply has to slap him. The forest was covered in thick fog. The girls were lying on the ground. The brunette asked why the hell he wasn't even sweating, noting that he wasn't human. Jae looked at the girl with a smile, saying that it was still a good opportunity and she never thought that her level would rise so much in such a short period of time. The brunette noted that she had also grown a lot. The pink-haired girl looked at Yoonseol with a smile. She said that she was sure that she would be very busy, but she wanted to say that she enjoyed spending time with her. The male lead stood with his back to the girls, watching them, saying that he was glad that they got along and seemed to have a good rest. The hunter looked at the girls with a malicious grin, saying that they were going back to training. Jae followed the leader with an exhausted look. A week later, she asked how they even lasted a whole week. Shinhyun said that it was worth it. An assistant appeared in front of the guys, calling them. The guy looked at them with a frightened look, saying that an hour ago a call for help came from Hawaii. The guys looked at the guy with concern. Alex smiled nervously. He stood surrounded by lizards, noting that the executioner would not arrive to him anytime soon. He looked back at his opponent with a nervous look, asking how about a fair duel. The brunette looked at the guys worriedly, saying that an hour ago a call for help came from Hawaii. The guys looked at the guy with caution. The assistant noted that they said that in Hawaii, more than dozens of dungeons united. The assistant clenched his fist, stating that moreover, the aftermath of the earthquake and several cracks occurring simultaneously, most hunters were already unable to cope. The protagonist looked at the brunette in horror, who said that Mr. Alex was alone now. The leader asked that it was only him. The dragon wing pointed his spear at the guy, noting that he only had one question. Alex swallowed nervously when the spear was at his chin. The lizard said that his relatives who came here not long ago did not return, asking if he knew anything about it. The sky demon looked at the monster in bewilderment, who said that of course, he himself knew. The monster looked menacingly at the hunter, noting that at least his conscience would not bother him, and to some extent, they were connected, adding that he must pay for his sins. The monsters pointed their spears at the hunter, emitting a purple aura. The blonde brushed the spear away with his hand. He glared at the monsters, emitting a bloody aura, asking how dare they. The demon's eyes widened in rage. A blood-black aura engulfed the area around the lizards. The monster dug its toe claws into the ground. It bared its fangs, emitting an aura. The dragon wing took a fighting stance, saying that it was not bad. The impact caused an explosion and clouds of smoke and dust rose up. The clouds flew above the ground. The sky demon covered his face with his hand from the rising sand. The lizard flew into the air, saying that it was even funny. He opened his mouth, surrounding himself with a purple aura, saying that he would catch this rat himself, so they should not interfere. The dragon wings nodded their heads. The monster stared at the hunter, telling him to show him what he can do. The blonde smiled furiously, asking why he dared to threaten him like that, and if a branch was dangerous to a tree. Alex began to take his blade out of storage, looking at the angry lizard. The monster asked what he just said. The blonde told him to shut up. Then he jumped off the ground and swung the blade, telling him to let it cut off his head. The monster held the spear in front of him, emitting lightning. Alex's eyes widened in surprise, wondering if he was a mage. The lizard pointed his weapon at the hunter. A purple pillar of energy attacked the guy. The blonde held the blade in front of himself, defending himself from the attack. He noted that it was stronger than the previous one. The demon looked back at the lizards with displeasure, wondering why they looked down on him. The blonde grinned maliciously, thinking that it was worth a try. The mage began to spin his spear. The demon thought that now was the time to catch them off guard. Then he cut the mage's attack with a slashing red blow. Alex cut off the lizard's arm with his attack. The monster closed his eyes in pain, asking how dare he. The demon rushed at his opponent with a furious look. The enemy opened his mouth, creating a magic circle, and ordered the hunter to stop. The blonde bared his teeth, hearing the order, not understanding what it was. Then the hunter fell to the ground when the lizard used pressure. A powerful force pressed the guy to the ground. The dragon wing stepped on the demon's hand with his paw. The monster looked at the blonde with a frightening aura, noting that he made him use dragon powers on such an empty and insignificant being like him. He raised his hand, creating a purple sphere, saying that the last thing left is to pay with his death. Alex closed his eyes when a purple blade appeared near his head, after which he looked at the ground in surprise, not understanding what was happening, noting that he did not feel anything. The protagonist with a menacing look stopped the monster's hand, asking what he was doing. He looked back at the blonde, asking that he had completely lost his mind, making such a mess. The protagonist kicked the lizard, who told him not to bother him. The monsters watched what was happening in bewilderment. The kick threw the monster to the side. The dragon-winged ones flew into the air, heading towards their comrade. The executioner turned to his comrade, asking what was wrong with him, noting that he was terribly polite. A blue aura surrounded the blonde's body. Alex looked at his hand in surprise, asking how he managed to get here, noting that at the very least, he did not expect the executioner to appear so quickly. The protagonist looked at the guy with a smile, saying that he teleported. Alex wondered why he teleported so far. The blonde slowly rose to his feet, saying that he had an ability similar to the punishing blade, and he also said that it was the dragon language. The protagonist looked ahead with a cold gaze, saying that he understood everything. The blonde told him to be careful, asking if he was serious. The monsters stood up for battle. The protagonist said that if he was stronger than him, then most likely he was above level 80, and if so, then it was not surprising. The dragonwing grew back his severed arm. Alex said that he had just cut off his arm, asking that it had already grown back, noting that this was unusual. The monsters looked at the protagonist in surprise. Shinhyon asked that they were dragons, the elite of the dragon wings. The monster nodded its head, saying that it was, and judging by what they knew about them, they were the people Martel was talking about. The protagonist glared at the mage, noting that he had offered to talk to his lord back then, asking what kind of mess they had made. The monster looked at the protagonist arrogantly, asking that he didn't think he would listen to a beaten man, adding that if it were up to him, he would kill him on the spot. The executioner began to flex his fists, stating that he didn't think he was one of the lords, this Martel, judging by the way he spoke, and he didn't think they could continue the dialogue. The executioner waved his hand, sending a slashing attack towards the monsters. Shinhyon cut the lizards in half with the attack. The dragonwing watched in horror. Shinhyon stated that one was enough to talk to. The lizard collapsed to the ground. It opened its mouth, creating a magic circle, and ordered to stop. The mage looked at the protagonist in horror, surrounded by an aura. The executioner said that his bark had no effect on him. The leader smiled maliciously and clenched his hand into a fist, offering to start with a physical dialogue. White clouds floated in the sky as the monster screamed shrilly. The lizard shook in horror, looking at the executioner. She said that he responded positively to their offer, asking to spare his life. The main character bared his teeth furiously, saying that if it weren't for this, he would have killed him in the blink of an eye. The main character attacked the monster with his magical energy, after which, it collapsed to the ground. Alex said that that's it. He looked at the hunter with a nervous smile, saying that he had it so hard, but even so, he will not die until he bids farewell to him. The blonde approached his comrade, asking what level his martial art was at, and that if he was not mistaken, it was level 100. Shinhyeon said that who knows, and he does not think there is an end to martial arts. The leader looked at the dead lizards with a serious look, thinking that he always met guys like this and hoped that next time there would be at least someone smarter. Above the guys, a bloody moon shone in the night sky. The white-haired man asked the lizard that he did not return this time. The dragon wing said that this is exactly the case. The monster bowed its head to the man. The stranger said that Martel said so. He looked ahead with a serious look, stating that then he needed to talk to a man named Shinhyeon. A blue rift was visible in the air. The executioner told the demon that he would stay here for a while and that it was worth observing what was happening, adding that he thought that until it closed once, all sorts of creatures would still come out of it. The guys looked at the bodies of the lizards with a serious look. The protagonist asked that who knew, and maybe this time the dragon that Martel served would really appear. The sky demon nodded his head, said that he hoped that he would appear as soon as he said, and that in his opinion, he was the only dragon he could talk to. The protagonist stretched when Alex looked at him with a smile. Shinhyeon said that he should set up a temporary camp in the dungeon for observation and that they should rest there. The blonde said that he would do everything. The protagonist pointed his finger at the lizard, telling him to wrap him up well. The hunter looked at the dragon-winged one. The leader said that he thought it should be processed a little, and that it should be sent to the Yin-Yang Guild, and that the other two could be kept. The hunter looked at the leader with a happy smile, asking if he was sure he could take them. The protagonist said that it was, even though they were cut in half, they were quite suitable for research. Alex shook the protagonist's hand and began to shake it. He thanked the guy, saying that they would make good material. Shinhyeon asked about the material. The blonde man introduced the craftsman and the materials with a smile. He said that dragon scales and their bones are now a valuable material, as well as one of the highest quality, and perhaps he can make something useful out of them. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, looking at the hunter with a smile. He said that he could begin then. Alex wished the executioner luck. The protagonist moved his feet on the ground. He said that he should tell him when the camp was ready. He walked in the opposite direction from the hunter with a smile. The blonde noted what he would tell him. The main character thought that he was glad that the dragon was strong enough and it would be a good shield against monsters. The night sky stretched above the ground. The leader was lying on the couch while Alex was sitting at the table. The executioner widened his eyes in surprise. The demon looked ahead in bewilderment. The protagonist rose from the couch, asking what he also felt. The hunter raised his head, said that he felt a little different, heavy, and somehow strange. The executioner grinned maliciously, saying that they needed to go and, apparently, they had an uninvited guest. A red net appeared from the rift above the guys' heads. The rift emitted powerful energy. The demon asked what it was. The leader narrowed his eyes, noting that it was probably teleportation magic. The red net began to be sucked into the rift, after which a white dragon appeared from there. The dragon opened its mouth wide. The boys looked at it in surprise. The monster landed on the ground in front of the boys, after which it descended towards the boys. Alex smiled nervously, saying that this one was different from the previous three. Shinhyeon noted that there was no doubt about it. The dragon sat down next to the boys. Judging by their reactions, they must be people familiar with his kind, asking if he could talk to them. The protagonist nodded his head, saying that of course. The monster stared at the boys and thought that he never thought that they would not be able to talk. He said that he was here to meet a man named Shinhyeon. The executioner smiled widely and pointed his finger at himself. He asked that he knew him. The dragon looked at the boy in surprise, asking if he was Shinhyeon. The protagonist said that he was. The monster looked at the boy in confusion, thinking that considering that Martel couldn't even use it, he didn't look very strong. The leader looked at the dragon with a smile, asking if he was Altair, the Lord of Martel. Altair lowered his head, noting that he knew his name. The protagonist waved, saying that he had been waiting for him too, and he had never had a dragon to talk to. The dragon looked at Shinhyeon with a serious look, saying that if he really was Shinhyeon, he would know the location of his people. The executioner looked at the dragon with a serious look, imagining images of lizards. He said that he had killed them all, and they were so hostile to humans that dialogue was impossible. The boys looked at the dragon in surprise. Altair said that everything was clear to him, and he had guessed it when they lost contact. The dragon closed his eyes, saying that he had ordered them not to act rashly. Altair bowed his head to the boys, saying that they had behaved unworthily and asked for forgiveness for them, noting that they dragons had a completely different will. The protagonist grabbed the blonde by the shoulder, asking why he was trying to be polite, noting that this one almost died, rushing at them alone. The demon smiled awkwardly, saying that he was just standing aside and the only one who was in danger was the executioner. The monster looked at the guys with a serious look and asked that they were sure that they had dealt with everyone. The protagonist crossed his arms over his chest, asking what was the point of lying about this. The monster narrowed his gaze, saying that if he was the Shinhyeon that Martel had spoken of, then he was not lying. The leader raised his hand, asking that he was not sure that he was Shinhyeon and had to prove it to him. Soul swords appeared above the guy's head. The blades were above the dragon's head. Altair looked up in bewilderment, after which he created a magical barrier. The blades surrounded the dragon. The executioner grinned maliciously, saying that there was no need to worry. The blades began to dissolve into thin air. The executioner smiled widely, asking if that wasn't enough. Altair nodded his head, saying that he believed that he was Shinhon and that he had the power to defeat the dragon. The main character closed his eyes and smiled happily, saying that he was impressed. The monster looked at Alex, saying that the level that this world can reach is amazing, asking if all the people here are at his level. The demon said that he and the executioner are the only ones who stand out, but if all the people were like that. The main character smiled maliciously, saying that he would be the strongest among the people. Alex said that it was true. The dragon looked up thoughtfully, saying that he was right. The hunter crossed his arms, asking the head of the dragons that he was the strongest among his own, and that they could talk to him. The monster looked at the guy, saying that he agreed. He slightly opened his mouth, starting to speak in an incomprehensible language. A purple aura appeared around him, after which he stood on the ground with human legs. The guys looked at the transformed dragon in surprise. Altair transformed into a human form, looking at the guys with a smile. He said that their conversation would drag on. The protagonist looked at the guy in shock, asking that he could turn into a human. The white-haired man snapped his fingers and started speaking in an incomprehensible language. A purple aura surrounded the guys' heads. The protagonist looked at the guy with displeasure, asking what he did. The white dragon grinned slightly. A black silhouette of a man appeared on the rock. He stood with his back intently, watching the guys, after which he dissolved into a black haze. The dragon put his hand in front of him, telling him not to be afraid, and he simply cast a translation spell to facilitate their conversation. The protagonist looked at the boy in surprise, saying that it was much more convenient to ask what Martel and his men had told him. Altair closed his eyes in confusion, remembering Martel kneeling in front of him. He noted that he had told him to be careful because he had almost died at the hands of a man named Shinhyeon, and that it was quite a useful report. The white-haired boy looked at the protagonist with a serious look, saying that if he had encountered him, he would have died now. The protagonist closed his eyes and smiled contentedly, noting that he liked his honesty. The white-haired boy pressed his hand to his chest, saying that someone who bears the name of a dragon does not lie, and for them, who speak such a complex language, lying is deceiving themselves. Altair looked away in displeasure, saying that besides, even if they were to bluff, he would still not be afraid of them. Shinhyeon said that he knows him well. He smiled widely and noted that he had a rough idea of what he was going to ask for, asking that he was going to ask him to let his people live in this world. The protagonist smiled maliciously, stating that they were originally going to invade, but realized that nothing good would come of it and changed their strategy. The dragon nervously closed his eyes, saying that he could not deny it. He looked at the protagonist in surprise. The executioner stated that honestly, the best way was to pretend that they did not notice each other. The dragon looked at the guy happily, asking what that meant, that he would let them stay here. The protagonist said that it did not, and that it literally meant not seeing each other. Altair looked down with a sad look. The protagonist told him not to come to him and not to leave, asking if he understood. The hunter leaned towards the dragon, asking that just because he told him not to come, it didn't mean he wouldn't come. The executioner smiled widely, saying that he would let them live here. Altair took the protagonist's hands, thanking him. The white-haired boy looked at the protagonist with a smile when he called out to him. The dragon asked what was wrong. Shinhyeon noted that even if he gave his permission, the other people didn't, and they wouldn't be able to integrate into their society. The dragon looked at the executioner, dumbfounded. He pressed his hand to his chest, saying that they could handle it, and that was something they had to endure. The protagonist looked at the dragon with a malicious grin, pointing his finger at him, saying that that's why the guys should only live here, and he means inside the dungeon. The guys stood in front of each other. The dragon asked what he was telling them to live here. Shinhyeon said that it was. The white-haired boy looked away in confusion. The main character leaned towards the dragon, asking what the problem was. He smiled maliciously, saying that he would allow them to move in, allocate land, and if he lived here, he would just have to kill the monsters that came, asking why he didn't like that idea. The dragon looked at the main character in confusion, saying that it was true, but the situation in this place was a little different, and confronting the monsters there, asking that he wouldn't use them like that as a shield. The main character closed his eyes and smiled maliciously, saying that he should have been prepared for that. The white-haired boy bit his lip. He sighed heavily, saying that he understood. He looked at the executioner with a serious look, saying that he would have a few requests, however. Shinhyeon told him to speak, and he would listen and make a decision. The leader nodded his head. The white-haired boy noted that they said that there were cases where cracks inside the dungeon widened or connected. The boys stood opposite each other. The dragon said that since food supplies could be irregular, asking if they could provide them with material support. The protagonist agreed with the dragon. Alex noted that it was not difficult. The boys looked at the dragon in surprise, who said that there was one more thing. Altair pressed his hand to his chest, asking permission to at least allow him access to the ground. The leader asked why he needed it. Altair imagined the ground, from the center of which red lines radiated. He said that in case there was no communication between the dungeons they would be arriving in, they needed a way to contact them. The executioner looked at the demon, asking what he thought about it. The blonde man, with a thoughtful expression on his face, closed his eyes, said that if they were deploying troops for defensive purposes, they needed to establish contact with them, and everything was fine as long as he didn't do anything stupid. The protagonist moved his hand to the side, asking what would happen if he said he agreed. Altair smirked slightly. He extended his hand to the executioner, saying that then they would consider the negotiations over. The guys shook hands. The dragon said that when he returned, he would hand everything over to his people. A purple flash appeared under the night sky. Altair acquired his dragon form, saying that then they would see each other later. The protagonist said that they had agreed, wishing him a safe journey. The guys watched the dragon fly away with a smile. The lizards carried the boxes. Shinhyo noted that after Altair returned to his world, the dungeons continued to open. The dragons began to arrange the building. The protagonist noted that the migrating dragons had settled in them. The dragon wings held spears in their hands. The protagonist noted that they were watching the portals. The executioner stood in front of a huge barrier, noting that he had not had to worry about the dungeons for a while. He smiled widely and put his hands behind his head, noting that everything was going well. Altair appeared in front of the protagonist. Shinhyo asked why he had come. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist with a serious look, said that it was so, and lately he had been busy settling in new lands, so he could not talk about access to the ground. The protagonist looked at the guy with a serious look, noting that, by the way, the ununited dungeons were scattered all over the planet and how to contact them right away, asking that he was going to fly every time. The dragon tilted his head to the side, saying that he did not fly, but simply needed to use spatial movement, and it was not difficult, you just need to know the coordinates. Shinhyo's eyes widened in surprise. He grabbed the dragon's shoulders, asking what this was, space travel, and he said that you can travel through space just by knowing the coordinates. The white dragon bared his teeth, saying that you just need to calculate the coordinates. Shinhyo asked if that was true. He presented the map he was traveling on. He noted that teleportation was limited to the visible range and needed to be used multiple times to travel a long distance. Altair looked at the smiling protagonist in confusion. The protagonist noted that space travel was a pretty good skill. He looked at the dragon curiously, asking if he could use it. Altair clarified that he meant space travel. The protagonist nodded his head with a wide smile, saying that it seemed quite interesting. The white-haired boy closed his eyes with a thoughtful expression. The executioner asked if he would teach him. The white-haired guy turned his head towards the protagonist, said that he was not thinking about it at all, and this, of course, is magic that only dragons use, but with his skills, perhaps he can master it too. The white-haired guy pressed his hand to his chest, looking at the protagonist with a serious look. He said that in exchange, if the number of invading monsters increases, he must promise that he will help them then. The leader looked at the dragon with a wide smile, saying that he agrees, and in any case, if they are next. The dragon sighed with relief, saying that then they agreed, and most importantly in moving in space. The guys stood opposite each other, after which they turned their attention to the side. Kang came out from behind the bushes, telling the guild leader that this is where he is. The executioner teleported to the guy, asking what happened. The brown-haired guy bared his teeth, said that an urgent report came from the Teiji headquarters. The main character looked at the guy in shock. The brown-haired man introduced huge flying monsters, saying that a giant monster had appeared in the center of Bucheon. The main character frowned. The monsters were circling above the city. They opened their mouths wide, their red eyes flashing. The residents were running away from the monsters, asking for help. The winged monster was rushing at the man. It put out its paws with claws. Jinho cut the monster's paw. He looked back at the resident, asking if he was okay. Yunseol pulled the arrows, emitting a blue aura. The arrows hit the monsters' heads, after which they fell to the ground. Yunseol gritted her teeth, thinking that who would have thought that extremely dangerous monsters would suddenly crawl out in such large numbers. The girl shot at the monsters, and they began to fall to the ground, after which she jumped to the side. The brunette landed on the ground. She pressed herself against the wall, sighing heavily. The brunette thought that there were too many of them, and now, when her brother and the vice leaders of the guild had left, the hunters were fighting the monsters. Jinho plunged his blade into the monster. The brunette thought that things were picking up speed and there were still many residents who had not managed to evacuate. The long-haired girl pulled the arrows, wondering if she could hold out until then. She aimed the arrows at the approaching monster. The arrow flew towards the winged monster, emitting a blue aura. The winged one opened its mouth wide. The girl looked ahead in fear, noting that she needed to run. Suddenly, her eyes widened in horror. The monster began to approach the brunette. The protagonist's sister began to think that right now her internal energy had run out. A cutting energy blow cut the monster's head. The girl put her hands in front of her as the monster fell to the ground. The main character appeared in front of her sister, telling her to be careful. The sister looked at her brother in confusion, asking when he came. Shinhyun said that he just came back. He stretched his hand out in front of him, emitting a blue aura. The sister asked that he hadn't been to Jeju Island. The executioner said that he had. He pressed his hand to his sister's back. He bared his teeth in displeasure, saying that he had been told this while learning how to move through space, and she couldn't imagine how much effort he had put into teleporting to get here. The long-haired girl looked at her brother with a serious look, saying that it was good that he had come anyway, and how he saw the situation wasn't the best. Shinhyun said that he thought so. The winged monsters rushed down. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, thinking that they felt different from the monsters he had seen before. Fireballs appeared around the boys. The sister asked what he was using fire for. Shinhyun noted that he was tired, so he decided to take the easy way out and get rid of all the mines. He put his hand in front of him, after which he sent fireballs at the monsters. The balls hit the monster, after which they were engulfed in huge flames and did not fall to the ground. Ashes flew in the sky. The executioner with a satisfied grin looked at the sister, noting that urgent matters were dealt with, asking if he could ask her to take care of the completion, adding that he would also take the monster's bird that she caught, since there was something he needed to find out. The sister waved her hand at her brother, agreeing with him. The protagonist teleported to the dragon, taking the birds. He sighed in displeasure, saying that he needed to learn this spatial movement quickly as he was tired of using teleportation several times. Altair asked what kind of beasts were behind him. The protagonist looked back at the black birds, asking what he meant about them, after which he moved the monsters closer to the dragon. The monster was lying on the ground, emitting black smoke. Shinhyun said that for the first time, more than 1,000 extremely dangerous monsters were released and something changed. The dragon pointed his hand at the monster, emitting a purple aura, after which he widened his eyes in bewilderment. The protagonist looked at the white-haired guy in bewilderment, who said that everything had become complicated. Altair frowned at the protagonist, saying that demons had touched them. The executioner crossed his arms, asking what he was saying. This was their doing. Altair looked at the monsters, saying that that's why he felt something strange, since these animals have magic cast on them and this is an area in which demons are skilled. The executioner looked at the dragon curiously, asking why they would do this. Altair replied that he shouldn't talk. The leader looked at the white dragon in bewilderment, telling him to give a sensible answer already. An orange sunset was visible in the sky. The white-haired guy said that first of all, it is necessary to check whether this incident is a one-off, and perhaps it is just a joke. Shinhyun asked who jokes like that. The leader of the dragons imagined images of demons having fun. He said that they have such a way of thinking that they just need to have fun. The main character gritted his teeth in displeasure, saying that they are crazy scoundrels. The white-haired guy noted that it was not for nothing that they avoid them. The guys stood near the monsters. Altair said that, however, these creatures are not stupid, and if what happened happens again, it means they are planning something. He put his hands on his hips, saying something about them touching beasts from other dimensions is certain, and it seems they even know about the existence of this place. The white-haired guy imagined the earth over which the demon was. He noted that in other words, they can pass through the dimension at any time, and this means that they can come not to the dungeon, but get to the ground. The white-haired guy nodded his head. Shinhyun said that in the end, they will have to run and look for traces. He bared his teeth in satisfaction, saying that he understood everything, and, most importantly, they must at least protect the dungeon. He counted on his fingers, saying that they should periodically check the existing portals and catch extremely dangerous monsters and need to find a way to detect new portals, adding that he will be busy. The dragon put his hand on the guy's shoulder, saying that he has a lot of worries. The protagonist asked why he was suddenly so emotional. Altair narrowed his eyes, saying that the skills of those he considered average hunters were so pathetic, and he thought that ordinary people were even worse. But without him, this world would be no place. The protagonist closed his eyes, saying that he was strong, but even without him, it would be difficult to deal with the others, and it would take a long time to deal with everyone. The dragon noted that he was too strong. The protagonist looked at the dragon in shock. The white-haired guy said that they were as if under the protection of a divine being. The executioner grinned maliciously, asking what they were protected by. He remembered sitting in a cave with a book, wondering if it was divine protection to lock a 20-year-old guy in a cave and throw him only a book. The leader looked at the dragon with a serious look, saying that it was possible, but he had reached this level solely through his own efforts. The monster pierced the guy's chest with his hand, after which he pulled out his hand. The monster looked at the boy with an arrogant look, saying that he was weak. Then he moved into the portal. The monster came out in front of the volcano. He licked his bloody hand, saying that it was easy. The TV was showing the news where winged monsters were flying. The TV presenter said that the people who went missing during the last Buchan incident have not yet been found, and they expressed their deepest condolences to the victims. The TV presenter looked straight ahead with a serious look, saying that the government and the Martial Arts Guild are quickly repairing the damage and making every effort to defeat the remaining monsters. The old people watched the news in horror. The woman asked what they should do. The old man said that they said that everything is slowly being restored. There was an article on the internet with photos of Alex and Alina. The article said that the United States and Russia, which have level 70 hunters, are suffering huge losses. There was a photo of the protagonist and his sister on the internet, where it was said that the reason for the small damage in the country was all thanks to the hunter Shinyon and comments that he was the best. The guy moved his feet on the ground. The protagonist looked away in bewilderment. Pulkovo International Airport, Russia. Shinyon asked that someone remembered him. Alina waved her hand to the protagonist, saying that she was here. The protagonist approached the girl and asked why she called him just Shinyon. If someone saw them, they would think that they were friends. The blonde asked what was wrong, because they were comrades after all, and it was good when such a friendly atmosphere reigned. The blonde smiled broadly. Russian hunter Alina Smirnova. The huntress asked that he asked her to take him to the dungeon with dragons, and that they would go right now. The girl pointed her hand towards the car. The executioner said that it would be nice. The huntress asked why he needed to go there. The protagonist followed the girl, saying that dragons guarded the portals to the dungeon, so he wanted to create a way for them to communicate. The blonde asked how he would do it. The guy noted that she would find out about it later. White clouds floated over the mountains. The blonde looked at the protagonist with a frown. The protagonist turned his attention to the girl. Alina mused that she came here at Alex's request, wondering what was so remarkable about him, noting that in her opinion, he was an ordinary person. The executioner looked at the girl with displeasure, asking how much longer she was going to stare at him, noting that she would soon make a hole in him. The blonde winked at the protagonist, saying that after all, he was stronger than Alex, and she couldn't help but be surprised. The protagonist asked if she learned anything after drilling him with her gaze. The girl slightly opened her mouth, saying that she couldn't tell anything just by his appearance. She smiled widely, asking that maybe when they arrived at the place, they could fight once. Shinyon looked at the girl with confusion, asking why. The huntress noted that she heard that he defeated the previous heavenly demon, and then he must be just a monster, asking that it was natural, wanting to fight him once. The sky was clear. The guys were standing opposite each other near the portal. The girl said that, by the way, in the Murime, she was the Empress of Ice and Water. The main character noted that, apparently, she is from the Ice Palace. The girl winked at the protagonist, saying that everything is correct. The executioner beckoned the girl with his finger, telling her to attack. Alina smiled bloodthirstily, emitting a blue aura, thanking him. Then she pointed ice stakes towards the main character. Shinyon dodged the attack. Then he suddenly appeared behind the blonde. Alina swung her ice blade behind her back. The executioner put his hand on the shoulder of the girl who was frozen. Alina looked at the guy in bewilderment. The protagonist lightly scratched the blonde's neck. The huntress said that he was worthy of Alex's praise. The hunter smiled slightly, saying that her desire to win was also impressive. The blonde closed her eyes and smiled slightly, saying that she had studied to expect this from a man who had defeated a dragon and made a contract with him, and she had no idea how strong he was. The protagonist clenched his hands into a fist, saying that they were just having a peaceful conversation. The left fist emitted red energy. The protagonist said that her name was Peaceful. The protagonist's right fist emitted blue energy. Shinyon said that this one was called Conversation. The blonde said that she understood everything. The leader scratched his head with his hand, asking that in any case, the dungeon where the dragons are is there. The huntress said that it was correct. The leader put his hand in front of him, creating a green grid under the portal. He looked at the girl with a smile, telling her to watch carefully. The blonde looked ahead in shock when the protagonist disappeared. She began to shake her head from side to side, asking where he went and what he disappeared. Alina grabbed her head when the protagonist and the dragon appeared behind her. The blonde asked what was that. Shinyon said that he was here. The girl looked at the hunter in confusion, asking how he did it, noting that he had just disappeared. The main character noted that he said that he would implement the connection of the dragons across all the gates. He pointed his hands at the dragon and said that this was his way. Altair looked at the huntress with a serious look, asking if she was the one in charge of this place. The huntress said that it was something like that. A card appeared in the dragon's hand. Altair asked if that was it. He handed the card to the huntress, telling her to then pass this on to whoever was in charge, and if he needed help from his people, he could call the number listed here. Alina asked if this was a business card from the dragon. Shinhyo noted that he came up with it. The white-haired guy looked at the protagonist, saying that he would then go and tell his compatriots what was going on. Shinhyo wished him a safe journey home. He looked at the girl with a smile, thanking her for her cooperation. Alina looked at the hunter with a smile, asking if they could go back then. The protagonist noted that the delivery of the dragon was now complete, after which he looked away in surprise, saying that he could now rest. He pressed the phone to his ear, asking what happened in Chunchin, adding that he understood. The girl turned to the hunter, asking what happened. The leader said that he would go first, thanking her for accompanying him. The executioner bared his teeth viciously, noting that something happened in the country. The huntress watched as the protagonist disappeared into thin air. Shinhyun said that he would go. Alina noted that he disappeared again. The man looked at the blonde in shock, saying that something bad happened. The huntress asked what happened. The assistant clutched the tablet in his hands with a frightened look, telling her to look at it. Alina frowned and looked at the tablet, where monsters were visible, asking where it was. The assistant looked nervously at the huntress, saying that this was Western Yakutia and it seemed that there was a previously undiscovered dungeon nearby. The boys moved towards the car. The huntress said that they were going straight there and he should inform the others. Alina frowned in displeasure, saying that even if they moved right now, they would suffer serious casualties. Fire monsters were coming out of the portal. Jihai looked ahead angrily. She slashed at the monsters. Then she jumped away from the fire. The protagonist appeared in front of the deputy. He put his hand in front of him, using a freezing spell, after which the monsters turned into ice. The ice began to crack, after which it fell apart. The pink-haired girl ran up to the protagonist, asking how he got here so quickly. Shinhyun noted that she said that the situation was urgent, asking how things were now. The girl anxiously squeezed her blade, saying that it couldn't get any worse, and she was stopping the monsters trying to get out of the dungeon. The rest of the hunters were sent to the city center, and if you estimate by eye, there are more than 1,000 of them. The executioner looked at the pink-haired girl with a serious look, saying that he understood everything and her skill would be enough to hold them back here, and he would go help the guys in the city. After which the protagonist bounced off the ground. Jihai said that they would see each other later. The hunters were fighting the monsters in the city. The protagonist appeared in the air. He looked down with an enraged look. The hunters were fighting the furry monsters. The protagonist began to shine. He ordered everyone to gather, using the spiritual word skill. The monsters continued their attack. The protagonist looked at what was happening in bewilderment, asking why these scoundrels refused to obey. The horned monster looked back at the executioner. His eyes began to glow red, after which he rushed towards the hunter. The demon hovered in front of the main character, noting that he was wondering who it was that suddenly decided to interfere with them. He pointed a finger at the main character, asking who he was. There was a blue horn on the creature's head. Shinhyun crossed his arms, saying that it was obvious that he was one of these demons. The man winced, saying that he knew what he was doing. His eyes lit up red. He ordered down. The hero was surprised. More demons appeared on the road. Standing next to them, the man said that knowledge of their existence must be, he was somehow connected to these bad ones. Frowning, the demon asked, was it him who tried to control them? The brunette was silent. The demon got angry, shouting for him to answer. Scratching his finger in his ear, Shinhyun indifferently replied that he did not want to. He examined his finger while the demon shouted, what does he think he is doing? The hero's palm lit up with a blue glow. He said that if he was a demon. He waved his hand, sending arrows forward. Turning to the explosion, the guy continued that he thought it would be more correct. The defeated monsters lay in the crack. The demons were scared, looking forward in amazement. Smiling, Shinhyun asked why he was so weak. Pointing with his hand, the man with horns ordered to shoot and kill him. The servants put out spears. Red balls appeared on their tips. They flew like rays towards the guy. Dust and smoke rose from the explosion. The hero's figure was visible in the settling dust. He smiled and said that it felt like he was at a regular shooting lesson. Frowning, the man ordered everyone to attack. The demons rushed to run. One of them, jumping up, attacked with a spear. Shinhyun indifferently deflected it with his hand. The demon was shocked when the spear was grabbed. With a slight wave, the guy threw it aside. Shaking his hands, Shinhyun said that this was probably some kind of joke. A shining blade appeared in his palm. With bright swings, he scattered the monsters. The demon was surprised when a beam crossed him. The hero looked at the phone. The screen was glowing. Bringing the phone to his ear, Shinhyun said that it was him. Let him tell Altair to leave the dungeon. He was waiting for him at the place. And put the phone in his pocket. He was surrounded by monsters with spears. They frowned at him. Waving his hand, the guy asked him to wait. The demons were surrounded by a glow. They looked at each other with confusion. Waves of energy spread around. Altair looked at the guy and asked what happened, why such a rush. His eyes widened in surprise. Looking at the horned ones, he asked why they were here. Shinhyun crossed his arms, asking if they were demons, right, to which he received a confirmation. The boy asked with a very displeased look, was he asking for an explanation? He was supposed to deal with them, and why did he think he was here? Altair said in a frightened voice to calm down. They would talk to them first. He extended his palm. Rays of energy emanated from it. Purple projectiles flew forward. Dust flew up from the attack. The demons screamed, engulfed in a purple glow. The main demon bent down. The stone fell to the ground. Looking at the cracks, Altair said that they were. The boy asked what was this. The opponents were lying on the ground. The blonde said that judging by the fact that it barely withstood his magic, this demon is not of a high level, rather the weakest of the demons they mentioned. Shinyon asked what about the ones who just died. Looking at him, the blonde man said that they were low-level demons, they could only shoot, nothing more, there was no other use for them. The guy turned around in confusion and asked why they were here then. His comrade hesitated. Walking forward, he said that it wasn't only demons that threatened them, he himself didn't expect that higher and lower demons could intersect. The man with horns gritted his teeth and asked what they were doing. The heroes loomed over him gloomily. Shinyon said that of course it was interrogation, even though mind control was his specialty, but they would try the opposite. A scream was heard from the unfinished buildings. The sky turned pink. Jihai looked ahead in surprise. She waved her hand, recognizing the guy, and asked, was Altair here too? Shinyon waved his hand and said that he called her because he wanted to ask her something. Looking at the face-down horned one, he said that these guys are the team that is passing on, consisting of the weakest demons. They are at the lowest level, not really knowing anything. Looking at the girl, he continued that he thought their information would be useful. They could only be accessed through this strange gate. The pink-haired girl closed her eyes, saying that they most likely came from there. Everything is so complicated. The guy put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry too much. Jihai looked at him with embarrassment after hearing that at least in Korea there is only one such dungeon, Chuncheon, they just have to take better care of it. With an embarrassed look, the girl asked, what about other countries? The hero introduced the blonde man with the sword and the blonde girl and said that Alex and Alina can take care of America and Russia. The heroes looked away. The guy did not finish saying that they needed to focus. He picked up the phone and asked, who is this? The screen said Changsik, a North Korean hunter. Shinyon frowned, saying that North Korea was also infested with monsters. Shinyon remembered standing with his sword pointed at the blonde man and thought that it had been a long time since he finished clearing out North Korea. Introducing the man at the podium, he thought that after Changsik took control of North Korea, the conflicts between the North and South ceased and the relations between the two Koreas became quite calm. The heroes looked at the brunette talking on the phone. A voice came from the phone, saying that they had not seen each other for a long time. How was he doing? Shinyon closed one eye and told him to say what exactly. Introducing the smiling demons, Changsik said that new monsters in human form had appeared. Military vehicles were heading forward. They urgently mobilized all nearby units for defense. People were lying near the burning tanks. The man said that they had destroyed bridges and destroyed several villages. The brunette looked down, thinking that it seemed like they were also from the other side. Holding the phone, he asked, what about the hunters, even with Lin Mei's help? Changsik nodded, saying that this is why he was calling him to ask for help, although it was impudent of him. The brunette put his hand in his pocket and asked for a moment to think. The girl looked at him. Touching her cheek, Jihai apologized for eavesdropping on his conversation. He was going to help them, right? Shinyon scratched his head in displeasure and said that the problem was that he was too busy. The pink-haired girl raised a finger and asked, how about it? She said with a sweet expression that they would send dragons but would not tell anyone. Dragons with spears flew in the sky. A few days later, the best dragon wings and their subordinates were sent to the north. Leaving bright traces, they cut down the monsters. With their methods, they exterminated all the demons. It seemed that everything was going well. Altair exclaimed, is this true? He walked out of the portal and heard the brunette say that the demons evaporated and half of the dragon wings sent there were missing. The dragons looked around. Shinyon exhaled, Deltade, I think. Altair frowned, that was impossible, couldn't they have just lost contact? Shaking his head, the brunette said that it was not humans who reported him missing, but another dragon of a higher rank who was sent with him. There must be a reason. Raising a finger, he said that he was going to head to North Korea. Confidently raising his hand, Shinyon continued to find out for himself. A white dragon flew in the sky. A question was heard, why fly? Sitting on the dragon's back, Shinyon answered that it was because he did not want to think. He did not know the coordinates, although he had already been there before he learned the skill of movement. A white building appeared on the ground. The dragon, along with the boy, landed on the roof, and in a purple glow, it turned back into Altair. The heroes looked forward attentively. The man bowed, saying that they were here. Looking at him, the white-haired one asked, where are his people? Changsik pointed with his hand and asked to come here. He opened the passage to the tent. The green dragon and the boys greeted the my lord. Altair looked at them and asked, is Deltade missing? The dragon with a green paw took a step. The dragon wing named Oron bowed, saying that he judged it so. Holding a bag, he said that the others did not return from the place where the demons disappeared, so he decided to look. On his palm was a broken pendant. He said that it was the only thing he found. Altair exclaimed in surprise that it was a defensive artifact. A gloomy atmosphere filled the tent. Those present heard that the fact that it was broken meant that he must be dead. Turning around, the white-haired man told Oran that he needed to see the scene of the incident to let him lead him there. Looking at him, Shinhyun asked if he could join, and he agreed. The stars were shining in the night sky. The bodies of the dragons were lying on the ground. Words were heard that he thought it would be worse here, but no, they sorted it out quietly as best they could. Crouching down to the body, Altair said that he stopped Deltade before he could use his power. Shinhyun crossed his arms, saying that such a thing is only possible if there is a large difference in class or if they were ambushed. Leaning down, the white-haired man said that Oran is careful. If this was an ambush, his 5 men would have been attacked individually, not together. The brunette snapped his fist and said that there was only one answer. They were stronger than the high-ranking dragon wings. The white-haired man said that as far as he could tell, it was a demon spirit. The brunette asked again in surprise. Introducing the horned creature that controlled the demons, he said that they were the highest ruling class. They had similar abilities to him. Shinhyun scratched his head in irritation and asked what was going on. I just dealt with one of them, now more have jumped out. It's annoying. Glancing at the dragon, he said that whoever they were, they would continue searching and find his subordinate. First, they would search the surrounding area. The guy coughed up blood. The monster standing by the body asked, had he already lost consciousness? The demon knelt down and said that he couldn't take it anymore. The demons surrounded the body, shouting that he was weak. He should have held out for at least a day. Because of him, he lost the bet. The demon with narrow horns looked at the image of the heroes in the ball. Holding the ball, he said that it was enough to mess around. Watching the people walking, he said that they were here. The demon turned to the others, ordering them to deal with them before they did anything else. His palm rose up. The blue-haired demon asked if he could take on Shinhyun. The leader glanced at him doubtfully, asking if he was sure. He was the one who defeated Altair. The blue-haired demon said with a smile, isn't it natural to want to fight someone stronger? He doesn't worry about him, does he? The white-haired one irritably reminded him that he said not to interfere with the grand plan. The demon replied that these were just excuses. He would do his own thing, and he would do his own. Turning away, the demon said that it was fine, he should be ready today. Kalpadin chuckled when he heard that they were leaving for Russia in a week. A border patrol boat was sailing on the sea. A man in uniform looked ahead and asked if that was a Chinese fishing boat. There was a small boat ahead. A warning was heard that a Chinese fishing boat had entered North Korea's own economic zone. They needed to turn around immediately. The man held the steering wheel, asking why it didn't stop. The men looked ahead in surprise, asking who it was. A blue-haired demon stood at the bow of the boat. He smiled grimly, addressing the people with disdain. The boat moored to the shore. The demon jumped off, saying that they had arrived. Looking at the city, he said that they were now forward, and he quickly ran forward. A bright beam broke the road. The people looked at the monster in fear, asking what was this. He stretched out his clawed hand, and, squeezing his fingers, he smashed the guy's head. The tongue reached for the blood that had gotten on his cheek, and screams were heard that he had killed a man. The demon said that that was it. Where was the man named Shinhyun? Let him come out now. A glow appeared around his hand. He said that he would not come out yet. Cutting off people's heads, he threatened to kill each of them. At this time, Shinhyun and Altair were walking in the vicinity of Mount Kumeng. The brunette said that he did not think that the one who had kidnapped Deltade was somewhere nearby. He looked at his phone in surprise. There was an incoming call. The guy thought, what kind of number is this? Picking up the phone, he closed his eyes from the loud scream. The president of Youngsu was sitting at the table, telling him that it was so urgent that they had to call him directly without the agency's permission. He tiredly touched his head and, hearing the question, broke into the dungeon again and answered that no, this time it was not the dungeon. Holding his forehead, the man said that a monster, like none he had ever seen before, was looking for Mr. Shinhyun in the city center and killing people. The brunette was surprised, asking again, was the monster looking for him? Exhaling, he asked to send the location, and he would go. Altair looked at him, asking, was something serious happening? Where was he going? The hero answered that they said a monster was looking for him. The white-haired man was shocked to hear that he thought it was a demon. Clouds floated in the sky above the city. Words were heard, why kill bugs if he still hasn't appeared? People were kneeling in front of the angry monster and asking for someone to help. The girl was surprised when the hero appeared in front of her. The demon smiled and asked who he was. Turning to the people, Shinhyun told them to run away now. The victims quickly ran away. Standing in front of the demon, the guy said that he had killed many. Kalpadin pointed his finger at the question, is he a demon or something, and said that if he has such information, then he is Shinhyun. Frowning at him, the hero asked if his name was so widespread. The demon replied that yes, he learned it from a dragonwing named Deltade. Taking a step, the monster said that he defeated Altair. Putting his hand on the hero's shoulder, the monster said that a powerful mutation was discovered among these dung beetles. This is so interesting. Shinhyun looked at him sternly, saying that if he came to him, he could have been more polite. Joyfully spreading his arms, the demon asked if this was why he called him. A glow appeared around Shinhyun. He asked what kind of nonsense he was talking about. He couldn't even be called a guest. The demon did not understand the next insult. The hero smiled, saying that to put it simply, his fist hit the body. From the blow, the demon flew back. The guy said that he was a scoundrel who needed to be gutted. Shinhyun jumped after him. A red glow appeared around the demon's hand. He opened his eyes in shock, wondering when he managed to get close. A kick flew into his jaw, forcing him to bite his tongue. His head was thrown back from the blow. The guy swung his leg, and with a kick, he drove the demon into the ground. Rising up, he tried to ask, how dare he? Slapping him, the brunette ordered him to shut up. Screams and blows were heard in the city. Leaning on the demon's body, Shinhyun asked why he called him when he was so weak. The guy's eye shone from the use of coercion. He ordered him to say everything he knew. The demon trembled, agreeing. The hero moved to Altair, who noticed that he was here and asked, is this the one he was looking for? Scratching his head, the brunette answered that yes, he just trapped him and brought him here. He fell from the mountains nearby. The dragon's eye lit up when he heard what he was saying, was one of those who killed Deltade. Looking at the white-haired man, the guy said that if he had any questions left, let him decide for himself his right to revenge or pardon, and he will go to China. Crossing his arms, the white-haired man thanked him and said that he would squeeze everything out of him. The hero disappeared in a blue glow. Altair, gloomily crossing his arms, looked at the demon. The girl followed the guy into the dungeon of Mount Killian. He asked if everything was okay here. She asked what brought him here. Shinhyun turned around and said that demons came here from an unknown dungeon. The girl clarified, demons. The brunette nodded and confirmed that they were the strongest creatures, which were almost impossible to deal with. Looking at his companion, he said that they should first put the guys to guard the territory. If she saw one herself, let her not fight him, but run away. Evacuate the residence, and then contact him directly. Len Mei saluted, answering that she would do it. Looking at the crack, Shinhyun wondered how big the rift had become to reach the spirits and demons. This is a big problem. It is unknown where else rifts can appear. He only has one body. Pointing his finger at the portal, the hero called the girl there. Men in uniform stood next to a blue portal to a dungeon in St. Petersburg, Russia. A bald man with glasses said that he did not hear anyone coming today. Who is he and what did he bring? The trembling man behind the wheel looked at him, and then blood gushed from his mouth. The man asked what was happening. A hand came out of the car, grabbing his head. His comrades asked what was this, an ambush. There was an explosion. The demons walked forward. One said that he did not think that they would search. The second replied that there was nothing to be done. They should not make more noise. The man did not notice them at once. Looking ahead, the demon with horns said that everything was for him. The demon stood greedily in the fire. He continued, for his master. On the ground lay the body of a dragon. The demon stood at the blue rift in St. Petersburg. The dragon hid around the corner and cursed in his mind. He looked at the horned man and thought that even though the barrier wasn't perfect, who would have thought that 4 demonic spirits would pass through it so easily? Frowning, he looked out, thinking that he should quickly break the news. His thoughts were interrupted by an attack to the stomach. Surrounded by a red glow, the demon was hovering in the air, attacking him. The blonde man turned, saying that now that they had finished with the last lizard, he would go and bring their leader with him, and that they should wait here. The demons nodded. The spirit rushed towards the rift. His feet touched the ground. The demonic spirit found himself on the street of the settlement. As he passed by the demon, it saluted him. The man entered the tent, and the demons bowed to him. The leader leaned on his hand and said that he was here. The blonde man knelt down on one knee and told the Lord that he had done everything as he had ordered. The man on the couch told him to get up. He took a step down the stairs. Coming closer, the leader told the white-haired man to lead him. The 11th demon king of Vilite pulled back the tent fabric, saying that they would invade immediately. A blue glow appeared in the northern dungeon the next morning. Waving his hand, the hero called out to Altair and asked what was so urgent that he had to hurry. The blonde turned away and apologized, saying that they had missed him. Shinhyun angrily pointed his finger, shouting that he had prepared everything for him and even packed it, and he had missed him. Did that make sense? The crushed dragon apologized, saying that it was his fault. The brunette sighed and said that he would listen to how it all happened first. Altair remembered, frowning as he heard his name being called. The blood-stained demon stood up, saying what about his subordinate? Kalpadin smirked, saying that he was like a piece of paper, did not last long and simply tore himself apart. The dragon frowned at him, and then abruptly lifted the laughing demon by the neck. He looked at him insolently and asked what the noble dragon was going to do. He would have laughed too if he had seen his appearance then. The man's eyes flashed with anger. He squeezed his face, insulting. Looking at him furiously, the man said that now he will not see anything normally anymore. Blood splashed from the demon's eye. He screamed, pressing his palms to his face. Closing one eye, he cursed. The white-haired one calmly told him to shut up. Kicking him with his foot, the dragon said that he was too noisy, yelling over such a trifling wound. Blood flowed from the eye of the displeased Kalpadin. The kick threw him far back. The dragon told the fallen demon that those who died at his hands were in even more pain. He smiled wryly. Altair was surprised and sent purple swirls of power at the demon. The demon disappeared into a bright glow. The dragon clenched his teeth in anger. In the present, he looked away, saying that he had missed him. The brunette turned away, saying that nothing could be done. Suddenly, he noticed something to the side. A translucent demon was hiding behind a tree. The guy thought that he was too close for a man who had recently escaped. In any case, if he tried to escape, he would be able to catch him. The hero smiled, thinking, what was he planning? He would just leave everything as is, like he was being watched. People were sitting at a table in the conference room of the bunker in Moscow. The Prime Minister of Russia touched her face, saying that she thanked everyone for gathering here. The President of China turned excitedly and asked how the situation was. Standing next to her, Alina crossed her arms when she heard that she could be called the worst. In less than half a day, they had captured the city and were using it as a base for their troops. They were in a situation where they couldn't even tell if the citizens were alive or dead. One of the conference participants waved his hand, asking how they responded to this. It was President America, who said sullenly that the longer they waited, the more powerful the demons would become. Prime Minister Russia, sitting at the head of the table, said that to be honest, all measures had failed. Her fingers were shaking. Recalling the many bloody victims, she explained that the hunters who lived in the city had also been wiped out, with the exception of a few escapees. The military and the hunter units were now in disarray. Alex looked at the man. He waved his hand, asking what he thought the purpose of the sudden invasion of demonic creatures was. The Prime Minister intertwined her fingers and said that they barely knew that they were demonic creatures thanks to the survivors. How would they know what they were planning? They looked at the man who said he had information about it. Recalling scenes from the past, Youngsu said that a city in Korea was attacked around the same time as St. Petersburg. He looked at Shinhyun, saying that fortunately, thanks to him, the demons were captured, and according to the information he received. He introduced the monsters standing behind the leader and said that their leader, whom they call the Demon King, and the 5 demonic spirits that obey him. Everyone looked at him tensely. Introducing the demons standing, he continued that over 100 high-level demons that they commanded and over 10,000 soldiers were already approaching them. The man asked in surprise, 10,000. Didn't he say that low-level demons are equal in strength to high-level hunters? The president of Korea confirmed sullenly. In the conference room, everyone was silent. Alex looked to the side and said that he heard that high-level demons are on the same level as high-level dragon descendants. And there are more than 100 such enemies. Do they think they have a chance? The Prime Minister screamed, asking, is he suggesting that we surrender? Is he saying this so easily because this is not his country? The man asked, what does he mean by a level higher than a high-level hunter? The blonde man crossed his arms and asked if they could win with nuclear weapons. The man with the mustache exclaimed, what is he talking about? What nuclear weapons? Without turning around, Alex said that everyone here knows that Shinyon is the strongest hunter, so he will ask him this question. The brunette crossed his arms and repeated, nuclear weapons. The demon appeared behind him, hearing him say that he does not know. He chuckled, overhearing that if the situation becomes so desperate that they cannot do without him. Shinhyun, who was sitting at the table, continued that then it would be possible to use. However, now it is not so bad. The people sitting at the table became alarmed, asking what he is talking about. Does he know a way then? The guy smiled a little. Waving his hand, he said that before coming to this meeting, he spoke with the descendant of the dragon. It was his proposal, and they agreed. Clenching his fist, the hero said that he hoped they would listen to his words, his proposal. The sun rose above the horizon 2 days later in a place located near the dungeon in St. Petersburg. The guy was clutching a sword. The dragon was flying above the tank. Several dragon wings were flying in the sky. Legs were running forward. Demons with glowing eyes ran out of the rift. Words were heard that they were coming. Alina clutched her weapon, shouting that they also needed to act. Prime Minister Russia sullenly asked what he meant by the proposal. Standing up, Shinyon said that the Demon King's army would probably move south to Moscow. Looking to the side, he said that since it was the capital, there were many people in it, so the route was obvious. The demon standing nearby was displeased to hear that according to the information gathered, they tend to be arrogant and lazy. Therefore, they will probably start moving in at least 2 days. Smiling, glancing sideways at the demon, the guy, I remind you, continued that they attacked them. Although weaker than the dragon, they will definitely not rush. The hero waved his hand and said that that was why they had to evacuate the people living within a radius of hundreds of kilometers first. The woman nodded, saying that they would immediately notify everyone through broadcasts and text messages about natural disasters. President America asked, what about the proposal related to the descendants of dragons? The hero looked at him confidently. Alina smiled, thinking that she couldn't believe that he came up with such a proposal. The people ran to attack along with the flying dragons. She thought how everything turned into this in such a short period of time. Holding their weapons, the hunters ran forward. Alina introduced the welder and the weapons, thinking that they were given weapons made from dragon corpses. She didn't think that the dragons would allow this. Resolutely swinging the ice spear, she said that from now on. She threw the spear forward. A bright flash appeared. The girl said that the operation was beginning. Gunfire burst out from the tanks. Bright explosions occurred. The people were heading straight for the demon army. Ice flows hit several monsters at once. The demon behind swung at the blonde. Blue fire was burning in her hand. The demon froze, engulfed in ice. The girl swung her leg, asking what he was thinking. Alina kicked the demon to pieces, thinking what else to expect from a guy who looked down on the ability to freeze. Directing ice flows everywhere, the blonde exclaimed, "How dare they invade her country's territory? She will not leave it so easily." Sharp ice flows pierced the bodies of monsters. Dragons fought with demons. One of them struck from above. It seemed that they followed him all the way here. Alex was surrounded by red flashes. Bright rays struck the bodies of monsters. People covered themselves from attacks with shields. Jihai abruptly cut off the demon's head. The body fell to the ground. Clutching the weapon, the girl breathed heavily. Wiping her face, she thought that everyone was doing even better than she thought. Helicopters and planes were flying in the sky. She raised her head and looked at them. She remembered standing in the hallway and asking Shinhyun if everything was really okay. Jihai said with a worried look that she meant that while the united forces were fighting the demon army, they would attack his king. She glanced at the guy's palm, who asked if she trusted him. Shinhyun adjusted her hair, telling her not to worry about him. She didn't waste much time and didn't miss the moment to retreat. Touching her cheek, the guy promised that he would never die. The embarrassed girl closed her eyes, agreeing. Suddenly, bright rays of light flashed by. Arrows pierced the demon who approached. The pink-haired girl turned to Yunseol with a bow. The brunette nodded to her. Surrounded by the glow, the girl thought that she should focus on what was happening in front of her eyes now. Helicopters were flying over the battlefield. She mentally asked Shinhyun to be careful. The boy looked out the window. Sitting in the helicopter cabin, he said that judging by the fact that no one had contacted them, it seemed like the others were doing well. Looking at him, Alter answered that they probably were. Crossing his arms, the brunette said that it seemed like the demonic spirits had not been sent to the front lines, but that was expected. The white-haired man looked down, saying that those with high status had no need to be there. However, it would be hard for them here. Looking out the window, Shinhyun said, "The Demon King." He imagined the horned monster, thinking that if he interfered himself, the nearby living beings would be dead. He exhaled in displeasure, thinking that he should throw away useless thoughts. A serious Alter asked, "Can they win?" A transparent blue-haired demon was sitting nearby and eavesdropping. Looking at him, the brunette said that it was natural. He looked closely at the white-haired man and asked if he thought he would lose if he didn't trust him. The dragon happily repeated that he believed. Noticing something, the heroes looked away. They had arrived at their destination. The door opened. The wind ruffled the hero's hair. Standing at the exit, Shinhyun said that they were coming. Turning around, he asked the dragon with a smile why he was going to fight the Demon King. Why was he so scared? Looking at him seriously, the man replied that he was jumping into the center of the enemy ranks. Naturally, he would be nervous. The brunette said with a smile that he should just deal with the demonic spirits. The dragon looked at him resolutely and promised that they would try their best. He could rely on them. The heroes jumped out of the helicopter, falling among the dragons. Shinhyun said with a determined look that they would cut off his head in style. Kalpadin watched from behind. He chuckled as he flew past. The heroes landed on the battlefield. A large white dragon stood behind them. The army of demons ran forward. Shinhyun looked at them seriously, thinking that there were more demon spirits than he thought. The white dragon asked him in his mind how many there were, and he replied that there were 8. As he walked forward, he said that there seemed to be quite a few high-level demons as well. The hero stopped. Pointing his finger, he asked if he should start with a greeting. The dragon wings clutched their swords. Purple beams rushed forward. The attacking demons chuckled, asking, "Is that all?" Shinhyun raised his hand. He sent a bright whirlwind forward. The ball shone blindingly above the heroes. The demons looked at it in shock, asking, "What is this?" The bright ball flew towards the demons. An explosion was heard. The demons were burning in the fire while screaming. The dragons nodded, thinking that while they were in chaos, it was a good opportunity for them. With their swords, they ran forward. The hero watched the attacking dragons, and with a smile, he turned around, calling out to the spy. A surprised demon was standing behind him. He turned around excitedly, thinking that he should not be told that he was the one who called him now, but there was no one nearby. Shinhyun crossed his arms and said with a grin that he was the one calling him. The transparent demon turned around with an angry look. Looking at him, the brunette asked if he was having fun all this time. Shinhyun turned away and said that now was the climax, so let him watch carefully. The spy watched him. Closing his wounded eye, he thought that the spy knew that he was nearby all this time, but pretended not to know. But since that's the case, he'll see what he's capable of. A magic seal appeared in front of the dragon's face. Altair attacked with purple beams. Surrounded by a red dome, the demon glared at him, cursing. The white dragon smirked. The monsters pierced the winged one with spears. The dragon flew towards them, screaming, "How dare they!" Claws dug into the demon's back. A huge paw stepped on the ground. The enemy tried to hold it, not letting it crush, and said that who would have thought that Altair would lose to a man. He grinned, saying that soon he would send him to him too. The white dragon attacked him with a magic seal and told him to shut up. He turned away from the demon's body. The dragon wings fought with the horned ones. The leader thought that the endurance of dragons has a limit, and mentally asked, "Let Shinhyo defeat him." The hero looked at the enemy with a sword. The demon calmly said that it was surprising to see him alive. The guy grinned and asked, "What's surprising?" Vilite in the cloak replied that he was talking about how there was a man who was stronger than dragons, how diverse the human race was. Taking out his sword, the guy said that he didn't think they were in a relationship to have such conversations. He continued, drawing out his weapon, "How can you understand something just by seeing it with your eyes? He'll have to test his powers on himself." The Demon King chuckled, asking, "Is that so?" An ominous red aura appeared around him. He said that he didn't think a human would dare to boast about his powers in front of him. Shinhyon quickly rushed to attack, telling him not to regret what he said. Bright flashes collided in an attack. The opponent's weapons crossed. Shinhyon looked forward sternly, thinking that he had no weak points, and Vilite looked calm, and shining swords appeared around the opponents from the use of the skill. The blades rushed towards the demon. However, the red flashes prevented them from hitting him. Vilite looked at the guy with a smile, saying that he saw that he was using about the same power as dragons. The brunette looked at him, hearing that however, this was not enough to defeat him. The guy jumped back, saving himself from the red beam. The Demon King asked if he knew why the dragons were defeated. Because they believed in their puny strength. Shinhyon swung his sword, and with a sharp movement, he cut through the red beam. Vilite's eyes widened in shock. He asked, in one blow. Shinhyon swung his sword, jumping up and thanking him for pointing it out. He remembered the swords approaching the crack and thought that the soul sword did not work on the cracks. It was then that he realized that he had flaws too. Surrounded by a glow, the hero thought he was a warrior. Slicing through the demon's body, he shouted that if the soul sword did not work, then he would just hit him himself. Twisting in the air, the boy jumped back. Blood poured out of the wound as Vilite screamed. Shinhyon turned around, asking if he still thought they were on the same level. Surrounded by a red glow, the demon said that he had relaxed too much. He gritted his teeth angrily, saying that if he wanted to kill him, he would have to fight properly. The red aura spread further and further. Kalpadin, watching from behind, thought that the Demon King was releasing the King of Demonic Spirits. He looked ahead in surprise, thinking, "Who is this person?" The brunette looked at the demon surrounded by flashes and asked what he was doing. He turned to him grimly and replied that this meant that he was ready to risk his life. The hero resolutely clutched the sword, thinking that his energy and spirit were very different from the past. The participants in the battle looked at the red mist in surprise. The demons exclaimed in admiration that this was indeed the Demon King. This was his end. Altair turned around, saying that the demonic spirit was the same Demon King's final spell that he had only seen in the records. He looked at the demon, who said that everything was coming to an end. The demonic spirit was invincible, and this person, their hope, would soon turn to dust. The horned man gritted his teeth, saying how annoying it was. It was a waste of internal energy on a mere human. The white-haired man put his hand on his shoulder and said that it was only in vain if the enemy won. He was sure that the master had a plan. The battle continued. The demon said that they would kill the dragon wings as ordered. Shinhyon stood in front of the Demon King surrounded by red flashes. Holding the sword, he breathed heavily. A blue glow appeared above the guy's palm. Looking at his hand, he thought, "Is the natural energy dissipating?" With a stern look, the brunette said that this smell, it poisoned the natural energy around him. Vilite stood, spreading red flashes. Cracks appeared on the sword in his hand, and then it broke under the words of the Demon King that now there is no point in the weapon. He approached, swinging his long claws. Shinhyon blocked the attack with his sword. The demon smiled. His attacks left red marks. The hero parried the attacks with his sword. He clenched his teeth from the tension. The demon's fingers caught the blade. Vilite asked with a smile, is he afraid of him? The trembling fingers clutched the sword. The hero said that he was a pathetic dog. Throwing the demon back, he shouted that he could only hear his barking. Vilite flew back. A bright beam cut his body. The demon chuckled, saying that it even tickled a little. The wound on his arm healed. Sending red beams forward, he shouted, "Where is all his power?" Blocking the attack, the hero stepped back. Red flashes cut his arms and legs. Swinging the sword from top to bottom, the guy screamed. Waves of energy spread around. Shinhyon breathed heavily. A crack appeared on the blade of his sword and it broke. The guy asked in surprise, "A sword made from the bones of dragon wings broke." Vilite approached him, saying that it was very boring, it was a waste of his demonic spirit. He extended his palm. A bright beam flew forward as the man wished for death. The hero spat out blood. Part of his body was blown away by the attack. Shinyon fell, thinking that this was how he would die. He made a surprised sound. The hero floated in the darkness, surrounded by a glow, and asked where he was. He saw himself lying on a rock and asked, was that when he came to that world? He remembered how he came back and held his sister's hand, how he touched Jai's cheek, how the blonde smiled, and the long-haired man was in chains. The guy smiled, saying that these were his memories. A yellow window appeared in front of the hero, which said that it was not too late. The brunette in chains smiled. It was written, go beyond the limits of man. Shinyon thoughtfully looked at the window, which said, step onto the path that was laid out for him. Touching his chin, the hero thought that if he did this now, he could defeat him. He remembered standing next to the bodies and thought about what would happen after he defeated him. The hero's palm was glowing. He thought that he would stop being human. He imagined his friends' faces crossed out with crosses and thought that he would no longer be able to be near them. The brunette decided that this was not what he wanted. He clenched his fist until it trembled, saying that he could not lose everything to protect them. With a wave of his hand, Shinyon summoned the soul sword. The blades rushed towards the yellow window. The guy chuckled, saying that he saw that the new sword did not work. Swinging his fist, he continued that this did not mean that he. Hitting the system window, he continued that he would listen to his delirium. Cracks appeared on the yellow plate. An inscription appeared on it saying that he would regret this. The hero chuckled, saying that he would take care of it. He hit the system window again, and, breaking it into pieces, sent it away. Shinyon behind the demon was engulfed in flames. The demon turned around in displeasure, saying how persistent he was, still searching. The king's eyes widened in shock. Shinyon with long hair was warming up, hearing the question, why was there no scratches on him? The guy chuckled and asked, what's the matter, were you scared? He just recovered from a small transformation. He beckoned the demon with his finger, saying that the second round begins from now on. Vilite looked at the guy in shock. The aura above him turned into an image of a three-faced man. The demon thought that the energy surrounding him had definitely changed. The guy surrounded by flames walked forward. The demon thought that the change in appearance must have something to do with it. Red liquid appeared around his palm. Directing the wave forward, the monster cursed in his mind. The long-haired hero looked at the rising wave. A shadow fell on his face. The fire in his palm began to form into a sword. Shinyon swung it sharply. A bright beam cut through the red substance. Vilite was amazed to see this. The hero swung his sword. The shock wave threw the demon back. An explosion arose from the bright flash. The amazed Vilite spat out blood. The guy surrounded by flames approached him. Covering the wound on his chest with his palm, the Demon King thought that it had been a long time since he used the spirit of the Demon King. The regeneration was slowing down. He asked how he became stronger. Swinging his fist, the long-haired one said that for someone who was about to die, he was asking too many questions. A powerful blow threw the demon back. The guy jumped up and rushed to catch up. The horned one looked at him gloomily. He managed to dodge the blow with a haze. However, Shinyon appeared from behind and asked where he was running to. A bright beam pierced the demon's body. The hero jumped back. A bright explosion occurred. The cloak was smoking. Vilite turned around with difficulty and cursed, asking how dare he. He extended his hand towards the approaching boy. A bright flash cut it off. Shinyon looked at his opponent proudly. The demon, trembling, bowed down. The hero crouched, putting his hand to his ear, and said that he could not hear him. With red eyes, Vilite shouted something in demonic. Shinyon looked at him in surprise. Trying to get up, the monster said that this was the most powerful spell he could cast. He smirked, saying that this was a psychic destruction spell that destroys the soul. Swinging his clawed hand, Vilite told this annoying man to die right now. However, Shinyon abruptly attacked him. The surprised Demon King's head fell down. He managed to notice how the hero mockingly said that his speech was so banal that he could not hold back. Vilite's body fell to the ground. Turning away, the long-haired man said that the Demon King was finished. Suddenly, he stopped. A blue window appeared in front of the guy. He said, "Go there." His gaze became surprised. Looking at him questioningly, the hero said that he had never caused something like this before. The message said that she couldn't help but be amazed. It was an amazing sight. She hadn't seen anything like it for a long time. Remembering the crucified man, the hero thought that she really was talking to him like that guy. The hero asked who it was. Smiling, the blonde said that she was controlling the status window. When the guy asked if she was a goddess, the answer appeared that some called her that. Shinyon touched the window that said if she could see him for a minute, she was inviting him to her place. He replied that he didn't think that was possible. The blonde asked in surprise, why? Crossing his arms, the hero replied that he had a lot to do now. They could talk about it when he was free. The goddess frowned and replied that if so, then fine. The system window disappeared. Swiftly jumping forward, the hero said that he would return then. Altair in the form of a dragon turned around in surprise. There were bodies lying on the battlefield. The dragon stood next to the demon, thinking that there were too many of them. A powerful paw crushed the enemy. The dragon looked at the red dome with alarm, wondering what was going on there. Suddenly, the red haze began to disappear. The demons turned around happily, exclaiming that the Demon King's spirit had dissipated. The second asked, was their lord victorious? Altair turned away, saying that in the end, nothing could be done. Shinhyon appeared, happily waved his hand and said that he was here. The dragon stared at him in shock, asking what happened to him. His hair. Waving his hand, the brunette said that he would explain later. Golden lightning appeared around his hand. He said that they did not have time for this now. And, waving his hand, he attacked the demons. A blinding golden flash appeared. Nothing was visible behind the smoke. The dragons and demons opened their mouths in shock. Large dents were left on the ground. Shinhyon happily turned to the dragon and said that first thing. He looked at the lightning-surrounded palm and continued, "They will finish this trash." The demonic spirits opened their mouths in shock, exclaiming, "What is happening? Did this man kill the master?" The white-haired demon exclaimed in horror that this cannot be. He waved his hand, ordering everyone to retreat. The monsters rushed to run. They rushed towards the blue rift. Shinhyon jumped up, catching up with them. The monsters' bodies disappeared into the portal. The hero attacked them with a flame beam. It flew over the demons' bodies. Those who did not have time to run stopped in surprise. Shinhyon hovered above and said that they were running as if someone allowed them. Altair appeared next to them. Turning around, the guy said that he was lucky he had almost dealt with this scum. He could not stop and go further. The white-haired man looked at him and asked him to stop. The demons were burning in bright flames. A question was heard, shouldn't they all be killed? The trembling dragons lay on the ground. The white-haired one said that it would be nice, but more importantly, their allies suffered great damage. The demon trembled between the fire and the portal. Altair said that there were demons beyond the dimension that were stronger than him. They would strengthen the security around the huge cracks that they could crawl through. Touching his comrade's shoulder, Altair said that they would finish the job here. Shinhyon turned away and said that it was clear. The figure of the red demon hovered nearby. The guy beckoned to him with his finger and said that the stalker was alone. They landed, and Shinhyon said that now was the time for an explanation. Why was he following him? Altair, standing behind him, shouted that he did not need to listen to him. It was better to kill him. Kalpadin fell to his knees, shouting that he was impressed by his skills. He wanted to follow him. The heroes looked at him in shock. A disconcerted Shinhyon whispered, "Was he crazy?" The blonde confirmed that he thought he was crazy. The stalker shouted emotionally that he knew he wouldn't trust him so easily, but he swears on his heart that he would grant him his absolute loyalty. Kneeling, the demon screamed, begging to be allowed to be his servant. The dragon screamed that he was a liar. A bright glow appeared around his palm. He screamed that he would tear him to pieces. Shinhyon stopped his hand and asked him to wait, saying that he swore on his heart. The guy's eyes lit up with greed. He said that he could keep him as a slave. He thought he could use him, and he was in great shape. The stalker trembled, and the dragon agreed. The demons fled to the rift. As soon as the news of the Demon King's death spread, his troops quickly retreated. People were sitting at the press conference table. Thanks to the cooperation of America, Korea, and China, the restoration of Russia went smoothly. Oron saluted the white-haired man. Under Altair's leadership, the security of the dungeon rifts was strengthened. Shinhyon stretched, thinking that he could finally rest. The demonic hand handed him tea. The guy took the glass and thanked him. Kalpadin was kneeling. The guy told him not to stick his head out. Did he hide his horns or something? But how? The demon pointed to the place where the horns used to be and asked, "Is he talking about them?" "They are camouflaged, something similar to the camouflage of chameleons." Putting down the glass, the hero said that he understood. He waved his hand, chasing the demon away, and asked, "Will it pursue him for long?" He exclaimed that he will not, he just wants to be with his master. The hero looked ahead with displeasure. He pushed the demon out of the room so that his slippers flew off, and shouted that he wanted to be alone. Shinhyon plopped down on the bed. A system window appeared in front of him. He thought that if he opened the status window, she would contact him again. A message appeared that he had finally contacted her. She would invite him right now. The guy closed his eyes. He turned around in a bright room. In front of him, in the gazebo, a girl was sitting. He heard that this was, so to speak, her space. The pretty blonde waved her hand and asked him to sit down. The guy pulled out a chair by the table. The heroes silently looked at each other, frowning with displeasure. Shinhyon said that if she dragged him here, let him tell her something. The girl said that it was hard to believe that he was here, but even his presence caused such admiration. The brunette heard that he was the second person to cross her threshold and clarified, the second. The goddess lowered her gaze and said that the first one walked the same path of oblivion as he did. And his name is. The boy imagined the crucified man when he heard, a heavenly warrior. He gritted his teeth, thinking that he was the one who destroyed everything for him. Shinhyon waved his hand and said that okay, she was telling the truth, but what does this have to do with him? With her hands folded on the table, The girl said that was why she called him. The brunette told her to explain everything to him properly. With a serious look, the blonde said that although he was a human, he was the first to go beyond the boundaries of humanity. Imagining the battle scenes, she said that the power he received, he only used it to fulfill his own desires. She imagined the opposite figures and thought she said that fortunately she managed to isolate him from this dimension. The heavenly warrior smirked. She said that the seal was not perfect. The men threatened the boy with sticks. She continued that he called the people of the earth to his world. The man looked at the rift. The goddess continued that he created a rift between the sealed dimension and the earth dimension. Monsters attacked cities and sent demons, monsters and his minions there. He even managed to send them here. The guy looked down and said that he understood. Waved her hand. The blonde continued that in this battle, he went beyond his limits and drove away the Demon King's army. But as long as he continues to exist, this will happen again and again. The hero clenched his fist, saying that only his death will put an end to this nonsense. He asked how to kill him. Did she know that? The girl answered that she did. Bright sparks appeared around. She said that she would show him how to cross dimensions to get to the place where he is. The eyes of the long-haired man glowed red. Shinyon looked at the girl in surprise and asked if he could go beyond dimensions, to which he heard a confirmation. Thoughtfully looking away, the goddess said that even having studied his art, by their standards they are far behind her expectations. Those who have reached this level and their peak. She imagined the spirit of a person leaving the body and said that they can separate their physical body and spiritual body, thereby crossing dimensions. She smiled, saying that of course, even if he only had a spiritual body, he would still be able to use all of his power. The hero looked down, and then he looked at the girl and asked resolutely why she didn't go there herself. She had enough power, didn't she? The blonde remained silent. Lowering her head, she said that it wasn't even about that. Imagining a gesture of prayer and a man next to her, she said that in order to get to the underworld, she must be possessed by a person who could support her power for some time. The man grabbed his chest. She explained that usually people couldn't withstand her power for long. Introducing Alina, Jihai and Alex, she said that there were 3 people who could withstand her power, but even so, they would all die by the end of the Advent. Realizing this, the brunette exclaimed that it couldn't be. The goddess looked at him with bright eyes and said that she knew he wouldn't like it, so she didn't suggest it. The guy said that it wouldn't do. Then he looked at her and asked her to tell him what to do. He would go there himself. She smiled. Alex was climbing the spiral staircase and asked what was going on. Was it he who called everyone here? Shinyon pointed his hand at the house and said that he needed to hear something. Kalpadin glared at the blonde, asking how dare he take his place at the right of his master. Pointing his finger, Alex asked if this was the demon who willingly became his slave. The hero confirmed. Hugging the guy by the shoulder, the blonde asked what he would do. Since they were both warriors, they were very close. The blue-haired man screamed furiously, asking how dare he, this was blasphemy. Throwing off his comrade's hand, Shinyon said that if they were going to continue fooling around, he would go first. The guys rushed to catch up with the walking brunette. While they were exchanging glances, the hero opened the door. Altair was standing next to the tied-up demons and said that Shinyon was here. Pointing his finger at the captives, he said that he was going to call him anyway. These guys snuck in here, can he deal with them? The red-haired demon exclaimed, no way, how can a demonic spirit be with a person? Looking at Kalpadin, the hero asked to interrogate them and beat out all the possible information. He happily responded. He approached the captives, snapping his fingers. They fearfully asked why he was doing this. Let him not dare betray them. A fight broke out behind them, and the guy calmly sat down at the table. Sitting down, he said that they have little time, he would immediately get down to business. Resting his cheek on his hand, Shinyon said that he was going to destroy the demon seed right across the dimension. The men looked at him in shock, asking how. Recalling the battle earlier, the boy said that they had already killed one demon king. The fugitives would spread the news throughout the demon world. Looking ahead, Shinyon said that the more the war escalated, the more damage this place would suffer. It would be better if they went there themselves. Alex exclaimed in shock that they couldn't cross the rift. The dragon wings had lost the battle for territory to them. Altair nodded, confirming that even if they could cross the rift, they were from there, but the hero interrupted them, saying that it was not necessary. He chuckled and said that he had a method that he learned from the goddess herself. Even the demon turned around upon hearing this. Crossing his arms, the brunette said contentedly that if he had reached his peak like now, he should have an idea of how to separate the physical body from the spiritual. Closing his eyes, Shinyon explained that only the soul crosses the rift in this state. Frowning sternly, he said that it was not universal. Imagining himself hovering next to his body, the guy explained that once the soul crosses the rift, the body becomes completely defenseless. Crossing his arms, he continued that if the body is damaged or killed during this time, the blonde furrowed his brows and finished that he would die there too. Turning his gaze to him, Shinyon said that so only he and the dragon wings are involved in this matter. He brought him here only to ask his opinion. Alex clenched his fist. and then raised it, decisively declaring that he would go with him. The hero smiled and agreed. Shaking his comrade's hand, he said, "Welcome." The hero resolutely looked forward. Alex also looked at him. The boy looked out and asked the demon if he would come with him, and he said of course. Standing next to a pile of bodies, he said that it looked like they were going to attack on a much larger scale than expected. They had even contacted the demon lord Rodiak. The boy crossed his arms and asked again. The large flasks contained a blue liquid a week later in the San Francisco lab. In the lab, the pink-haired girl said that they were ready. The boy turned around and looked at his sister. He put his hand on her shoulder and called out to her. Without turning around, Yoonseol yelled that they hadn't seen each other for so long, and he was just leaving. Stroking the angry brunette's head, Shinyeon said that he would come back this time, he promised. Yoonseol cried and asked her to come back safe and sound. Shinyeon nodded and promised. He turned around and called out to the guild's deputy and asked him to take care of them while he was gone. Leaning over, he smiled sweetly. Jae replied sweetly that he would. Standing next to the flirting, Alina said that there were so many people here, but it seemed like they were alone. She even felt awkward. The blonde replied that it was better to get used to it. Shinyeon stood in a flask and said that the demons could come again, so they should be on guard. The blonde said that he should be careful too. Bubbles came out of the liquid. The boys were immersed in flasks. Alex waved his hands and said that it really was possible. The hero replied that of course. Turning to his comrade, he said with a smile, "Go ahead." They closed their eyes. With a pitiful look, looking at him, Jae asked him to take care of himself. The dragons looked at the materialized boys, saying that they were already here. Entering the rift, Shinyeon said that they would go there faster. The girl touched her face with her fingers and said that if she gave them support. The demoness sat on the throne, asking the man if he guaranteed success. He replied that he certainly did. His teeth clenched in anger. Rodiak was furious. Lapras said that he would cover the entire world with fire, which this man was in. The man was lying in a flask. Shinyeon's spiritual body was floating in the air. He thought that it was a strange feeling from traveling through the dimension. He crossed the rift with the dragons. Looking ahead, the guy asked if this was the demon world. The blonde said that it was no different from the Earth or Muram. Altair looked at him and said that it was. They call it Dreadville. The hero turned to the servant. He looked at him and asked why the master called him that. Pointing to the building, the guy asked to tell him about this place. Kalpadin introduced Villite standing near the building and said that this was the castle of the former lord. The dragons looked at each other. The demon continued that this forest was the end of the world, so the dragon wings who lost the battle fled here. He introduced the demons sitting at the table and said that most of the demons were not interested in this forest, although they were no longer interested in the dragon wings. Villite was standing at the railing. He was eager to exterminate the lizardmen due to the proximity of their territory. Touching his chin, Shinyeon said that was why after his death, the other demons would not care. Kalpadin shook his head, saying that it would be the opposite. Now that Villite was dead, the other demon lords would start to care, especially his favorite Rodiak. The guy looked at him and asked how many more demon lords were here. He gestured a number and said 11, including the dead Villite. The brunette became angry and asked, 11 demons is a lot. The dragon standing behind him confirmed that it was a lot. Alex touched his chin, saying that this battle would drag on even longer than he thought. The brunette said that they would need a shelter for that. Kalpadin looked at the guy happily when he called him. Pointing his finger at the castle, he asked to be led there. They would be staying there. Guards were standing at the entrance to the castle. Kalpadin waved to them, then said with a sweet smile that he had returned. The guards ran up to him, saying that they were very worried when they lost contact with him. Where was the Demon King? A flaming Alex appeared behind him. The demon asked, "Lord." The blonde cut off the demon's head. The other two watched in shock as it fell. A clawed palm pierced the body through. Turning away, Kalpadin said that he had died at the hands of his new lord. The guard trembled, looking at him. Screams were heard at the building at sunset. A demon in white boots walked forward. Demons writhed on the floor. Lapras looked at them, asking if they were okay. He said that he was glad he was alive. He had news for them. The white-haired man remembered how he had been peeping behind the wall and said that he had infiltrated the lizard village. The bound demons noticed the man. He explained that they had barely found the demons he had sent to scout. They ran past the dragons. The man said that the stupid lizards had let their guard down after one victory. Lapras asked if he had learned anything else. The demon nodded, saying yes. The one-armed man asked to tell him. Clutching the wound on his body, the demon said that Altair had returned to Dreadville with a traitor and the humans. The lord was surprised, asking. He crawled back, and with a traitor at that. The gray-haired demon said that he had good news. Looking at Lapras, he said that 2 of the strongest human spawns had crossed over to another world, leaving their bodies behind. The blonde asked why this was good news. Wasn't Dreadville in danger? The demon replied if they could kill those of flesh and blood here. He introduced the guys immersed in the liquid, saying that they had a chance. The demon's eyes gleamed greedily. He said that so that's how it was. The light was on in the castle, words were heard that, in his opinion, they were more like evil than those. In front of the heroes, tied demons were sitting on the floor. Shinhyun told his comrades with a smile that they suddenly came, killed and tied up the rest, just like in the movies. The dragon said that they deserved it nonetheless. The demon with glasses shouted, Kalpadin, that he had betrayed him, how dare he return with that brat. The blue-haired man waved his hands playfully, saying that he was only serving his master. Shinhyun sat down next to the demon and said that his master had died at his hands. With a determined look, the brunette declared that from now on this would be his base, so let him get used to it, just like his friends. He glanced sideways at the silent demons. The man with glasses closed his eyes, admitting defeat. Turning around, he shouted, ordering everyone to hold the new master. The demons looked at each other in shock, grimly, but still bowed their heads. The tied demons shouted in agreement. A fire was burning on Shinhyun's finger. The men were happy when the ropes fell off. Alex looked at the brunette and asked, does he think the demons will really follow him after all? He replied that no, he didn't think they would do that. Kalpadin bowed when the hero told him to suppress the lesser demons and asked to leave it to him. The bespectacled man heard his name being asked and replied that his name was Salshan. Yawning, the brunette asked to be taken to his room. He needed to rest for a while before they got down to business. A gloomy Salshan led the heroes behind him, agreeing. Shinhyun sat on the bed and called out to the demon. Looking at him sternly, the brunette asked what he was planning. The demon's gloomy aura made him tremble and asked what he meant. Bowing to the floor, he said that he was simply trying to come up with a plan to help his lord. Raising his head, the man explained that his position was the Demon King's deputy, in other words, a butler. The brunette mockingly asked what. Salshan waved his hand, exclaiming what his role meant to follow everyone's orders. Didn't his lord plan to kill other demons? Touching his face, Shinhyun said what he was planning. Touching his chest, the demon shouted decisively that he would then spread false information that the demon Vilite was not dead. The brunette laughed, saying that it sounded good, let him try it. The demon bowed, hiding an evil grin. Holding a red ball, Lapras said that their bodies on the ground were still intact. He thought it was a good opportunity. The ball reflected an image of a girl. She asked, is it true? Rodiak stood on the stairs, saying that they would send troops there then. The demons looked at her decisively. Sitting on the floor, Salshan said that the current demon lord Vilite had disappeared. Many believed him to be dead. With his brows furrowed, he said that he therefore advised him who should be his first target. He imagined a red-haired girl in flames and said that it was the demon lord Rodiak. Scratching his ear, the brunette said indifferently, the girl Vilite, he had heard of her. The demon asked in amazement, so he already knew about her. Coughing into his fist, he asked to be allowed to tell about the demon lord Rodiak. Introducing the couple holding hands, Salshan said that she was not only a woman, but also a demon lord who was in a romantic relationship with the king of Vilite. Due to his loyalty, her powers had increased greatly. The girl bit her nail. The demon continued that unlike the others, she was not surprised by Vilite's disappearance, but she was more worried about him than anyone else. Standing up, the demon touched his chest and said that if he allowed it, he would go to Rodiak and tell her that Vilite was alive and well. He introduced the girl with an army of demons and said that if he told her that he could not move due to his injuries, she would definitely want to meet him personally. He would only have to take her place. Shinhyun was silent, thoughtful, and then waved his hand, driving away, and told him to go. The demon thanked him. He quickly rushed to the exit, saying that he would be right back. The brunette looked at him with a smile. A string of demons passed through the rift. Lapras grinned and said that he was here. He looked at his troops, and then he waved his hand and exclaimed, now. Raising his fist, he offered to tear their flesh apart in the San Francisco laboratory and crush them like bugs. Salshan bowed to Rodiak in her castle. The red-haired woman looked at him and noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. She was glad to meet him in person. The demon bowed to the floor and greeted her. The girl at the top of the stairs allowed him to raise her head. The representative of Rodiak, Narissa, glared at the man when he said that he wanted to tell the lady something in private. She clenched her teeth angrily, and then she waved her hand, shouting, how dare he speak to the lady alone. She answered that everything was fine, she could leave. Narissa said that she hoped he would not say anything stupid. The demon sitting by the stairs was silent. The girl sitting at the top asked, is he on this matter? The demon clarified, what matter was she talking about? He hung his head sullenly, hearing that it was the burial of her lover Vilite, and thought that she already knew. Looking at him furiously, Rodiak asked, if not, then what was he doing here? Like a stray dog that could not even hold its master. The demon hit the floor with his forehead and apologized for having to tell her something, even if it cost him his life. He came to her for this. Frowning, the girl said that he could speak. He imagined the greedy heroes and shouted that the vile bad ones who killed his master had captured the castle. Rodiak looked at him in surprise. The gloomy Salshan said that their numbers were small, but each one of them should not be underestimated, especially that man named Shinhyun. The girl gritted her teeth. With a blaze of anger, she shouted that what he had done was known to all the demon lords. Salshin lowered his head, trembling. Waving her hand, Rodiak said that Lafris said that they were currently in an unstable state and separated from their flesh and blood. The man asked, "Is he alive?" Introducing the white-haired demon, the girl said that yes, one-armed, but alive and well. The demon chuckled, saying that he was glad to hear that their flesh was defenseless. Raising his head in enthusiasm, he exclaimed that they just needed to stall for time until Lafris targeted their bodies. Then the two people would be taken care of, and they would only have to worry about Altair. Putting her hand on the armrest, the girl asked if he had a plan. Remembering the conversation with the brunette, Salshin said that he had promised them that he would make Mrs. Rodiak leave the castle. They needed to tie their hands until Lafris made his move. The red-haired girl remained silent. Standing up, she said that it was a good plan. The man smiled, agreeing, and asked to leave it to him. The girl walked in front of the demons. Covering his mouth with his hand, Salshin whispered to her that if they went out so boldly, people would think the castle was empty. Standing next to her, he said that she would wait in ambush nearby, and when they went into the castle, he would give the signal. With a sly smile, Salshin said that as for the soldiers hidden in the castle, they were like rat poison. He imagined the demons surrounding the heroes. Rodiak smiled, saying that she was ready. The butler bowed to the heroes, saying that he had managed to convince Rodiak. He rushed forward, saying that now that the castle was empty, they had a chance, they would hurry. Jumping up, the heroes hurried after him. They ran forward. The demon looked back, hearing the dragon say that it seemed like the castle was empty after all, and the blonde said that it was plausible. With an awkward smile, he turned around and repeated, asking what they were talking about. Turning around, he asked that if you think about it, where is the main army? Altair grimly said that it was nowhere. Attacking sharply, he said that he went to look for Rodiak. The severed head fell to the floor. Alex crossed his arms and laughed, saying that demons are no better. What a blatant lie. Looking at the dragon, he proposed to take this castle. Shinyon with a servant appeared behind the army. Raising his hand, he asked Miss Rodiak, could she take care of the dome? The demons turned around in surprise, asking who he was. The girl turned around and got angry, saying that he was Shinhyon. Waving her hand at the soldiers, she said what an unexpected appearance. If Salshin was right, he must be heading to the castle. The guy asked, did she believe it? Standing in front of him, he said that of course, he was here to deal with the main one, and he would leave the castle for other people. The girl replied that it did not matter. Looking at her, he asked, what was she talking about? Rodiak, spreading her arms, laughed. She bent over in laughter and said, what kind of a joke is this? Not understanding, grinning, Shinyon asked what she was talking about. Have you completely lost your mind? Wiping away her tears, the red-haired girl said that she had prepared something for him. Together with the army, Lafris looked at the laboratory building. Smiling slyly, the demoness asked, does he want to see what this is? The demons ran forward. There were pipes on the ceiling of the laboratory. Shinyon and Alex were in flasks. Yunseol looked at them and said that it seemed like the capsules were fine. Looking at them, Jihai asked, were the two of them fine in there, right? The brunette imagined the servant fanning her brother and said that of course, she knew him. She was sure that they were fine and full of energy. With a pitiful look, the pink-haired girl said that she was probably right, she was just winding herself up. Suddenly, red lights and an alarm turned on in the lab. The girls turned around. Yunseol asked why the alarm suddenly went off. Jihai screamed into the radio, asking what was going on. The men stood with swords. One of them said into the radio that hordes of demons were attacking them. Tell him to call for backup. The girls heard this in shock. Jihai turned to Yunseol and ordered her to contact the hunters and dragon wings who could help now. Shinhyon waved his hand indifferently, asking why he had to guess. Rodiak was surprised to see a weapon appear in his hand. He swung it and said that she didn't have long left. A shining whip flew forward. Rodiak jumped back, avoiding the blow. Flames were flying around her. Shinhyon waved his hand and told her to fight him with all her strength and show him her demon spirit or whatever. He chuckled, thinking that the demon lord had told him a little about him. A demon spirit is a power granted by a demon god. It is completely different from a demon king. Surrounded by flames, Rodiak furiously screamed that his death had come. She laughed predatorily, calling him the murderer of her beloved. He will not leave so easily. The demon saw the flames. The brunette smirked, thinking that it had become hotter. Sending fire at him, the girl screamed for him to burn alive. Swinging her whip, Shinyon said that this was like a battle between two strongest titans. Swinging again, he said, I wonder if all the demons who received the protection of the demon god learned something similar to this martial art. It irritates him greatly. Flames came out of the demoness's palm. She screamed for him to shut up and die. The brunette looked at the huge fire in front of him. He swung his golden blade and took a fighting stance. Liquid dripped onto the floor next to the guy. Rodiak angrily screamed, asking how he resisted her power. With a smirk, he heard her ask, "Isn't he an ordinary person?" The dragons were fighting the demons. The demon exclaimed in displeasure, "Why don't they have reinforcements yet?" Yunseol shot at them with an arrow from above. Surrounded by blue flames, she asked, "How dare he?" The arrows hit several demons at once. She continued as he could. Elena stretched out her hands, sending ice flows, and said that they are narcissistic fools, the basis of war, connections, and information. Lapras ran forward, saying, "Isn't this for the common good?" Glancing back, he said that these sacrifices are inevitable. The demon ran to the door of the lab. He opened it with his foot. Seeing the flask, he said that as expected, "They are here." Red flames appeared in the demon's palm. He said that all that was left was to simply detonate. Jihai appeared from behind. She pierced the demon with a blade. Spitting out blood, he turned around and asked how he could let his guard down. Pulling the knife out of his neck, the girl said of course he couldn't expect a sudden attack. Leaving the demon's body, the pink-haired girl walked forward. She stopped at the flask. Touching the glass, she said how good it was that no one was hurt. Clenching her fingers into a fist, she said how much time had passed since they crossed over to another dimension. Touching the flask, she asked Shinhyeon to come back quickly. Throwing the weapon over his shoulder, he said that he heard that she had received divine protection. Coming closer, the hero said that he thought he could control it quite well. Smiling, the brunette asked, was he living up to expectations? The flaming Rodiak exclaimed, how much longer will she tolerate him? The guy grinned, saying that this was the very divine power of demons. He swung the weapon and threatened to kill her. The blue power collided with the flames. The silhouettes of the heroes were seen in a huge fireball. The flames began to die out. Blood flowed down the blade. Shinhyeon pierced the girl with his sword. She spat out blood in shock and asked, was he able to pierce her with only his power? Kill her, the fire demon. Shinhyeon grinned and said, shouldn't she have used her powers more sparingly? The girl fell back, hearing, didn't she think she killed too many souls? Rodiak's eyes rolled back. The guy said goodbye to her, saying that she did everything for her beloved. His hand trembled. Black smoke began to come out of the demon's eye. The brunette turned around, saying that he was sure that she was dead. However, the demoness rose. One of her eyes glowed in the smoke. A terrible voice said that this was his sweet, grief-stricken child. Shinhyeon frowned, hearing the question, that he was a completely undead person. Rodiak's face was damaged and she told the hero that he was her sweet, heartbroken child. Shinhyeon gritted his teeth as he was asked if he was a living person. Frowning, the boy asked if she was not Rodiak. Then who was she? A red aura surrounded the demon and she called Shinhyeon a madman. Widening her damaged eye with her fingers, the demon replied that they killed the one she loved so much. Staring at Shinhyeon, she said that someone was the god of Dreadville. The hero looked at her with displeasure and said that there was only one god. Rodiak then placed her hand on her head, asking if they even knew there were other gods. There was no demon god. Shinhyeon frowned as he thought that unlike this land, there were many gods in this place. He imagined silhouettes in red cloaks and a blonde woman surrounded by a bright glow. Rodiak extended her bony hand, calling the hero a naive child, and said that she was not destined to die like this. The hero angrily lowered his eyebrows, saying that the first person to attack his dimension was her fiancé. Looking at her intently, he added that he came here to protect his world. Indignant, the demon opened her mouth wide, asking if it was only for this stupid reason that he killed her fiancé by setting a dastardly trap. Shinhyeon then smiled, asking again if she didn't think she needed to lower the pressure temperature a little. Crossing his arms over his chest, he said that he had seen death with his own eyes one-on-one, so why did he have to watch and lose? Pointing her finger at him, Rodiak only replied that it didn't matter now. That finger began to crumble as she said that he had already killed 2 demon lords in the end, and called him trash. With a wave of his hand, Shinhyeon smashed her hand, agreeing to this. He then cut her in half, telling her to get out of his way. As she fell apart, she told him that all the demons would soon kill him. Only a small part of her remained when she said that her brothers and sisters would not sit idly by. Shinhyeon watched as she completely disappeared. Sighing, he wondered what kind of family games the gods were playing. Turning around, he saw several demons. Smiling, he noted that there were many more of them. They were outraged and scared when he said that he should have fun with them. A red moon was visible in the sky. Sitting next to the hero, Alter said that while they were storming the castle, he defeated Rodiak himself, and that was amazing. He replied that he was not afraid of her, even if she was a demon king with divine protection. Everyone at the table looked at him attentively when he said that they shouldn't relax, to which Alex asked why, since they did well this time. Raising his hand, the blonde asked if they could kill them one by one since they wouldn't kill them all together. Shaking his head, Shinhyeon replied that it wasn't that easy since the demons would also start taking revenge immediately after the leader died. The people present looked at the hero in surprise, asking if he knew that. Gritting his teeth, Alter said that everything was clear now. They had encountered demons with dragon blood before, and they had the same blessing. But he didn't think that these demons had the same blessing. Altair and Alex looked at Shinhyeon intently, who said that there was someone more than just a demon god, and he would be the one directing the demons towards him. Folding his arms over his chest, he decided that it wouldn't hurt to devise a strategy. Kalpadin looked up, hearing the question if he could gather everyone, because there was something to discuss. The hero had a threatening feeling when he clarified that everything needed to be done quickly. The bound demons were gathered in the square. Walking up to Nursia, the hero asked her, was she the main subordinate of the demon Rodiak? The demon lowered her head in displeasure when Kalpadin said that it was. The demon represented the demon lord himself. Nursia frowned, asking, did the hero really think that she would give in to a guy like him so easily? Bringing his hand to his face, he only wondered, would she be able to resist a certain guy? Snapping his fingers, he also wondered if he should know, and then said that she was already crossing the line. Nursia began to tremble in fear. Shinhyeon emitted a golden glow, demanding an oath of loyalty. He watched as the demon was in pain. She opened her mouth wide and said that this shouldn't have happened. The hero watched her silently. Nursia threw her head back. Then she hit her forehead on the floor, saying that she was happy to welcome the new king. The other demons were very excited, saying that they only serve her, she can't do this to them. Shinhyeon then looked at everyone, asking if they wanted to be brainwashed or swear voluntarily. With a smile, he put his hand on his chest, saying that their lord was so kind since he gave them a choice. The demons looked at each other in confusion. Then they bowed after Nursia. From above, the entire square was visible, and the hero demanded that they now congratulate their king. Meanwhile, several figures in white cloaks were sitting at the table. The question was heard, is everyone here? One of the people present smiled and told another that he was weak because his patron demon was killed. Then he angrily slammed the table, demanding that he shut up, and replied that it was not that easy to keep track of everything. His eyes sparkled when he said that a human had killed his demon. His shell was mortal, but his soul was divine. Another person present raised his hand when someone said that the hero understood the level of the soul with such a body. He replied that he originally came here as a human, noting that this was strange. Another asked that if this was true, then wasn't he the king now? The one sitting next to them lowered his head, saying that he therefore needed to completely eliminate his soul for the peace of their world. Those sitting opposite nodded, saying that it was annoying, but nothing could be done. The cloaked figure extended his hand to the demon, calling him his child. Another figure bowed over another demon, calling Shinhyeon a scumbag from another world. The man in the cloak patted the demon on the head, noting that the hero would not get up soon. He demanded revenge. The demon woke up on his bed, thinking that he had another bad dream. And next to him, another demon woke up, saying that it was ominous. The girl threw out her hand, saying that they needed to find Naznel. The red moon illuminated the walls of the buildings. The first demon king got up from the bed. Angrily looking forward, he wondered what was going on here. Breaking into two, Rodiak said that all the demons would kill him. Sitting, pressed against the wall, Shinhyeon said that this lady was full of madness. Frowning, he wondered that her brothers and sisters would kill him. He remembered Altair and Kalpadin, asking them if they knew how many demons with divine protection there were. Then the demon scratched his head, answered that they said that the lords and the king received the protection of the demon god. Introducing the other demons, he called out the names of Duraus, Arsha, and Falaiden, saying that even Rodiak, who had died, but he didn't know anymore. Shinhyeon said that was enough, and he was doing well. Kalpadin smiled widely, saying that he was the strongest and most loyal servant of his master. Placing his hands on his knees, the hero reasoned that unless the demon god himself descended upon them, perhaps it wouldn't affect anything, but he still needed to be more careful. Meanwhile, several demons gathered around the table. The one sitting in the middle said that this was indeed an important matter. Duraus, Falaiden, and Arsha, who were looking at him, heard the question of why they were in the same place at the same time. Naznel glared at them, asking if it was possible that the three of them had teamed up and decided to attack him. Falaiden shook his head, saying that it was a good suggestion, but it wasn't. He then asked what they wanted if they all decided to meet. Shouldn't Rodiak join in? Arsha raised her hand, saying that was why they were here. Naznel chuckled and asked if she had quarreled with her fiancé again. But the girl asked if it was really that boring to get together over such a trivial matter. Duraus closed his eyes, wanting to say everything briefly. Smiling, he said that he had been having the same ominous dream for several nights in a row. Naznel looked at him with displeasure, hearing that it was about the god of madness falling at the hands of a king from another world. The guy looked at him intently, saying that perhaps this was a divine sign, and if no one else had dreamed this, then there was only one answer. Wasn't Rodiak the apostle of madness? Putting his hand to his face, Naznel thought about the fact that these four, including Rodiak, were special beings who had received divine protection. He imagined himself in the middle of the fire, thinking that his abilities were certainly acknowledged. Although his position as the commander-in-chief and the strongest was precarious, should he believe it? Could anyone take his place? He slammed his fist on the table and asked if this had ever happened before. They said never. He then folded his arms again, saying that it was the first time they had heard of being warned of trouble through a dream. The girl noted that he denied such a danger. Closing his eyes, the man said that he did not deny the existence of such a person, because he was a demon king who had received protection from the demon god. Angrily, he gritted his teeth, saying that as mentioned in ancient records, powers were given randomly and he had never heard of two strongest in one life. Faliden slammed the table, asking if he doubted them and the power of the demon god. Duraus raised his hand, trying to explain that he probably meant that this incident was abnormal, especially since the demon god himself was telling them this. They are blessed. He does not lie and swears by God. Nesnel raised his hand with a smile, asking for forgiveness, and asked why they came to him if they can easily contact Rodiak. The girl raised her head, saying that they tried to contact her, but she did not give any answer, and the connection with her was cut off when she was in pursuit. Faliden leaned on the chair, saying that this is why they came to him, because he is the one who is closest to the head of the demons. Doesn't he have the authority to send demonic spirits into Rodiak's territory? Nesnel lowered his eyebrows, clarifying that they wanted to take advantage of his power. Duraus smiled, placing his hand on his chest, saying that they would not abuse it, and would definitely explain everything to the demon lords later. He would not suffer from this in any way. Sighing and covering his face with his hand, he told them to go to her and contact her as members of the royal family, and he would help with this. Placing his hands on the table, the demon thanked and said that he would report the results. 3 demons approached the throne. Rodiak was sitting on it and one of them said to bow before her. The demon folded his hands in greeting. Looking at him, Rodiak wondered if they thought that she would not be there today and would they really do everything so bluntly, and she told them to raise their heads. Crossing her legs, the girl said that the guy's face looked very familiar. Looking at her in confusion, the demon wondered if she was that same Rodiak and why he was so awkward now. Raising her head, Rodiak asked why the 3 of them came to visit her. Bowing again, the demon said that the king asked to tell you that he wanted to meet the lady. Looking down on him, Rodiak asked why he had not come in person. The servant replied that the king would be busy until tomorrow. Then she pointed to the demons behind him, saying that she felt that they were not the king's subordinates at all and had they met before. They both bowed, saying that the lady was absolutely right. Rodiak smiled and asked why people from different places had united and come to her. Yes, I am ready to continue. Looking at them carefully, she asked if they had come up with the idea of deceiving her. The demons sank to the floor, saying that this was absolutely not the case. Trembling with fear, the demon said that the king had recently held a meeting in his castle and by his decision they were sent to check on her health. Then Rodiak smiled again, asking if she was in danger. Raising his head, the servant replied that this was exactly what they wanted to say. The servant looked at the floor again, thinking that this was some awkward feeling he had experienced before. The appearance, the way he spoke, everything was the same. Frowning, he realized that he did not feel a demonic aura. The demon introduced Arsha, arguing that the demon king must show his power, strength, and authority even if he did not want to. Rodiak took a step forward, saying that she had heard this before. Her body began to change, and she spoke of the demonic spirits that had come to visit under the guidance of the demon lords with divine protection, and that it would be useful to her master. The 3 demons looked forward in surprise. Kalpadin stood in front of them, smiling. Getting up from the floor, the demon asked what he was doing here. Putting his hand on his neck, he replied that it was hard for him to pretend to be Rodiak. A guy with a bright aura appeared at the other end of the hall, as Kalpadin asked if the 3 were still confused. The guy said that he had already given up looking for the other demon lords. Smiling, he thanked him for coming to him. Radiating a bright light, he asked how he could express his gratitude. One of the demons took out a blade, thinking that this arrogant man does not know his place. He rushed to attack. Shinyon calmly looked at the tip approaching him. He easily grabbed the blade with his fingers, noting that the demon was brave. Then he took the sword from his hands, asking what if so. Then he grabbed the handle of the blade. The swing of the blade split the demon in half. Looking at him, Shinyon said that his sword will never touch him, not in 100 or 1,000 years. Lowering the sword, the hero said that the other one knows the least about his abilities. The 2 demons only looked at him silently. Putting the blade on his shoulder, he demanded to give him all the information about his master. Shinyon furrowed his brows, adding that they had to do this if they wanted to stay alive. The bright sun shone on the walls of the palace. One of the demons put his hand on his chest in confusion. Shinyon lowered his head, lost in thought. He and his comrades looked at the demons. Kneeling, one of them said that this is all they know and asked to believe them. Altair and Alex looked at them thoughtfully. The blonde said that there was not as much useful information as he thought. Standing behind him, Kalpadin said that the fact that several demon lords went to Nesnel was important information that could pose a threat to them. Folding his arms over his chest, Altair noted that even though they were a team, how did they know that they were the ones who killed Rodiak? Shinhyun then put his hands behind his head, saying what he knew. He remembered how he split the demon in half, saying that when he killed her, his mind became clouded as if he was drunk. She said that the demons would unite and kill him. The others then looked at him in shock, asking if he was okay now. Altair noted that they had to wait for the Demon King, calling it terrible. Shinhyun pointed at himself with a smile, asking if they could kill him. He had a solid plan, so there was no need to worry. Passing by the demons at his feet, he told them to look at something. They raised their heads without understanding. A bright light surrounded him as he used the divine word, and he told them to do as he was told. Arsha folded her arms and asked where they were going and why they came to her castle. The two demons we had met knelt down and apologized for their insolence. A dark aura surrounded the girl, and she demanded not to apologize, but to tell them the reason for their appearance. Yes, I am ready to continue. Gritting his teeth, one of the demons said that Lady Rodiak was too talkative and noisy, so she was executed right there. Arsha opened her eyes in surprise, asking about her Rodiak being killed. She began to torture the two demons. One of them said that there was nothing they could do. They were truly sorry. Before going to the Lord, they came to her to tell her this sad news. She clenched her teeth in anger. The girl covered her face with her hand, saying that she understood. Letting them go, she agreed that Rodiak was indeed too talkative, and that could not be argued with. Waving them off, she told them to go where they were going. Bowing, the demons thanked her. Arsha silently watched them leave. Later, she lay in her bed. Turning her head, she said something about the king being blinded, and the truth must be told. Opening her eyes in horror, she heard words about not being deceived and facing the truth. The girl rose from her bed. Covering her ears with her hands, Arsha asked what he meant by that. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the house. The girl spread her arms and said that she was truly sorry that the demonic spirit of the murdered Rodiak had not been laid to rest. Smiling, Duros asked what had really happened. His men and Falaiden's men, who had safely returned from Rodiak's hands, were the same as usual. Looking away, he wondered if his servants were lying, if their dreams were really a message from the god himself. Folding her arms over her chest, the girl replied that if the demon god had given enlightenment, he would have said everything more clearly, to which the boy agreed. Scratching his head, Falaiden said that they needed to do something, and Duros asked again what he meant. Looking at the others, Falaiden said that he would go there himself. Duros and Arsha looked at him in surprise, asking again if he was serious. After all, he was usually lazy and now he was going to go there himself. He frowned and replied that it was annoying that he had been having unpleasant dreams for several days. Or did the others enjoy it? He stood up from the table and said that he would personally check if Rodiak was alive and then return. If they continued to have these dreams after that, then they would think about it. Falaiden looked at his comrade, who asked that by heading there, he assumed that there was an enemy that could be easily dealt with. He noted that he had a good sense for such things. He replied that he did. Arsha looked at the white-robed demon, clarifying that he assumed that Rodiak had been harmed. He replied that if Rodiak had lost, then they would lose too. Falaiden put his hand out and said that if he got into trouble, they should try to protect Nesnel. Smiling and covering her mouth, Arsha told him that he spoke like a hero who was willing to sacrifice himself for the greater good. Smiling back, he said that he had no intention of dying, so there was no need to worry. Duros smiled at him, asking him to do so. The two demons stood outside Rodiak Castle. Turning to his assistant, Falaiden asked him if he was ready, and he answered yes. But he turned around when he heard the question, is he a demon lord who received protection from a god? Shinhyun stood with his companions, asking the demon if his name was Falaiden. Frowning, the demon was surprised that he was known. His eyes widened in surprise when Shinhyun asked the assistant if that was true. The demon that Falaiden came with bowed and said yes. In anger, he held out his hand, asking him about what he had said falsely. Something had happened. The assistant was frozen in ice. Shinhyun said that he was a puppet. Falaiden then struck him, breaking him. He walked towards the hero, asking who they were. Pointing at himself, Shinhyun replied that he was a man from another dimension. Frowning, he clarified, so they really were invaders from another world. The hero smiled at him, asking if he had seen something like a dream or a nightmare. It was something like revenge for killing Rodiak. Looking at the heroes carefully, Falaiden said that he did not understand what he was talking about. Folding his arms over his chest, Shinhyun asked that isn't it rude to call him an invader, since Vilite was the one who invaded first. If it weren't for him, they would never have met. Imagining the dead demons and gritting his teeth, Falaiden noted that if the hero knew Vilite, then that means he was the one who harmed Rodiak. Putting his hands on his waist, Shinhyun replied that it was. Looking at the frozen body of the demon's assistant, he noted that Falaiden was using ice block magic. Surrounding himself with bright flames, he said that it would be fun. He invited the demon to attack with everything he had. With a confident smile, he added that he would do the same. The demon smiled, answering that they were abnormal. Fallaiden surrounded himself with a blue aura. The surrounding area began to be covered in ice. Looking at this, Shinhyun only asked, "So this is the power of the demon lord?" Putting his hand behind his back, the demon answered that his power is an ice storm. Sending a wave forward, he used an ice prison. The ice touched Shinhyun's leg. He took notice of this. With a wave of his hand, he directed his wave, repelling the ice. Frowning, he noted that if it weren't for his power, his organs would have failed from this. Ice flows headed towards him. With a wave, he repelled them all. Putting his hand on his neck, Fallaiden noted that the hero really knows how to bluff well. As he smashed the remaining ice, he only replied that the demon could think whatever he wanted. Placing the blade on his shoulder, Shinhyun said that Fallaiden was much more stupid than Villite and Rodiak because he could hardly understand his intentions. The demon looked at him in confusion. He directed the ice towards the hero again, indignant at how he was worse than those who lost to him. Covered in ice, Shinhyun noticed that he had hurt Fallaiden's pride. Looking at this with a smile, the demon told him that the hero would soon die, and if he were in his place, he would remain silent. The hero's head was covered in ice. He thought about how the last time he fought Rodiak, he was only focused on extermination. Back then, he was unable to find the source of power, but this time he would do everything correctly and the enemy would side with him. Then he closed his eyes. He imagined Villite surrounded by a red aura. He remembered Rodiak surrounded by fire and the current battle with Fallaiden, thinking that they had all released the spirit of the Demon King. Putting them back to back, he reasoned that they were the lords of the demon protectors, but how were they different from ordinary kings? Fallaiden extended his hand. He grabbed Shinhyun by the neck. Opening his mouth, the hero said that he realized that all that was needed was to mix their power with the power of a pure soul. Surrounding himself with a bright light, he broke all the ice. Then, he created a fireball in his hand. This fireball headed towards Fallaiden. The demon created an ice block around himself, asking, "Is this Rodiak's power?" Holding back the fire with ice, he asked, "How can one receive the blessing of the Lord?" Directing fire from his hand, Shinhyun said that from what he saw, the demons were using their own power mixed with divine protection, and if he thought about it, then anyone would guess to do it. Hercules took a step forward. Fallaiden was still trying to hold the fire with ice. Frowning, Shinhyun offered to talk to him. Confused, holding his hand out in front of him, the demon replied that he agreed and asked for mercy. He fell to his knees, saying that he would tell everything if only to save his life. Shinhyun's hand replied that he would think about it depending on what he heard. Trembling, Fallaiden heard the question of why the Lord came here alone, and replied that he decided so himself because those demons had not yet earned his trust. He simply decided to personally check out Rodiak. Putting his hands on his waist, Shinhyun replied that if he thought about it, Fallaiden was right, and if someone was killed, they would not understand. The demon asked about the dream. He lowered his head, remembering the cloaked figure, saying that only a king with divine blessing could become an apostle of madness, and in his dream he saw that he would be killed by people from another world. That's why they thought of Rodiak. Bowing down, the demon said that he did not foresee it would be like this. Bringing his hand to his face, Shinhyun thought about how they receive revelations in a dream and that it was something higher. Crouching down, he said that he actually knew what he had just told him and asked why he should let him live. Fallaiden grabbed his leg, saying that if he lived, he would not allow any demon to stand against him, even if he had to hang or exterminate such demons. The hero only asked how he could trust. Placing his hand on his chest, the demon said that he swears by his name. Smiling, Shinhyun agreed to do so. The demon began to bow to him and thank him. Looking down at him, the hero said that he should remain silent. Later, Fallaiden grabbed the iron bars, asking if the hero had promised otherwise and why was he locked up. Shinhyun waved his hand and said that before he could let him go, he needed to hear his comrade's opinions and that he should just sit and be patient. Looking at the ceiling, the demon said that he had thought that it would turn out differently. A torch was burning on the wall. Shinhyun and his comrades gathered in the hallway. He decided to listen to their opinions and asked the dragon wings. Nercia looked at the hero, thinking that her mistress had failed to use her power correctly and had turned into dust. The girl remembered Rodiak's fight with Shinhyun. Then she looked at Kalpadin, who thought that Fallaiden deserved to swear allegiance to them. Putting her hands behind her back, Nercia said that the hero should not trust him and heard the question, why? Then Altair approached, saying that the war was a long time ago. At that time, the number of demon kings was much greater than now, and even at the cost of their lives, they tried to destroy them. Kalpadin introduced the attackers, saying that if he were a demon, he would reveal his master's powers as soon as he had the chance. They would gather crowds and go to war against them. He was confused when Shinhyun asked if they were thinking about it, and said no, he was just suggesting. At night, as the hero left, he said that he heard everyone. Shinhyun waved his hand and said that he would go and free him, but Altair was afraid, asking if he hadn't heard what they had just told him. He turned around ominously, saying that they would let him go, but not that he would live. The tree branches stretched towards the sky. Fall-Aiden looked back and walked out of the cage. Shinhyo nodded to him. He immediately took off. Running ahead, he called everyone naive. Ice flows caught up with him as he spoke about how the hero would regret letting him go. The ice hit him right through. Blood spurted out from his mouth. Fall-Aiden turned around, hearing the question of whether he liked the taste of Shinhyo's punch. Kneeling down, the demon replied that the hero had just started a war. Lowering his head, he also said that he would not be able to return home alive. Looking at him, Shinhyon said that he had heard this many times, that he was not impressed by such statements, and let the demon come up with something better. Meanwhile, Durao sat with his head lowered, saying that Fall-Aiden might be dead. He gritted his teeth at the thought that even if he went with his power, what could they do? Raising his head, he decided that they needed to gather all the lords. Naznel looked angry, saying that they were very persistent guys. They came to ask for something else. Was his name not enough? Sitting opposite him, Durao said that this time they received shocking information. Arsha sighed, saying that this time it was about Fall-Aiden's death. Naznel noted that every time it was about him. He smiled, noticing that this guy chose to die. The demon opposite said that Fall-Aiden went to Rodiak yesterday, and the connection with him was cut off. Naznel frowned, asking again. Putting his head in his hands, Durao said that if Fall-Aiden was dead, then the other two demon kings were definitely killed by invaders from another world. Without raising his head, he also said that they had little information about other dimensions. He only knew that there was a barbaric race called humans. What if they were stronger? What if they were also like the Dragonborn? The demon gritted his teeth, saying that the situation now was much more serious than one might think. The girl also looked at the man, telling him to use his power and gather all the demon kings, and also to find a place where they could talk about it in a calm environment. Covering his face with his hand in displeasure, Naznel said that he would call everyone. Later, several demons gathered at one table. Naznel apologized for calling everyone so suddenly, and said that something extremely important had happened. Terranil covered his mouth with his hand, asking what did something do to them. Siren smiled, saying that he thought the man had called them to offer something interesting. Durao smiled at them all, saying that he had asked for them to gather and asked for understanding. Jericho chuckled. The demon with glasses put his hand to his face, asking Durao if he wanted something from them. The one sitting next to him said that it did not matter much. Then, raising his hand, Durao asked if everyone remembered that Vilite had chased dragon blood beyond the dimension. Everyone answered that they did. The demon made a cross on Vilite, saying that something terrible had happened to him, and he had been killed. Siren clenched his fist in indignation, but that was not all. Durao also said with a frown that Rodiak had gone after him, and Fall-Aiden, who had gone to investigate, had also not responded. Introducing Shinhyon, who was surrounded by fire, he said that they believed that this incident was caused by invaders from another world. Jericho pointed to himself as the boy also said that he would now like to address those who had the ability to transform into other races. He looked at the man in the hat with a smile, asking if he could disguise himself as one of the dragon blood possessors and observe Rodiak's domain. They needed to know the situation and the enemy's strength. Folding his arms over his chest, the comrade replied that he understood. Meanwhile, one of the demons was spying on them. As he began to leave, he thought that the situation had become dangerous and he needed to quickly tell Shinhyon about it. Someone's hand stopped him. Durao stood next to him, asking if he had been eavesdropping on their conversation. The demon gritted his teeth, saying that it couldn't be, but Durao said that he was lying. Blood splashed past his face as he said that he was disappointed. The demon fell to the floor, his head gone. Durao turned his attention to the sphere on the floor. The words that had been said at the meeting were coming from the pink ball. His foot crushed it. Covered in blood, Durao said that now he knew that there were rats in the castle, not demons, and wondered if it would be more fun later. Looking down, he said that he couldn't wait to see the invaders from another world. Meanwhile, Shinhyon was lying on his bed, thinking that another demon king with divine protection had come this time. Frowning, he wondered what they would do next, and what the demon god himself would come up with. Altair entered his room. Looking at the hero, he said that there was something they needed to talk about in private and asked if he could come out for a minute. Looking at him, the hero asked why. His hand ran over the leaves of the bush. Both were standing in front of the entrance to the cave and Altair said that it was here. Shinhyon's eyes lit up brightly. Looking at him, the hero asked who he was. Altair smiled and asked if he had guessed from the beginning. The boy imagined a dragon behind him, saying that he had wanted to meet Shinhyon ever since he heard about him. He was a god who would soon die and a dragon who would soon be born. Looking at him, Shinhyon thought about a god and a dragon and whether such a thing even existed in this dimension. Putting his hand on his chest, Altair said that few demons knew of his existence and that he had taken this form temporarily so that he could talk to the hero calmly. With his arms folded, Shinhyon asked him what he needed him for and why was there such a secrecy that they needed to be alone. Pointing to the entrance of the cave, the interlocutor said that if he went there, he would find out everything himself. Entering, the man called Shinhyon to go with him, but he only wanted to hear the answer to the question. Following him, the hero thought that this place seemed familiar to him. At the end of the cave, they saw a certain figure. He entered, frowned. Gritting his teeth, he said that he had been here. Seeing the man in the lotus position, he called him the Heavenly Warrior. A weapon appeared in Shinhyeon's hand. Alter asked him to talk first. Rushing forward, the hero replied that there was no need. The Heavenly Warrior blocked the attack. Pressing on his sword with his blade, Shinhyeon said that because of him, he left his younger sister alone. He was abandoned in this place completely alone. The swing of the warrior's blade threw the hero back. Grabbing his weapon again, Shinhyeon blamed the man for everything. He recalled various monsters, saying that the earth had turned into chaos. Mutants and demons appeared out of nowhere. As they struck, they pushed each other away. Both swords left bright marks. Shinhyeon attacked, pointing his weapon forward, but the Sky Warrior blocked the attack. They crossed blades again, but the warrior managed to force the hero to retreat. Shinhyeon breathed heavily. Lowering his head, he only asked for an answer. Attacking again, he asked why the warrior did this to him. The hero's sword hit the opponent's ball. The Heavenly Warrior smiled. Holding back the attack, the man was surprised that Shinhyeon finally wanted to talk to him. Surrounded by fire, the hero asked again, is the warrior seriously wanting to talk to him? A bright flash spread around with the words that it was very merciful of him. Gritting his teeth, Alter asked them to calm down. His swings left bright marks. Raising his sword, he said that he would cut him into 1,000 pieces. After swinging, the hero noted that he could do even more. The hero pointed the sword down with the words for the opponent to die. The fire touched the Heavenly Warrior. A powerful explosion occurred immediately. Someone's silhouette was visible in the smoke. Holding the weapon in front of him, Shinhyeon asked what it was. A chain was visible on the warrior's neck. Looking around, the hero saw chains going to the opponent. His hand was bound by it. The Heavenly Warrior was suspended by chains. Looking at this in surprise, Shinhyeon asked why he was tied up and what kind of chains they were. The warrior hanging from them said that it was a long story and asked the hero to spare a minute. The goddess learned of his existence. The warrior then looked at the fallen in front of him, saying that this happened when he became a deity from a mere mortal. The girl gestured for him to come forward to her divine world, congratulating him on becoming a god. The blonde frowned. This turned out to be a lie. From the beginning, she did not want to share the status of a deity with anyone, only wanted to be the only one. The girl shook hands with the figure in the white cloak. For this, she broke her divine oath not to interfere with other dimensions. She made a deal with one of the demons named Dreadvel. After that, they both became enemies of the dragon god. The celestial warrior was falling into the void. He fell for the goddess's trick, and she sent him here, sealing him. God cannot display his powers outside of his own dimension, so he had no choice but to endure all the suffering. The demon laughed in front of the chained warrior. Once the goddess and the demon sealed him, they immediately revealed their intentions. By killing the dragon god, they would be able to take control of the land where the goddess would rule. Closing his eyes, the warrior imagined the village, saying that in order to prevent the goddess's twisted monopoly desire and the demon god's tyranny, he gathered all his remaining strength and created a world in his imagination. There, he was able to learn all the martial arts skills that existed. He imagined two people, saying that they never knew each other because his world was parallel to this one. Remembering the blonde, he also said that the world was spared from the goddess since he was its creator in another world. The goddess folded her hands in prayer, and the winged monsters killed the people. While the warrior taught, she gathered the faith of the people. Many disasters occurred during this time. People worshipped her because the more a person suffers, the more they believe in a god. Gritting his teeth, Shinhyeon said that it was impossible. Pulling his hand away, he asked if everything he learned was a blatant lie. Putting his hand on his shoulder, Alter said that, unfortunately, everything he said was true. Smiling, he also said that this god was almost on the verge of death, and they did not have much time left to talk. Clenching his fist, the hero agreed. Pulling his hand back to strike, Shinhyeon said that he would help him lose this life and asked if he wanted to take this responsibility. Then Alter grabbed him, asking him to calm down. Trying to hold the hero, he said that he understood the reason for the anger, but still asked to hear the story to the end, because when he appeared in their dimension, Alter was watching him. Still holding Shinhyeon, the man said that after seeing the two demon kings defeated, he finally believed the Heavenly Warrior's words. He knew that the hero would be of great help to them who were on the verge of extinction, and he would certainly try to help with their combat training. Looking away, Shinhyeon agreed, only asking for one more question. Looking at the chained man carefully, he asked why they were telling him these fairy tales. The chained man asked in surprise, did the hero really know a way to stop the goddess? Imagining Shinhyeon defeating the goddess, he asked, did he really think he could save the human world without a plan? Of course, he didn't have a plan, right? Shinhyeon's eyes turned red with anger. He had killed the demon king himself, and this was not a fairy tale at all. The Heavenly Warrior smiled, saying that this was a man who could rival a god, and yet he was a god. How much stronger could he become if he practiced his fighting power? Shinhyun broke free from Alter's grip. He slammed his fist into the face of the man chained to him. Still clutching him, the hero said that he would not kill the warrior, but it was not because he had decided to forgive him. Standing between Altair and the heavenly warrior, he said that he would make a pact with him to protect his family and all of his people. He noticed that he knew a lot about demons as well as gods. The warrior smiled, thanking the hero for noticing this. Shinhyun then extended his hand towards him. Touching the chain caused sparks to fly. Looking at the chains, he asked how to get rid of them. Altair looked at the hero, saying that there were only two ways to break them. Either the warrior would kill the one who sealed him here, or the demon god himself would free him. Lowering his head, he said that he could no longer summon people to his imaginary world. This is the only place where he can be safe, but he will try to move Shinhyun there. He began to disappear, trying to say something. Altair and Shinhyun saw how he completely disappeared. Sighing, Altair said that he cannot do anything about it. Stretching his hands, he noted that he has no choice but to kill them all. After that, they left the cave. An aura appeared around Altair. The man looked at the hero in surprise. Confusedly pointing at him, he asked about what will now help him too. Scratching the back of his head, Shinhyun answered that it was something like that. Catching up with the hero, Altair asked him to repeat everything again, and he answered that it was like that. Suddenly, a dragon fell in front of them. Looking at it, Altair asked why the dragon wings were still here. Raising his head, the dragon said that, being of low rank, his master probably did not remember him. Putting his paw on his chest, he said his name was Jerry. After his defeat at the crack crossing, he was unable to join in because he was seriously injured. He was lying on the ground covered in blood. Letting go of his head, Jerry said that he was very glad that he was able to meet his master again. Lost in thought, Altair raised his hand to his face, and nudging him with his elbow, Shinhyun said that Jerry was his subordinate who was seriously injured and somehow survived. The dragon happily opened his mouth, hearing the question that he should be treated first. Altair awkwardly placed his hand on his neck, saying that he was sorry that he could not take care of him. Grabbing the man's hand, Jerry thanked him for his forgiveness. The dragon bowed, and we realized that this was Jerrikun in disguise. Shinhyun and Altair helped Jerry walk. The other dragons looked at this in surprise. They ran up to him, surprised that such a young fighter was still alive. A healing magic circle appeared in the paw of one of them. Jerry began to wave it off. Jerrikun in his role thought that if they used healing magic on him, his identity would be revealed, and replied that he was already much better, so there was no need to worry. Looking at Altair, he asked if they could give him a place to rest. Pointing at him, the man turned to another dragon, ordering him to take him to the room. Sitting on the bed, he was told that he could rest here and thanked him. He began waving his arms again when he was told that if it hurt even a little, he should immediately say so. Later, he looked around. Jerry lowered his head. He remembered how Nursia bowed to Shinhyun, thinking that the demons subordinated to Rodiak also died at his hands. Afterwards, they passed by the training grounds. Other demonic spirits also undergo military training under his leadership. Jerry remembered the conversation between the two demons. One of them said that Rodiak had passed away, but it was not that sad. The other agreed, saying that it had gotten better. Raising a paw to his muzzle, the dragon noted that Rodiak was dead, and the hero wanted to build his army. Slightly clenching his claws on his feet, he decided that he would have to dig around a little to see if he could find any information. Jerrikun raised his hand with a smile, deciding that he should attend their meeting. The bright sun illuminated the roof of the palace. The next day, Jerry was catching up with Alex. The man turned around, asking if he was not the low-ranking dragon who had returned yesterday, to which Jerry said that he was. The dragon grabbed the blonde by the hand when he said that he needed to go to a meeting now, and they would talk about it later, and said that this was why he came. Turning around, Alex heard a request to participate in his meeting. Shinhyun looked at the two after hearing that the dragon had information he had obtained while in Dreadville and asked what they were doing here. Alex put his hand to his face after hearing that Jerry wanted to help with the revenge and replied that it was not up to him to decide about the presence of outsiders. Shinhyun placed his hand on his comrade's shoulder, telling him that he was allowed to enter. Looking down, the hero thought that Jerry probably had incredibly useful information. The sun's rays entered the room. Sitting down at the table, the hero said that the dragon would tell him the information that he had received while barely surviving in that area. Looking at him, he asked what kind of troubles he had gone through. Lowering his head, Jerry replied that when he was left completely alone, it seemed like he was in hell. He imagined how they tickled him, saying that he was captured and tortured, and that he miraculously managed to escape. Clenching his fist, Jerry said that he could not stand their hellish perversions and asked for revenge. Folding his arms over his chest, Kalpadin noted that as soon as they got on their hook, they would be finished with them immediately. Showing everyone the map, Alex asked if they were ready to study it. He placed it on the table, saying that it was a map of Dreadville that he received from Nursia. Pointing his finger, the blonde said that in the center of this continent was the castle of Nesnel, the strongest demon king. It was said that in the north, south, east, and west, based in this castle, there were demon kings who had divine protection, and 2 of them were already dead. Jerry looked at the map carefully, hearing that there were 11 demon kings, including all the others, and starting from Rodiak Castle, the closest was Villite Castle, and then Siren. Looking at the blonde, the dragon thought that they had studied them more thoroughly than expected, and with 2 demon kings dead, the situation was serious. Kalpadin raised a finger when Altair said that Nesnel was a creature that could not be defeated even by using high-ranking dragon blood, so one had to be especially careful, and added that his former master Villite did not even stand a chance against Nesnel. Shinyon grabbed his horn, telling him to shut up. Looking at Jerry, he asked which side he thought they should approach from. Lowering his head, the dragon thought about the suggestion. Raising a finger, Jerry suggested that they target Nesnel Castle. Everyone present looked at him strangely. Kalpadin noted that Nesnel was the strongest of them, and Altair clarified what he meant by that. Jerry imagined how he saw the soldiers, and said that the last place he stopped before escaping was near Nesnel Castle. He then saw him leading his region to the southwest. Pointing at the map, he said that if they attack the empty Nesnel Castle, they can conquer the center. Everyone looked at the map in silence. Shinyon slammed his palm on the table and said that they would follow Jerry's suggestion. Everyone was surprised. Smiling, the hero pointed out that the empty castle was good fortune falling into their hands. Jerry folded his hands, thanking everyone for listening to him. The hero replied that it was only because it was useful. Shinyon clapped his hands and ended the meeting. Someone ran forward quickly. It was Jerikun rushing in. He rushed into the castle, asking if everyone was there. Sitting next to Siren, Terranil asked what he wanted to say that was so important that he had gathered everyone. Siren said that they were very interested. Slamming the door, Jerikun said that he had humiliated himself a lot by asking for help from these brats and asked if he wanted to do something like that. Nesnel, who was sitting at the table, told him to calm down and tell him what information he had received that had brought everyone together. The man explained that they had made up for the lack of military aid by recruiting demon spirits and numerous demons. He introduced Nercia and Kalpadin. Looking at him, Brados asked what they, the demons, lacked compared to humans in dragon blood. Malpine, who was sitting next to him, called humans crazy. Terranil slammed his fist on the table, suggesting that they kill the traitors. Jerikun smiled and said that he had also found weaknesses. Introducing Yunsial and Jihai, he explained that they had left behind the creatures that were dear to them on the ground, and between meetings he had heard them worrying about those who remained there. Duraus smiled and asked what that meant. Then he turned to Nesnel, suggesting that they send several demon kings to the ground. He imagined himself holding the humans in his hands, saying that only then would they be able to gradually and little by little tame them, taking them hostage. Nesnel rested his head on his hand and said that it was possible. Jerikun smiled. Brados watched calmly. Valpine gritted his teeth. Surrounded by a dark aura, Nesnel asked them if they wanted to go to the ground. Several people gathered near the pond. Someone shouted in surprise that Jerry was one of the demons. Shinyon covered his ears with his fingers and said that his scream could kill him and added that it was true. Altair put his hand on the table, hearing that the demon could escape. Alex hurried towards them, saying that Jerry had escaped. According to the people, the room he was in was empty, as if no one had ever been there. Altair sighed and said that he saw a representative of the same race, so it was easy to deceive him. He was very sorry. Shinyon smiled and said that there was no need to apologize. Not being on the level of demons, it was typical for them not to distinguish between them. Entering the building, Alex asked why he was allowed to attend the meeting. Their powers and goals had probably been passed on to them. Then the hero smiled again and said that everything was fine. He pictured Siren in front of the castle, saying that since the traitor had spread false information, they were going to move in the opposite direction. They would take on the lowest demons first and suggested visiting Siren's castle. Clenching his fist, he said that this was a sure victory. The setting sun illuminated the roof of the first Magister Nesnel. Standing up, Brados asked if it was really necessary to go, and Malpine was upset that they had been given such a boring task. Looking at Nesnel, Jerikun said that they were moving out tonight and he was going to get ready. The man wished him luck in response. Standing up, Duraus said that it was time for them to get ready too. Throwing up his hands, he also said that everyone should prepare their soldiers and that they would meet here tomorrow morning. Arsha told the one sitting opposite that it was a good plan. The other demon also agreed. Nesnel watched as everyone left. He frowned and watched in silence. His team gathered at the 9th Master Siren. Shinyon turned around and told them to do as they agreed. Behind him stood an army of dragons and demons, and he told them that the most important thing was speed and determination. Everyone rushed forward. The dragons and demons fought. Kalpadin turned around and said that they were also armed and they needed to kill everyone before they woke up. Shinyon with Altair, Kalpadin and Alex headed down the hallway. The hero kicked the door open. Siren opened his mouth in surprise. Without trembling, he said that they had increased security in preparation for his performance. He looked to the side, addressing someone outside and saying that there were enemies here. Shinyon rushed forward, saying that calling for help was useless. He waved his hand, saying that everyone was dead. Siren fell to the floor. The hero frowned and told him that this time he had only cut off his left arm. The demon trembled in fear, hearing that if he did not want to lose all his limbs and die, he should tell him what Nesnel was planning. He replied that he would not tell someone like the hero. Shinyon then cut off his leg, asking if he still did not want to tell. Siren turned over and said that he would tell everything, but let the hero stop. Tomorrow morning, all the mages of Dreadville would march to destroy them. Siren lowered his head to the floor. Shinyon folded his arms and asked if they knew where he was and were still coming. Without raising his head, the demon noted that even if he was strong, then looked at Shinyon and asked if he could stand up to all the mages and their armies. Looking at Altair, Siren called him a puppy and a lizard, saying that he ran away and now crawls back to take revenge using humans. The man replied that from their point of view, it may look exactly like that. Then the demon smiled, saying that it was necessary to finish him off completely, and he never liked how those rejected even by the gods were insolent. Altair trembled with anger, hearing that simply killing them was not enough. Shinyon placed a hand on his shoulder. As he left, he said that he would give him a chance to finish this. Fire appeared in Altair's hand. The demon said that this would not change anything. The man directed the fire in his direction. In the place of the demon, only a pool of baked blood remained. Alex looked at the hero, asking what they should do now. They only left a small part of the troops in their territory, and the rest are here. Kalpadin appeared between them, saying that he can lead the army back to Rodiak Castle, but Shinyon replied that there is no need for that. The demon lowered his hand in disappointment, hearing that by morning the other mages would know about Siren's disappearance, and it couldn't be ruled out that they were heading here. Kalpadin spread his hands and asked what they would do. Shinyon looked at Altair. The man turned around, hearing that there was one place where the two of them would go via teleportation. The blonde pointed at himself. Kalpadin asked why the hero was taking him. Both watched as their comrades disappeared. There was confusion on their faces. 3 white footprints were heading towards the castle. Jericun, Brados, and Malpine landed on the ground. The man in the hat pointed to the side, saying that there should be a rift where they were heading. Pointing behind him, Brados told Jericun to stay behind and keep an eye on Villite Castle just in case. The 3 of them headed up. Brados and Malpine stood near the rift. Altair and Shinyon appeared in front of them. The hero smiled, saying that he knew this would happen. Jericun stood behind a tree, having heard that Shinyon told Jerry about the land for a reason. Malpine smiled ominously. Both demons surrounded themselves with a dark aura, telling him to kill them. Arsha stood in front of the army. She crossed her arms over her chest, asking why Siren hadn't come yet. Nesnel sighed, surprised that he had run away, but the girl replied that it couldn't be. After all, he wasn't the type to miss such a thing. Duraus raised a finger, saying that maybe something happened and suddenly the information leaked out and these people got there before them. Arsha asked if that was possible. Duraus remembered the slain assistant, saying that his spirit had also tried to give out information while under human control. Nesnel frowned and said that even if he was gone, it didn't mean he would lose, and they would act according to plan. Duraus then smiled and asked about how if Siren was defeated, they should change their route and not head towards the castle. After all, they weren't that far apart. Looking at him, the man thought that Duraus was trying to control everything again. Turning away from everyone, Nesnel said that they would go to Rodiak Castle as planned. Duraus agreed, spreading his arms. Smiling, he said that since the first mage had said so, they would act according to his will. Someone tried to open their eyes. Malpine saw Brados without a head. He opened his mouth in surprise that the 2 mages couldn't stop them. Shinyon kicked him and said that they had prevented the attack on the ground. The dragon noticed a dark aura around him. Seeing Jericun rushing into the rift, he said that there was one more left. Furrowing his brows, Shinyon replied that he thought they had already sorted it out. Jericun was about to reach the rift. The dragon sent a stream of energy at him. The beam touched his mask. It shattered and fell to the ground. Shinyon cursed in surprise, his mouth open. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.